In the summer of 1994, Fang Ye's life took a drastic turn after a divorce following his injury in the military. With no prospects and feeling like a failure, he unexpectedly saves the village beauty, Qin Xiangling, from drowning, which grants him the mystical ability to control countless beasts. As he embraces his newfound powers, he transforms from a man with a broken future into a wealthy figure, reclaiming his dignity and defying the odds. With the ability to command nature itself, he becomes a legend in his village, but the shadows of his past and the stigma of his divorce linger. Will he rise to greatness while navigating the complexities of love, betrayal, and destiny? Join Fang Yi on his journey from despair to triumph, where every challenge becomes an opportunity, and every encounter shapes his fate. Chapter 1. A divorce at the outset, followed by the arrival of a charming widow. The book is also known as The Days Living with the Flower of Baihu Village. In Qingshi Town, at the Civil Affairs Office, 2 pristine divorce certificates were stamped, signifying the official separation of Fang Yi and Wang Yun. Summer of 1994. Fang Yi, you cannot blame Xiao Yun for the divorce. After all, you have become useless, said Fang Ye's mother-in-law, Lu Weilan. Should I expect my daughter to live in loneliness for the rest of her life? Furthermore, Yaya will remain with you. You can take her for treatment, but do not come to us for money. We will not give you a single cent of your disability allowance. Indifferently. 3 months prior, while executing a rescue mission in the military, Fang Yi sustained injuries to his right leg that rendered it nearly useless. According to the doctors, both his leg and his manhood were essentially ruined. What could be more tragic for a man? Until he prepared himself for this moment. Mentioned it. He would have initiated the divorce upon his discharge. However, he did not anticipate that upon exiting the Civil Affairs Office, he would spot a young man leaning against a Santana, waiting for Wang Yun. Soon after, the man drove off with Wang Yun and Lu Weilan, grinning as he greeted Fang Yi. Old classmate, I will take good care of your wife, he taunted. The things you can no longer do, I can do for her every day. Shouldn't you thank me? Fang Ye's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the man. Qi Yulin, the son of the wealthiest family in Wangjia village. They had once been classmates at Qingshi Middle School. He was taken aback that Wang Yun had found a replacement so swiftly, perhaps even earlier. In the next moment, he charged at that scoundrel, ready to unleash his fury. Yu village, located merely 5 miles from Wangjia village. Family, residing with Wang Yun after their marriage. Now, post-divorce, he felt as though he had been cast out. Fang Yi thought to himself that he would stay temporarily and figure things out later. However, upon reaching the entrance, he overheard his elder brother Fang Fu and sister-in-law Chun Yihong arguing, and his name was even mentioned. What of your brother's divorce? Can't he live independently? Why should our family take him and his daughter in? He has become a eunuch. Is it not normal for his wife to leave him? What can he do with a lame leg? Having a eunuch live in the house is just bad luck. Home, I will divorce you. Fang Yi stood at the door, frozen in place. The 2 villages were not far apart, and it seemed that news of his divorce had already spread here. His daughter Yaya tugged at his hand, gazing up at him with large, innocent eyes. Fang Yi pursed his lips, lifted Yaya into his arms, and limped away. Unknowingly, he arrived at the Tiaoxi River. Having just experienced a torrential downpour that morning, the river was now a turbulent torrent. He felt a sense of despair, contemplating the bleakness of his future. Were it not for his daughter needing him, he might have been tempted to plunge into the waters and end it all. After all, in 18 years, he might have been reborn. At that moment, he heard a cry for help from upstream. A woman in white was being swept away by the current, on the verge of submersion. As a recently discharged soldier, Fang Yi instinctively leapt into action. He searched for something to aid her, but found nothing. Without hesitation, he removed his shoes and jumped into the river. When he finally grasped the woman, he recognized her features. She was the most beautiful widow of Guyu village, Qin Xiangling. He had met her last year during a family visit while he was still in the military. She was a captivating and intriguing woman. Clearly unable to swim, Qin Xiangling clung to him desperately, as if he were her only lifeline. With his injured leg, Fang Yi struggled to keep them both afloat. Sister-in-law, don't hold on so tightly. Trust me, I can do this. Don't squeeze my leg. If you don't let go, we'll drown, he shouted hoarsely. Yet, Qin Xiangling seemed oblivious to his pleas, her grip tightening in panic. They were quickly swept further away, and soon they succumbed to the depths of the river. Fang Yi thought despairingly that he was destined to die here. But what about Yaya waiting on the shore? Without him, how would she survive? Driven by a fierce will to live, he fought against the current. Suddenly, his arm grazed something sharp on the riverbed, leaving a long gash. Unbeknownst to him, it was a broken jade pendant, which suddenly glowed, releasing a surge of mysterious red energy that coursed through Fang Ye's body. Moments later, he erupted with an unprecedented strength, tightly wrapping his arm around Qin Xiangling's waist, using every limb to propel them towards the surface. He was no longer gasping for air. His strength had surged. Finally breaking through the surface, he swam swiftly to the shore and crawled up, experiencing true relief after a brush with death. However, he did not take a moment to rest. He immediately checked on Qin Xiangling. She lay still, her face pale, her eyes closed, and her breath absent. Fang Yi quickly opened her lips, performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, followed by chest compressions. After 5 minutes of desperate efforts, Qin Xiangling finally gasped and coughed up water, awakening at last. Fang Yi exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Reflecting on the earlier incident, a sense of trepidation washed over me. We had come perilously close to losing our lives. After Qin Xiangling regained consciousness, she took a moment to calm her racing heart before mustering the strength to sit up. However, her body was devoid of any energy, and as she attempted to rise, she fell heavily back down. Instinctively, she reached out to brace herself, taken aback. Her choice of location was indeed peculiar. No, something felt amiss. Body. Chapter 2. With nowhere to go, residing at sister-in-law Hua's home, Qin Xiangling was momentarily stunned for a full minute before she finally came to her senses, hastily withdrawing her hand and sitting up in a flurry. You are Fang Yi. In her earlier panic while nearly drowning, she had failed to discern who her savior was. It was only now that recognition dawned upon her. She had a vivid impression of Fang Yi. Last autumn, while returning from the town, she was caught in a torrential downpour and had to seek refuge beneath a tree. At that moment, Fang Yi, returning home to visit family, spotted her and generously shared his umbrella, ensuring she remained dry while he himself became drenched. When she arrived home, her clothes were dry, while he was soaked to the skin. She had thought at the time that he was exceptionally handsome and possessed a charm that was uncommon among the village men. On the second day of her marriage, her husband passed away, and the past 2 years had been arduous. Many men in the village expressed interest in her, yet none caught her eye. However, since that encounter, she often reminisced about Fang Yi and even fantasized about his appearance during the night. Regrettably, he was the youngest son of the Fang family, married into Wangjia village. She felt a deep sense of injustice for him. Little did she expect that in a moment of peril, he would disregard his own safety to rescue her. Fang Yi nodded and inquired, "Sister, are you all right?" In truth, she was not his sister. According to the customs of Guyu village, women who are older and married are addressed as sister. Those even older are called aunt. Qin Xiangling's face flushed with embarrassment as she rubbed the spot that had been pressed painfully, noting it felt swollen. At that moment, her daughter, Yaya, came running in tears. Upon seeing Fang Yi, she rushed into his embrace, terrified. "Mama doesn't want me, and Grandma doesn't want me either. If Daddy is gone too, I will be all alone." Fang Yi held her tightly and reassured her, "Don't be afraid, my dear. Daddy is here, Daddy is fine." Yaya whimpered, unable to articulate her fears. Fang Yi comforted her, saying, it's all right. Daddy will hold you." Watching the father and daughter embrace, Qin Xiangling recalled the rumors she had just heard and, crossing her arms, asked, "Have you divorced your wife? Are you here to seek refuge with your elder brother?" Fang Yi glanced at her and let out a quiet sigh. Seeing his demeanor, Qin Xiangling seemed to understand, saying, "Your sister-in-law is unwilling, isn't she?" Fang Yi nodded in affirmation. Without hesitation, Qin Xiangling suggested, "Come stay at my house." Fang Yi was taken aback. "Is that appropriate? After all, I am just a young widow living alone with my daughter. Wouldn't it merely confirm the old adage that a widow and a eunuch are of no use to one another?" Qin Xiangling retorted, "What is inappropriate about it? My house is spacious, and sometimes tourists or researchers stay over, so your presence will not raise any eyebrows. Hurry, you are soaked, and it must be uncomfortable." Clad in a white shirt and beige skirt, she had been washing clothes by the river when she accidentally slipped in, leading to the earlier scene. Now, her clothes were drenched, the white fabric nearly transparent, clinging to her body, which was indeed uncomfortable. After a moment of hesitation, Fang Yi thought it might be wise to see her home, as he truly had nowhere else to go. While he himself was indifferent, his daughter needed a proper place. Retrieving his shoes and belongings, he followed Qin Xiangling to her home. As they walked, he noticed something peculiar. His right leg, which had been painful, felt increasingly normal as they progressed. By the time they reached Qin Xiangling's doorstep, he realized he was no longer limping. Surprised and elated, he thought, "Is it possible that I have been healed?" Even the military doctors had deemed it hopeless. Just then, a red mark flashed in his mind, resembling an ancient seal, accompanied by a surge of information. Beast Soul Seal? It enabled him to sense animals, whether they be birds in flight or fish swimming in the water, granting him the ability to possess and control them at will. What in the world was happening? Feng Yi, a veteran, had always been skeptical of the supernatural, yet the events unfolding before him were beginning to challenge his beliefs. In the next moment, he perceived animals within a certain radius. For instance, there was a little yellow dog in Qin Xiangling's home. 50 meters away, someone had 2 pigs and a flock of chickens and ducks, and about 70 or 80 meters to the right, there were several fish in a nearby house. What was this? A special ability? Feng Yi racked his brain for an explanation, recalling the recent surge in interest surrounding Qigong and the peculiar incident involving a pressure cooker that had made headlines. He then attempted to communicate with one of the pigs using the ancient seal in his mind. Instantly, he found himself immersed in a pigsty, rolling around amidst the foul odor. A sudden realization struck him. Have I transformed into a pig? Indeed, with the ability to possess animals. He could not only access the pig's sight and hearing, but also control its actions. With a mere thought, he commanded the pig to leap, and astonishingly, it jumped out of the pigsty. However, he noticed people outside the sty. Quick, someone! Da Huang has escaped. Feng Yi swiftly retracted the soul seal, and the vision faded. What a remarkable sensation. At that moment, Qin Xiangling pointed to a simple sign hanging on the fence and remarked, "See? I didn't deceive you." Feng Yi snapped back to reality and noticed the sign above him, which indeed bore the words ULIN. His spirits lifted considerably, and he smiled, saying, "Do you enjoy watching New Dragon Gate Inn?" Qin Xiangling replied, "I adore the character played by Zhang Manyu, the landlady, Jin Xiangyu." Feng Yi chuckled as he glanced inside. The house remained as it had always been, simple adobe structures with blue bricks, 2 rooms on the west side, a row of 4 in the middle, and a kitchen on the east side. In a mountain village, land was the least valuable asset, yet the yard was particularly expansive, featuring a flower bed with a massive fragrant fruit tree that exuded a delightful aroma. Other families in the village were similar, having accumulated their homesteads over generations. However, Qin Xiangling's situation was unique. Her husband's family had few members, and shortly after her marriage, both her husband and father-in-law had passed away, leaving her alone. This led to her being dubbed the widow who brought misfortune to her husband. "I'll go change into some dry clothes. Do you have anything to wear?" Qin Xiangling inquired. "I do. I brought some clothes with me," Feng Yi replied. Once they had both changed, Qin Xiangling gestured towards a room to the right of the main house. "You and your daughter can stay in this room. I'll go prepare some food." After a brief pause, he awkwardly admitted, "I do not have much business here and no fine dishes to treat you. Tomorrow, I shall borrow a chicken." Feng Yi felt a spark of inspiration and suggested, "I will catch some fish by the river." Qin Xiangling responded, "At this time, what fish can you catch? The current of Tiaoxi River is swift. How can one possibly catch anything?" Feng Yi replied, "Do not concern yourself with that. Wait until I return with my catch." He then took Yi's hand and said, "Darling, stay with Annie Qin. Daddy will be back soon with fish for you." Ya, eager and chirping, also wished to join. Feng Yi shook his head, "Stay with Annie Qin. I will be back shortly." In Qin Xiangling's courtyard, there was a long-handled net, and he took a white plastic bucket before heading out. Qin Xiangling stood in astonishment. Could one really catch fish with just a net? She had heard he had been injured in the army, leaving him with a limp and impairments below. Surely, his mind could not have been affected as well. He jogged back to the riverside, elated, as his leg had indeed healed. He was no longer limping. Quickly, he removed his trousers to inspect the surgical site. To his amazement, the unsightly scars that had once marred his skin were now completely gone. A miracle. He then activated the wand Shohunin. Sensing the river, he discovered a multitude of fish, hundreds within a 100-meter radius, though they all hid beneath the surface. With a swift motion, he embodied a large, plump redfin carp, feeling himself transform into a fish. He swiftly extended the net into the water, and to his surprise, the carp slowly swam directly into the net. remaining motionless. Chapter 3. How do you deceive? Fang Yi swiftly retrieved his fishing net, capturing a fish weighing over 3 pounds, which splashed into the white bucket. It was only when he retracted the soul imprint that the fish, awakening from its stupor, began to thrash desperately in the bucket, yet its fate was sealed. It was destined for the dining table. Subsequently, he continued to haul in fish at an astonishing pace, netting a dozen or more, nearly filling the bucket to the brim. This was no mere fishing. The entire river had become his banquet. Any fish he desired willingly swam into his net. Simultaneously, Fang Yi began to grasp the fundamental workings of the Wan Shou Hanyin. For instance, within his mind, the Wan Shou Hanyin, when activated, could sense up to 100 meters in radius. However, he could contract this area, focusing on a specific sector ahead, extending the range to 400 or 500 meters. The same principle applied to depth and height. Additionally, not all creatures could be sensed. Humans and insects, for example, were beyond reach. Yet, upon successfully possessing an animal, he could access its vision, hearing, and certain sensory perceptions, effectively removing distance limitations. Whether there was an upper limit to this capability remained uncertain. Ultimately, he captured 4 crabs, feeling quite satisfied as he made his way home. Qin Xiangling was busy cooking, and he needed to promptly tend to the fish. Upon seeing Fang Yi return so soon, she chuckled. "You didn't catch anything, did you? Who can catch fish with just a net?" Fang Yi pointed to the bucket. "See for yourself." Qin Xiangling leaned closer, her mouth agape in astonishment. "So many? How did you manage that?" Then she laughed. "You must have bought them." Fang Yi replied. "What would I do with so many fish if I had bought them? I truly am an adept fisherman." Yet, he thought to himself, "Next time, I should be more discreet." Yiya also rushed to the edge of the bucket, clapping her hands in delight. Qin Xiangling looked at Fang Yi, increasingly captivated by his charm. It was a pity, though, that he was impaired below. Otherwise, they would make a perfect match. She said, "We can't eat all these fish. We can sell the excess tomorrow morning. My rice isn't ready yet. How about you start the fire while I prepare the fish?" Sure. In this era, in economically prosperous cities, everyone had begun using electric rice cookers. But in the ancient fishing village, every household still relied on wood-burning stoves, careful to conserve electricity. Power outages were a frequent occurrence. Fang Yi took over Qin Xiangling's position, adding firewood to the stove. Watching her bustle about preparing fish evoked a peculiar feeling, reminiscent of a couple building a life together. His family had once been impoverished, and his mother, fearing he would remain unmarried and be scorned by his elder sister-in-law, sent him to the Wang household as a live-in son-in-law. Wang Yun had even been his classmate. Yet, in the Wang household, he was treated like a mere servant, tasked with all the chores, cooking, washing, cleaning, and farming, while Wang Yun did nothing, living like a spoiled young lady. The entire family disregarded him. Fortunately, he enlisted in the military 6 months later. Otherwise, he would have been utterly worn out. A few minutes later, Qin Xiangling returned with 2 freshly cleaned fish. Fang Yi ignited the other stove, and as the oil sizzled, a delightful aroma filled the air. For dinner, they had steamed rice, braised fish, steamed crabs, sautéed fish, and stir-fried bracken. Since returning from the Wang household, Fang Yi had scarcely eaten a grain of rice, and now he was genuinely hungry. Everything tasted exquisite. Moreover, Sister Xiangling's cooking skills were impressive. Her home-cooked dishes were a feast for the senses. She continuously assisted Yiya, peeling crabs and removing fish bones. Even Yiya's biological mother, Wang Yun, had never treated her with such kindness. Observing this, Fang Yi couldn't help but think, how wonderful it would be if Sister Xiangling were Yiya's mother. Alas, he was now a cripple, devoid of such fortune. His only aspiration was to utilize the skills granted by the Wan Shou Hanyin to earn more money, so he could take Yiya to the capital for surgery and restore her voice. He had consulted the best doctors in the capital, who assured him that Yiya's condition could be treated, albeit at a high cost due to the need for imported equipment. Fang Yi swiftly finished a bowl of rice, and Qin Xiangling took his chipped bowl, saying, "I'll get you more." She gracefully departed, returning shortly with a large bowl of rice, asking, "What are your plans for the future?" Fang Yi paused slightly before responding, "Sister, may I rent a room here for some time? I truly have nowhere else to go. I can fish during the day, and you could help look after Yiya. I'll pay you." Qin Xiangling playfully rolled her eyes at him. "You saved my life, and you dare speak of money? Stay as long as you wish. In the past, given my situation, I would have had to offer myself in gratitude, but you seemed disinterested." Fang Yi felt a bit awkward. thinking to himself that he was not worthy of such generosity. After finishing the meal and engaging in light conversation, Fang Yi noticed that Yi was growing drowsy. She hadn't slept well the previous night and had been on the go all day. She was undoubtedly exhausted. He quickly scooped her up and carried her to the room. To his surprise, she was quite obedient, washing her face, brushing her teeth, and washing her feet before climbing into bed. Watching her quietly perform these tasks, even displaying a hint of timidity, Fang Yi could imagine the harsh consequences she would have faced in the Wang household had she failed to do them properly. "Sweetheart, sleep now. Don't worry. Daddy will always be by your side." Ye nodded, her tiny hand clutching her father's larger one, and soon she drifted off to sleep. However, the weather was rather stifling. He reached out to feel the back of Ye's neck, which was damp with sweat. Fang Yi quietly stepped outside and saw Sister Xiangling washing dishes in the kitchen. He walked in and inquired, "Sister, do you have an extra electric fan at home?" Qin Xiangling replied, "Oh, how could I forget? There's one in the attic. I'll go get it." As she reached the door, she said, "Fang Yi, come help me. I need to move that ladder." The attic referred to a storage space created beneath the ceiling. Lacking a staircase, one had to climb a ladder to access it, located above the west room. Qin Xiangling turned on the light bulb, while Fang Yi brought over the ladder. She said, "This ladder is a bit old. You're too heavy. It might not hold. I'll go up to get it. You just hold the ladder steady." Fang Yi replied, "All right." Qin Xiangling, using a flashlight, nimbly climbed up. Fang Yi supported the ladder from below, glancing up, and instantly lost composure. She wore a loose dress, and from this angle, he had a clear view of her exquisite legs. At that moment, she lifted one leg to reach for an item above her. Goodness! Qin Xiangling's hand brushed against the electric fan, which she then dragged closer. Lowering her head, she exclaimed, "Fang, what are you looking at?" In a flurry, she pressed down on her skirt, oblivious to the fact that her foot had slipped, causing her to tumble down from the ladder. A startled gasp escaped her lips. Fortunately, Fang Yi was right below and swiftly caught her in his arms. You are quite mischievous, peeking at me from below," she chided playfully. I didn't mean to." Qin Xiangling shot him an indignant glance. "With you looking like that, are you still thinking about women?" As she spoke, she burst into laughter. In the next instant, her expression turned to one of bewilderment. Isn't that inappropriate? How could you deceive me?" Chapter 4 I am an ominous person. Qin Xiangling's actions completely obliterated Fang Yi's last shred of rationality. With a low growl, he immediately leaned in to kiss his sister-in-law. Qin Xiangling trembled with excitement, responding fervently to his advances. Yet, as Fang Yi grew more audacious, a sudden realization struck Qin Xiangling like a bolt of lightning, awakening her from her intoxication. "No, this cannot be." Fang Yi paused, his mind clearing. "I am sorry, sister-in-law." Seeing his expression, Qin Xiangling felt a pang of anxiety in her heart, her voice tinged with tears. "Fang Yi, it is not that I am unwilling. I am very willing. I like you, but I am an ominous person. I cannot bring you misfortune." Fang Yi was taken aback. "How can you be an ominous person?" Qin Xiangling replied, "My husband, he is gone because of me. Did you not realize that just now?" Fang Yi recalled the earlier conversation. It seemed indeed to be the legendary calamity-bringing creature. Fang Yi touched his nose, embracing the gentle woman in his arms. "I do not believe in such things." Qin Xiangling confessed, "But I am afraid. I fear that something unfortunate may befall you, and no amount of my suffering could atone for it." "Then, what shall we do now?" Qin Xiangling bit her cherry lips and whispered a few words in his ear. 2 hours later, Fang Yi felt invigorated. Who would have thought that a eunuch could be reborn? His injuries had healed completely, and he was even better than before. The myriad beast soul imprint is truly remarkable. However, his self-control seemed to have diminished significantly, perhaps an influence of the soul imprint. It was hard to ascertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. At that moment, Qin Xiangling bit her red lips. "You big liar. You deceived everyone. You are neither limping nor broken." Fang Yi caressed her delicate face. "Do you not like it? Dislike it? Sister-in-law, where did you learn that?" "From books." "How can you still call me sister-in-law?" "Then, I shall call you Xiangling from now on." Qin Xiangling pouted. "With this body of mine, I fear it is not fit for anything. But that is all right. I can still serve you. In the future, you can find a proper wife." Fang Yi was somewhat speechless. She actually took this superstitious legend seriously, making herself so self-deprecating. Yet, it was evident she was genuinely frightened. "Fine, I will take my time to help her understand." "Ah, Right, the electric fan. It had been stuffy and hot in the room earlier, and they had both perspired profusely, completely forgetting about Yiya, who was sleeping inside. Qin Xiangling climbed back up, took down the electric fan, and handed it to Fang Yi. I will go wash up. Should I leave the door open for you tonight? Fang Yi felt a stir of desire. Being able to sleep beside a beauty is indeed wonderful. However, he suppressed his impulse. Yiya had just arrived in an unfamiliar place, and he had only divorced that morning. To sleep with Qin Xiangling right now. Cough, let us talk about it later. There are plenty of days ahead. Fang Yi said with a smile. All right, I will listen to you. Qin Xiangling appeared very docile, making Fang Yi reflect on the significant differences between women. A woman like her should bring fortune to her husband. How could she possibly bring calamity? Qin Xiangling leaned in, wanting to kiss him. Fang Yi instinctively dodged. I will first take the electric fan to Yiya, then sleep early. Qin Xiangling bit her lip. What are you avoiding? Even I find myself distasteful. That night, Fang Yi slept soundly. His body had healed, his marriage with the actress was over, he possessed means to earn a living, and he even had a gentle beauty by his side. What more could he wish for? The next day, he awoke to bright daylight. It was Yiya who roused him. The little girl seemed to be in high spirits, bobbing her head. The father and daughter brushed their teeth under the fragrant tree when they saw Qin Xiangling entering with 2 buckets. She was dressed in a white, bow-tied shirt and black coarse cloth trousers, her apron tied neatly, her face radiant with the spring breeze and her eyes sparkling with joy. Upon seeing Fang Yi, she hurried over and said, You are awake. I went to the morning market to sell the extra fish from yesterday and bought some breakfast on the way back. I am not sure of your tastes, so I bought some wontons, fried dough sticks, and 2 servings of soybean milk. 1 for you and 1 for you should be enough. Here, this is the money from selling fish. I made 23 yuan and 80 cents. It would have fetched more if sold in town. She spoke with a charming smile, attempting to tuck the money into Fang Yi's pocket. Fang Yi replied, You should keep it. You already bought breakfast. It is only a small amount, but it is still money. I cannot rely on you. Go ahead and rely on me. I will feed you every day. Qin Xiangling's voice was laced with natural allure as she added, By the way, I have some news. The Taihu restaurant in town is hosting a banquet for distinguished guests and announced they would pay double for silver fish, mandarin fish, and knife fish. Many villagers have gone out fishing today. Do you want to give it a try? You are quite adept at catching fish with a net. Fang Yi immediately said, I must go. Once I earn a fortune, I will buy pork for you. After breakfast, they set off without delay. Qin Xiangling had a small fishing boat at home, entirely manual. Although it was cumbersome to row, it was certainly better than having nothing. Qin Xiangling wanted to help with the fishing, but Fang Yi declined. His fishing skills were somewhat extraordinary, and besides, Yiya needed someone to look after her. After making all the necessary preparations, including a sun hat, raincoat, fish containers, and a fishing net that had been idle at Qin Xiangling's home for who knows how long, just before heading out, sister-in-law Xiangling evaded Yiya and leaped into Fang Yi's arms, seeking kisses. Grasping his hand, she tried to pull him closer. Fang Yi was like dry tinder, easily ignited, and nearly found himself unable to leave. Finally, after giving her a couple of firm squeezes, he said goodbye to Yiya, left the Yulai Inn, and found Qin Xiangling's fishing boat. Just as he was about to push off from the shore, he unexpectedly ran into his elder brother and sister-in-law. Xiaoyi. Fang Fu was astonished to see Fang Yi preparing to go out to sea alone. When did you return to the village, and why did you not go home? Beside him, his sister-in-law Chun Yihong immediately cleared her throat. Fang Fu's expression shifted, but he dared not show his displeasure. He could only say, We have heard about your situation. Now that you have returned, please visit our mother when you have time. The house is small, so we cannot accommodate you, but we can rent a place, and I will help you with that when the time comes. Chun Yihong feigned concern, saying, Xiao Yi, your brother is right. It is only proper to return for a meal. Just then, Qin Xiangling emerged from her home, accompanied by Yiya. In her hands, she held an aluminum lunchbox and a military water bottle. Fang Yi, I almost forgot this. Here, have some rice balls to stave off your hunger, and the water bottle contains red tea. Fang Fu and Chun Yihong gazed in astonishment at the radiant and captivating Qin widow, who, like a devoted wife, was delivering food and drink to Fang Yi alongside his child. They were left bewildered. What was happening? Could a widow and a divorced man with a troubled past truly come together? What could possibly be the motivation behind this alliance? Chapter 5. Prosperity. Chun Yihong could not restrain her curiosity and asked Qin Xiangling, Does Fang Yi reside in your home? Qin Xiangling cast a fleeting glance her way, her tone laced with sarcasm as she retorted, "What of it? Is your family not willing to shelter him, so you would deny others the same opportunity? Do you genuinely wish to witness your little uncle sleeping in a bridge tunnel with his daughter?" This remark left Chun Yihong seething with anger, yet she dared not retort. Firstly, if she engaged in this conversation, what if Fang Yi truly moved in? Secondly, she was only bold in front of her husband and mother-in-law. She lacked the courage to confront others. Despite Qin Xiangling appearing as docile as a kitten before Fang Yi, her reputation in the village was starkly different. Firstly, she was deemed a husband killer, a harbinger of misfortune. The villagers were largely superstitious. Not only had she allegedly caused the deaths of her husband and father-in-law, but there were also rumors that her parents had succumbed due to her. Consequently, even her own siblings had severed ties with her, choosing to never communicate again. Secondly, she was known for her fiery temper and fierce demeanor. There was an incident where someone trespassed into her yard, hoping to catch a glimpse of her bathing, only to be chased halfway through the village with a kitchen knife, eventually setting fire to the trespasser's home. Thus, as a strikingly beautiful single woman, very few men dared to approach her. After delivering her goods, Qin Xiangling took Yiya by the hand and departed. She had no desire to engage in further conversation with Fang Fu or Qin Yihong. Once she was a distance away, Fang Fu inquired, "Xiao Yi, what is your relationship with this Qin widow?" Fang Yi replied, "Isn't she running an inn? Her prices are considerably lower than the hotels in town, so I'm staying at her inn, effectively renting a room. She can also help look after Yiya, earning a little income while I free up my hands to make money." Fang Fu seemed poised to say more, but Fang Yi interrupted, "Elder brother, enough of that. Let us get the boat out quickly, shall we?" Fang Ye's father had passed away early, and Fang Fu had previously treated his younger brother quite well, even financing Fang Ye's education when Fang Yi chose not to pursue his studies. Therefore, despite his sister-in-law's ungratefulness, Fang Yi harbored no resentment towards his elder brother. It was merely Fang Fu's overly honest nature that allowed Chun Yihong to take advantage of him. Fang Yi intended to discreetly offer Fang Fu some fish later on. Little did he know that Chun Yihong had no intention of joining him and bluntly stated, "Catching fish from two boats together would be a waste, wouldn't it? Only by fishing separately can we catch more. That is fine. Xiao Yi, come home for dinner tonight. Your mother has been asking about you," Fang Fu called out. Fang Yi acknowledged, understood, and set off in the boat. Once he departed, Chun Yihong scoffed, "Your brother seems quite cunning, doesn't he? Coming to Guyu village and not returning home, opting instead to stay at the widow's house. Doesn't that clearly indicate he is signaling that I won't allow him and his daughter to return? Painting me as the villain." Fang Fu countered, "Didn't you say the same yesterday? Xiao Yi not returning and staying outside. Why are you suddenly displeased?" Chun Yihong replied, "He could choose not to return to the village. Where else could he go but back to Guyu village? It is his hometown, having been expelled by the Wang family. Where else would he find refuge? His stay at Qin Xiangling's home does not affect you." She continued, "Do you dare to be fierce with me? Are you tired of living? Use your brain. His actions are merely a ploy for us to invite him back home. Otherwise, the villagers will surely criticize us for lacking compassion, claiming we would not let him return. Then I will make him return home today." "Return? Let him make a fuss. The more cunning he is, the less I will grant him his wishes. Let him remain at the widow's home. They make a fitting pair, a widow and well." Fang Yi, paddling his boat, overheard every word his sister-in-law uttered. He never intended to cause a disturbance by residing at Qin Xiangling's house. Regardless, he had absolutely no intention of returning home. Chun Yihong's temper was akin to that of a rabid dog. Allowing her to take charge had made both his elder brother and mother feel stifled. He resolved to find an opportunity to train her properly and discipline her. He rode swiftly, feeling no fatigue. He sensed that the myriad beast soul imprint not only healed his injuries, but also significantly enhanced his physique and strength. The fish in the Tiaoxi River were plentiful, but he was determined to earn a substantial profit and headed straight for Taihu Lake. En route, he spotted waterfowl passing by. Upon invoking a beast soul, he experienced an exhilarating sensation of liberation from human constraints, soaring through the skies in alignment with his desires. This ability was exhilarating. On the battlefield, tracking enemy movements would be effortless. 20 minutes later, the fishing boat entered Taihu Lake. Fang Yi activated the myriad beast soul imprint and immediately detected vast schools of fish and various aquatic creatures. He specifically targeted the silver fish, mandarin fish, and knife fish requested by the Taihu restaurant. He was aware that the Taihu restaurant was a state-owned establishment, primarily serving local leaders and visiting officials, although ordinary citizens could dine there. The frequency was low due to its high prices, making it the most prestigious restaurant in Qingshu town. However, this also indicated that the restaurant was financially sound, and since they advertised double compensation, they would undoubtedly honor it. Splash, splash, splash. One by one, the fish were scooped into the boat's hold. Fishing was indeed remarkably simple. It required no skill whatsoever. It was akin to lying down and counting money. Eventually, he became too lazy to use the net, opting instead to control the fish directly, leaping into the hold himself. Anyone witnessing this would surely be awestruck, as if a river deity had graced the scene. What was this? A massive soft-shelled turtle. It must have lived for decades. Within the sensing range of the myriad beast soul imprint, Fang Yi spotted an old turtle measuring an impressive 40 to 50 centimeters long. Prosperity awaited. This old turtle would surely fetch a handsome price. Even during his years in the military, he was aware that such old turtles were exceedingly rare, as overfishing had rendered them nearly extinct. In truth, this one had been well hidden in a deep cave at the bottom of the lake. Without the myriad beast soul imprint, finding it would have been nearly impossible. Fang Yi promptly controlled the old turtle to emerge from its cave. Suddenly, what was that? A fishing net? Quickly hide. Gaining the turtle's perspective, he saw a dragnet in the water and hastily commanded the turtle to retreat back into its cave to avoid becoming someone else's catch. Fortunately, they successfully evaded capture. Fang Yi refrained from coaxing the turtle out again and instead maneuvered his boat closer. At that moment, the lake's surface was bustling with fishing boats, all fervently engaged in their task. 10 minutes later, Fang Yi finally managed to haul the old turtle aboard, swiftly placing it in a water bucket and covering it. Wealth should not be flaunted. It is wiser to remain understated. This ancient turtle could fetch at least 2,000 yuan, and with a stroke of fortune, perhaps even more. Such delicacies are beyond the reach of ordinary families. Only the affluent and those newly enriched dare to indulge. Subsequently, Fang Yi meandered around the lake for half an hour before making his way home. The fishing boat was modest, and the fish compartment was brimming. There simply was no room for more. Upon returning to Qin Xiangling's residence with a bucket of water, he discovered her seated beneath the xiangpao tree, teaching Yiya how to read. Slightly taken aback by Fang Ye's early return, she had anticipated his arrival in the afternoon. However, upon seeing the bucket filled to the brim with fish, her mouth fell agape, enough to fit 2 eggs inside. You caught so many? All knife fish and mandarin fish. How did you manage that? Fang Yi chuckled. There's more on the boat. Let me show you something remarkable. He placed the bucket containing the ancient turtle before her and lifted the black cloth covering it. Ah, such a large ancient turtle? Qin Xiangling exclaimed, her eyes nearly bulging with excitement. Weivyi struck gold. Ecstatic, she danced with joy and unexpectedly planted a kiss on the corner of Fang Ye's lips. Yiya, momentarily stunned by the scene, being still quite young, could not comprehend the complexities of adult affections and soon returned to her innocent smile, captivated by the ancient turtle in the bucket. Fang Yi shot a glare at the woman and playfully smacked her on the back. Chapter 6. The old turtle sold at an exorbitant price. The Taihu restaurant would surely not accept dead fish. Thus, the immediate priority was to transport the fish to the Taihu restaurant in the town. Fang Yi hastily consumed a meager meal to satisfy his hunger, while Qin Xiangling hurried over to Aunt Ma's house diagonally across, borrowing a tricycle. They loaded 5 buckets of fish onto the tricycle, and Fang Yi rode off towards Qingshu town. Along the way, he encountered several villagers who recognized him, their expressions peculiar. Isn't that Fang Yi? He really returned to the village. It seems the rumors are true. He was expelled by the Wang family. What a fine young man, reduced to a eunuch. He has no sons, and his daughter is a mute, reportedly even a cripple. How pitiful. He will likely suffer further. That cunning daughter-in-law, Chen Yihong, probably won't tolerate them. You are misinformed. Chen Yihong didn't let them in at all. I heard they are currently residing in the dilapidated inn owned by Widow Qin. Chen Yihong is truly selfish. The small Guyu village was not large, and news spread faster than one could imagine. Most gossip centered on Chen Yihong's self-serving nature, while Fang Yi living in Widow Qin's house elicited little response. Indeed, the notoriety of being a eunuch served as a form of protection. Guyu village lies about 7 to 8 li from Qingshu town. Aside from the stone-paved roads within the village, the remainder consists of gravel paths. However, villagers frequently ride tricycles to the town to sell fish, and the road is quite smooth, devoid of significant potholes. They arrived at the Taihu restaurant without incident. Upon hearing that someone had come to sell fish, the staff rushed over to take a look. Such large knife fish, and so many. Splendid. The attendant exclaimed, urging Feng Yi to wait as he went to summon the restaurant manager. Previously, a few individuals had come to sell fish, but their quality paled in comparison to Feng Yi's. Many were rejected. While fishing often relies on luck, Feng Yi had selectively chosen from countless fish schools, ensuring superior quality. The Taihu restaurant was preparing for a significant banquet, personally instructed by the town mayor for visiting superiors from the city. The mayor, eager for advancement, needed to host well. Any minor imperfections in the fish would not suffice for entertaining esteemed guests. The manager soon appeared. A sturdy man in his 40s, he bore the marks of experience and appeared composed. However, upon seeing the buckets of fish on the tricycle, a smile broke across his face. Impressive, young man. The fish are quite plump and large. Feng Yi grinned, inquiring, does this mean the price can be raised a bit? The manager returned his smile, asking, which village do you hail from? Guyu village, Feng Yi replied. The manager nodded, saying, we'll take them all. Please unload. The Taihu restaurant, being a state-run establishment, would not attempt to haggle, yet raising the price was equally impossible, as they were purchasing at double the usual rate due to exceptional circumstances. However, the manager promised priority for Feng Yi's future fish sales. All 4 buckets of fish were weighed, yielding over 2,200 yuan due to the double price acquisition, with the knife fish fetching over 800 yuan. What does this signify? It equates to the wages of others for 4 to 5 months. The primary reason, of course, was that Feng Yi caught high-value fish, while others were merely fortunate to catch one. Finally, Feng Yi produced the old turtle. Brother Chow, how about this? Will you take it? Manager Chao Su stared at the enormous turtle encased in a snakeskin bag, eyes wide with astonishment. Did you just catch this? What incredible luck you have. I find myself envious. Instead of asking if he would buy it, he inquired, what price do you intend to set? Feng Yi replied, to be honest, I am not well versed in this market. Chao Su patted his shoulder. Young brother, since you hail from Guyu village, I won't mince words. This old turtle has no fixed price in the market. I wouldn't dare buy it, but I can make a call to inquire. Thank you, Manager Chao. Chao Su seemed to have some connection to Guyu village, his demeanor genuinely friendly. He swiftly made the call, smiling as he reported, a buyer will arrive shortly. It seems promising. Half an hour later, a crown car pulled up at the restaurant entrance. A stylishly dressed young woman emerged from the driver's seat, her long legs accentuated by sheer stockings and high heels, standing about 1.6 meters tall with a petite face, wearing sunglasses. Chao Su hurried to greet her. Miss Feng, you have arrived. This is the young man selling the old turtle. Miss Feng did not remove her sunglasses, casting a glance at Feng Yi before slightly nodding in acknowledgement. Upon seeing the old turtle, she finally took off her sunglasses and examined it meticulously, particularly intrigued by the patterns on its back. Ultimately, she offered 1,200 yuan. I'll take it. Feng Yi chuckled. This price was vastly lower than his expectations. This woman was attempting to bargain. Given her luxury vehicle, one would expect better. This wild old turtle has lived for at least 40 to 50 years. As the saying goes, an old turtle becomes a spirit, valued in gold. Observe its back patterns, golden threads, coin shapes, and auspicious markings. It is a wealth-attracting spirit turtle, nurturing prosperity and warding off misfortune, ensuring the household remains prosperous for a century. As Feng Yi spoke, the young woman's eyes sparkled. You understand feng shui? Feng Yi casually replied, I have dabbled a bit. I once learned from a master. In truth, he had encountered a feng shui master during a mission in Hong Kong and was now merely repeating what he had heard, recognizing that the woman was clearly not purchasing the turtle for consumption. The young woman promptly stated, let me take another look. Do explain further. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Yi presented all his remaining stock, and the young woman appeared satisfied. All right. I will take this spirit turtle for 6,000 yuan. Is this sufficient? From 1,200 to 1,600, she truly was wealthy. Packaging indeed held paramount importance. Feng Yi was momentarily taken aback by the offer, but quickly smiled. Miss Feng, you have keen insight. This spirit turtle is now yours. Wishing you endless prosperity in the future. You are truly remarkable. Miss Feng produced 5,000 yuan in cash on the spot and shook Feng Yi's hand. Her palm was warm and delicate, her fingers long and slender, and she subtly scratched his palm before departing with the old turtle in hand. Feng Yi was exhilarated. He had just earned over 7,000 yuan, an astonishing sum. Brother Chow, I truly appreciate your help. Fong Yi directly purchased 2 packs of cigarettes from his restaurant and handed them to Chow Su. The manager was quite intriguing and possessed a network of connections, making him a worthy acquaintance. After exchanging pleasantries, Fong Yi managed to obtain Chow Su's business card before taking his leave. Having earned such a substantial sum of money, he felt compelled to indulge in some shopping. He ensured that his daughter's wardrobe was well stocked with clothes, shoes, and toys, leaving nothing to be desired. Additionally, he bought 2 dresses for Qin Xiangling, as the one she wore was already patched. After all, one could say they were indeed lovers. After some contemplation, he decided to purchase a few items for his mother as well. Along with fruits, snacks, pork, rice, and flour, he added a triangular-shaped rice cooker, filling his tricycle to the brim before returning to the village. That evening, after lulling Yaya to sleep, Fong Yi took a shower by the well. At that moment, Qin Xiangling suddenly appeared. Xiao Yi, no one has ever treated me this well. I have come to serve you. Chapter 7, Sweki, journeying thousands of miles to assist you earning 7,000 yuan in a month, when the typical salary in this mountain village hovers around 300 to 400 is nothing short of a myth. Qin Xiangling, despite her elation, is engulfed by profound trepidation. 7,000 yuan is more than sufficient for Fong Yi to purchase a house from someone in the village or even build one for himself. She fears that this fleeting experience might merely be a dream, and she is anxious about his potential departure. As long as he remains, she is willing to do anything. Under the moonlight, beside the well in the small courtyard, Fong Yi and Qin Xiangling sit close together, resembling a tranquil ink-wash painting. Yet, Qin Xiangling continues to fear her ill-fated aura. I have served in the military, my blood runs hot, and evil spirits cannot approach me. So you truly need not worry, Fong Yi reassures her. I am concerned about Yaya. The pitiful beauty yearns for love, yet dares not embrace it, evoking sympathy from Fong Yi. At that moment, a knock resounds at the courtyard door. A man's voice calls from outside, Xiangling, Xiangling, are you there? Open the door quickly. Startled, the two by the well exchange glances. Qin Xiangling, nearly losing her footing in fright, whispers, "It seems to be the old secretary. You go inside. I will handle this," Fong Yi says calmly, unperturbed by the stormy trials he has faced. Hastily, Qin Xiangling grabs her clothes and dashes into the room. Her graceful figure appears enchanting under the moonlight. Fong Yi calls out towards the door, "Wait a moment, I was just taking a shower." He pours a bucket of water over himself, cooling his ardor, quickly dries off, slips into a pair of trousers and a blue and white striped naval shirt, and heads to open the door with damp hair. Indeed, it is Fong Jiansheng, the old secretary of Guyu village. The Fong family is prominent in the area, and Fong Jiansheng is somewhat related to Fong Yi. A well-respected figure, he has held his position for decades. Accompanying him are 2 young men and a woman, all seemingly city dwellers, though the darkness obscures their features. "Uncle Fong, Sister Qin must be asleep. I was just taking a shower. Is there something you need?" Fong Yi begins, but before he can finish, the young woman beside him suddenly leaps forward, tightly embracing Fong Yi. "Brother Fong, it's me, Sweki." Whoa. Fong Yi is momentarily taken aback, and the others are equally stunned, especially Fong Jiansheng, who had recognized that these individuals were of notable background and had come specifically to find Fong Yi. Initially anxious that Fong Yi might have offended someone, he is now bewildered to witness such an affectionate display. The woman, he notes, is as beautiful as if she had stepped out of a painting, possessing an elegance that surpasses even television stars, yet she is now in tears. At that moment, Qin Xiangling emerges, dressed, and turns on the courtyard lights. Upon seeing the young woman weeping in Fong Yi's embrace, her heart tightens, and an unsettling feeling washes over her. "All right, Sweki, stop crying. What is the meaning of this?" A tall young man beside her pulls Sweki away from Fong Yi. However, Sweki clings to Fong Yi's clothing, exclaiming, "Brother Fong, I have brought you misfortune. It is all my fault. Woo, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been injured, and you wouldn't have divorced. Seeing you like this pains my heart." Fong Yi smiles gently. "It's all right. It's all in the past." The young woman, named Sweki, indeed hails from a distinguished background. She is the daughter of a mayor in the deep city and was the target of a rescue mission 3 months prior. At that time, she had been kidnapped by an international mercenary organization, a case of intricate complexity that significantly influenced the political landscape. Fong Yi's secretive team was dispatched for her rescue. Ultimately, the team was scattered, and Fong Yi ventured alone into Myanmar. After enduring numerous hardships over 5 days and nights, he successfully brought her back. They had not seen each other since. Unexpectedly, she has now arrived in Guyu village. For what purpose? After some introductions, it is revealed that accompanying Shi Sueki are her cousin, Shi Xiefeng, and her fiancé, Tang Yuqing. This creates a rather awkward situation. Embracing one another in front of her fiancé is decidedly inappropriate. Tang Yuqing feels a twinge of discomfort, but rationalizes that Fong Yi is a eunuch and not truly a man, thus dismissing his concerns. The old secretary, somewhat perplexed, mentions he has matters to attend to and prepares to leave. Fong Yi advises, Miss Shi, it's already late. You should return soon. Do not dwell on the past. I am doing well, and I appreciate your visit. This is not an inn. I intend to stay here tonight. Shi Sueki responds, turning to Qin Xiangling. Hello, Boss Qin. May I reside here? Qin Xiangling, possessing beauty that is both grand and delicate, evokes a sense of intimidation in Shi Sueki. The memories of Fong Ye's courageous rescue, during which they traversed dense forests and shared shelter in a tree hollow, remain vivid in her mind, forging a bond that is unforgettable. She has long cherished thoughts of him, pondering him each night. Yet, learning of his injuries and the personal cost he bore for her safety fills her with pain and guilt. Qin Xiangling nods. You may stay, though conditions are limited, and you might find it uncomfortable. Shi Sueki smiles. During my escape with Brother Fong, I have endured worse. This place is already quite satisfactory. Fong Yi, at a loss for words, thinks to himself, goodness. You are truly bold. Your fiancé is right here. In that small tree hollow, the weather was again cold, and the ambience was quite ambiguous as they huddled together for warmth. Under Shi Sueki's insistence, she truly decided to stay. Shi Xiefeng and Tang Yuqing frowned upon seeing the room to the west. Shi Sueki suggested that they return to the inn in town, but Tang Yuqing was reluctant to leave her alone there. Even though Fong Yi had become a eunuch and was now crippled, the sight of his fiancée, even with only half a body remaining, could still evoke lingering sentiments. Moreover, he still possessed his mouth and hands, did he not? Due to one of the rooms in the west wing being cluttered with debris and unsuitable for habitation, Shi Sueki opted to stay in the room adjacent to Fong Yi's, while Shi Xiefeng and Tang Yuqing settled into the vacant room to the west. Tang Yuqing, a scion of a wealthy family, and Shi Xiefeng, who had also been raised in comfort, found it hard to adapt to such conditions. The rickety wooden bed, the dark bamboo mat, and the mosquitoes, let alone the absence of air conditioning. There wasn't even a fan. Was this a place fit for human habitation? The two friends stepped outside to breathe in the night air. A Fong, don't you think your sister has something going on with that eunuch surnamed Fong? Tang Yuqing inquired. You're overthinking it. Shi Xiefeng replied. It's just that the one surnamed Fong saved my sister's life, and because of that, he became a crippled eunuch. My sister's heart is so kind. She feels guilty. Rest assured, by the end of this year, there will be no issues with your marriage. You don't understand. Sueki wanted to break off the engagement some time ago. Otherwise, would I have come to this wretched place? You don't actually think Sueki has feelings for Fong Yi, do you? He is of no use now. Regardless, this time, you must assist me in turning raw rice into cooked rice. Once successful, I'll give you 500,000. Meanwhile, Shi Sueki gently knocked on Fong Yi's door, pulling him into her room. Miss Shi, what is the matter? Fong Yi asked. Brother Fong, why do you call me Miss Shi so formally? Brother Fong, I've been searching for renowned physicians and finally found a method in Hong Kong that could help you recover. Let me try it on you. Huh? What did you say? Shoo, lower your voice. Chapter 8. The Rescue of the Birds. Please, you mustn't. Fong Yi hastily restrained her hand. Although the two had engaged in some impropriety during their days of escape, their relationship had not yet reached a level of intimacy where they could assist one another in such a direct manner. Shi Sueki had been too anxious just moments ago, and now, realizing her misstep, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Brother Fong. I only wished for your recovery. Otherwise, I would carry this unease in my heart for a lifetime. Please, let me help you. Fong Yi hesitated to admit that he had already improved, fearing that this girl might develop further intentions. He had sensed inklings of this before. Sure, Sueki, do not think that way. In truth, I do not mind this matter at all, he said, holding her hand to prevent her from moving again. After all, I already have a daughter. If things go awry, then so be it. But you are divorced, and you were cast out because of me. Truly, do not think so. Since you have come this far, you must have investigated my circumstances. That marriage was like a prison to me. Now that I am divorced, It is for the better, and I should even thank you. Brother Fong, how about I marry you? If things go awry, it doesn't matter, just let me try. Do not speak nonsense. What status do you hold to be with me? Then just let me try, please? No, no, you're not a doctor. Do not believe those charlatans. I must leave now. You should rest early and return home tomorrow. Fong Yi hurriedly exited, nearly colliding with Shi Xiefeng and Tang Yuqing, who were standing right outside the door. Ahem, we were merely chatting, do not misunderstand. Get some rest. Fong Yi feigned calmness as he walked away into his room. What a situation this is. Tang Yuqing and Shi Xiefeng entered their own room. Tang Yuqing was so enraged that he felt like his teeth would shatter, and he lowered his voice to Shi Xiefeng. Did you hear what your sister just said? She wants to marry that eunuch. Is she out of her mind? I knew she must have come to this remote place for a reason. I suspect she had some dealings with that Fong fellow while she was kidnapped. Damn it, she still holds a flame for him. Wanting to try what? With her body? The more Tang Yuqing spoke, the angrier he became, wishing to rush over and eliminate Fong Yi at that very moment, then proceed to subdue Shi Xiefeng. Shi Xiefeng interjected, Yuqing, do not be hasty. From my observation, Xiefeng is likely still a maiden. Otherwise, they would not have spoken in such a manner just now. Then you must help me. You have to assist me. Otherwise, I will have my father withdraw from your family's business. I will certainly help you. I want to earn that 500,000 as well. That night, everyone at the Ulion held their own thoughts. Early the next morning, Fong Fu rushed over, insisting on taking Fong Yi and Yi home. Fong Mu also longed for her youngest son. Wait a moment, I still have a friend here. Let me inform her. Shi Xiefeng had not slept well the previous night, and had only managed to doze off as dawn approached. When Fong Yi knocked on her door, she was still groggy. Fong Yi called from outside, Miss Shi, my daughter and I are going to visit my elder brother's home. You should head back directly after. Once Shi Xiefeng opened the door, Fong Yi, accompanied by Ye, had already departed with Fong Fu. Qin Xiangling prepared breakfast for several guests. Shortly thereafter, a woman arrived, her late husband's sister, urging her to go up the mountain to gather corn. But I still have guests. Qin Xiangling hesitated to leave. Tang Yuqing overheard and approached, saying, Qin boss, you should go. We will leave shortly, and will help you close the door. He then produced 200 yuan as payment for the room. That is far too much. Not at all. It's merely for a meal. Qin Xiangling smiled as she accepted it, thinking how generous the wealthy southerners were. 20 yuan would suffice, yet he insisted on giving 200. Thank you, boss. If you need water, help yourself in the kitchen. She considered her own family's dire finances, knowing Fong Yi had deposited yesterday's earnings in the bank. Even if they were to steal, there would be little of value, especially since these individuals were affluent city dwellers unlikely to engage in such actions. Furthermore, her sister-in-law was pressing her, prompting her to follow along. Once everyone had departed, Tang Yuqing turned to Shi Xiefeng, producing a packet of powder and gesturing towards the breakfast. Shi Xiefeng paused, lowering his voice. What is this? From the south, have you seen guhuazai? The good stuff that drove the girl crazy after a night with Chun Haonan. Just use half. The rest is for you. Have you lost your mind? What if Xiefeng finds out? You do not understand. She is already my fiancée. Once a woman has been bedded, she becomes compliant. Would she still spread the word? She has no shame, but you still wish to maintain your dignity. Consider your family's business. Fine. Shi Xiefeng gritted his teeth and agreed. A few moments later, Shi Xiefeng brought breakfast into Shi Xiefeng's room. Sister, it is time for breakfast. Watching Shi Xiefeng consume the spiced breakfast, he steeled himself and glanced at Tang Yuqing before departing the inn. Not long after she had eaten, Shi Xiefeng began to feel unwell. A wave of heat surged through her body, and certain sensations became maddeningly unbearable. Shi Xiefeng, what have you given me? She called out from the doorway, but there was no sign of Shi Xiefeng. Instead, Tang Yuqing approached her. Xiefeng, what is the matter? Upon seeing him, her eyes trembled as she suddenly found herself desiring a man. She quickly regained her composure and retreated. Tang Yuqing, what have you given me? She attempted to close the door, but he kicked it open. Shi Xiefeng stumbled and fell to the ground. Tang Yuqing grinned. Xiefeng, my dear fiancé. It seems you are quite eager for men, even wanting to marry a eunuch. You must be starved. But how can a eunuch satisfy you? So, I shall do a good deed and sacrifice myself for you. You, Tang Yuqing, leave me. You make me feel nauseous. And you? Are you not disgusted? Damn it. I thought you were pure and virtuous. You must have been defiled during your kidnapping. What is so alluring about that eunuch? You actually want to marry him and try? You shameless wretch. I will make you try mine right now. Tang Yuqing lunged at her, seizing her clothing and tearing it fiercely. At that moment, a bird suddenly flew in and pecked fiercely at Tang Yuqing's neck. Ayo! Tang Yuqing's neck was pecked until it bled, and he let out a loud cry. The bird, however, pecked again, creating another bloody gash. Yet the next second, Tang Yuqing seized the bird in his grip and fiercely slammed it to the ground, killing it. The bird was controlled by Fang Yi. He had originally intended to see if Shirsueki had left, but unexpectedly witnessed such a scene. Although the bird was dead, his men had arrived. Just as Tang Yuqing, in a fit of rage, was tearing off his own clothes, Fang Yi delivered a powerful punch, knocking him unconscious instantly. With a forceful kick, he sent Tang Yuqing tumbling under the bed. Sueki, Fang, brother Fang. Shirsueki still retained a shred of rationality. Recognizing Fang Yi, her mind instantly relaxed. Yet the effects of the drug began to take hold. She threw herself into Fang Ye's embrace. They drugged me. I'm so hot. Fang Ye's mind buzzed. Fortunately, he still had enough presence of mind to remember to lock the door securely. Meanwhile, Qin Xiangling had turned back halfway. She had never gotten along well with her sister-in-law, and as they chatted on the road, they ended up arguing, angering her so much that she decided to return directly. Just as she arrived home, she heard strange noises coming from Shirsueki's room. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Xiangling walked to the door and rapped on it a few times. Miss Shir, what's wrong? Chapter 9. I choose the second there came a series of knocks at the door. Inside, Fang Yi was abruptly awakened, turning his head towards the door. It was Qin Xiangling. She had actually returned. What should he do? If Qin Xiangling entered at this moment, the situation would become quite precarious. Subconsciously, Fang Yi was reluctant for Qin Xiangling to witness this scene. He must not allow anyone to discover his involvement with Shirsueki in such a manner. What was wrong with him? Why could he not restrain himself? Shirsueki, an innocent woman of distinguished status, was not someone he should dare to touch. Fang Yi pinched her arm forcefully, leaving a bruise. Shirsueki winced in pain and began to regain her senses. Realizing the predicament they were in, she hastily called out to Qin Xiangling outside. I'm fine. Soon, however, her consciousness began to fade once more. Qin Xiangling, not a fool, understood the implications as she knocked a second time. Initially, she thought Miss Shir was ill, but now she grasped the situation. Flustered, she hurriedly retreated, silently cursing her own impulsiveness for intruding. After all, they had given her 200 yuan. Retreating to her own room, she felt increasingly uncomfortable as the commotion continued within. After a while, her face flushed with embarrassment. She spat softly and took some money before leaving the courtyard. City folk had more audacity than those from the countryside, making such a ruckus in broad daylight without fear of being overheard. As she stepped out, intending to buy some vegetables, she spotted a figure by the riverbank, which appeared to be Shirsueki, alone. This only solidified her belief that it was Shirsueki and her fiancé within the house. Her cousin had even rushed out to avoid suspicion. Such sophistication in the city. After an hour had passed, the effects of the medicine in Shirsueki's system began to wane, and she gradually regained consciousness. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Brother Fang Yu, weren't you injured? Fang Yu smiled at her, replying, You healed me. He felt a twinge of guilt, yet the situation was irreversible. Moreover, he noticed that the imprint of the myriad beasts in his mind was still swirling, its hue deepening. A peculiar sensation coursed through his body, as if he had boundless strength. I am sorry, Sueki, do not apologize, Brother Fang. I must thank you. I do not harbor feelings for Tang Yuqing, and if he had sullied me, I would have preferred death. But I love you, and I willingly. Yet, we have no future. Do not speak. Allow me to be a woman for once. Outside, Shirsueki was in a state of agitation. Yet he dared not return. He could only imagine the wrath that would erupt from Shirsueki upon realizing she had been sullied by Tang Yuqing. He had no desire to face her fury. It would be wiser to wait before returning. Qin Xiangling also hesitated to return early, fearing she might not be able to endure it. Meanwhile, within Shirsueki's room, the two had settled down. Suddenly, she recalled Tang Yuqing. Fang Yi gestured towards beneath the bed. He is down there. Shirsueki gasped, dead? She had witnessed Fang Yi kill before, without even a blink, against a merciless foreign mercenary. Now, he could easily dispose of Tang Yuqing. However, as Tang Yuqing was associated with her family, and the Tang family held considerable influence in the city, should Tang Yuqing die here, it would be difficult to explain. Her greatest concern was that the Tang family would retaliate against Fang Yi. He is not dead. Merely unconscious, Fang Yi explained, his gaze lingering on the crimson stains on the sheets, feeling a deeper sense of guilt and compassion for Shirsweki. Upon hearing that Tang Yuqing was merely unconscious, Shirsweki quickly wrapped herself in the bedsheet, her eyes wide with urgency. What do we do now? Fang Yi replied, it depends on what you want. If you desire him dead. His former unit was unique, operating outside conventional norms. And as his name suggested, they were somewhat wild. Killing was not foreign to him. Shirsweki immediately shook her head. No, the repercussions would be too great. I was joking. I am not someone who would kill casually, unless given orders. She playfully hit him, but then leaned in to kiss him. Hurry, bring me my clothes. What will we do when he wakes up? Also, did Qin Laoben come by earlier? Fang Yi promptly got out of bed, retrieving her clothing. Both were acutely aware of the urgency of the situation and hastily tidied up the scene. Shirsweki even gathered the sheets. Once everything was in order, Fang Yi dragged Tang Yuqing out from beneath the bed. Splash! A bowl of water was thrown onto Tang Yuqing's face. When he awoke, he found himself by a well, a gleaming sickle pressed against his abdomen, wielded by none other than Shirsweki, who squatted before him. Tang Yuqing nearly wet himself. Sweki, what are you doing? Shirsweki brandished the sickle. What do you think? Tang Yuqing, I truly did not expect you to bribe Shirsweki and drug me. Do you really think I am easy to bully? Do you believe I will allow you to remain a man? Tang Yuqing trembled, yet dared not move. He glanced at Fang Yi beside him. You both. You mean to say you just... He felt as though he might vomit blood. Had he unwittingly dressed another man's bride? You think too much. Fang Yi shook his head. You bought counterfeit medicine. I am but a useless man, incapable of such feats. This had been prearranged with Shirsweki. The reputation of the mayor's daughter was far more valuable than anything else. Fang Yi would rather bear the stigma of being a eunuch than allow her to be tarnished. Only then did Tang Yuqing realize that Fang Yi was the true eunuch, lying before him in a manner that demonstrated his powerlessness. He breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, Shirsweki tightened her grip on the sickle. Tang Yuqing, I offer you two choices. First, you immediately return to Shin City and cancel our engagement, and I will consider today's events as though they never occurred. Tang Yuqing quickly replied, I choose the second. Shirsweki let out a cold laugh. Very well. The second option is to leave you in this state and go on to become Tang Gonggong. With that, she raised the sickle and brought it down fiercely. Chapter 10, 3,000 yuan. Do you think it's ghost money? Tang Yuqing emitted a piercing scream, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig. He leapt about like a fish, exclaiming, I choose first. I choose first. Although Shirsweki possessed beauty, she was not the only enchanting woman. Given the financial prowess of the Tang family, what kind of beauty could they not acquire? If it weren't for her father being the mayor of Shin City, he wouldn't go to such lengths to curry favor with her in hopes of winning her over. Compared to his own assets, Shirsweki was insignificant. However, her scythe did not strike him but instead met the bluestone slab beside him, sparking a shower of sparks. Realizing this, Tang Yuqing's face turned pale with terror as he retreated repeatedly, only to discover a warm sensation in his trousers. He had soiled himself. Shirsweki wrinkled her nose. That's disgusting. As Tang Yuqing scrambled to his feet, he hastily grabbed his backpack from the room and fled in disarray. Just as he burst through the door, he collided with Shirsweki, who was peeking in. Shirsweki coldly commanded, Shirsweki, get in here. Shirsweki, fearful, retorted, I have urgent matters at home and must return first. We'll talk later. He shouted this while hastily following Tang Yuqing, leaving behind his belongings. Fortunately, his wallet remained on him. Yuqing, what is going on? Did everything go well? Shirsweki's concern centered on his 500,000 and the family business. Tang Yuqing, with his pants foul and soaked and a painful neck, felt utterly dismal as he exclaimed, it was a disaster. Damn it, Gualaosan actually tried to fool me with fake medicine. I'll deal with him when I get back. What? It didn't work out after all this time? What did you all do? We did nothing. I was knocked unconscious. It must have been that eunuch surnamed Fang. So what do we do now? How should I know? We need to return. This is that dead eunuch's territory. That guy could rescue your sister from Myanmar, but he is not a good person. Don't let your guard down. You might end up dead here. Next time, I'll come back to settle the score with that dead eunuch. Shirsweki noticed the blood on Tang Yuqing's neck. What happened to your neck? Did that Fang guy do this? Tang Yuqing touched his neck. It wasn't him. It was a dead bird. Damn, this cursed place is truly sinister. I can't stand it here for another moment. Let us hurry. The two hastily departed from Guyu village. A small bird appeared multiple times beside them before finally disappearing into the thicket. Fang Yi had eavesdropped on their conversation through the little bird. "Ah, you mustn't provoke me. Isn't it better to live in peace?" Fang Yi silently shook his head. However, he discovered a piece of delightful news. When he assisted Shirsueki earlier, the Wan Shou Han In had been pulsating, almost as if breathing. After it concluded, the soul imprint became clearer and more three-dimensional, its color deepened, and its sensing range expanded. Previously, it had a radius of about 100 meters, but now it could reach 150 meters. This soul imprint could actually upgrade. The most absurd part was how it achieved this. At that moment, Fang Fu approached again. "Xiao Yi, you mentioned you had something urgent. Why are you still here? Dinner is almost ready." "Oh, I'm going now." Fang Yi stood up, glancing at Shirsueki, who was still absent, pondering whether to invite her to dine together. After all, they had just shared an intimate moment. It would be unreasonable to leave her here starving. "She is." Fang Fu then noticed Shirsueki, who had been facing away from him earlier. Upon seeing her face to face, he was utterly taken aback by her beauty. Qin Xiangling was already stunning, but this woman seemed even more enchanting, with an undeniable grace. "Big brother, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Shirsueki. She hails from Shin City." Fang Yi introduced. "Ah, from the special zone?" Fang Fu exclaimed in astonishment. Shirsueki, resembling a bashful bride meeting her in-laws, greeted, "Hello, big brother." Fang Fu, who had led a sheltered life, responded with a tremor in his voice, "Hello, sister-in-law." No, Miss Shir." Such a woman exuded an overwhelming presence, and Fang Fu felt a nervousness he couldn't shake. Shirsueki smiled softly, casting a glance at Fang Yi, her lips curling slightly as she said, "Am I appropriate for this?" Fang Yi replied, "It's just simple fare. I wonder if this young lady can handle it. You were quite insistent on making me eat snake meat before, and I didn't see you being gentle then." Fang Fu sensed a familiarity between his brother and Miss Shir, suspecting a flirtation, but quickly suppressed the thought. His younger brother was in no position to attract women. Just as they took a few steps, Shirsueki suddenly stiffened, her expression contorting in pain. "Fang Yi, support me, it hurts. My foot hurts." She extended her hand toward him. Fang Yi could only stifle a laugh as he supported her arm, reflecting on how she had previously called him Brother Fang, but now dared to address him by his name. However, Shirsueki was of noble birth, a true daughter of heaven. Because Fang Yi had risked his life to save her, and they had shared a harrowing escape together, she revealed a softer side to him. Typically reserved, she also had a cool demeanor. Fang Fu inquired with concern, "Miss Shir, what happened to your foot?" Shirsueki replied, "It's nothing. I was bitten by a wolf." Fang Fu, "Where did a wolf come from?" She spoke no falsehood. She had indeed been bitten. Soon, they arrived at Fang Fu's home. To their surprise, upon entering, they were greeted by the sound of an argument between his wife, Chen Yihong, and Fang's mother. Suffering. Your younger son is suffering. Am I not suffering too? Marrying into your family has truly brought me misfortune. Old woman, that's your son, not mine. You handle it yourself. I won't serve anymore. You mute, get out." The last sounds were those of Ya's sobs. Fang Yi rushed in, finding his daughter on the floor, likely having bumped into the wall, clutching her head and crying. He quickly scooped her up. "Yaya, what's wrong? Let daddy take a look. Where does it hurt? Point to it." A wave of fury welled up within him. This woman, Chen Yihong, had crossed the line. Meanwhile, Fang Fu and Shirsueki also hastened inside. Fang Fu gazed at his wife, his brow twitching. He had endured her for nearly a decade, teetering on the brink of collapse, and today, in front of Shirsueki, he could no longer restrain himself. Crack! The honest man lost his temper and slapped Chen Yihong across the face. This slap, however, was like striking a powder keg. Chen Yihong exploded instantly, leaping up to wrestle with Fang Fu, clawing at his face. This time, Fang Fu did not hold back. As a man accustomed to farm work, he possessed immense strength and quickly pinned Chen Yihong to the ground, tying her up. "Divorce. Fang Deluzi, you son of a bitch. How dare you hit me? I can't live like this anymore. I want a divorce." Chen Yihong screamed, kicking and thrashing on the ground like a madwoman. Fang Fu roared back, "Fine, let's divorce." Fang's mother tried to intervene, but before she could speak, Fang Yi said calmly, "Let them divorce. Big brother, I support you. I'll find you a good woman later. Jin Ho Hot from our village is quite nice, gentle and pretty. I'll give you 3,000 yuan. Go propose to her." Chen Yihong cursed, "You dead eunuch, so poor you're almost starving to death. What right do you have to say such things? 3,000 yuan? Do you think it's hell money? Slap. Another heavy blow landed on Chun Yihong's face. This time, it was Shursweki who struck. Chapter 11 Encountering the ex-wife and her paramour Chun Yihong was momentarily stunned by a slap. She gazed at the unfamiliar woman, who was infinitely more beautiful than herself, and like a frenzied wild boar, she spat. You wretched woman. Who do you think you are to strike me? Slap. Another strike followed. Shursweki coldly retorted, You are not worthy to insult Fang Yi. Should you dare utter another word against him, I possess 100 ways to make your life a living hell. Oh, and let us not forget your family. Chun Yihong met Shursweki's icy gaze. The words that threatened to escape her lips were swallowed back in fear. Seizing the moment, Fang Yi asserted, Ever since this woman entered our home, there has not been a single peaceful day. My second brother was driven away by her, and I spent years as a son-in-law. Yet neither my mother nor I could find comfort. What use is such a wife? I will keep my promise. I will fetch the money this afternoon. Shursweki, with her bag in tow, declared, There is no need to wait. I have the money with me right now. She retrieved a thick stack of bills, all in hundreds, counted out 30, leaving plenty more in her bag. In an instant, silence fell over the kitchen as if a pin could be heard dropping. Fang Fu, Fang Mu, and Chun Yihong stared in shock at the pile of money, speechless. 3,000. An ordinary person's yearly salary, and she casually kept it in her bag, with even more inside. What kind of affluent young lady was she? How about it? Is 3,000 sufficient? If not, I have more. Shursweki continued. This. Miss Shur, that is too much. I cannot accept your money. Fang Fu hurriedly interjected. Brother, do not be polite with me. Fang Yi and I share a bond akin to life and death. I would gladly give my life for him. What is a small sum of money in comparison? Shursweki responded with considerable bravado. Brother, isn't marrying a wife meant to find someone who understands you, cares for you, and loves you? Bringing home a shrew like this is merely inviting suffering for the entire family. Divorce her and swiftly find a better match. What of Jean Ho-Hot? How is she? Shall we propose to her now? Fang Yi chimed in. Let us go, let us go. I will take you to propose. After the engagement, we can marry her tomorrow. Brother, you are in for a treat. Sister-in-law Ho-Hot is gentle as water, adores her husband, honors her mother-in-law, and is quite ample, capable of bearing sons. Upon realizing they were serious about taking the money to propose to Jean Ho-Hot, Chun Yihong panicked. If they truly went to her home to propose, there would be no chance of redemption. She cried out, Xiao Yi, do not go. I was wrong, sister-in-law was wrong. I apologize. You can demand anything of me. Just do not go to propose to Jean Ho-Hot. You still have a niece. She cannot be without a mother. That niece, of course, referred to Fang Fu's daughter, Fang Xiaojiao, who was currently attending elementary school in the neighboring village and would not return until evening. Fang Yi scoffed. How can she be without a mother? Jean Ho-Hot will become my brother's wife, which makes her Xiaojiao's mother. She will undoubtedly be better than you as a mother. You should gather your things and return to your family. Desperately, Chun Yihong wiped her tears and pleaded with Fang Mu. Mother, I was wrong. Please, say something for me. I do not want a divorce. I do not want to go back. I promise to be filial to you from now on, and I will never argue with Fang Fu again, or else, I swear, I would rather perish than face a divorce. She was genuinely frightened, her lips trembling uncontrollably. After a while, Fang Yi, seeing that the moment was ripe, stated, All right, this is what you have said. If you fail to uphold your end of the bargain, I will take this 3,000 to propose to Jean Ho-Hot. At that point, do not expect to cry or plead. It will be of no use. Originally, this was merely a means to admonish this sister-in-law. Finally, the opportunity had presented itself. The key was that Shursweki had played her part splendidly. Miss Sweki tugged at him, her lively eyes conveying a silent message. Is this it? No divorce? Fang Yi shook his head gently. If Chun Yihong continued her old ways, he would have insisted on dissolving the marriage. But now, for the sake of his niece, he would grant her one last chance. Soon, Chun Yihong indeed reigned in her temperament and became courteous. In this day and age, being sent back to her family would be a source of great shame, and she could not allow Jean Ho-Hot to marry Fang Fu. What Fang Yi did not expect was that while Chun Yihong had settled down, Shursweki had become quite the handful. It was merely a meal, yet she was playfully teasing him under the table. A young lady from the city was indeed a pioneer of the reform and opening up era. What surprised Fang Yi the most was that this young lady even understood sign language. During the meal, she taught Yaya several signs, and the little girl clung to Shursweki, reluctant to let go. After dinner, Fang Fu brought up an old issue. Living at Widow Qin's place is not ideal. Why not move back? It would be better to have someone to care for you, as Widow Qin will always be an outsider. Fang Yi shook his head. No need. I have already paid my dues there, and sister-in-law Xiangling treats Yaya quite well. As he spoke, he felt Shursweki step on him. Shursweki had previously assumed Fang Yi was incapable, so when she saw him living with the alluring Qin Xiangling, she had given it little thought. But now, she was starting to realize that Fang Yi was deceiving her. This was also what perplexed her. She had witnessed Fang Ye's injury firsthand when he was blown up. The bloody scene was etched in her memory. How had he recovered so quickly? She had seen him walk without a limp just earlier. This complicated the relationship between him and Qin Xiangling, a normal man and an exquisite widow, alone together. He had no intention of leaving, which surely meant something was amiss. However, upon further reflection, she felt a tinge of frustration. Though she spoke of wanting to marry him, the reality of it was far more complex. Her parents would undoubtedly object, and she had work on her side, leaving her little time to stay with him. These few days had already been a blessing from the heavens. Rather than obsessing over his relationship with Widow Qin, it would be better to cherish this time together. After all, she was the latecomer. After finishing the meal and departing Fang Fu's home, Shursweki remarked, "The scenery in Guyu village is quite beautiful. Many of the houses exude a sense of historical depth. It is a pity I did not bring my camera. Fang Yi, will you take me for a stroll?" Fang Yi took Yaya's hand and replied, "Can your feet walk?" Upon hearing this, Shursweki shot him a glare. "Why are you reminding me? It is entirely your fault for showing no appreciation for delicate beauty." As she spoke, a blush crept across her face, and she continued, "Then take me to the lake. Is not Taihu renowned? It would be a shame not to take advantage of this rare visit." Indeed, the young lady embodies her status, frolicking in nature's splendor. However, it would also be delightful to catch some fish along the way. Upon returning to Qin Xiangling's residence, she unfortunately found it empty. Yet Fang Yi, being only slightly acquainted with Qin Xiangling's daily routines after just 3 days, did not dwell on it and departed with his belongings. The vessel was the same small fishing boat as before, but this time Fang Yi had brought along a net. Utilizing the myriad beast soul seal to capture fish felt fantastical, yet employing a fishing net as a guise proved to be quite practical. With 2 adults and 1 child aboard, Yiya, who had never been on a boat before, expressed her excitement and wonder. Observing her delight, Fang Yi turned to Shursweki and said, "Thank you, Sweki. Had it not been for you, I would not have thought to take Yiya to enjoy Taihu. Why be so courteous with me? You are a hero. Such mundane matters should indeed be attended to by a woman," Shursweki replied playfully. With a spirit of mischief, she removed her shoes and socks on the Qiao River, dipping her delicate, fair feet into the water, letting the current carry her away. The fishing boat soon arrived at Taihu. Just as Fang Yi prepared to cast his net, a motorized pleasure boat approached, its engine roaring ominously as it bore down on them. Fang Yi, be careful," Shursweki shouted, tightly clutching Yiya. Fang Yi, having already spotted the impending danger, recognized the figures aboard the other boat, his ex-wife Wang Yun and her paramour, Qi Yuan. Chapter 12. The bird pecks at one's eyes as divine retribution. Fang Ye's demeanor was extraordinarily calm, his gaze devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet those who knew him understood that this was the countenance of genuine wrath, a tranquility concealing an inferno of fury. With a single leap, he traversed the length of the fishing boat, tightly embracing Shursweki and Yiya. He possessed a firm conviction that, at the very moment their adversarial vessel was upon them, he could leap aboard it. Previously, he had merely given Qi Yuan a beating, refraining from inflicting mortal harm. However, should that boat approach him now, he would not show mercy. Moreover, there was that venomous woman, Wang Yun. Yiya was her own flesh and blood, and yet she could stand idly by as her paramour sought to intimidate the child. Did she not feel a twinge of sorrow at the thought of her daughter coming to harm? With a sudden jolt, the pleasure boat veered sharply, avoiding a direct collision. Nevertheless, the ensuing waves violently rocked their small fishing vessel, nearly throwing the 3 of them into the lake. Fortunately, Fang Yi grasped the edge of the boat firmly, stabilizing himself. In stark contrast, Qi Yuan erupted into laughter aboard his vessel. The young man piloting the boat circled around the fishing craft, the waves relentlessly crashing against it. Fang Yi cast a scornful glance at Wang Yun, declaring, "Are you out of your mind? Regardless of circumstances, Yiya is still your biological daughter. You permit your lover to frighten her? Are you not human?" Shursweki gasped at his words, exclaiming, "What? This woman is your ex-wife? How can such a malicious creature exist in this world? Even beasts possess an instinct to protect their offspring. She is utterly unworthy of humanity. Wang Yun regarded Sweki with envy, for the latter was strikingly beautiful, a beauty that incited her jealousy. And this enchanting woman was cradled in Fang Ye's arms. What was their relationship? Having been cast out of the Wang family, rendered a cripple, and burdened with a child, was he not supposed to be leading a miserable existence? Should he not be groveling before his sister-in-law, begging for scraps? How could he so effortlessly embrace a woman even more alluring and graceful than herself? Wang Yun's gaze turned venomous as she fixated on Sweki, particularly when she saw her holding on to her daughter as though she were the true mother. Who do you think you are? You think you deserve to be human? Wang Yun sneered. You seem somewhat deranged. There are plenty of men in this world, yet you choose a useless eunuch? What? Do you prefer to use your hands? Sweki retorted coldly. I refuse to converse with beasts. You. Wang Yun's eyes blazed with fury as she suddenly addressed the young man at the helm. Xiaolong, weren't you seeking a wife? What do you think of her? The young man named Xiaolong replied, Sister-in-law, isn't that your ex-husband? Wang Yun scoffed. He is a eunuch. What need has he for a woman? She has some charm. And she would suit you well. Look around. There are hardly any witnesses. Why not knock her unconscious and keep her in your pigsty? Let her bear your children. Isn't that how your uncle operates? Xiaolong began to feel tempted as he gazed at Sweki. Unexpectedly, Qi Yuan interjected. No, I want this woman. Wang Yun was momentarily taken aback. What? Yuan, you have me. Why do you need her? Qi Yuan replied. I have never seen a woman as beautiful as her, and she is Fang Ye's woman. Damn it. I took a beating for you last time, and now I want to play with his woman to vent my frustration. How can you be like this? No, I oppose this. Haha. Wang Yun, let's be clear. You are a divorced woman with children. Do you truly believe you can marry into my family? Don't be foolish. It is impossible. However, I can promise you a role as my mistress. Wang Yun was rendered speechless. She had genuinely aspired to marry into the Qi family. The Qi family owned a successful screw factory, and marrying into it would mean wealth and luxury. Instead, she was now reduced to the status of a mistress. Qi Yuan, however, paid her no mind and continued speaking to Xiaolong. Xiaolong, do not worry. I will take her today. And later I will find you a younger woman. Otherwise, I can let Wang Yun accompany you. Although she has given birth, her figure is still splendid, and she possesses many tricks. Wang Yun's face turned pale upon hearing this. Qi Yuan, you are a beast. Hee. Wang Yun, you dare to endanger your own daughter. You are far more of a beast than I. Fang Yi laughed heartily from the fishing boat. Wang Yun, is this the esteemed son-in-law you and your mother envisioned? Quite impressive. Qi Yuan snarled. Fang Yi, cease your laughter. You wretched eunuch. Today I shall see you perish in this lake, feeding the fish alongside your mute daughter. With that, he commanded Xiaolong to steer the boat and capsize theirs. Xiaolong appeared bewildered. But, brother, killing someone will land us in prison. Who will witness it? Ram it. At that moment, a dark figure hurtled from the sky like a streak of lightning. It was a black-winged waterbird, its beak sharp and elongated, controlled by Fang Yi through the Wan Shou Hanin. He possessed numerous methods to make this creature vanish without a trace, but why not allow the waterbird to attack directly with such elegance? With a swift motion, the waterbird targeted Qi Yuan's eyes. The sound it made was akin to that of an egg shattering. The bird's crimson beak plunged deep into Qi Yuan's left eyeball. Through Fang Ye's shared vision, he witnessed the horrifying aftermath of the eye's explosion. A chilling scream escaped Qi Yuan, who attempted to cover his eyes with his hands, but found the pain too excruciating to bear. The waterbird swiftly withdrew its beak, only to plunge it into his other eye. Once both eyes had been penetrated, the bird soared upward, vanishing into the horizon. Qi Yuan knelt on the ground, hands clutching his eyes, wailing, my eyes, my eyes. Xiaolong and Wang Yun aboard the pleasure boat were left in shock, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. How could such an outrageous event unfold? A waterbird had suddenly swooped down, deftly blinding Qi Yuan. Who would believe such a tale? Sweki, momentarily stunned, quickly burst into laughter. Is this not poetic justice? Even heaven cannot overlook such wickedness. Fang Yi remarked, indeed, this is an eye-opening experience. Therefore, one must never engage in malevolence, for retribution will surely follow. Qi Yuan, on the brink of fainting, felt the light of his eyes extinguished forever. He screamed, hurry, take me to the hospital. My vision has faded. I can no longer see. Xiaolong responded promptly, hastily steering the vessel away. Fang Yi contemplated whether to take matters into his own hands and blind Wang Yun, that wretched woman. However, considering his daughter was present, it would be quite inappropriate to act in such a manner before her eyes. Furthermore, blinding two individuals consecutively would certainly raise suspicions. After all, this woman had brought misfortune upon herself. She had narrowly escaped being offered to Xiao Long by Qi Yuan. Now, her efforts were in vain, leaving her to suffer the consequences. Once they had departed, Shirsueki glanced above, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she remarked, "Why are the birds here so aggressive?" Fang Yi replied, "They usually are not. It seems that fellow has committed numerous misdeeds and is receiving divine retribution." He continued, "Let us disregard those nuisances and commence our fishing endeavor. I have a strong premonition that we shall catch an abundance of fish this time." Chapter 13, A Colossal Clam. Wow, what an enormous fish. What kind of fish is this? So large. And look. Wow, what is that? It resembles a ball. So beautiful. And there are big crabs too. Fang Yi, help me. The crab is going to bite my foot. On the small fishing boat, Fang Yi maneuvered the school of fish to throw themselves into the net. With one haul, dozens of fish were caught, causing Shirsueki to exclaim joyously, quickly forgetting her earlier displeasure. Miss Shir, having weathered many storms, paid little heed to the earlier incident. With Fang Yi by her side, what did she have to worry about? Only those foolish individuals, including his ex-wife, that beastly woman, would disregard Fang Yi. If they were in opposition, these people wouldn't last a single episode. Ye's bright eyes sparkled with delight. Although she could not speak, she was thoroughly enjoying herself. Observing this, and that with unrestrained joy. The earlier appearance of Wang Yun had frightened her a bit, but that was now behind her. Just then, Fang Yi scooped a large fish with the net and presented it to Shirsueki. "Ah, what kind of fish is this? It looks fierce, so big." "Yeah, look quickly. Daddy caught a big fish. It must weigh around 20 to 30 pounds. Yeah nodded vigorously, dancing with excitement. Fang Yi chuckled. "This is called a hoof fish, also known as a water tiger, the overlord of the lake." Shirsueki remarked, "Such a formidable fish must be delicious, right?" She was practically drooling. Fang Yi, however, shook his head. "I'm afraid I must disappoint you. This fish is both expensive and not very tasty. But, depending on the chef's skill, taste can vary." Shirsueki carefully lifted the fish from the net, but as the fish wriggled, she nearly lost her balance and fell into the lake, her face paling in fright as she crouched down. Fang Yi advised, "Sueki, don't move around. I'll handle it." Shirsueki shot him a glance, finding his words rather familiar. She had heard them that morning when he was holding her waist. As the sun began to set, the scenery over the lake was breathtaking. Shirsueki embraced Yiya, gazing at the sunset. "It's so beautiful. I wish I could stay here forever." She leaned closer to Fang Yi, saying to Yiya, "If your mother doesn't want you, how about I become your mother?" Yiya's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. Fang Yi silently sighed. If only Sueki could stay and be a mother to Yiya, it would indeed be wonderful. But alas, such a dream was not realistic. At that moment, he sensed something in the lake, piquing his interest. It was a gigantic river clam, entombed in the muddy lake bottom, immensely large. He was certain it held something valuable inside. Excited, he stripped off his clothes and shoes. Shirsueki, seeing this, blushed and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Yiya is still here." Fang Yi responded with a puzzled expression. Shirsueki continued, "Put your clothes back on. It's evening." Clearly, the young lady misunderstood his intentions. Fang Yi laughed. "What are you thinking? I'm going into the lake to fetch something good for you." Shirsueki paused, biting her lip, her face flushed. Fang Yi, now in his shorts, gently slipped into the water. Moments passed, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Shirsueki began to grow anxious, worrying if something might have gone wrong. Fang Yi. She trusted in his abilities. But who could hold their breath for such a long time? It was nearly 5 minutes now. Her heart raced as she stared at the lake's surface. Suddenly, with a splash, Fang Yi emerged from the water, grinning widely to reveal a set of pearly white teeth. "Sueki, look what I found." He cradled a massive river clam, entirely white. Shirsueki gasped in astonishment. This clam was larger than her backside. Yet she quickly pouted. "Why did you take so long? I was worried sick, thinking something had happened to you." Fang Yi chuckled. "You should know my abilities by now." Yet, she was unaware of the Wan Shou Hanin. Fang Yi, submerged in the water, felt no shortage of oxygen. A surge of energy from the Wan Shou Hanin circulated within him, allowing him to hold his breath for half an hour without issue. He placed the giant clam into the boat before slowly climbing aboard. Sure, Sweki gazed at the colossal river clam. Could this be a clam spirit? Fang Yi laughed. I cannot say if it is a clam spirit, but I sense there is something inside. What kind of treasure? Pearls. There was a fish knife on the boat. Fang Yi picked it up and pried open the clam. After some exploration, he indeed extracted a large white pearl. A natural pearl this size. Not just one, but several. In total, Fang Yi unearthed 8 pearls, the largest the size of a pigeon egg, and the smallest comparable to a marble. Wealth has come. This would surely fetch a substantial sum. Once sold, he could upgrade to a larger boat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaolong piloted the boat with the blinded Qi Yulin to shore. Many people had gathered by the banks, drawn by Qi Yulin's cries, seeking to inquire. What? Pecks from waterfowl left him blind. Both eyes are gone. Good heavens, what a calamity. Qi Yulin was the sole heir, and the villagers murmured in disbelief. This was Wangjia village, where everyone was familiar with one another. Some villagers noticed Wang Yun had come ashore and quickly fled, covering their faces. A villager rode over on a tricycle, helping Qi Yulin onto the vehicle as they headed toward the village clinic. Xiaolong then went to inform the Qi family. The villagers began to speculate. In ancient times, birds pecking out eyes was a punishment from heaven for wicked deeds. An elder spoke up, recounting tales with conviction. Indeed, did you see Wang Yun earlier? When Fang Yi was in the army, Qi Yulin entangled himself with Wang Yun, even bullying her disabled daughter. Is that not evil? He has committed countless wrongs. I heard that the Li family's daughter-in-law recently had a miscarriage, and Qi Yulin was the cause of it. He even harmed Wang Lei's mind. The poor soul is now lost, and will suffer for life. Now that he is blind, he deserves it. Wang Yun returned home. Her mother, Lu Weilon, smiled and asked, Daughter, you returned so early after going out with Yulin? How did it go? Did he agree to the marriage? You must act quickly. I heard the Qi family's business is booming, and soon there will be more suitors for Yulin. Wang Yun's temper flared at this. Mother, Qi Yulin is a beast. He said he would not marry me, wanting me to be his mistress, even offering to send me to Wu Xiaolong. What? Lu Weilon was instantly taken aback. She had dreamed of relying on the Qi family to make a fortune. It was she who encouraged and facilitated her daughter's involvement with Qi Yulin, only to end up being taken advantage of for nothing. How could that beast act this way? Lu Weilon was seething with anger, her eyes turning green with rage. In her efforts to curry favor with Qi Yulin, not only had her daughter been compromised, but she herself had been groped several times. What a tremendous loss. Wang Yun interjected, Let's not mention him anymore. That beast has already faced retribution. Both of his eyes were pecked out by birds. What? Before Lu Weilon could process this, Wang Yun continued, Mom, I just saw Fang Yi and Yia at Taihu. That scoundrel Fang has actually found himself a beautiful woman. What nonsense are you talking about? That Fang has become a useless man. What woman in her right mind would be with him? How should I know? Wang Yun felt deeply unsettled recalling the sight of the three of them embracing. Mom, don't you think something is off? When I saw Fang Yi from a distance today, he look like a cripple at all. Chapter 14. The local bully, Zhang de Bao's today on Taihu Lake. Before Wu Xiaolong's boat collided with Fang Ye's fishing vessel, Wang Yun had already recognized Fang Yi. Otherwise, they would not have recklessly crashed into another's boat. At that moment, she observed Fang Yi rowing, and he did not appear to be limping at all. Lu Weilon inquired, Is he not a cripple? What do you mean? Wang Yun replied, I suspect he is feigning his limp. Feigning a limp? Really? Indeed. Moreover, it is quite possible that he is not injured below. Why do you think so? He has become deranged. A eunuch's reputation is hardly commendable. Do you think he is aware of my relationship with Qi Yulin, and is thus deliberately spreading false rumors to facilitate his divorce? Perhaps he has already been involved with that woman in secret? The more Wang Yun pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and her anger intensified to the point of near explosion. Lu Weilon, lacking in intellect, believed half of what her daughter said. Well, this Fang Yi dares to play tricks on us. No, we must bring him back. When he first came to our family, I had it easy. I offloaded all the household chores onto him. Yet, this scoundrel went off to enlist, and for these past few years, I have been cooking and taking care of the children. Looking older by the day. No, he must return to help me. I am going to go Yutsuan right now. Wang Yun quickly stopped her. Mom, don't rush. If he truly is injured below, then I do not want him. Lu Weilon asked, What should we do? Wang Yun suggested, We need to find someone to test him. Now that Qi Yulin is blind, he wants to offer himself to Wu Xiaolong, but she will not reconcile with him. If Fang Yi is indeed uninjured, she would still be willing to be with him. After all, Fang Ye's abilities in that regard far surpass Qi Yulin's. That scoundrel Qi Yulin only boasts about his prowess, but he does not even compare to half of Fang Yi. On Taihu Lake, aboard a small fishing boat, Fang Yi picked up the largest pearl and handed it to Shirsueki. This, I give to you. I am currently impoverished and cannot afford anything else. Let this pearl serve as a gift. Shirsueki rolled her eyes flirtatiously. What kind of gift? A token of affection? Fang Yi was momentarily taken aback by her gaze. If you say so, then it is. Shirsueki chuckled. Such a large natural pearl should fetch a good price in the deep market. Would you like me to help you auction it off there? Fang Yi realized the truth in her words. There are many affluent individuals in the deep market who would cherish such items. In Qingstone Town, he feared he would not receive a fair price. He handed all the pearls to her. Then I entrust you with selling them. Aren't you afraid I might keep them for myself? Look at you, what does it matter? I give them all to you. Shirsueki smiled as she accepted the pearls, also using it as an excuse to visit him again, even after returning to the deep market. The thought of not being able to stay here for long saddened her. Fang Yi, could you possibly give me a hug? We need to hurry back. It will be dark soon, Fang Yi replied. Just a quick hug. Yeah, can daddy hug mommy? To her surprise, she referred to herself as mommy. Yaya chuckled and covered her eyes with her hands, appearing quite adorable. Just as Fang Yi stepped forward to embrace Shirsueki. When the fishing boat docked, the families in Guyutsuan had already illuminated their electric lights. Fang Yi first assisted Shirsueki and Yaya off the boat, then carried the bucket filled with fish ashore. Just as he finished, several beams of flashlight suddenly illuminated their faces, and 4 or 5 young men, all wearing red armbands, rushed over. Oh, who is this? Fang Yi. Ha. Why aren't you at Wangjaikan being a son-in-law? What brings you back to our Guyutsuan? I heard that you. Well, it's true what they say about your condition below, isn't it? Why don't you show us? The flashlight beams dazzled Fang Ye's eyes, yet he recognized the leader as Zhang de Beos, the son of the village chief. There are 2 prominent surnames in Guyutsuan, Fang and Zhang. As a result, Fang Jiansheng served as the secretary for many years, while Zhang Yuquan, Zhang de Beo's father, had been the village chief for a long time. There has always been conflict between the Fang and Zhang families, rooted in history. Fang Yi despised Zhang de Beo's even more due to the latter's bullying when he relied on his father's position. Now, to see him again, this fellow dared to provoke him. Get lost. Fang Yi hissed, his gaze icy. Zhang de Beos laughed heartily. Are you angry now? What's wrong? Can't handle a little teasing. How about you show us, and if it's still there, we one team make fun of you. Right, brothers? Shirsueki was angrier than Fang Yi and scolded. Who do you think you are? Wearing red armbands and speaking like that? Qin widow, mind your own business. I know you want a man, but you don't have to cling to Fang Gonggong. Fang Gonggong has been. Well, he lacks what you seek. Zhang de Beos suddenly realized Shirsueki's beauty and became excited. Oh, you're not the Qin widow? My goodness, a beauty. While the Qin widow was also attractive, she was considered a harbinger of misfortune, having caused the downfall of many. Zhang de Beos wished to live a few more years. Thus he had no interest in her. However, the beautiful girl before him was younger and more enchanting. In an instant, Fang Yi positioned himself protectively in front of Shirsueki and Yaya. Zhang de Beos, you have 3 seconds to leave. 1. What the hell? Who do you think you are? Do you see what's on our arms? Recognize it. Inspection team. Zhang de Beos boasted triumphantly. I suspect you are illegally fishing at this hour, catching protected species. You must submit to inspection. Brothers, search. The group immediately began rummaging through the bucket. What the hell, so many fish. This is definitely illegal fishing. Seize them all. One person even attempted to take the bucket away. Fang Yi grabbed the man's collar and yanked him back. His strength was overwhelming. The man felt as if he were being lifted like a chicken. Slap. Fang Yi struck him across the face, then seized the bucket of fish from his hands, casually tossing him into the river with a splash. Zhang de Beo's expression shifted, and he shouted, Fang Yi, how dare you resist and strike someone? Brothers, let us take him down. The group charged at him. Bang! Fang Yi kicked another into the river. The remaining Zhang de Beos and another youth abruptly halted. Zhang de Beos stared at Fang Yi. Aren't you supposed to be a cripple? So it was all a ruse? Fang Ye's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward, swiftly grasping Zhang de Beos by the throat and effortlessly lifting him off the ground. It is important to note that Zhang de Beo, who usually indulges in excessive eating and drinking, weighs over 170 pounds. Yet, he was lifted with just one hand. His followers nearby were so terrified that their legs went weak. Who sent you here? If you don't speak, I'll snap your neck right now. Fang Ye's eyes were filled with a murderous aura. It was time to demonstrate some strength. Otherwise, everyone would think he was an easy target, and even scoundrels like this would dare to provoke him. Zhang Debao, who had grown accustomed to bullying Fang Yi in the past, found the situation reversed and was unwilling to accept it. His face flushed with anger as he struggled to say, "My father is the village chief. How dare you lay a hand on me? A measly village chief, thinking he's some local emperor?" Slap. Fang Yi promptly rewarded him with a resounding slap across the face. Then, he grabbed a fish knife and held it against Zhang Debao's crotch. "How about you keep me company? And we can both head to the palace together." Chapter 15. I'm not a masochist, no don't. Fang Yi, let's talk this out, let's talk. After Fang Yi released Zhang Debao's neck, he was finally able to speak clearly and quickly begged for mercy. A man can risk his life, but he wouldn't dare gamble with his family legacy. If it were truly gone, what would be the point of being a man? Fang Yi pressed the fish knife down slightly again. And Zhang Debao immediately cried out, I'll talk. It was your wife. No, your ex-wife, Wang Yun. She sent me to find you. What? That wretched woman. What did she want you to find Fang Yi for? Shursweki asked angrily. Zhang Debao confessed, she told me to test whether Fang Yi is really crippled and impotent. Fang Yi frowned. What does she want? Zhang Debao pleaded, I don't know. She told me to do it, so I did. What benefit did she give you? Nothing at all. She is with Qi Yulan now, and Qi Yulan, he is our boss. Get lost. Yes. Zhang Debao hastily agreed. Fang Yi was too unpredictable. He used to be easy to bully, but now he was terrifying. For a moment, he truly thought he was going to die. Wait, just as he took a few steps, Fang Yi called him back. Zhang Debao grimaced. Fang, brother Fang, what else is there? Fang Yi said, you can go back and tell her honestly that my leg is mostly healed, but down there, it's truly useless. Shursweki glanced sideways at him. Liar, he is lying again. Zhang Debao looked down. Really useless? Even the military doctors said so. What do you think? Oh, that is good. No. I didn't mean it like that, brother Fang. Let me ask you something else. When did Wang Yin get together with that Qi guy? Speak. It's been about half a year. So, even before Fang Yi's accident, she was already involved with Qi Yulan. Damn it, what a huge green hat. Brother Fang, can we go now? Take these fish buckets back for me. The others who had fallen into the water had climbed ashore by then. Zhang Debao called them over, and each of them reluctantly picked up a bucket, trudging toward the Yuan. At the entrance of Yuan, Qin Xiangling leaned against the doorframe, holding a rooster bowl, occasionally glancing toward the intersection with a worried expression. Fang Yi and Yaya had been out all day and still hadn't returned. She had secretly slipped over to Fang Fu's courtyard to check, but Fang Yi wasn't there, and neither was Yaya. She feared that Fang Yi had taken their daughter and left with Miss Shi. After all, Fang Yi had saved Miss Shi, and his previous injuries were because of her. It made sense that Miss Shi would repay him by taking him and his daughter to live in the bustling city of Shenzhen. As for the clothes and other things left in his room, if he had money, why would he need old clothes? Sigh. Qin Xiangling wiped the corner of her eye. She was crying. She felt she was just like Jin Xiangyu from Yuan. Jin Xiangyu never won Zhou Huayan's love, and she, too, would never win Fang Yi's. Just as she was quietly shedding tears, a group of people arrived at her doorstep. Seeing Fang Yi at the front, Qin Xiangling rubbed her eyes and exclaimed joyfully, Fang Yi, you didn't leave? Fang Yi looked at her. Where would I go? Nowhere. I just thought you went to see your friend off. Qin Xiangling immediately turned her face to brush her bangs, using the motion to wipe away her tears. When she looked up again, her expression was lively. Zhang Debao, what are you all doing here? Looking for a room? No, we're just helping carry things. Brother Fang, we've delivered the things. Can we go now? Fang Yi said, get lost. Zhang Debao, thank you. The group hurried away, leaving Qin Xiangling utterly bewildered. Zhang Debao was the local bully, notorious around the village. If not for his superstitions and fear of her white tiger curse, she would have been bullied long ago. But what surprised her even more was that Shursweki was still here. Miss Shi, I thought you had already left. Where are the other two? Qin Xiangling asked. They had matters to attend to and left first. I haven't been here in a while, and the scenery is lovely. I should at least stay and enjoy it for a few days. Of course. Did you all go fishing together? You haven't eaten yet, have you? I've cooked dinner. Let me go serve it now. She turned and ran to the kitchen, overjoyed. As long as Fang Yi hadn't left, even if he went off to have children with Miss Shi, she wouldn't hold a single grudge. Shursweki blinked. Proprietress Qin is quite enthusiastic, huh? Fang Yi nodded calmly. She's a good person. And quite pretty. Not bad. Who's older? Her or me? Fang Yi thought for a moment. I think she might be a bit older than you. The next second, his waist was pinched. Fang Yi protested. I didn't say anything wrong. You're probably 2 years younger than her, right? There were still several large crabs in the fishing net. They would fetch a good price if sold, but if not eaten today, they might die by tomorrow. Fang Yi asked Qin Xiangling for a brush, gave them a quick scrub by the well, and took them to the kitchen to steam. Qin Xiangling had already lit the fire. Standing in front of the stove in the summer heat, she quickly broke into a sweat and could only fan herself with a palm leaf fan. Fang Yi said, let me do it. Go to the courtyard where it's cooler. Qin Xiangling replied, no need. I don't mind the heat. Fang Yi touched her damp forehead. Is this sweat, or were you crying earlier? He had seen it at the door. Qin Xiangling bit her tender lower lip, a hint of stubbornness in her voice. If you really left without a word, I wouldn't shed a single tear for you. Liar gets spanked. Go ahead and spank me. Fang Yi kissed her. Don't worry, I won't leave. And if I do, I'll take you with me. Qin Xiangling's face instantly blossomed like a flower. You said it. Liar gets spanked. I'm going to feed my daughter. She kissed him back with a smile, fluttering out like a butterfly. In just a few minutes, her mood had shifted to another world. The crabs were steamed. Fang Yi brought them to the courtyard. A light hung from the fragrant pomelo tree, illuminating a worn wooden table where everyone gathered to eat. Qin Xiangling stood up and went to fetch a bottle of wine. Xiaoxing knew her Hong. Anyone want some? Fang Yi asked, you drink this? Qin Xiangling replied, I'm the proprietress of Ulin. How could I not know how to drink? At most, I'll just get drunk. Sure, Sweki remarked, then I shall partake as well. Yiya picked up her bowl and lightly tapped it with her chopsticks, expressing her desire to join. Fang Yi shook his head, stating, children cannot consume alcohol. With a puzzled expression, Yiya inquired, why not? Fang Yi explained, if children drink alcohol, they will become foolish. The conversation then shifted to their encounter with Wang Yun today, and how she had sent Zhang Debo to probe them. Qin Xiangling commented, has Qi Yulin lost his senses? Does she wish to remarry you? Sure, Sweki retorted, she is merely dreaming. Fang Yi asserted, remarriage is certainly out of the question. I am not foolish enough to willingly invite trouble upon myself. Sure, Sweki teasingly asked, so, has that part of you been damaged or not? Chapter 16. The malevolent ex-wife. Fang Yi cast a glance at Sure Sweki, his gaze swiftly sweeping across Qin Xiangling's face. In an instant, his mind spiraled through a myriad of thoughts, and he murmured, oh no, you saw that, didn't you? Sure, Sweki nodded. Indeed, it's quite terrible. Fang Yi hastily shifted the topic. Let's indulge in some crabs. We must finish them all today. No sooner had he spoken than he felt an additional hand on him, Sure Sweki's. Could it be that she sought to prove something? Fang Yi's expression changed. He never imagined that the esteemed young lady could engage in such behavior. She had always been so innocent and shy, even turning away while resting in a tree hollow. It seemed that once she became a woman, her courage expanded and her heart opened. To his surprise, Qin Xiangling also joined in. This could not end well. If the two women collided, it would surely be explosive. It was absurd. They had merely consumed a bit of yellow wine, yet one by one, their true natures were revealed, their foxtails exposed. But what could he do? He was rather fond of them. Before the storm could erupt, Fang Yi swiftly attempted to defuse the situation. We've eaten enough. Tomorrow morning, we shall sell fish, so let us retire early tonight. Yaya, it's time for bed. Daddy will tell you the story of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs. Fang Yi hurriedly left the table, scooping up his daughter, who was still diligently chewing on crab meat, and carried her back to the room. Qin Xiangling remarked, Fang Yi, Yaya hasn't had her fill yet. Sure, Sweki added, I promised Yaya that I would tell her the story of the ugly duckling. Fang Yi glanced at his daughter, who nodded vigorously. Oh. He had thought losing a mother would mean fewer complications, yet now he had gained 2. Very well, he returned Yaya to the table. Fortunately, she was still too young to speak. Otherwise, if she called out Mama, would the 2 women end up in a quarrel? Wangjia village. At the village entrance, Zhang Daba and 3 cohorts awaited Wang Yun. A small bat perched motionless upon one of their shoulders. Brother Bao. It is said that Qi Yulin has incurred heaven's wrath and is now blind. Should we not seek alternative paths? Indeed, Qi Yulin has a death sentence from the heavens. I have no desire to be pecked blind by birds. Being blind is a wretched fate. Perhaps we should approach Huang Matzi. I hear that his gang collects protection fees in town, living lavishly. Zhang Daba smacked the back of his head. Don't even think about it. Huang Matzi's crew is too unruly. Trouble is inevitable. One underling remarked, surely we can't resort to farming or fishing. What future is there in that? Zhang Daba inquired, what do you think of Fang Yi? The bat on the underling's shoulder stirred slightly. This small bat was under Fang Ye's control, following them closely. Now that he was with his daughter and had two enchanting companions, he had to tread carefully. During his time in the military, he developed a knack for maintaining control of the situation. Perhaps due to his tumultuous upbringing, he preferred to seize the reins of his own destiny. At this moment, Zhang Daba pondered what he should do. One of the village underlings remarked, why bring up Fang Yi? He's just a castaway from the Wang family, with nothing to his name. What can he possibly do? Zhang Daba slapped him again. Are you truly that foolish? Have you forgotten he just tossed you into the river? With one hand, he could lift me by the throat. I was nearly scared to death. I assure you, he has the capacity to commit murder. This guy is not the same as before. Do you wish to acknowledge him as your leader? Nonsense. Do you understand the concept of using a knife to kill from the shadows? I want my arcade back. Zhang Daba had previously owned a lucrative arcade in town, but within mere months, it had been forcibly taken from him. The thought of reclaiming it ignited a fire within them all. Just then, Wang Yun arrived. Dressed in a plaid dress with a headband, she might have appeared demure to a stranger, yet Fang Yi, having experienced her dramatic performances and been her lover, knew the darkness that lurked within her. Daba, how are things? Wang Yun initially curled her lip before speaking. She looked down on these impoverished individuals. They had once addressed her as sister-in-law, serving her tea and water, merely subordinates, akin to Fang Yi, that worthless man, fated to toil. Zhang Daba chuckled, sister-in-law. I can confirm that he is indeed useless. He is completely diminished. Wang Yun frowned. What about his leg? Is he truly limping? Zhang Daba replied, he is limping. That fool was too concerned about appearances. When he ran, it became evident, and he fell over twice. Wang Yun scoffed, indeed, a worthless fool. In that case, he holds no value for us. Zhang Daba remarked, sister-in-law. Fang Yi has military experience and possesses some skills. My brothers just had a run-in with him and ended up in the river. Sister-in-law, how about a little nourishment fee? You want a nourishment fee from me? Have you lost your mind? Be careful of Yulin. Old Qi is blind. He has no time to concern himself with us. Sister-in-law, we did you numerous favors in the past. You still owe us. We only seek 500, and we'll consider it settled. What? 500? You must be out of your mind. Wang Yun was furious. Was this not extortion? Zhang Daba countered. If you refuse, we shall pay a visit to your uncle tomorrow, discussing how his pig met its demise. And then we will visit your aunt, inquiring how she was beaten. Fang Yi was astounded by the audacity. Wang Yun was genuinely ruthless. Wang Yun quickly capitulated. Enough? I will pay, but I only have 300. The remaining 200 will require a trade for information. Zhang Daba queried. What information? Wang Yun replied. Hasn't your wife run off? Do you desire a woman? A beautiful woman? Zhang Daba asked. You're not speaking of yourself. Are you? Wang Yun retorted. What are you thinking? I am referring to a woman by Fang Ye's side. She is exceedingly beautiful. If you can win her over and keep her at home to bear you a child, would that not be delightful? Zhang Daba recalled Shursweki's striking appearance. Undeniably enticing. But he was not foolish. That woman clearly had a backstory, and he had to be careful not to stir up trouble. Moreover, there was the formidable Fang Yi to consider. At the Yulai Inn, Fang Yi ground his teeth in fury. This wretched woman had the audacity to resort to such underhanded tactics. It was time to teach her a lesson. Tonight, he would take action. Chapter 17. The ancient jade in the serpent's nest. Fang Yi returned to the courtyard once more. The two women gazed at him, questioning, Aren't you supposed to be heading to bed early? Why are you out again? Fang Yi replied, The long night stretches ahead, and sleep eludes me. I've eaten too much. Shall we take a stroll together? Shursweki raised her hand first. Sure. The little mountain village at night is rather quite beautiful. The intoxicated Miss Shur, her cheeks flushed and eyes shimmering, exuded an enchanting allure. Qin, the village flower, rested her chin on her hand, her charming gaze equally captivating. Only Yaya slumped in her chair, her small hands resting on her round belly, likely pondering the comfort of having two warm mothers. Though overindulged, she found herself unable to rise. Fang Yi pulled her up. At such a young age, you lie about like an elder. Up you get. Let's exercise. His intention was to find Wang Yun, though not in a benevolent manner. The Wanshou Hunyin's sensing range did not yet extend to Wangjia village, but it could manage a limited reach in a fan-like formation. However, he still needed to find a few useful items. Forget about using birds. Employing them repeatedly would surely lead to their discontent. He pondered other options that could be utilized against the wicked woman, Wang Yun. If all else failed, he could possess a wild dog to take a bite out of her in retaliation. It was now 8 in the evening. The village path in Guyu village lacked streetlights, but the moonlight bathed everything in a silvery glow, providing ample visibility. He had assumed the villagers would be indoors, but to his surprise, a crowd gathered on the stone bridge over the river, enjoying the cool evening air and engaging in lively conversation. There were old and young alike, at least 30 or 40 people. They brought their own stools and fanned themselves with palm leaves, discussing various topics and gossiping animatedly. Fang Yi suddenly recalled that this was a village custom. During the sweltering summer nights, unable to bear the heat indoors, villagers would flock to the bridge to cool off, turning it into a lively gathering akin to a meeting. However, as soon as their quartet appeared, the chatter on the bridge ceased abruptly. Everyone turned to stare with wide, green eyes. "Xiao Yi, what are you all doing?" A familiar voice called out. Fang Yi was taken aback. It was his mother, mingling in the gossip. "Oh, it's hot inside, so I thought I'd take a stroll," he replied. "You all continue chatting. I'll show my friends around." Among the group, while Qin's notoriety was well known throughout the village, few recognized Shirsueki. Though the light was dim, her graceful figure and exquisite features were still apparent. As they crossed the bridge, murmurs erupted among the onlookers. Though they lowered their voices out of respect for Fang's mother, their words still reached her ears. The conversation revolved around topics such as divorce, eunuchs, the limping, infidelity, and the mute, causing Fang's mother to rise in a huff, indignantly deciding not to join the cool evening gatherings this year. She felt a pang of sympathy for her unfortunate younger son. Once she left, the crowd's volume increased. "Look at Fang Yi. He's a eunuch yet still has a woman by his side. Did you see that? Who is the other woman? She looks like a celestial being. What does it matter? That boy isn't a man anymore. Beauty won't help him." They laughed. With the Wanshou Hanyin, Fang Ye's senses had sharpened immensely. Even from 100 meters away, he could hear their words distinctly. He snorted quietly, just then sensing a serpent's nest nearby, containing 7 or 8 snakes, all red-chain snakes, not particularly venomous. "Perfect, I'll grab a snake to frighten these gossiping fools." He selected the largest snake, and as he possessed it, he felt a shiver run through him. The shared sensory experience was not entirely pleasant. The essence of being a snake was rather grotesque, sending chills down his spine. Fortunately, he gradually acclimated. What is this? The sensation of possession was peculiar. His vision was not entirely clear, yet he possessed other perceptual abilities. He noticed something that appeared to be a jade artifact within the nest, round and flat. An antique? A treasure? Fang Yi felt a surge of excitement. He desperately needed money and desired anything that could be exchanged for it. He commanded the red-chain snake to grasp the jade artifact in its mouth and slither out of the nest. At that moment, he felt a peculiar connection. He seemed able to command the other snakes through the soul imprint. Was this an upgrade of the Wanshou Hanyin's abilities? He tested his newfound power, and to his amazement, the other snakes followed him obediently. Without any overt action, the snakes from the nest emerged in unison, as if in formation. Remarkable. Onward. Fang Yi paused in his tracks. Shirsueki tugged at him. "What's wrong? Can't move?" Fang Yi replied. "The scenery here is delightful. Let's take it in." Meanwhile, the lead snake, holding the jade artifact, made its way to a nearby corner, dropped the jade, and then led the group of snakes rushing toward the bridge. Before long, gasps erupted from the crowd on the bridge. "Oh, my snakes. Oh, one has crawled up my leg. Help. So many snakes. Run." Instantly, the crowd scattered in panic, abandoning their stools and teapots. An elderly man, attempting to sound wise, proclaimed, "When a multitude of snakes crosses a bridge, calamity is sure to follow. It may be a sign from the underworld. Living souls should avoid the area, lock your doors and windows, and refrain from lighting lamps at midnight. Don't scare us, is that true?" Someone questioned. "What's true is not to be doubted. What's false cannot be true. Believe it or not, it's your choice." Fang Yi nearly burst into laughter. He recognized the old fellow, who had lost an eye and roamed the streets with a fortune-telling rod, charging 5 yuan for a reading filled with absurdities. In the past, he had been the one to select an auspicious date for Fang Yi to visit Wang Yun's home, promising wealth and a bountiful family. A deceitful charlatan indeed. Fang Yi skillfully controlled the formidable red-chain snake, stealthily pursuing the creature before delivering a swift bite. "Oh my goodness." Fang Yi smirked, stifling a laugh. Shursweki and Qin Xiangling exchanged astonished glances as they gazed towards the bridge. What is happening over there? It seems someone mentioned a snake. Who cares? Feng Yi replied, striding over to retrieve the jade artifact, wiping it clean with a blade of grass. Upon closer inspection, it was roughly the size of a child's palm and showed no signs of damage. I found something, Sister Xiangling. Could you shine your flashlight on it? Feng Yi beckoned to Qin Xiangling. What is it? Have you found money? How can you see anything at this late hour? As the light illuminated the object, Qin Xiangling gasped. It's a piece of jade. Shursweki's eyes widened in disbelief. It appears to be a jade coin. I've seen something similar in a museum. Could it possibly be real? Where did you find it? Chapter 18. Wang Yun's nightmare. Feng Yi possessed little knowledge concerning antiques and was uncertain of their value. Qin Xiangling whispered, could it be that someone lost it? Yet no one witnessed it. Whosoever picks it up shall claim it. At that moment, the individuals on the bridge had long since vanished, coupled with the remark from the one-eyed, blind man, who would dare linger outside. With this premise established, Feng Yi conceived a plan. It was most fitting to use a swarm of snakes to punish Wang Yun. In the summer, the countryside by the lake was abundant with serpents. The earlier group of red-chain snakes was too far to reach Wangjia village, so Feng Yi promptly abandoned that notion, retracting his soul imprint. After spending 7 or 8 minutes, utilizing the extreme fan-shaped range of the myriad beast soul imprint, he gathered a dozen water snakes. Quietly heading towards Wang Yun's home, Feng Yi was intimately familiar with Wang Yun's residence. At that moment, Wang Yun was quite displeased, having lost 300 yuan to Zhang Debeos. Previously employed as a sales clerk, she had resigned after becoming involved with Qi Yulin, and now returning to that job would prove difficult. Furthermore, with Qi Yulin rendered blind, her future financial prospects remained uncertain. To make matters worse, she had been taken advantage of by that scoundrel, Zhang Debeos. However, the thought of Zhang Debeos pursuing that woman beside Feng Yi brought her some satisfaction, as she recalled the insults hurled at her by that detestable woman. Draped in a skirt, she reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard, her eyes fluttering shut, and before she knew it, she had drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the dozen water snakes stealthily slithered through the gap of the courtyard door. Entering silently, the water snakes, under Feng Yi's control, transmitted a thought to their kin. The snakes swiftly divided into 2 groups. One made its way into the house, while the other remained outside. The snake that Feng Yi possessed quietly climbed onto the lounge chair. Poisonous woman, instigating Zhang Debeos to abduct Xiangling and confine her at home to bear his children? You are truly venomous. Even snakes are kinder than you. Feng Yi's serpent advanced slowly, while the remaining 4 or 5 snakes also climbed onto her. Wang Yun seemed to sense something amiss, but was deeply asleep, merely shifting her legs slightly, until a moment arrived when the swarm of snakes launched a sudden attack. What is this? What? Ah, there are snakes. Wang Yun sprang up in a frenzy, her hands flailing, yet she dared not grasp at them, trembling in terror. At that moment, snakes were coiling around her neck, waist, and legs, everywhere. Ah! She felt as though she were losing her mind, screaming frantically, fearing for her life. Though the water snakes were non-venomous, their bites still stung sharply. The sheer horror of the situation enveloped her, sending chills down her spine, nearly rendering her unconscious as she screamed hysterically. Inside the house, startled cries echoed. Her parents also found themselves in a panic, having been bitten by the snakes. It was only when the pain became unbearable that Wang Yun, suppressing her disgust and fear, began to remove the serpents. This scene was undoubtedly akin to an immense nightmare. Let us depart, we're heading back. Feng Yi relished the moment, issuing a retreat command before retracting his soul imprint control from the water snakes. The divine and subtle punishment of his malicious ex-wife, executed in such a peculiar manner, left him feeling invigorated. Surely, this experience would linger in her memory for a lifetime. He felt exhilarated, yet Wang Yun wept, sobbing uncontrollably. Never had she encountered such a terrifying and helpless ordeal, having been bitten by at least 20 snakes. Her mother, Lu Weilon, had also received 3 bites. Her father, Wang Bingrong, had a snake coiled around his neck, and it took a great effort to remove it, nearly causing a heart attack. Lu Weilon felt goosebumps all over, frantically patting her body. Heavens, what is happening? Why are there so many snakes in our home? Xiaoyan, what has happened to you? Ah, how can you be bitten like this? Father, hurry, take Xiaoyan to the hospital. The commotion had already attracted the neighboring residents, who rushed out to witness the spectacle. Lu Weilon, typically a woman who took advantage of others and maintained poor relations with her neighbors. Especially after Wang Yun became involved with Qi Yulin, regarded these neighbors with disdain, as though they were impoverished relatives from the countryside, looking down upon them with haughty airs. The neighbors naturally held no fondness for the family. Standing at their door, they exchanged snide remarks. "Oh, Lu Weilon, what are you howling about at this ungodly hour? Are you trying to scare your souls out? Is your home haunted, or what?" Lu Weilon retorted, "There are snakes." "So many snakes. Don't you have any in your homes?" The neighbors collectively denied it. "What snakes?" As they spoke, they observed a dozen snakes in the courtyard, writhing and swiftly slithering out, causing the neighbors to scream and retreat, too astonished to approach and confront the serpents. An elderly woman remarked, "Isn't it curious that these snakes only appeared at Wang Bingrong's house, yet not a single one is around ours? Furthermore, Qi Yulin was pecked blind by waterfowl during the day. Is that not obvious enough?" Someone questioned, "Obvious of what?" The elderly woman replied, "This is divine retribution. Some individuals, having committed numerous misdeeds, have drawn the heavens' ire. With both waterfowl and water snakes, it is the heavens sending punishment through the river god." "Old hag, what nonsense are you spewing? Get lost," Wang Yun shouted, but the slightest movement sent pain coursing through her body, as the bitten areas began to swell. Although these water snakes were deemed non-venomous, they still possessed a slight toxicity, which was not fatal, yet she had endured numerous bites, certainly a significant ordeal. The family, now in a state of urgency, hastily made their way to the town's hospital. Upon returning to Qin Xiangling's home, Fang Yi was in the process of helping Yi wash up, but was soon taken over by Qin Xiangling, who insisted on fulfilling her promise to tell Yi a bedtime story. Amused and exasperated, Fang Yi acquiesced. He found himself with some leisure, sitting beneath the ceiling fan in the main room, examining the jade he had recently acquired from the snake den. The jade was approximately 5 centimeters in diameter, pale in color, with a delicate and smooth texture. It appeared to be a fine piece, yet coming from a humble background. Fang Yi had little experience with jade and could not discern its true worth. Adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, it bore no inscriptions. How could such an object be found within a snake den? Could there be an ancient tomb nearby? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a surge of excitement, planning to return the following day to explore further. If he could procure more antiques, he would surely secure the funds for Yi's surgery. At that moment, he heard a splashing sound. Following the noise, he instinctively approached Qin Xiangling's room, only to discover that the door was ajar. Peering through the crack, he caught sight of Qin Xiangling bathing. She was truly beautiful. Chapter 19. A swim in the river was this. A door intentionally left ajar for me? Fang Yi gazed upon the fair, delicate figure within, unable to suppress a gulp. Sister Xiangling must be seeking assistance. Washing one's own back can be rather exhausting, but I can lend her a hand. After all, I am a paragon of virtue. Fang Yi first glanced into his own room, where he could hear the melodic voice of Shursweki narrating a story. Well, I shall just step in for a moment. I will be out shortly, no one will notice. Surely, she wishes for my presence as well. With utmost caution, Fang Yi gently pushed open the slightly ajar door, which creaked softly on its hinges. Inside, the pristine Qin Xiangling lifted her gaze. The two exchanged silent glances for several moments. Qin Xiangling, embracing her chest, gradually submerged herself into a large wooden tub. Sister truly appreciates the finer things in life, utilizing such a grand bath for her ablutions, especially in an ancient fishing village lacking running water. When did she fill it? Upon entering, Fang Yi softly closed the door behind him. Qin Xiangling, nestled in the water, playfully inquired, "What brings you here?" Fang Yi replied, "I thought I heard you calling me. Did you not?" Qin Xiangling's delicate figure quivered, her eyes shimmering with bashfulness. "I did not. It must have been a misunderstanding." She withdrew her long legs, adding, "Aren't you concerned that your beloved might see you?" "You are precisely that," Fang Yi retorted. With a flick of her dainty hand, Qin Xiangling sent droplets of water cascading onto Fang Yi's face, each bead imbued with a tantalizing fragrance. Fang Yi's spirit soared. This woman, indeed, possesses an innate charm. Her beauty is exquisite and unparalleled. Are the villagers truly so timid? Any notion of misfortune pales in comparison to such stunning allure. It seems that no one has taken notice of her until my arrival. Just as Fang Yi contemplated his next move, a gentle knocking resounded at the door. A voice from outside called, "Xiangling, may I enter?" Startled, Qin Xiangling surveyed the surroundings, searching for a hiding spot. It appeared that the tub was the most spacious option. What do you need? She asked. I am bathing, she stammered. However, the door was not secured. With a slight push, it swung open. Shirsweki's head peeked in, her eyes widening in surprise. What a magnificent bath, she exclaimed, stepping inside. Xiangling, your skin is so fair. Oh. Qin Xiangling quickly shielded herself. Sweki, could you please step outside? After spending some time together and sharing a drink, their camaraderie had blossomed. Shirsweki giggled. Xiangling, if you participated in a beauty pageant in Hong Kong, you would undoubtedly win the crown, perhaps even become a star. Stop joking. I don't even know where Hong Kong is, and you are the real beauty. Indeed. Just ask Fang Yi. He certainly thinks you are beautiful. Ahem. Why are we discussing this? Could you please step outside? I am not accustomed to bathing with company. Shirsweki replied. I merely wish to bathe as well. May I borrow your tub? As a wealthy heiress, she had not bathed the previous night, and, after sweating profusely this morning, felt the pressing need for cleanliness. Very well. Once I am done, I shall let you use it. Please, step outside. Shirsweki laughed. I didn't expect you to be so shy. You aren't hiding a man in there, are you? Qin Xiangling forced a smile. How could that be? Just a jest. I shall wait for you. By the way, where has Fang Yi gone? I am bathing. How would I know? I shall go find him. Finally, Shirsweki departed. Once assured of her absence, Qin Xiangling quickly pulled Fang Yi up, whispering, So, did you nearly drown? Fang Yi had stealthily taken a stroll outside before returning. Shirsweki was still searching for him. Fang Yi, where have you been? With an unwavering countenance, he replied, It was quite hot, so I went for a swim in the river. Shirsweki inquired, Is swimming in the river enjoyable? Would you, a woman, care to join? Indeed, but it would be too perilous at night. Very well, but I wish to bathe. Could you fetch me some water? Ultimately, Fang Yi moved the tub Qin Xiangling had just used for Shirsweki, heating some water for her to enjoy a proper bath, while he quietly returned to his room to lie beside Yi. Time passed, and soon the door creaked open, as Shirsweki tiptoed in. Sweki, shoo, it's too hot. I have no fan in my room. Oh, seeking a breeze, are you? What else would you think? Chapter 20. I want all your fish. Shirsweki sought to bask in the coolness of the fan. However, the bed was rather small, and the proximity of two adults only seemed to intensify the heat. Fang Yi slightly turned towards Shirsweki and whispered, Are you afraid of falling off? Shirsweki replied, Just hold on to me a bit. Fang Yi embraced her and asked, Shall we have a chat? Shirsweki responded, Here? Fang Yi suggested, Let us go to your room. All right. It was not until dawn that Fang Yi returned to his own room. As the rooster crowed and the sun began to rise, Fang Yi stepped out of his room. Despite having not slept throughout the night, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Qin Xiangling had gone out early to buy breakfast and had even borrowed a rickshaw. Fang Yi had caught quite a number of fish the previous day, all of excellent quality. He had informed her that the manager of Taihu restaurant was willing to prioritize purchasing his fish, which was far more convenient than selling them at the market. Once everything was prepared and they had finished breakfast, Shirsweki expressed her desire to accompany him to sell the fish, to stroll around town, and to buy something for Yi. Fang Yi, please let me go. I can help you sell the fish and surely fetch a good price. Fang Yi looked at her and asked, Aren't you tired? Tired of what? I slept well and feel energetic now. Shirsweki glanced over at Qin Xiangling in the kitchen and said playfully. Fang Yi nodded. All right, if you want to go, then go. He then inquired if Sister Xiangling wanted to join them for a stroll as well. Qin Xiangling winked at him. I'll pass. I'll stay home with Yi. As Fang Yi rode the rickshaw, carrying a city girl of ethereal grace through the village, many villagers pointed and whispered, treating it as a source of amusement. Is this your new bride, Fang Yi? One bold village woman, washing clothes by the river, called out with a laugh. Fang Yi chuckled heartily. I have no hopes for this life. She said she would be my bride in the next life. Hearing this, Shirsweki pouted. Who said that? I intend to be one in this life. With that, she wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss on him, leaving several young women nearby dumbfounded. What charm does Fang Yi possess that, despite his condition, women still flock to him? Is this woman lacking in sense? Rumor has it that Fang Yi once saved her life, and his injuries were incurred on her behalf. That certainly explains a lot. One cannot deny that Fang Yi is quite handsome and well-built. Even in his current state, embracing him is still a delightful experience. Fang Yi playfully pulled Shirsweki's hands away, saying, What are you doing? We're on the rickshaw. Keep your hands to yourself. Shirsweki refused to let go. Who was it last night? Halfway through their journey, a sudden pop echoed as one of the tires deflated. The rickshaw being rather old and the stony path rough, had succumbed to a sharp stone. Sweki jumped off and looked at the flat tire, exclaiming, "The tire is flat. What do we do?" Fang Yi responded helplessly, "There's no choice but to push it." Observing the rocky road ahead, he anticipated that by the time they reached town, the tire would need replacing. Sweki pushed from behind, finding the experience novel. She felt that as long as she was with Fang Yi, everything was enjoyable. "Hubby," she suddenly called out, startling Fang Yi. He turned back, bewildered. "Hubby," she repeated, her eyes sparkling with laughter. "Don't you want a wife?" Fang Yi pushed the rickshaw with vigor, laughing. "Who are you referring to?" Sweki pointed to her own nose. "Me. What could you possibly do? What do you think?" She giggled. They managed to push the rickshaw all the way to Taihu Restaurant. Manager Chao Su was just outside, bidding farewell to some guests, when he spotted Fang Yi and Sweki. His eyes lit up as he approached them. "Miss Shi, Brother Fang, what brings you together?" Just days prior, they had dined at this establishment. Chao Su, with keen insight, had recognized their distinguished backgrounds and had subtly inquired about them, learning that Sweki hailed from an influential family in a major city. Yet, he could never have anticipated that she would be assisting Brother Fang from Guyu village, even helping him push the rickshaw. This was simply astonishing. He had previously sensed that Fang Yi was not an ordinary villager and held him in high regard, but now it seemed he had underestimated him. Sweki soon realized that Fang Yi had come to this restaurant to sell his fish. "We had our meal here the day before yesterday," she remarked, noticing Fang Yi's surprise. "Manager Chao, it's nice to see you again." "Miss Shi, good to see you." Chao Su responded quickly, still in a state of disbelief. How could a daughter of the special district be pushing a rickshaw for Fang Yi? Fang Yi pointed to the fish in the rickshaw. "Chao Laoch, are you buying fish today?" Chao Su smiled broadly. "Of course. I will definitely buy Brother Fang's fish." However, a nearby waitress, fair and delicate, whispered, "We can't accept them. We've already received too many fish in the past few days and can't possibly consume them all." Chao Su argued, "Those fish are not nearly as good as Brother Fang's. Take a look for yourself." Naturally, Fang Yi's fish were of the highest quality, while others cast nets and took whatever they caught. He skillfully selected the finest among hundreds. Could they possibly compare? The waitress glanced at the fish and fell silent. Chao Su instructed, "You go inside and prepare the fish tank. We'll keep the fish alive for later." The waitress complied and went inside. Chao Su shook his head gently, recognizing her lack of discernment. Purchasing Fang Yi's fish was a way to cultivate a good relationship with him, which could open many doors in the future. What did it matter if there were excess fish? They could always be sold to others. Yet Fang Yi interjected, "Chao Laoch, if you don't need fish, there's no need to take them. I can sell them elsewhere." Chao Su hastily countered, No. Your fish are exceptional. Last time, thanks to your fish, the leaders who came from above praised them endlessly. I can forego other fish, but yours, I'll take them all." Chapter 21. The Sale of Antiques. Song Dynasty Dragon and Phoenix Pattern. Since Chao Su made such a proposition, Fang Yi was naturally delighted to sell. While this time there was no double price acquisition, it was well known among the fishermen of Qingshi town that the fish purchase price at Taihu Hotel was generally higher than the market rate. Of course, this was contingent upon the quality of the goods, otherwise, they would not be accepted. Fang Yi's fish were both large and plump, and with Chao Su's deliberate intention to befriend him, the price was likely to be elevated. In total, there were 5 buckets of fish, knife fish, mandarin fish, silver fish, and catfish, along with 5 ordinary soft-shelled turtles weighing 2 to 3 pounds each. After weighing everything and calculating the total, he sold them for 2,100 yuan. Although this was slightly less than last time, it was only 100 yuan less, primarily due to the valuable soft-shelled turtles. Sweki, despite being a young lady from a prominent family in Shenzhen, could not help but marvel at the sight of these fish, which Fang Yi had caught from Taihu in just half a day's time, not to mention the crabs they had eaten last night. She was astounded that he managed to sell them for over 2,000 yuan, while her own monthly salary in Shenzhen was less than 2,000. Nevertheless, her beautiful eyes sparkled with pride. "This is my man. Whatever he does is exceptional, including in the evening." While Sweki was lost in her thoughts, Fang Yi had already completed the transaction with Manager Chao. To Fang Yi's surprise, Chao Su even brought out 4 jars of tea, placing them in 2 gift boxes and smiling as he handed them over. "Miss Shi, Brother Fang, this is Longjing tea grown by my friend's family. Take it home and enjoy." Fang Yi was taken aback. "So much? How can I accept this?" Chao Su chuckled. "I have plenty at home. We can never finish it all." Fang Yi smiled. All right, thank you, Brother Chow. By the way, do you know anyone in town who buys antiques? Antiques? You want to sell antiques? Chao Su asked, his eyes brightening. I happen to know someone. He used to deal in antiques in the city, but has since retired back to Qingshi town. He still has a passion for antiques, and generally does not let good items slip by. Unable to leave the hotel, Chao Su provided Fang Yi with an address. Fang Yi and Shisueki bid farewell and departed. As soon as they left, a waitress approached, complaining, buying so much fish again, how can you eat it all? What are we supposed to do with the rest? Chao Su clicked his tongue, just sell the smaller ones. The waitress retorted, isn't that a losing business for you? Hey, you little brat, how dare you talk back to your father? Do you know who that girl was? She is a daughter from a special district family. It turned out that the young lady was his daughter. She still remained unconvinced, a daughter from a special district family. Yet she pushes a tricycle for fishing? Chao Su replied, that's what makes Brother Fong exceptional. Think about it. Who can catch so many good fish at once? Earning 2,000 in one go is something I can't make in a month. That makes sense. She conceded. You need to learn well. Fang Yi and Shisueki left the hotel, first pushing the tricycle to a repair shop, spending 12 yuan to replace a tire. Having carried over 100 jin of fish with water in the buckets, now that the fish were all sold, they only had a beautiful wife to carry. Lightened, they traveled on a concrete road, and the tricycle sped along, causing Shisueki to scream in surprise. Husband, don't go so fast. Slow down. Hearing Shisueki call him husband repeatedly, Fang Yi nearly lost control and veered into the woods. Following the address, they arrived at an old street, home to a place called Lao Jin Antique Shop. Flowers and plants adorned the exterior, and the facade was quite exquisite, with a black sign bearing golden characters hanging beneath the gray-tiled eaves. Inside, the light was dim. On a wall-mounted display shelf rested various antiques. Upon entering, Fang Ye's gaze was immediately drawn to a sizable figure facing him. A woman clad in a moon-white qipao was bending over a shelf near the door, seemingly engaged in some task. Excuse me, is the owner here? Fang Yi called into the room, diverting his attention from the suction cup. There was no response. The woman in the moon-white qipao straightened up and turned to look at him. She scrutinized him from head to toe, then emitted a sound of disapproval, her languid voice, akin to glass. Remarked, you may be young, but your eyesight seems lacking. Fang Yi gazed at her. Are you the owner? He was inwardly astonished at her allure. This woman appeared ageless, capable of being either in her 20s or 30s. Her features were exquisitely defined, with willow leaf eyebrows framing a pair of slightly upturned Danfeng eyes, the outer corners adorned with a faint brown mole, yet her expression bore an innate aloofness. The high slit of her qipao revealed a fair calf, with a red string tied around her ankle. Her 10 toes were painted in a bright vermilion, and she stood barefoot on the dark red floor. Such a woman would be more fitting in the Shanghai of the 1930s and 40s. The woman gently waved her hand. Please take off your shoes before speaking. Huh, do I need to remove my shoes before we speak? After a brief moment of surprise, he deduced that it was likely to maintain the shop's cleanliness and prevent dust from settling on the antiques. Hence, she herself was barefoot. All right, my apologies. Fang Yi stepped back outside and removed his shoes. Shisueki furrowed her brow slightly, but followed suit. Simultaneously, she was astonished to encounter such an elegant woman in this remote town, a rarity indeed. Hello, we were referred by a friend to meet the owner, Mr. Jean, Fang Yi stated. He is not here. He is out on business. All right. I have an antique I would like Mr. Jean to examine. Fang Yi speculated that this woman might be the owner's daughter or granddaughter, and she should know a thing or two about antiques. Upon hearing this, her eyes brightened. Oh, show it to me. Fang Yi promptly produced the jade coin. As soon as the woman laid eyes on it, her half-closed eyes suddenly sparkled with interest as she carefully took it from him. She placed the jade coin on a piece of velvet on the table, turned on a lamp, and then, unexpectedly, reached into the slit of her qipao, retrieving a brass magnifying glass. Fang Yi couldn't help but steal a few glances at her thigh. Where has this object been concealed? Subsequently, the woman scrutinized it meticulously with a magnifying glass for several minutes. Finally, she turned her gaze towards Fang Yi and inquired, Do you wish to make an offer? Fang Yi nodded in affirmation. The woman extended her delicate fingers, stating, This is a Song Dynasty dragon and phoenix pattern charm, known as a Ye Sheng Qian. I shall offer you this amount. Shisueki tentatively suggested, 200,000? The woman scoffed, Are you dreaming? 2,000. Take it or leave it. Shisueki remarked, 2,000. Seems a bit low, doesn't it? This is from the Song dynasty. The woman responded, if it were a royal sacrificial piece with a 5-clawed dragon pattern, it would be worth more, but this is merely a Yasheng Qian used for Taoist blessings. 2,000 is already my utmost sincerity. Our Lao Jin antique shop has always prided itself on fairness. Shursweki fell silent. Without further deliberation, Fang Yi nodded and said, all right. 2,000, it's a deal. 2,000 is indeed a substantial sum. How many years would an ordinary family need to earn that back? Moreover, it is an antique obtained without effort. After the transaction was completed, Fang Yi, clutching the money, happily departed with Shursweki. At the entrance, a young man glanced at them several times. Soon after, he discreetly followed in their wake. The woman in the shop noticed the young man and frowned slightly. Yet, she ultimately picked up the jade coin, gave it a gentle spin, and muttered languidly to herself, once they leave my shop, their fate is no longer my concern. Whether fortune gathers or disperses depends solely on their own destiny. Chapter 22. Encountering a scam artist one day, they earned an astonishing 100 yuan. Not only was Shursweki elated, but Fang Yi was equally thrilled. It was his first time possessing such a substantial amount of money, and combined with his previous earnings, he was nearing 30,000 yuan. In 1994, 30,000 yuan was indeed a significant sum, enough to purchase a decent home in Qingshi town. This only served to highlight the confidence of the old Jin antique shop. The woman in the qipao nonchalantly produced 20,000 yuan, while her shop casually displayed dozens of antiques, with an unknown number more hidden away at her residence. Now, that was the mark of true wealth. With newfound riches, Fang Yi was eager to indulge in some shopping. Let us head to the department store in Qingshi town for a grand shopping spree, he exclaimed, leaping onto the tricycle with a smile. Shursweki remarked, darling, you are incredible. It won't be long before you become a big boss. Fang Yi replied, that's all thanks to your good fortune for me. I've never earned this much before. Oh, you. Shursweki laughed, rolling her eyes as she joined him on the tricycle. However, within 3 minutes, as Fang Yi was riding the tricycle, a young man suddenly collapsed, extending a leg in front of the wheel, which resulted in a minor collision. The man immediately began to scream, ah, you hit me. How could you ride like that? You've broken my leg. In a flash, a crowd of 7 or 8 men rushed out from the throng, all young ruffians from the streets. One of them was leading a massive black dog, prompting bystanders to instinctively retreat. What is the meaning of this? How could you ride and break my brother's leg? The man with the dog demanded. He was clad in a tank top, revealing muscular arms adorned with tattoos. The others swiftly closed in, encircling Fang Yi and Shursweki. Fang Yi was taken aback, quickly realizing they had fallen victim to a scam. He noticed the man on the ground looked familiar. Shursweki whispered, I saw him outside the antique shop. Has he been following us? Fang Yi furrowed his brow. Could it be the work of the antique shop? Perhaps, Shursweki replied. Fang Yi's expression darkened. The woman shopkeeper appeared intriguing, but he had not anticipated this turn of events. Broken leg? Fang Yi dismounted and kicked the man lying on the ground. The man immediately clutched his leg and wailed. Ouch, you broke my leg, and now you kick me? The tattooed man charged forward. Stop. What? You don't want to take responsibility for hitting someone? Compensate. Fang Yi retorted, I'm not denying responsibility, but it's best to have the police witness this, so could I report it? The tattooed man scoffed. Report? I see you trying to escape. Take them inside to talk. Don't block the road here. The young men cracked their knuckles, even holding onto the tricycle. Nearby townspeople whispered among themselves, what a disaster. This couple has encountered a gang of thugs. Look at that woman's attire. She must be wealthy. No wonder they targeted her. I saw them just enter Jean Lao's antique shop. They must have lots of money on them. Fang Yi heard all of this. He grasped Shursweki's hand tightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. What if I choose not to leave? Shursweki's expression betrayed no fear. Rather, she seemed a bit exhilarated. It would be entertaining to watch Fang Yi deal with the bullies. The tattooed man swung the dog leash menacingly. Then we shall have to consult my dog. Fang Yi broke into a radiant smile. In the next moment, the dog suddenly lunged, pouncing on the young man on the ground and biting into his arm with ferocity. The young man yelped like a pig in pain, struggling to free himself before scrambling to his feet. The black dog momentarily released its grip, but then lunged again. The young man, now terrified, took off running, with the dog chasing him relentlessly. This spectacle left the onlookers dumbfounded. The thug's dog did not bite Fang Yi, but instead targeted the thug's brother, who had just claimed to have a broken leg, but was now sprinting faster than the dog. The tattooed man shouted for his dog, "Heisey, come back." But Heisey ignored him completely. Fang Yi chuckled, "Did you see that? Your brother's leg isn't broken. It's all a scam." The tattooed man, clearly frustrated, decided to resort to force. After all, this man had 20,000 yuan on him, a fat sheep not to be missed. You think you can just deny it? My brother said his leg is broken, and that's what matters. You must pay for this today. Fang Yi smirked, "How much do you want?" The tattooed man replied bluntly, "Not much, just 20,000, and this matter will be settled." The townspeople gasped in disbelief. The thug must have lost his mind, demanding 20,000 yuan outright. Do you know how much that is? Fang Yi fixed his gaze on him and smiled again. At this moment, the dog named Heisey returned. The tattooed man waved him over. "Heisey, come back. What are you doing?" In the next instant, Heisey jumped up and bit down on the tattooed man's arm, causing blood to flow. The tattooed man screamed, "Heisey, are you crazy? Let go, let go." Yet, Heisey was under Fang Yi's control and had no intention of releasing his grip. Fang Yi stepped back with Shirsueki, a malicious smile on his face. "Oh, it seems you've raised a mad dog. I hope it doesn't have rabies." The tattooed man, drenched in sweat from pain, shouted, "What are you standing there for? Help me." His lackeys looked at the dog in confusion. "What do we do, Biaoge? Damn it, do I have to teach you? This crazy dog has lost its mind. Get it off me. I'm dying from the pain." A flurry of fists and feet ensued. One of the lackeys, the most ruthless, grabbed a stick and struck the dog. Fang Yi felt a twinge of sympathy for the dog and gritted his teeth, commanding Heisey to release the tattooed man, who then bit down on his thigh. This scene left the bystanders wide-eyed. Many found it amusing, yet they stifled their laughter, intimidated by the thug's presence. The group known as Song Biao has long terrorized the nearby streets, bullying both men and women, provoking the ire of all who witnessed their misdeeds. Now, witnessing their misfortune brings a sense of glee, almost prompting one to celebrate with firecrackers. Fang Ye observes with a detached demeanor, while Shirsueki expresses her astonishment. Suddenly, a piercing cry escapes Zi as he is struck by a flurry of blows. In an instant, the air is filled with the fierce barks of dogs from all directions. A dozen or more dogs, varying in size, burst forth from every alley, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they charge at the tattooed man and his companions. "Run! Save yourselves!" The group of 7 or 8, no longer concerned with robbing Fang Ye, scatters like frightened sheep, desperately fleeing for their lives. Fang Ye shakes his head and chuckles, remarking, that fellow must have committed countless wrongs. Even his own dogs can no longer tolerate him. This is the cycle of karma. One reaps what one sows." Turning to his wife, he says, "Let us depart." Shirsueki blinks her beautiful eyes, sensing an oddity in the air. Just yesterday, Chi Yuan sought trouble and ended up blinded by a bird's peck. Today, the tattooed man and his crew sought confrontation only to be bitten by their own dogs. And what of the villagers on the bridge last night, who were scared away by a swarm of snakes? Could it be? Could my man be the favored child of fortune? Chapter 23. A grand procurement at the department store. Fang Yi rode his tricycle, accompanied by Shirsueki, back to the Lao Jin antique shop. This time, the woman in the qipao did not present her back to him, but rather propped her feet up on the table, facing the entrance, utterly unconcerned about revealing the view beneath her attire. Well, perhaps it was better that way. The woman glanced at them and asked if they had any further inquiries. Though inwardly, she mused that they seemed somewhat capable, having evaded the schemes of Sang Biao and his gang. Fang Yi stood at the entrance and inquired, "Do you know Sang Biao?" He had learned the name from a passerby earlier. The woman, languidly, responded, "Do you suspect Sang Biao is affiliated with me?" Fang Yi shook his head and replied, "I do not hastily assign blame. But those individuals followed us from the entrance of the Lao Jin antique shop. I merely wish to know if you are aware of their background." The woman adjusted her crossed legs on the table, shifting her feet slightly, her gaze piercing through the space between her feet to scrutinize Fang Yi. He, in turn, examined the soles of her feet, contemplating how impeccably clean the floor must be, for her soles remained untouched by dust. Remarkably, her feet were quite lovely, complementing her exquisite face. At last, she spoke in a nonchalant tone, "There is no significant background, merely a worthless street thug who operates a gaming hall at the end of the street, acquired through dubious means, along with a few lackeys." After a pause, she added, "Are you concerned about being entangled? How about this? Return me 10,000, and I will assist you in resolving this matter." Fang Yi shook his head. 10,000. You truly dare to ask for that sum. No need. I am contemplating whether to eliminate him. Farewell. Humph. The woman chuckled lightly, observing their departure, then called out in a crystal-like voice. And there are antiques as well. You are welcome to return. As they walked along the street, Shirsweki whispered, the woman at the Lao Jin antique shop has an odd demeanor, shrouded in mystery. She does not seem like a good person. Fang Yi smiled and replied, Sang Biao is likely not associated with her. I have encountered many individuals, yet someone like her is a first for me. However, my intuition suggests she displays interest only in antiques, nothing else. Never mind her. As long as the money she provides is genuine, everything else is inconsequential. His tone conveyed a strong sense of confidence. After a moment, Shirsweki could not resist asking, Darling, do you feel particularly fortunate these days? Fang Yi pondered and replied, It seems so. Ever since I saved Qin Xiangling, my luck has soared, and my life has begun to turn around. Shirsweki beamed. Do you not think that it is my good fortune that brought this about? Am I not a lucky charm for you? She twirled gracefully, arms crossed. Fang Yi laughed, Lucky indeed. You are like a playful puppy. Huh, you are the puppy. They playfully bantered, oblivious to their surroundings. At that moment, Wang Yun emerged from the nearby People's Hospital. She had been admitted the previous night due to severe snakebite injuries and had spent the night under observation. The memory of the swarm of snakes from last night sent chills down her spine. Suddenly, she spotted a striking couple ahead. The man was tall, and the woman slender. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than her ex-husband, Fang Yi. The woman, who was the same as the previous day, appeared even more beautiful now. They strolled hand in hand, oblivious to the world around them, and the woman had just referred to Fang Yi as darling. Wang Yun felt an intense wave of imbalance within her. After enduring such a horrific ordeal, how could this worthless man revel in such carefree joy, parading with a beautiful woman? Was that woman not in her right mind? Choosing to be with such an inept man? Looking closely at Fang Ye's legs, he walked without a hint of a limp, and he appeared quite presentable. Fuming, she contemplated confronting them, but just then, Fang Yi mounted his tricycle, whisking Shirsweki away. Humph, I shall see what these two are up to. She hurriedly ran a few steps, only to feel a sharp pain from her injury. Fortunately, a rickshaw appeared, and she quickly climbed aboard, instructing the driver to follow the tricycle. The rickshaw driver chuckled, Chasing your unfaithful husband, are we? Wang Yun seethed indeed. I bore him a daughter, yet he cavorts with another woman. The driver replied, Then you must follow closely. Keep your eyes peeled. The rickshaw trailed Fang Ye's tricycle all the way to the department store. The current department store in Qingshi town was once a supply cooperative. Now, having transitioned from state-run to private enterprise, it was busier than ever. Dozens of tricycles lined the entrance, colloquially known as three bumpers. This was quite appealing. Reflecting on her venture to sell fish, she recalled how Sister Xiangling had to lend her a tricycle, a feat requiring considerable persuasion due to her notorious reputation. Now, with temporary financial stability, she considered purchasing one of these vehicles. Seeing Fang Yi examining a three-bumper, a sales clerk rushed over to provide details. Upon inquiring about the price, she exclaimed, 8,800. My goodness, that is highway robbery. Fang Yi contemplated instead purchasing a human-powered tricycle. However, the sales clerk, noticing Shirsweki's elegant attire, aggressively promoted the vehicle, ultimately suggesting, How about considering our second-hand three bumpers? We have some priced reasonably at 2,000 to 3,000. Fang Yi replied, That sounds worth exploring. The sales clerk eagerly led him to view the options, knowing this was a significant sale that would earn her a substantial commission. Moments later, Fang Yi selected a well-performing second-hand three-bumper. The driver's cabin provided shelter from the elements, and it could accommodate 2 passengers snugly, while the cargo area was spacious enough for his needs. The price was 3,800, well within his budget. Having learned car repair during his time in the military, he could manage repairs if needed. Perfect. After purchasing the three-bumper, the couple clasped hands and entered the department store, embarking on their shopping spree. Shirsweki dashed to the children's clothing section, exclaiming, This one, and this one. I want them all. Our little you will look utterly adorable dressed up. And these shoes. She's growing, so I should buy a larger size. Please get me 2 pairs, one in white and one in pink. Do you have any sweaters? It's cheaper to buy sweaters in summer. The sales clerk, aware of the arrival of a significant customer, greeted her with unparalleled enthusiasm. Fang Yi chuckled and remarked, With a mother like you, you must be overjoyed. Sweki replied, of course. I am the best mother. I intend to buy her a television, so she can behold the world. Wang Yun, lurking in the shadows, watched in disbelief as Fang Yi extravagantly spent 3,800 on a second-hand tricycle, and now generously purchased numerous items, including a television. Jealousy twisted her heart as she thought, with so much money, wouldn't it be delightful to spend it on me? Suddenly, she burst forth, exclaiming loudly, shameless woman, Yi is my daughter. What right do you have to claim the title of her mother? Chapter 24. Fang Yi is the culprit. Fang Yi gazed in astonishment at Wang Yun. This venomous woman had suffered greatly from a snake bite the previous night, and, instead of remaining in the hospital, had emerged to follow him. As she approached, her anger palpable and her demeanor confrontational, Fang Yi braced himself to dismiss her. However, the pain from her wound caused her to stumble and fall to the ground. Sweki looked down at Wang Yun with disdain. Ah, so it is you, this viper. Have you been stalking us? How dare you call yourself Yaya's mother? Have you ever seen a mother who brings her lover along to nearly kill her own daughter? You are unworthy of being called a human, let alone a mother. I must inform you that Yaya now recognizes me as her mother, and you have no claim to her. Perhaps you should look in the mirror before stepping out and assess whether you have any shame left. Moreover, you are already divorced from my husband. It was your family that cast them out. Go live your life with your blind paramour. Sweki's words cut sharply, piercing Wang Yun like daggers. Rising from the ground, Wang Yun retorted, you foolish woman, how can you claim him as your husband? He is a eunuch, incapable of anything. What do you find appealing about him? Sweki replied defiantly, I like him, and it is none of your business. At that moment, Fang Yi interjected, please escort her out. We still have many items to purchase, and her presence hinders us. Upon hearing this, several salespeople swiftly moved to usher Wang Yun out. This is a store. Madam, please refrain from causing a scene here. You are divorced, so why linger? Focus on your life with your man. His current wife treats your daughter well. Oh, but you nearly caused her death. Begone, we do not serve the likes of you. Wang Yun was thrust outside, with security keeping watch over her. Though her face twisted with resentment, her pride prevented her from making a scene. Contemplating her next move, she resolved to seek out Qi Yuan. After all, wasn't he blind? Fang Yi and that sharp-tongued woman had witnessed the incident, which she could use to incite Qi Yuan to take action against this couple. They must not be allowed to live peacefully. The salespeople returned, offering comfort. Sir, madam, do not let such a wretched creature upset you. Is there anything else you wish to purchase? Perhaps a dress? Or a backpack? Sweki, pleased with the salespeople's attentiveness, declared, I'll take them all. Get several outfits in different sizes. They will be useful for next year and the year after. She assured Fang Yi that she would return, though she was uncertain of when that would be due to the many uncertainties ahead. The only decision she felt resolute about was to break her engagement with Tang Yuqing. If her father refused to comply, she would leave home. After all, Fang Yi would support her. If only she could conceive soon. Oh, how embarrassing. At the children's clothing section checkout, Sweki insisted on paying, claiming it was a small gesture from this new mother, spending over 1,200, which was half a year's income for the villagers of Guyu village. Fang Yi was equally generous, purchasing a gold necklace for Sweki. He had contemplated buying one for Qin Xiangling as well, but decided to postpone it. His emotional intelligence was certainly on the rise. They also acquired numerous daily necessities, a much-needed electric fan, mosquito nets, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. Fang Yi's own toothbrush had come from the Wang family and was already worn, and his cup had a chip. Additionally, he bought a television, a 21-inch color set for over 3,000. Fang Yi felt no remorse, knowing he could recoup the expense by fishing the next day. As they made their way back, the tricycle was laden with their purchases, and they squeezed into the front seat to drive back to the village. Sweki nestled close to Fang Yi and inquired, Darling, will you return to the military? Fang Yi shook his head, stating, I have retired and have no intention of going back. Yaya needs my care. That is for the best. She replied. The dangers of his former profession weighed heavily on her mind. She could not help but worry about the life and death situations he had faced in the past. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Fang Yi halted. The jade he had sold for 20,000 was procured nearby, where the controlled snake had emerged. The snake's den lay beneath the foundation of a demolished old house, a route Fang Yi had memorized the day before. What is it? Sweki asked. Just a moment, nature calls. She cast a coy glance his way, feeling a bit pressed herself after an entire morning without a restroom. Fang Yi did not take long. He located the snake's den, but found no snakes inside. Perhaps they had become disoriented after last night's excursion and relocated elsewhere. The den contained no other artifacts, but there appeared to be a crack at the back. It might lead to another area, but it was too dark to discern anything clearly. The 10,000 Beast Soul Seal could sense animals, but could not scan underground situations, so he temporarily abandoned the search, planning to return later in the guise of a mouse. Oh, Fang Yi, how much have you bought? Are you planning a celebration? A 21-inch television, an electric fan, an electric kettle, and even a tricycle? What a fortune you must have spent. Fang Yi seemed to have struck it rich. His sister-in-law had barred him from entering her home. What a foolish woman. Could it be that the city girl had purchased these items? Wasn't he supposed to have left with nothing? As Fang Yi drove the tricycle into the village, villagers quickly noticed, particularly the gossiping aunties, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. A myriad of comments filled the air. Fortunately, the roads in Guyu village were quite spacious, allowing Fang Yi to drive directly to the front of the Yulai Inn. As the bamboo gate swung open, the vehicle rolled right in. Qin Xiangling, cradling Yaya, was momentarily stunned by the sight of the overflowing tricycle. How? Have you bought so many things? She circled the tricycle, her eyes darting about in disbelief. The abundance of items was beyond anything she had dared to imagine. After Fang Yi alighted from the vehicle, he leaned close to her ear with a beaming smile and whispered, "Do you have any idea how much that jade coin sold for last night?" Qin Xiangling shook her head. "I am not familiar with jade coins. How could I possibly guess?" 20,000. She gasped, nearly exclaiming, quickly covering her mouth. This was utterly astonishing. Such a diminutive object, merely discovered, was worth so much. She hurried to close the courtyard gate and whispered, "This matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, if the villagers learn of it, it could lead to trouble, and many would undoubtedly be envious." Fang Yi nodded, fully aware of the villagers' nature. Simultaneously, at the People's Hospital in the ophthalmology department, Qi Yulin's parents had deliberately spent money to invite 2 specialists from the city for a consultation regarding their son. The disheartening conclusion was singular. Both of his eyeballs had ruptured, and there was no surgery available in the world today that could restore his sight. Consequently, Qi Yulin would be condemned to live the latter half of his life as a blind man. Upon hearing this outcome, the couple made an immediate decision to return to the village to register for another child. Qi Yulin's mother, still menstruating, still had a chance. Once they departed, Wang Yun stealthily slipped into the hospital room. "Yulin, I have come to see you," she declared. "What do you want? To witness my misfortune?" Qi Yulin, contemplating his blindness, felt irate. "No, I have come to seek vengeance for you." "Vengeance for what? Did you capture that dead bird?" "No. This is all Fang Yi's fault. Think about it. If it weren't for Fang Yi, how could our boat have collided, leading that bird to peck out your eyes? Therefore, he is the true culprit." Qi Yulin pondered for a moment and said maliciously, "Indeed, that wretched scoundrel must be taught a severe lesson, to ensure he suffers the same fate as I, becoming blind as well." After a pause, he added, "However, I am currently in a foul mood. I need to vent, so entertain me." Chapter 25. They are in big trouble. Wang Yun, upon hearing his words, felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. This despicable creature, with eyes as blind as a bat and wrapped up like a mummy, still dared to entertain such absurd thoughts. What was worse, he was utterly useless. Before he even registered what was happening, he had already donned his trousers. This simply wouldn't do. Qi Yulin's family was affluent, having arranged for him a private room. Yet, even so, nurses would inevitably come in. Furthermore, Wang Yun had no intention of marrying into the Qi family any longer. "Yulin, I cannot right now," Wang Yun stated. "What do you mean you cannot? It's still a few days away." "No. I was bitten by a snake yesterday, dozens of times." "What did you say? Bitten by a snake dozens of times? That's disgusting. Last night, a dozen snakes invaded my home, and we all got bitten. Could this be divine retribution?" "Divine retribution, my foot. I don't believe in such nonsense." Qi Yulin snapped. "I suspect you are right. It must be that scoundrel Fang stirring up trouble. He has been in the military and knows all sorts of strange methods. Go fetch Xiaolong for me." Wu Xiaolong was just outside. He soon entered. Qi Yulin turned towards the wall and said, "Xiaolong, go find Seng Biao and tell him I want Fang Yi to go blind as well." Wang Yun interjected, and that flirtatious woman by his side. Qi Yulin recalled Shursweki's appearance, but hesitated to act against her. "That woman is off limits. I need her to bear me a son." Upon hearing this, Wang Yun was incensed, stamping her foot. Wu Xiaolong quietly remarked, "Sang Biao only acts for money." "Yulin, about that money." Qi Yulin responded, I'll give you my bank card. Go withdraw the money. The password is... Just as he was about to reveal the password, he suddenly said, Wang Yun, you should leave for now. Wang Yun gritted her teeth. You despicable creature. You used to speak so sweetly when you were toying with me. The money in the house is all yours. The factory is for our future son. I'll even give you my bank card. In the end, it was all a lie. You truly deserve to go blind. I curse you to be hit by a car or choke on water. She glanced at the kettle on the table, a wicked idea forming in her mind. Then I shall fetch you some water. With that, she took the kettle and left. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, she turned and entered the restroom. Lifting her skirt, she relieved herself into the kettle. Realizing there was too much, she poured out a large portion before filling it with fresh water from the hot water room, returning to the ward with a satisfied smile. At that moment, Wu Xiaolong was just leaving with the bank card. Wang Yun picked up a teacup and said, Let me pour you some water. The teacup still had water in it, and she couldn't be bothered to dispose of it. Instead, she simply opened the kettle and topped it off. Qi Yuan nodded, just in time. I was thirsty. Wang Yun handed him the spiked water, cautioning, Be careful, it's hot. Qi Yuan took a sip and licked his lips. Why does this water taste salty? Yet, it's quite delicious. Drink more if it tastes good. Staying hydrated is beneficial for you. Fang Yi remained oblivious to Wang Yun's malevolence. She was scheming against him, seeking to blind him through Qi Yuan. Did she not consider who would care for their daughter Yiya if Fang Yi lost his sight? Indeed, this woman was devoid of compassion, even towards her own flesh and blood. However, Fang Yi was unconcerned. He was preoccupied with installing a fishbone antenna on the rooftop. In coastal cities, one could easily install cable television. But in a remote place like Guyu Yuan, there was no such luxury. After 20 minutes of effort, he secured the antenna atop the roof with a bamboo pole. The television turned on, managing to receive 7 or 8 channels. For Yiya, this was a monumental surprise. One channel was broadcasting cartoons, and the little girl stared in astonishment, engrossed, as if she had discovered a new world. After all, Wang Yun's family did not possess a television. Sweki busied herself trying on the new clothes and shoes with Yiya. At that moment, Dasa Chun Yihong unexpectedly entered, carrying a half-basket of corn. Fang Yi furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing her. He held no fondness for this woman and pretended not to notice. Sweki was preoccupied with changing Yiya's shoes and ignored her. It was Qin Xiangling who stood up to greet her. Her tone laced with sarcasm. Oh, isn't this Sister Yihong? What brings you here? You used to think this place was inauspicious and wouldn't dare set foot in it. Qin Yihong smiled. I never said such a thing. I came to find my little brother-in-law. By the way, this corn is from our own farm, just boiled. You all should try some. Fang Yi, not wanting to be rude, took a piece and handed it to his daughter. He bit into one himself. It was quite sweet. Dasa, do you need something from me? Qin Yihong, smiling, replied, Xiao Yi, I admit, I was wrong before. After reflecting on yesterday's events, I have come to a realization. Sweki couldn't help but laugh. Fang Yi asked, What have you realized? Were you enlightened, or are you planning to become a nun? Qin Yihong continued, I realize that we are still family. Now that you are facing difficulties and have been cast out by the Wang family, as your sister-in-law, it is my duty to assist you through this tough time. Therefore, I am here to take you home. You and a Fu are brothers. Having you stay here is simply inappropriate. You should return home. I have already tidied up your living space. Fang Yi scrutinized her, then glanced at the 21-inch color television displaying cartoons. He understood her motives clearly. This woman must have known he had money today after purchasing a truckload of goods for the village. If he went to her home, all these things, the television, the tricycle, and various appliances, would undoubtedly end up there. Her aspirations were rather fanciful. Beside him, Qin Xiangling paled at the thought. If Fang Yi returned to Fang Fu's home, wouldn't she be left alone again? Her hands trembled slightly. Fang Yi began to saw. But just as he opened his mouth, the sound of a motorcycle echoed from outside. With a loud crash, the half-open courtyard door was smashed to pieces. 3 motorcycles thundered in, recklessly crashing into everything, damaging the tables placed beneath the fragrant pomelo tree. On these 3 motorcycles rode a total of 6 individuals. Following closely behind were another 7 or 8 ruffians, each embodying a distinct style with long hair, bleached locks, and curls. Leading the unruly group was Sang Biao, his arm still bound in a bandage from a recent rabies vaccination, yet he wore sunglasses and exuded an air of arrogance, as if he were the king of the world. This formidable scene terrified Yiya, who instinctively leaped into Fang Ye's embrace. Chun Yihong and Qin Xiangling were equally alarmed, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Fang Yi's expression darkened. The audacity of these intruders to invade his home was intolerable, and the most egregious offense was the fright they inflicted upon Yi. They were in for serious trouble. Chapter 26. A frightening encounter in the courtyard. The mere mention of Sang Biao sent a shiver down Chun Yihong's spine, causing her heart to race and her undergarments to nearly slip off. She had encountered Sang Biao before in the town, where he had been mercilessly beating a man, leaving him bloodied and battered. It was then that she learned his name, the notorious street bully of Qingshi Town. Little did she expect that this fearsome figure would venture into Guyu village today and even seek her out. What could he possibly want? At that moment, Sang Biao fixed his cruel gaze on Fang Yi, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. So it's really you. You're Fang Yi, aren't you? Have you realized the trouble you're in? Damn, you ran pretty fast this morning. Looks like there's no escape this time. Fang Yi's eyes turned icy as he instructed, Sweki, take Yaya into the house. Sang Biao laughed heartily. I've heard you're a eunuch who can't handle women, yet you have two stunning beauties by your side. Don't worry, my brothers and I will take good care of them. We'll ensure they discover the joys of womanhood. Chun Yihong trembled at his words and hurriedly protested, You're looking for Fang Yi. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just visiting. I'll be on my way now. Fang Yi replied dryly, Sister-in-law, didn't you just say we're family? You came to bring me and Yaya home, remember? Her eyes widening with indignation, Chun Yihong shot back, Don't be ridiculous. You're a married man. You have no ties to my family. You've provoked Sang Biao. Don't you realize the danger you're in? Don't drag us down with you. Turning to Sang Biao, she plastered on a pleading smile, Brother Sang, I swear I'm not involved with them. Can I leave now? Sang Biao merely scoffed, What do you think? With a face full of despair, Chun Yihong exclaimed, Brother Sang, I'm just an old woman with grown children. Please, have mercy and let me go. With a swift motion, Sang Biao struck her with a resounding slap, sending her sprawling to the ground. He disdainfully wiped his hand, muttering, Damn, with a face like yours, what kind of dreams are you having? Laughter erupted from his gang of thugs. Though she had been struck, Chun Yihong felt a strange relief at his words. Yes, I'm just a poor village woman. How could I possibly aspire to someone like Brother Sang? Then I shall take my leave. You all carry on. As she attempted to rise, Sang Biao kicked her down once more. No one leaves today? Falling back to the ground, she dared not unleash her anger on Sang Biao, and instead turned her ire towards Fang Yi, berating him, You disaster. I knew your association with Widow Qin would lead to trouble. What have you done to provoke them? You should take responsibility for your own actions and not bring others down with you. Why are you just standing there? Kneel and apologize to Brother Sang. Fang Yi glanced at her. His earlier comment was merely to avoid being coerced back to her home. Yet he was astonished at how quickly she would sell out her relatives in times of crisis. He stood, offering Sang Biao a smile that inexplicably triggered a sense of familiarity in Sang Biao, reminiscent of earlier that day when Fang Yi had smiled and his dog had gone berserk. Could it be that there was something sinister at play? Observing a small dog in the courtyard, Fang Yi finally spoke. Sang Biao, have you taken your precautions? Is your arm still sore? Sang Biao's temper flared with a mix of old grudges and new grievances. Kid, I can't tell if you're brave or just insane. Don't you know to be afraid? You should be the one afraid. Fang Yi retorted. You broke my door and my table, scaring my daughter in the process. That's quite a transgression. Sang Biao laughed heartily. How significant could that be? Fang Yi extended 4 fingers. You asked for 20,000 this morning. I'll settle for 40,000 now. Leave it, and I'll let you depart safely. The gang of ruffians exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide in disbelief. This guy must be out of his mind. They exclaimed. I heard he's crippled and lax. Well, maybe he's lost his sanity because of it. Just then, a dog belonging to Qin Xiangling suddenly howled, emitting a sound reminiscent of a wolf. Sang Biao instinctively took a step back. He recalled how a previous howl had summoned a frenzy of dogs. What was happening? A cacophony of barking erupted from all directions, and the number of dogs seemed to exceed that of the morning. Guyu village was indeed home to an abundance of dogs. Those who had previously fled from the mad dogs turned pale with fear. Brother Biao, what is going on? Is it him? Does he possess some dark magic to control dogs? From the back of the group, one of Sang Biao's underlings noticed several dogs gathering at the entrance, teeth bared and growling low, forming a menacing line. Soon, more dogs arrived, both large and small. All lined up in formation, blocking the way. Brother Biao, look. I'm getting scared. One trembling thug stammered. As they turned to see the gathering of dogs, a chill ran down their spines. Is this some kind of nightmare? Sang Biao, having been bitten before, felt a surge of dread. But seeing his companions around him offered a glimmer of confidence. He bellowed, "It was you causing chaos this morning. You can train dogs? Brothers, let us go?" We'll knock out his teeth first, and then he won't be able to control them. With a mighty swing of his tattooed arm, he charged forward. But in an instant, Fang Yi had darted past him, seizing his head and slamming it hard against the nearby motorcycle, the impact causing stars to explode in Sang Biao's vision. On the ground, Chen Yihong stuffed her hands into her mouth, nearly wetting herself in fright. This man truly had no fear of death. How could he dare to strike Sang Biao? He must have lost his mind. Immediately, she witnessed a breathtaking scene. Her rumored limping uncle seemed to transform into a formidable deity, charging into the throng. With every punch and kick, his subordinates were left weeping and wailing. They yearned for more legs to escape the terrifying courtyard. However, the group of red-eyed mad dogs at the entrance, akin to vigilant sentinels, prevented any chance of escape. It was eerie, brutal, and left one questioning existence itself. The leader, Sang Biao, was certainly prioritized in this chaos, suffering a broken arm as several of his underlings pinned him down. Inside the room, Sweki, accompanied by Yeya, peered through the window with an expression of exhilaration, exclaiming, "Yeya, did you see? Isn't Daddy handsome?" Yeya nodded vigorously, responding with enthusiasm. Outside, Sang Biao cried out for mercy. "Big brother, please, grandfather, stop hitting us. We concede. We beg you, please stop. Someone might die." Chapter 27. A profit of $50,000. Are you scared? Begging for mercy? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Fang Yi picked up a shoe, whose owner was unknown, from the ground and squatted before Sang Biao, giving it a light pat against his face. He had 4 individuals pinned beneath him, resembling a precarious tower of human bodies, paralyzed with fear. The slightest movement would earn them a beating. They had been thoroughly intimidated. That wretched Wu Xiaolong claimed that this Fang was not only a eunuch, but also a cripple. How infuriating. He would soon make this scoundrel a cripple himself. Wasn't this a ridiculous predicament? No more. Grandpa, I truly won't dare again. I beg you for mercy. Sang Biao lay face down, his visage flushed and tears welling in his eyes, unable to muster any strength in his hands, feeling as if he were on the brink of suffocation. Fang Yi delivered a swift kick to the head of the individual atop the pile, commanding, "You, get lost." That person, as if granted a reprieve, quickly scrambled away. As instructed, he rolled rather than crawled. With that, Sang Biao felt a slight alleviation of his distress. Fang Yi fetched a stool, seated himself regally, and with a wave of his hand, summoned a dozen dogs that marched in like soldiers, encircling Sang Biao, and the 3 individuals sprawled above him. The sight was astonishing, even rendering Sweki speechless. "Grandpa, please, whatever you say goes," Sang Biao implored, nearly shedding tears. What kind of misfortune had befallen him to encounter such a formidable character? Could this man truly train dogs to such a degree? Had he inadvertently offended someone of such caliber? Strikingly, these dogs were not even his own. What kind of sorcery was this? Suddenly, Sang Biao recalled that scoundrel Qi Yuan, who had been blinded by a bird's peck just yesterday. How tragic. If this grandpa could swiftly tame dogs, could he not also control waterfowl? It was not far-fetched for Sang Biao to entertain such thoughts, given the deep-seated superstitions within this remote village. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Fang Yi ordered the 3 individuals on top of Sang Biao to leave. He then called out to the room, "Sweki, help me draft a compensation agreement." Sweki promptly emerged, inquiring, "How should I write it?" Fang Yi replied, "State that today, Sang Biao led a group and damaged an antique wooden door, a Ming Dynasty wooden table, and injured a valuable Western dog, voluntarily compensating $50,000, with both parties absolved of further obligations." How much? 50,000? Chen Yihong's eyes widened. Her fists nearly choked in her throat. $50,000 was an astronomical sum she had never encountered in her life. Sang Biao mournfully protested, "Did you not say 40,000 earlier?" Fang Yi calmly stated, "Isn't that game hall you possess one that you forcibly acquired from Zhang Daba? Initially, I intended to help him retrieve it, but he wasn't particularly fair, so I let it go. Do you think that extra 10,000 is worth it?" Upon hearing this, Sang Biao nodded emphatically. Indeed, that game hall had been seized from Zhang Daba. The business was thriving, yielding over 20,000 in monthly gross profits. Calculating it this way, the 50,000 was indeed justified. All right, 50,000 it is. Sang Biao conceded, acknowledging his lack of discernment in underestimating Fang Yi, treating it as a courtesy gift for their first meeting. This man was indeed shameless. Encountering someone as formidable as Fang Yi, he felt no shame in calling him grandpa. Once the agreement was finalized and Sang Biao pressed his thumbprint, he promptly dispatched someone to retrieve the $50,000. He lowered his hands and said, "Grandpa." Fang Yi rolled his eyes. "I am not your grandchild. I am Fang Yi. Master Fang. Master Fang, I have another piece of information to share. Someone has paid me to deal with you and wants your eyes." Fang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Qi Yuan?" Sang Biao confirmed. "Yes, Qi Yuan." Fang Yi nodded, waving his hand. "Understood. Whatever transpired here today, none shall remember upon leaving. Got it?" Sang Biao replied, "Got it. Master Fang, we shall take our leave." Fang Yi lightly waved his hand, and the pack of dogs that had been glaring hungrily turned on their heels and filed out of the courtyard. This display left Sang Biao and his companions utterly astonished. A true master, without a doubt. To offend someone of such stature was akin to courting death. As for Qi Yuan, truly he was like a longevity deity hanging himself, inviting his own demise. If not him, then who? The group departed courteously, even rearranging the overturned antique table and cleaning the bloodstains from the ground. "Master Fang, we are leaving. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to command us." Only after exiting the ancient fishing village did the group collectively exhale, allowing themselves to groan softly. "Oh, my face, it hurts so much. Is it swollen? You think you're lucky? My cavity has been knocked out. What a terrifying ordeal. What kind of person did we provoke? Biao Ge, do you think we can still retrieve that 50,000? Sang Biao wanted to strike his subordinate, but found both hands too painful to lift, opting instead to scold. "Do you wish to die? I have no desire for death." 50,000. Knowing such an impressive grandpa is worth the price, understand? His subordinate replied, "Understood, understood. I too wish to avoid provoking that grandpa." Sang Biao urged, "Let us hurry. Take me to the hospital. Then, we will settle the score with Wu Xiaolong." Right away, in a certain corner of the ancient fishing village, Zhang Daba and his 3 henchmen observed from a distance as Sang Biao and his crew left, bruised and battered. "Brother Daba, something feels off. They just walked away like that? Not even a woman was taken? How did they end up giving money, 5,000 to Master Fang?" Sang Biao was truly generous. Coincidentally, Zhang Daba and his companions had observed Wu Xiaolong seeking Sang Biao to instruct him to punish Fang Yi and blind him. After some discussion, they realized this was an opportunity. They had planned to orchestrate a scheme to use Fang Yi to eliminate Sang Biao. If Sang Biao fell, they could make some effort, incur a small cost, and have a chance to reclaim the game hall. However, now that Sang Biao was leading a group to confront Fang Yi, they felt that while Fang Yi was strong, he would be outnumbered and surely unable to withstand Sang Biao and his followers. After all, they had been on the receiving end of Fang Ye's wrath and were eager to witness his downfall. They are well aware that the Yu Lion is currently graced by 2 stunning ladies, Qin Guafu and Shi Sueki, both of whom possess remarkable beauty. Sang Biao's intent to confront Fang Yi may lead to the humiliation of these women, or even worse. In such a case, they could report to the authorities. Once Sang Biao and his associates are apprehended, the gaming hall would be restored, wouldn't it? Their plan appeared flawless. Yet the unfolding events took an unexpected turn. Not only has the gaming hall remained inaccessible, but Fang Yi also found himself in an advantageous position, having received 50,000 yuan, while Sang Biao absurdly acknowledged him as grandfather. What kind of absurdity is this? At the Yu Lion, Qin Xiangling hurled the corn sent by Chun Yihong at her. "Get lost. We do not require your offerings. What nonsense is this?" The moment Sang Biao arrives. "You sell your little brother, don't you? I have never encountered someone like you. Do not ever set foot in my home again." Chun Yihong glanced at the substantial pile of money on the table, her envy palpable. If only she had aided Fang Yi earlier. Alas, there are no remedies for regret. She grasped her basket, casting a fearful glance at Fang Yi before departing in silence. Once she was gone, Qin Xiangling couldn't help but utter a few more words. Fang Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. I am fully aware of what sort of person she is." Shi Sueki added, "You must be cautious of that poisonous ex-wife of yours." Chapter 28. Was the money stolen? Who is your father? Rest assured, that venomous woman cannot stir up much trouble, Fang Yi said with a smile. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Yun is Yi Ye's biological mother, he would have seriously considered taking drastic measures against her, such as replacing the water snake from last night with a venomous one. By today, Wangjia village would already be dining on her feast. Qin Xiangling hurried to the gate and took a look. One of the two doors had been smashed to pieces and needed urgent repair. Otherwise, she wouldn't sleep soundly at night. She then glanced at the fragrant pomelo tree, where the money was still piled up. She rushed back, lowering her voice. Feng Yi, quickly, put the money away before anyone sees it. After a pause, she added, since it's still early, let us go to the bank and deposit it. For Qin Xiangling, who was accustomed to poverty, the impact of such a large sum of money was undeniably significant. Yet, she dared not reach out to touch it, only stealing glances. Feng Yi replied, let us go tomorrow. Qin Xiangling exclaimed, how can we wait until tomorrow? What if we get robbed? The villagers might have already heard about it, and with the gate in such disrepair. Let me tell you, there have been plenty of thefts in the village. Sweki nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should deposit it. Getting a card would be safer. If the card is lost, it can be replaced. Seeing both women in agreement, Feng Yi recognized the validity of their concerns. After all, this was quite a substantial amount. With the leftover from the morning, it totaled over 60,000. This was the savings that determined whether Yi could speak in the future. They could not afford to be careless simply because money came quickly now. Qin Xiangling smiled and said, then I will go cook now. Feng Yi, you can go after you eat. Feng Yi suggested, how about we go together to the town and eat at a restaurant? Qin Xiangling paused, blinking. She had never entered a restaurant in her life. She had no idea whether they served mountain delicacies or seafood. She felt a twinge of temptation, but looking at the dilapidated gate, she shook her head. That's not feasible. With so many things at home, including a television, what if someone steals it with the gate in such a state? Feng Yi remarked, with a television at home, you won't go out, will you? He glanced at the gate and added, no problem. I will find a door plank and make a temporary door. This was a simple task for Feng Yi. 15 minutes later, he had removed a plank from the west wing and replaced it on the gate, securing it with a chain lock. Once that was done, the group hopped onto the three-wheeled cart. With limited seating in the front, Sweki and Qin Xiangling exchanged glances before deciding to sit in the back. Even Yi joined them. They spread some clean straw and laid a few cushions. It was rather comfortable, and they could enjoy the breeze. In contrast, the front seats were stuffy and hot without any ventilation. As the three-wheeled cart moved slowly through Guyu village, the villagers looked on in bewilderment. They whispered among themselves, what is going on? Isn't Feng Yi supposed to be down and out? How come life seems to be treating him better? The city woman's gratitude was one thing, but why was Qin Guafu always coming and going? What was she after? Ah Qin, have you lost your mind? Of course, she's after money. The city woman has wealth, and it must be her money that Feng Yi has. I even heard that this morning, the woman kissed Feng Yi in public. I suspect they were already involved before. Isn't that even more bizarre? The city woman kisses Feng Yi, and then there's Qin Guafu tagging along? A third wheel? Do you not know that wealthy families in the city often employ help? Qin Guafu is that help, specifically taking care of children. It is said that a widow attracts much gossip. But now, with a widow, a eunuch, and a beautiful wealthy city lady all mixed together, the villagers were left scratching their heads in confusion. However, Feng Yi paid little heed to the villagers' speculations. Just a few days prior, he had returned from military service, with a disabled leg and a life that had taken a downturn. His wife had sent him a parting gift, and the Wang family had cast him out, with his sister-in-law refusing him entry. That had been the lowest point of his life. After experiencing such a dark moment, what else could possibly trouble him? Living well was the most important thing. The three-wheeled cart made its way into Qingshi town. At this point, Yi was also feeling hungry, so they first sought out a well-known restaurant in Qingshi town called Zui Xianlu, ordering 7 or 8 dishes and some beer. After enjoying a hearty meal, they finally headed to the bank. Please help me deposit some money. Feng Yi handed a bank card to the teller. How much would you like to deposit? 60,000. Excuse me? The young bank teller, peering through her glasses, thought she had misheard. In 1994, 60,000 was indeed a substantial sum, even in coastal cities. Not to mention in a remote town like Qingshi, where an ordinary family might not save that much in decades. Households with 10,000 in savings were still a rare occurrence. 60,000. Feng Yi repeated. What's the matter? Nothing at all. The teller beamed and welcomed him to proceed with the savings transaction. Nearby, a middle-aged man was withdrawing money from his passbook when he overheard Feng Yi's request to deposit 60,000. His expression froze, and he quickly turned to look, only to see Feng Yi pulling out a hefty stack of colorful 100 yuan notes from a tattered bag. The man's eyes turned green with envy. This man was none other than Wang Yun's father. Fang Ye's former father-in-law, Wang Bingrong. Their family had been bitten by a snake the previous day and had borrowed some money before heading to the hospital. Today, they had come to the bank to repay their debts. Seeing Fang Ye's intent to deposit 60,000 left him astounded. Where did this good-for-nothing acquire such a fortune? Then, as he pondered, a realization struck him. This good-for-nothing had been injured in the army. And since it was an injury sustained on duty, he must be entitled to compensation from the state. With a disabled leg and reduced to a eunuch, the compensation must be substantial, meaning this money rightfully belonged to him and his daughter. As a former son-in-law, he deduced that this 60,000 was indeed their family's money. With this thought, he grew excited. The next moment, he lunged forward and grabbed a handful, snatching 2 stacks, 20,000 in total. The teller was taken aback and let out a gasp. Who is this audacious individual, brazenly robbing patrons of their money within the very confines of a bank? Robbing a bank? Instinctively, she pressed the alarm button beside her leg. In an instant, the cacophony of alarms erupted throughout the bank, igniting a palpable tension among everyone present. Meanwhile, as Fang Yi seized Wang Bingrong's hair while he was attempting to abscond with 20,000, he forcefully pressed his face against the wall, causing blood to gush from his nose. Qin Xiangling swiftly rushed forward, gripping Wang Bingrong's clothing, and shouted, "Someone come quickly, there's a robbery." Wang Bingrong retorted loudly, "Let go of me. Who said I'm robbing anyone? This money is mine. It belongs to my family. Fang Yi, you worthless fool, release me. You dare lay a hand on me. I am your father." At that moment, Fang Yi finally discerned Wang Bingrong's face, and his expression darkened immediately, tightening his grip slightly more as he replied, "Who is your father?" "I am your father." Chapter 29. Let her make a contribution. Fang Yi harbored no fondness for Wang Bingrong, his former father-in-law. From the very first day Fang Yi entered their household as a son-in-law, he was met with disdain. Wang Bingrong constantly imposed tasks upon him, treating him like a mere beast of burden, as though any inadequacy on Fang Ye's part would result in a loss for their family. This man was exceedingly petty, displaying a level of malice towards Fang Yi that surpassed even that of Lu Weilon. He even insisted that, as a son-in-law, Fang Yi was not worthy of dining at the same table, relegating him to eat alone in the kitchen, subsisting on leftovers. Furthermore, he had the audacity to blame Fang Yi for various misfortunes, even accusing him of theft. It could be said that most of the hardships Fang Yi endured within the Wang household stemmed from this old curmudgeon. At that moment, the bank's security personnel rushed in and pinned Wang Bingrong to the ground. Yet he clutched a sum of 20,000 yuan, shouting vehemently, "Do not touch me. I am indeed his father. He is my family's son-in-law, and this money belongs to us. He stole it." What? The security guards and bank staff were momentarily taken aback, unsure of whom to assist. Qin Xiangling hastily stuffed the money from the window into her bag before retorting, "Old fool. Have you no shame? 60,000 yuan. Can your family even produce that amount? Fang Yi and your daughter have long since divorced. Do you still wish to pretend to be a father? You are living in a fantasy." Upon hearing Qin Xiangling's words, the expressions of the bank employees shifted dramatically, as if they were indulging in a sensational gossip. Wang Bingrong then bellowed, "Fang Yi, I ask you, is this 60,000 yuan the disability compensation the state awarded you upon your discharge from the military? At the time you left, were you not still married to my daughter? Therefore, is this not marital property? You were a son-in-law then. Does this not belong to Wang Yin? Is it not our family's?" Fang Yi chuckled coldly, "Old fool, your logic is surprisingly coherent. Am I right? Well, to hell with you." Qin Xiangling was infuriated, exclaiming, "You miserable old man, you really know how to calculate, but you shall be disappointed. This 60,000 is not Fang Ye's disability compensation. It is the money he earned today. Do you expect anyone to believe that he made 60,000 in a single day?" At this point, the security personnel, aware of the relationship between Wang Bingrong and Fang Yi, hesitated to restrain him further. As long as he was not attempting to rob the bank or its patrons, it was not their place to intervene in personal matters. Consequently, Wang Bingrong sprang to his feet, clutching the money and barreling towards the exit, only to collide violently with a few individuals entering the bank. "How dare you!" A resounding slap echoed as one of the newcomers struck Wang Bingrong across the face. "You blind old fool. You dare to bump into Biao Ge? Damn it, my Biao Ge is injured. You've aggravated his condition, and you shall pay for it." Coincidentally, the very individuals who entered were Sang Biao and his first subordinate, Pang Hu. Pang Hu swiftly snatched the 20,000 yuan from Wang Bingrong's grasp. Meanwhile, Shursweki, seated with Yi, called out to the two at the entrance, Sang Biao, that 2,000 yuan in his hands belongs to us. Upon hearing her, Sang Biao and Pang Hu turned their gazes, and their eyes widened in shock. Good heavens, what is this? Sang Biao whispered. What do we call her, grandfather's wife? Pang Hu replied, Grandma, perhaps? Sang Biao quickly donned a sheepish grin. Grandma Fong, what brings you here, and what is happening? Shursweki, taken aback by being addressed as Grandma Fong, soon responded, that old fool has stolen the money your Fong Yi intended to deposit in the bank. What? Sang Biao's eyes widened in disbelief. He dares to steal from Fong Yi? Without hesitation, Sang Biao delivered a kick to Wang Bingrong, sending him sprawling forward, only for Pang Hu to slap him back. Unable to regain his footing, Wang Bingrong fell to the ground. Aware of Sang Biao's notorious reputation, he dared not utter a word. Pang Hu, clutching the 2,000 yuan, approached Shursweki as if holding a searing iron, and hurriedly presented it to her. Grandma Fong, your money. Shursweki frowned. I am not that old. Pang Hu quickly corrected himself. Yes. Madame Fong is eternally youthful. Delighted by being called Madam, Shursweki nodded. Your Fong Yi is over there. Hand him the money, and inform that old fool where this money originated. Sang Biao chimed in. This is the money we. That money? Indeed. But this old curmudgeon claims it is his. How absurd. Do you know what this money represents? It is the amount I, Sang Biao, delivered this morning, and it still bears the markings. How dare you lay claim to it? Do you think I, Sang Biao, would steal from your household? Who's he? Take care of him. With a series of slaps. Wang Bingrong's face was left swollen. Fong Yi, perceiving the public spectacle as excessively disruptive, approached Wang Bingrong, towering over him. Old fool, I have not forgotten how you treated me during my time in your home. If you know what is good for you, I shall, for the sake of my daughter, allow us to coexist peacefully, avoiding any further entanglements. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. By the way, remind your daughter to cease her provocations. Should she send anyone else to deal with me, even heaven will not overlook it. Begone. Pang Hu kicked Wang Bingrong out of the bank. Did you not hear my grandfather's words? If you provoke him again, I will ensure your demise. Wang Bingrong, battered and bruised, departed in a haze of fury and fear, never anticipating that Fong Yi had aligned himself with Sang Biao, who even referred to him as grandfather. What on earth was happening? Pang Hu promptly returned the money to Fong Yi. Master Fong, your money. Fong Yi glanced at him. Thank you. Pang Hu was taken aback, trembling as he replied, Master, please do not be so polite with me. The memory of being pinned to the ground by Fong Yi earlier that day, along with the ferocity of the hounds, remained vividly etched in his mind. Such a person instilled genuine fear within him. At that moment, the staff within the bank regarded Fong Yi with newfound respect, having previously underestimated him as merely a son-in-law. However, now, even Sang Biao respectfully addresses him as grandfather, which undoubtedly signifies a person of immense stature, far beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. They hardly dare to even cast a glance in his direction. Subsequently, Fong Yi successfully deposited 60,000 into the bank, opting for a 6-month fixed term. Upon inspection, he noted that the interest for 1 year was over 10%, while that for 6 months was just over 9%. He was confident that in 6 months, he would have amassed enough funds for Yi's treatment. After securing his deposit, Fong Yi and his companions set off to explore. Qingshi Town, steeped in history, boasts numerous fascinating attractions. Given that Shursweki had made a rare visit, it was essential to show her around. Shursweki, no longer feigning indifference, boldly linked her arm with Fong Yi's in front of Qin Xiangling. Qin Xiangling's eyes flickered with intrigue, yet she feigned ignorance throughout, pondering to herself that she had indeed discerned correctly. Sweki harbored feelings for Fong Yi. With Sweki departing the following day, it seemed prudent to have her contribute in some manner to assist Fong Yi, especially since her fiancé would be none the wiser upon her return. Thus, she contemplated purchasing some wine in the evening to intoxicate her, leading her to her room. Chapter 30. Wang Yun's doubts? A new fishing method. Father, what happened to your face? Did someone hit you? In Wangjia village, Wang Bingrong returned home. Upon seeing her father's bruised countenance, Wang Yun gasped in shock. Wang Bingrong, filled with pent-up anger, saw his daughter and felt as if he had found a means to vent his frustrations. He gloomily replied, Isn't it all because of your man? My man. Wang Yun was taken aback. You mean Shi Yulin did this to you? It was not Shi Yulin, but Fong Yi. What? Wang Yun erupted in fury. How dare that scoundrel Fang Yi lay a hand on you? Wang Bingrong clenched his fists and said, he may not have struck me directly, but he is indeed the root of the problem. He recounted the events in detail, embellishing them as he spoke. After hearing this, Wang Yun was left in a daze. Earlier that day, she had sought out Qi Yulin, urging him to deal with Fang Yi. Qi Yulin had sent Wu Xiaolong to confront Sang Biao, and she had overheard it all. Yet now, Sang Biao's gang had turned around to assist Fang Yi instead. Wait, father, what did you just say? Sang Biao gave Fang Yi money? How much? 60,000. Wang Bingrong exclaimed loudly. 60,000? Wang Yun felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Has Sang Biao lost his mind? Why would he give Fang Yi so much money? What right does Fang Yi have to receive such a sum? Earlier that day, witnessing Fang Yi flaunting his wealth with a woman had already unsettled her. Now, hearing the figure of 60,000, she felt as though she might have a heart attack at such a young age. I must get to the bottom of this. Unable to contain herself, Wang Yun stormed out. Her father called after her. Where are you going? Don't confront Fang Yi. He's not someone you can afford to provoke. I'm going to find Wu Xiaolong, Wang Yun replied, for he was from their village. When she found him, however, Wu Xiaolong was also battered and bruised, with one arm broken. Wang Yun stared in shock. Who did this to you? Members of Sang Biao's crew. Wu Xiaolong lay on the bench like a lifeless fish. How could this happen? What on earth is going on? How would I know? Sang Biao accused me of deceiving them. It seems his entire gang was bested by Fang Yi, and they were utterly humiliated. They came and beat me up, then took 5,000, claiming it was compensation for their losses. I have no idea how to explain this to Brother Yulin. Wang Yun's mind exploded once more. If that were the case, the money Sang Biao gave to Fang Yi effectively came from Qi Yulin. So, all her hard work had merely resulted in sending money to Fang Yi? Wu Xiaolong suddenly asked, Wang Yun, is it true that your ex-husband is really crippled, or is that just a rumor you and Brother Yulin concocted to justify your relationship? Of course, it's not a rumor we spread. It was a call from the military. Wang Yun retorted. But I now suspect that Fang Yi orchestrated this entire charade, deliberately spreading false information. Why would he do such a thing? Huh? Need you even ask? He must be involved with that shameless woman and wants a divorce, so he's spreading these lies. Wang Yun thought bitterly. She had initially believed she was the one who strayed and felt a twinge of shame. But now, it seemed Fang Yi had surely been with that woman long before. She was the one wearing the green hat. And now Fang Yi was wealthy and accompanied by a woman who brazenly claimed to be Yaya's mother. The mere thought sent her blood pressure soaring. She could not allow them to live so comfortably. Just wait. I will not let this go. She declared fiercely. What are you planning to do? You think, if I were to remarry him, would he agree? Wu Xiaolong's mouth dropped open, as if he had just heard a joke. But Wang Yun's expression was far from humorous. That day, Fang Yi, accompanied by two intimate friends and his daughter, enjoyed a leisurely tour around Qingshi town. They returned home just as dusk began to settle. As he intended to deliver fish to Taihu restaurant the following day, Fang Yi decided to go fishing after dinner. Nighttime fishing was not unusual. Indeed, it was considered one of the best times to catch fish, alongside the early morning hours. In this ancient fishing village, many people preferred to fish at night. I want to go too, Fang Yi. Sure, Sweki exclaimed. All right, Fang Yi agreed. Tomorrow morning, she would be leaving, and this was their last night together. He did not wish to deny her any of her requests. Despite the fact that their current relationship was a mistake, they might as well continue this misguided affair for one more night. Qin Xiangling had originally planned to bring wine to intoxicate Shursweki. However, with their impending fishing trip, they could not indulge in alcohol. She sensed that something might happen between them that night. Her heart felt a slight pang of jealousy, though not overwhelmingly so. She initially intended for Shursweki to contribute to their escapade. Yet, she couldn't help but quietly smile. It was amusing that a wealthy young lady like Shursweki could not escape Fang Yi's allure. Surely, it was natural for a village widow like herself to find Fang Yi appealing as well. As Shursweki followed Fang Yi out, she held a black bag in her hand, the contents unknown. He did not inquire, suspecting it might be clothing. Upon reaching the boat, Shursweki could no longer contain her curiosity. Fang Yi, how did you manage to command those dogs earlier today? They followed your every command. While Qin Xiangling often entertained fanciful notions, Shursweki, a serious university student employed at a government department in Shenzhen, naturally dismissed any supernatural explanations, but found herself perplexed nonetheless. Fang Yi chuckled and replied, It's a secret. How stingy. Just so stingy. Shursweki playfully leaped at him, attempting to bite him. However, as the fishing boat swayed. She gasped and quickly wrapped her arms around Fang Yi, no longer daring to nip at him. It instead resembled an embrace. Fang Yi laughed, so eager. Shursweki let out a soft huff and playfully punched his arm. Be careful. It's dark. If you fall in, it will be troublesome. I can swim, she retorted. Fang Yi's eyes sparkled. Then let me take you to a good place. With his soul mark activated, he had an effective sensing radius of nearly 160 meters. After successfully possessing a creature, he could issue commands that were effective on others of the same kind. Catching fish was truly a simple task for him. He first lowered the dragnet into the water. Once again, a lively fish was attached to the body of the Chaozue, allowing it to swim freely while emitting commands for the surrounding fish to follow suit. Moments later, beneath the inky waters of the river, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Countless fish coalesced into a massive school, swirling and undulating through the depths, creating ripples on the water's surface that echoed with the sounds of splashing. Fang Yi's task was to scoop them up one by one with a net and deposit them into the fish hold. Observing how quickly the fish hold filled, Shursweki remarked, "It seems that fishing for profit is rather simple." Fang Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is. After concluding the fishing, Fang Yi navigated the vessel forward, soon arriving at the foot of a mountain. Shursweki inquired, "What brings us here?" Fang Yi replied, "Did you not wish to swim? The water here is clear and shallow, with a bed of pristine pebbles below. Are you inclined to take a dip?" Shursweki remained silent, merely shedding her garments with a gentle motion. With a splash, she leapt into the water. Fang Yi hastily followed, concerned for her safety, and activated the wand Shohun In to sense for any nearby snakes or other potential threats. "Come here. Take your time. Aren't you worried about what might be lurking in the water?" He called out. "Huh? What is in the water?" She queried. "Come closer, and I will tell you." A chill ran down Shursweki's spine as her mind conjured ghostly tales, instilling a sense of fear within her. She quickly approached Fang Yi, asking, "What is it?" With a mischievous grin, Fang Yi teased, "There are bad people." Chapter 31. Who would sell Qin Xiangling? Where do these villains come from? Aren't they the ones who have captured you? Just you? How wicked can you be? Very wicked indeed. I am a villain too. The two frolicked in the water, ultimately coming to rest by a rock. At the foot of the mountain, the river glimmered under the moonlight, the water rippling gently, resembling a beautiful painting. The following morning, Fang Yi drove his three-wheeled vehicle, laden with fish, accompanied by Shursweki, towards Qingshu town. As soon as they boarded, Shursweki leaned against him and fell asleep. Fang Yi first delivered the fish to Taihu restaurant, earning over 1,500 yuan. He then took a bus, swaying along the way, to drop Shursweki at the county train station. Glancing at the time, it was 11 o'clock. It was only then that Shursweki began to regain her composure. At the train station platform, the moment of farewell had finally arrived. Despite her determination to leave with a smile, Shursweki couldn't hold back her tears, embracing Fang Yi and weeping for a long while. Finally, she whispered in his ear, "Darling, tell me, if I have a child, would you prefer a boy or a girl?" Fang Yi was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Shursweki cupped his face and kissed him fervently, saying, "Wait for me." She picked up her bag and, without looking back, dashed into the train, fearing that a single glance would rob her of the courage to depart. The train's whistle echoed. Suddenly, a young man on the platform began to play the harmonica, performing Wu Qilong's "Wishing You a Smooth Journey." Perhaps he too was there to bid farewell to his girlfriend. The sound was haunting, almost like a lament. Fang Yi abruptly rushed onto the train, tightly embracing Shursweki, who was trembling, and declared resolutely, "When you return home, if anyone bullies you, call me, and I will come for you." He had already given Shursweki the phone number for the village committee of Guyutsuan. Fang Yi had faced countless life and death situations and experienced the sorrow of losing comrades. Yet, parting with someone like Shursweki felt entirely different. In the past, during his marriage with Wang Yun, he had never felt such a profound sense of loss. When he left to join the army, it was his elder brother Fang Fu and his mother who came to see him off, while Wang Yun's family didn't even show up. Hence, although he had been married and had a daughter named Yiya, he had never truly experienced love until Shursweki arrived, allowing him to taste the bittersweet essence of romance. Nevertheless, Fang Ye's mind remained resilient. After collecting his thoughts, he set off on his journey home. His primary objective was to save money for Yiya's medical treatment. The doctor had once stated that for a case like Yiya's, the sooner the surgery, the better, as there is a golden period for language rehabilitation. The age of 3 is the most active phase for the development of the language center. and after the age of 5, the efficacy diminishes. Yiya was currently 5 years old, but fortunately, it was her virtual age, so there was still hope. On the road, he contemplated his situation. He currently had over 70,000 yuan in hand, and Shursweki had taken 8 pearls to Shenzhen to see if they could be sold, but he could not place all his hopes there. Earning 1 or 2,000 yuan a day from selling fish felt sluggish. Moreover, the Tiaoxi River and the entire Taihu region had a limited supply of good fish, which could not withstand his level of fishing. If he truly wished to sustain a significant income from selling fish, he needed to change waters and venture into the sea, which would be his real stage. However, he had just returned and did not plan to leave so soon. If he could sell a few more antiques or attract some wealthy fools like Sang Biao, then the expenses for Yiya's surgery would no longer be a concern. By the way, he thought, today he would send a mouse to explore the hole beneath the snake den. Who knows, he might uncover some treasures. As Fang Yi indulged in these thoughts, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was the bus conductor shaking him awake. They had arrived in Qingshi town. Fang Yi first sought out a noodle shop to have a bowl of noodles before riding back to the village. At the village entrance, he parked his 3-wheeled vehicle beneath a large tree. Activating the Wan Shou Hanyin, he successfully possessed a mouse and gathered several fellow rodents, heading towards the snake den where he had previously encountered the jade coins. Fang Yi skillfully guided the mouse through the narrowest crevice, slowly burrowing deeper. The further he went, the darker the environment became. Fortunately, the mouse had night vision, and with the sun shining brightly, the little light filtering in through the crevice allowed him to see clearly. Fang Yi felt as if he had crawled into a shadowy foundation, entering a miniature world. Below, the paths diverged, making it somewhat difficult to discern direction. He continued searching and digging. Finally, he saw it. Fang Yi's heart raced. Indeed, there was something. It was a decayed wooden box, thoroughly rotten and reduced to a pile of wood chips. Among the debris, he spotted several copper coins. Unfortunately, the underground environment was damp. The copper coins had long since deteriorated, crumbling to dust beneath his claws. What a pity. The jade coins were likely retrieved from this decayed wooden box and brought to the snake den. He hoped there were other valuable items aside from the jade coins. Fang Yi speculated that the wooden box might have been hidden in the foundation by the former homeowner, or perhaps it was concealed in a wall cavity, ultimately dragged into the foundation by mice. Regardless, it was presently an unclaimed object. Containing his excitement, Fang Yi commanded the mouse to burrow into the rotten wooden box. After a flurry of digging, he unearthed a jade ring. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Not disappointed, he thought to himself that at least he had not returned empty-handed. 5 minutes later, Fang Yi successfully obtained the jade ring. Upon examining it closely, he noted that the ring's face was crescent-shaped, made of blood jade, with intricate carvings along the sides. Beyond that, he could not discern much else. Tomorrow, he would seek out Depiganyo. Cheerfully, Fang Yi secured the ring and rode his 3-wheeled vehicle home. However, upon arriving at his doorstep, he was met with the sound of his daughter Yiya's sobbing and Qin Xiangling's loud reprimands. "Get out! All of you get out! Wan, if you dare come any closer, I swear I'll cut you off. Do you believe me? And you, Sun Shangqin, don't use the old lady to pressure me. I eat my own rice. I earned it myself. The old lady has never given me a single penny, and in this house, she has no say. She intends to marry. Either she weds herself, or you, Sun Shangqin, shall be betrothed to that bald man. Do not harbor any intentions towards me." Another man's voice interjected. "Qin widow, regardless, I have already presented the betrothal gifts, and your elder matriarch has consented. From this day forth, you shall be my wife. This matter is already settled." Fang Yi has come to understand that someone is attempting to encroach upon his territory. Chapter 32. What happened to the gangster? Fang Yi parked the Sanbengzi outside the gate and walked into the courtyard. He noticed a considerable number of people gathered there. Sun Shangqin, the sister-in-law of Qin Xiangling's deceased husband, Fang Ping, Sun Shangqin's husband, who, if one were to trace the family tree, might be a distant relative of Fang Yi from 4 or 5 generations ago, though any real connection had long faded. And a few other local women who had some ties to Fang Ping's family. As for the bald man surnamed one that Qin Xiangling mentioned, Fang Yi recognized him as an old bachelor from Guyu village, probably in his 40s, dark and thin, resembling a firewood stick. Such a man, despite his age, still dared to covet what belonged to others? Ah, quite the lively scene. "What brings you here? Are you here to raid the place?" Fang Yi remarked, as he pushed past a few obstructive women with a rough voice. Upon reaching the bald man, He forcefully shoved him aside. The bald man stumbled and turned, his face twisted with anger, pointing at Fang Yi. You little brat, this is none of your business. Get lost. Fang Yi seized what little hair he had left, towering over him with a fierce expression. Who are you calling a little brat? Fang Yi, one could say, was someone who emerged from a graveyard. Meeting the bald man's gaze, he sensed the palpable hostility emanating from him, causing Juan to tremble, barely able to stand. What do you want? Did you make my daughter cry? Did you lay a hand on her? Damn it. How dare you touch my precious daughter? Smack. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yi slapped Juan across the face. A swelling mark immediately appeared. Juan's eyes widened in panic. I didn't. Smack. Another slap followed, denying him any chance to defend himself. Still trying to argue? Do you think you can just waltz in here? You ought to inquire how Sang Biao and his 18 men left yesterday. Do you fancy experiencing something similar? Juan's face was already bruised, but hearing Sang Biao's name still made him shudder. Yesterday, Sang Biao stormed into Qin Xiangling's home with his men, smashing down the door. The village buzzed with rumors. But no one truly knew what transpired. Afterward, someone claimed to have seen them flee hastily. Was it possible they were frightened away by Fang Yi? That seemed implausible. The village gossip suggested that Fang Yi's city girlfriend had bribed them. Fang Yi snorted at the thought of Sang Biao wielding such influence. If he did not establish his authority, would they consider him a pushover? Did they not realize that Sang Biao was but a lackey before him? Releasing Juan, Fang Yi stepped forward and embraced Yiya. Sweetheart, it's all right, Daddy's here. Anyone who dares to bully you will be left searching for their teeth. He then took the kitchen knife from Qin Xiangling and handed Yiya back to her. Qin Xiangling bit her lip, yearning to rush into his arms, but held back, her eyes moistening. With Fang Yi's return, she no longer needed to feign madness. She felt utterly weak. Everything will be fine with me around, Fang Yi assured. Yes, Qin Xiangling sniffed. Let us go inside, Fang Yi instructed. She picked up Yiya and turned to enter the room. Fang Yi had just been smiling at them entering when he turned around, his face now clouded with fury. Kindness invites bullying, especially from these villagers who prey on the weak. If someone like Sang Biao can act recklessly, then why not become a force to be reckoned with myself? With a thud, he drove the kitchen knife deep into the broken table, fixing his unfriendly gaze on Sun Shangqin and the others. Now, who among you wishes to discuss matters with me? What do you want? Sun Shangqin licked her lips. Fang Yi, this has nothing to do with you. You are merely. Speak. If you don't, get out. If you dare to come here again, I will end you. You. How dare you speak to me like that? Technically, I am still your sister-in-law. Sun Shangqin was taken aback by Fang Yi's audacity, reminding him of their familial ties. Fang Yi scoffed, sister-in-law? With your unattractive and dark appearance, how dare you call yourself my sister-in-law? Sun Shangqin's face turned crimson with rage, nearly combusting. Although she was indeed of average looks, she had never been spoken to in such a manner. She wanted to lash out at Fang Yi, but upon seeing the knife on the table and the bald man on the floor, she lost her courage. Instead, she glared at her husband. Fang Ping, are you mute? Can't you see how he's bullying me? Fang Ping gathered his courage and shouted, Fang Yi, how can you speak like that? Fang Yi shot him a cold glance. This is how I speak. What of it? Want to fight? Go on. Pick up that knife. Today, let us see whether you will kill me or I will chop you up for the dogs. Fang Ping, an ordinary fisherman from Guyu village, lacked the audacity for a brawl. His complexion fluctuated between green and white for a while before he finally managed to stammer. Fang Yi, you weren't like this before. How have you changed so much? You've served in the military. How can you act like a gangster? Fang Yi erupted into laughter. What is wrong with being a gangster? Did I eat your family's food? You haven't changed much. You're still the same parasitic leech. How can you bully Xiangling like this? Are you going to sell her to Juan? Or maybe your wife or daughter too? Fang Yi, you are too much. Fang Ping finally found his backbone and charged at Fang Yi, only to be kicked away. Fang Yi coldly declared, let me make this clear today. Qin Xiangling is mine. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on her will face annihilation. Sun Shangqin looked at him with disdain. You have nothing left down there. How can you still think of possessing Qin Xiangling? Fang Yi laughed. What do you mean by possessing? This is mutual consent. You've lost everything. How can it be mutual? An older woman curiously inquired. Fang Yi grinned wickedly, having lost that. I still possess hands and a mouth. Old sister-in-law, has your man never shown you? The older woman felt her face flush, glancing at Fang Yi's mouth, feeling a strange desire. At that moment, the bald man spoke up. Fang Yi, aren't you involved with that city girl? Fang Yi scoffed. What of it? I have money. Can't I have multiple women? You? The bald man was left speechless, but I have already courted Fong Laodai. And she agreed. Qin Xiangling is my wife. Wife, your mother. With a forceful kick, Fong Yi sent him sprawling, declaring, whoever you have betrothed, you shall marry. Having accepted your betrothal gifts, Fong Laodai, then you should take her home, for throughout your life as an old bachelor, you have never known a woman's embrace. Now, with Fong Laodai, you may at last savor the taste of flesh. The neighbors who were watching could not suppress their laughter at Fong Ye's biting tongue. At that moment, the sound of a motorcycle engine echoed from outside. The vehicle came to a halt, and 5 or 6 individuals strode in. The leader was none other than Sang Biao. Upon seeing Sang Biao enter with his subordinates, Fong Ping and Sun Shangqin's expressions shifted dramatically, and they quickly made way. Yet, secretly, they felt a thrill of excitement. Sang Biao had returned with his lackeys, surely seeking trouble with Fong Yi. Ah, this was bound to be an entertaining spectacle. Let us see how you boast now, after having spoken of how Sang Biao had left before. But the next moment, Sang Biao and his companions stood in perfect formation before Fong Yi, bowing and greetings, Master Fong. Chapter 33. Sun Shangqin's Malice in the Courtyard. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Fong Ping and the group of women brought by Sun Shangqin dared not even breathe. The scene before them was too shocking, leaving this group astonished and speechless. That was Sang Biao, the notorious street bully of Qingshi Town, known for beating up schoolchildren, kicking grandmothers, and letting dogs attack pregnant women. Such a terrifying individual was now respectfully addressing Fong Yi as Fong Yi, his hands bound with bandages and flanked by his henchmen. Although Fong Yi and Fong Yi sound somewhat similar, it was clear to everyone that they were addressing him with honorifics. Fong Yi glanced at Wan Tuozi and the others, secretly mocking himself, having performed a similar act. He realized that his intimidation was nowhere near as powerful as the shout from Sang Biao and his crew. However, their arrival was indeed timely. What brings you here? Fong Yi inquired, raising his eyelids. Fong Yi, we have something to report, Sang Biao replied. His demeanor learned from somewhere unknown, leaving the surrounding women utterly stupefied. Get these people out of here, Fong Yi commanded. Sang Biao paused. Fong Yi, have they offended you? Fong Yi let out a soft hum, pointing at Wan Tuozi. What do you think he came here for? To harm my daughter and steal my woman. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao erupted in fury, delivering a kick to Wan Tuozi's face. You must be tired of living. You dare to lay a hand on the young lady? You dare to covet the lady? You worthless scoundrel. Do you even know how to write the word death? Beat him. Sang Biao's subordinates immediately began to pummel Wan Tuozi. Lying on the ground, Wan Tuozi howled, Go ahead, kill me. I have cancer and won't live much longer. If you kill me, you will have to accompany me in death. Fong Yi waved his hand, signaling Sang Biao's men to stop. What did you just say? You scoundrel, having cancer and still wanting to take Xiangling as your wife? People like you deserve to die sooner. Fong Ping's family members were taken aback. They had no idea Wan Tuozi was suffering from cancer. It turned out this old bachelor, knowing his days were numbered, had decided to spend all his money on a marriage proposal to Fong's matriarch, hoping to experience the taste of Qin Guofu before he passed away. Qin Xiangling, overhearing from the room, could no longer contain herself, leaving Yi behind. She rushed out with a stick and began to beat Wan Tuozi's legs mercilessly. You old bald man, having cancer and still wanting to marry me? You deserve to have cancer. Why are you still alive? Sun Shangqin and the others watched in horror, eager to sneak away, only to be blocked at the door by Sang Biao's men. Fong Yi hasn't spoken. You think you can just leave? In a panic, Sun Shangqin almost lost control of herself. We didn't do anything. Fong Yi, we are relatives. We truly mean no harm, she pleaded. Fong Yi fixed his gaze upon her. Do you truly mean no harm? Did Wan Tuozi approach the matriarch on his own accord? Wan Tuozi, already frightened from the beating, hurriedly said, It was Sun Shangqin who found me. She knew I had cancer and encouraged me to do this. I figured, having never been with a woman, I would be letting down my ancestors if I died without having experienced it. Since I'm about to die anyway, I won't fear the fate of Qin Guofu. Fong Ping stared incredulously at his wife. How could you do such a thing? Sun Shangqin bit her lip in silence. Qin Xiangling, however, charged at Sun Shangqin, delivering a resounding slap. One slap was not enough. She struck several more. Sun Shangqin, we merely argued a bit the other day, and you, a venomous woman, plotted to harm me? You simply covet my family's house. You want to marry me off so you can reclaim the house for yourself, right? I spit. Get out. From now on, I have no relations with you and your family. Sun Shangqin shouted back. This house originally belonged to the Fong family. You just married in for a day, and both your uncle and father died. What right do you have to keep the house? Qin Xiangling retorted, it belongs to me too. It has nothing to do with you. If you disagree, go ahead and sue me. Sang Biao interjected, Madam, rest assured, she cannot win. This house belongs to you. Moreover, if she dares to sue, we have ways to ensure her entire family suffers. Sang Biao's words were the greatest threat to Sun Shangqin. Her muscles tensed, and she could barely contain her fear. Fong Yi then spoke, let them leave. Sang Biao nodded and delivered a kick to Sun Shangqin's backside. Out. As Sun Shangqin exited the courtyard, warmth rushed down her legs uncontrollably. Damn it. Urinating in public? Are you a dog? Clean it up. A moment later, the courtyard finally fell silent. Those who had left dared not eavesdrop outside. Sang Biao quietly informed Fong Yi. Fong Yi, I have heard some news. That scoundrel Qi Yulin, after having his eyes pecked out by birds, has become twisted in his humanity. He is scheming against you. Oh, where did you hear this? Fong Yi inquired. Yesterday, we were tricked by him, right? I thought about it and realized we couldn't let it go. We didn't finish the job with him, and that brat might seek others to harass you. So, I had my little brother keep an eye on him. And he overheard some information. Sang Biao recounted the events. His subordinate had just eavesdropped at noon. It turned out Qi Yulin's parents, upon learning that his eyes could not be treated, decided to have another child to nurture. However, after Qi Yulin's mother underwent a gynecological examination, it was discovered that she not only had aging issues but also fibroids, making it nearly impossible for her to conceive again. After much deliberation, the couple concluded that since having a son was not an option, they would have to push their son to have children instead. After all, he was blind, but that did not affect his ability to reproduce. They urged Qi Yulin to find a woman and have children as soon as possible. However, Qi Yulin set a condition. He sought revenge and wanted Fong Yi to also become blind. Only if Fong Yi became blind would he agree to his family's arrangements for marriage and children. Fong Yi looked at Sang Biao. Your little brother is quite resourceful. He even found out about Qi Yulin's mother being unable to conceive. Sang Biao chuckled and called over a subordinate. He is the one who gathered the information. He's quite clever, named Afeng. Afeng scratched his head and smiled. Fong Yi, actually. It's like this. My girlfriend is a nurse at the People's Hospital, and she happens to work in the ward where Qi Yulin is staying. I asked her to keep an eye out for me, and that's how I found out. Fong Yi nodded. Thank you for your trouble. You're too kind, Fong Yi. What did Qi Yulin's parents say? Afeng replied. They believe their son's nonsense and want to avenge him. Plus, they're eager to have a grandson. So they definitely agree to Qi Yulin's demands. Although I'm not sure how they plan to deal with you. I suspect they might turn to Huang Matzi. Fong Yi asked, why do you think that? Afeng explained, in Qingshi town right now, the ones capable of handling such matters are either us from the west side or Huang Matzi from the east side. Fong Yi's eyes flickered. You and Huang Matzi don't get along, do you? Chapter 34. A desire to collaborate with Fong Yi. Fong Yi is not a fool. He has no intention of becoming a mere instrument in someone else's hands. Sang Biao quickly interjected. Fong Yi, please do not misunderstand. Although Huang Matzi and we do not have a harmonious relationship, we would never dare to speak recklessly or dig a pit for you. Fong Yi regarded him and said, Sang Biao, you, a formidable street boss, are bowing and scraping before me as if you were my subordinate, and yet you are so eager. Surely, this cannot be mere impulsiveness? Speak plainly. Sang Biao chuckled. Fong Yi, I truly have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to befriend you. Is it truly that simple? Indeed it is. Sang Biao and Fong Yi exchanged glances for a few seconds before Sang Biao conceded. Well, actually, I do have a thought. I wish to collaborate with you. Speak. I wonder, Fong Yi, are you interested in businesses such as game halls or video arcades? Are you suggesting that you wish to sell them to me? No, not at all. We aim to expand our business, but we cannot venture eastward into Qingshi town. That territory belongs to Huang Matzi, who prohibits us from operating there. You are so formidable. If you could assist us in establishing a presence, then all the profits from the game halls or video arcades I open would be shared equally with you. Upon hearing this, Fong Yi smiled. He was well versed in the ways of the world and understood that entertainment venues like game halls and video arcades were currently thriving, yet they were also rife with power struggles and moral depravity, making them hotbeds for criminal activity. Accompanied by his daughter and a cherished companion, he had no desire to engage in such enterprises. The imprint of the 10,000 B soul was far more lucrative than running entertainment venues, and it came without the myriad complications. Sang Biao, I have no interest in your turf wars or violent confrontations. Fang Yi shook his head. However, you have rendered me a service today, which I shall remember. Should you find yourself in need of assistance in the future, I may offer my help. Sang Biao expressed his gratitude hurriedly. Although he could not secure Fang Ye's allegiance, having received a favor was a significant gain. Yet Fang Yi added, not all troubles can I resolve. If you are caught up in murder or arson, do not expect my aid. Furthermore, heed this advice. The crackdown on organized crime is intensifying. Conduct your business honestly, and you will remain unharmed. However, should you engage in bullying, robbery, or deceit, you must exercise caution. Yes, Fang Yi speaks wisely. Take these 2 fish, bring them home, and enjoy. Thank you, Fang Yi. Sang Biao and his companions departed the courtyard, whispering among themselves. Brother Biao, Fang Yi is uninterested. Have we labored in vain? What do you mean in vain? Did we not gain a favor? Foolish Dongzi, favors are invaluable. They can be life-saving in critical moments. But we still cannot access the Eastern Territory for our game hall. Fang Yi's words have reminded me. What did he say? The heightened crackdown on organized crime. Huang Matzi is notorious for his wild behavior. If we cannot confront him head-on, we may resort to subtler methods. What subtle methods? Gather evidence of their criminal activities and report them. This. While it may feel somewhat cowardly, it could yield significant results. A small bird took flight from a nearby tree and swiftly headed towards Wangjia village. In Guyu village, the events that transpired at Qin Guofang's home rapidly spread among the gossiping aunts and neighbors. Wan Tuozi's battle with cancer and his desire to marry Qin Guofang became the least sensational tidbit. The villagers were more intrigued by the fact that Qin Guofang was Fang Ye's woman. Sang Biao, accompanied by his subordinates, bowed and called out to Fang Yi. The notion that Fang Yi, deemed a worthless individual, could still command such loyalty from Qin Guofang captivated the villagers. In no time, the villagers' attitudes towards Fang Yi shifted dramatically, from initial scorn to envy, and now to fear. It was rumored that Wan Tuozi had nearly been beaten to death. The instigator, Sun Shangqin, received a sound slap from Qin Guofang. Sang Biao even threatened that if Sun Shangqin dared to cause further trouble, he would annihilate her entire family. Listen to that. It's quite terrifying, isn't it? Meanwhile, at the Yu Lai Inn, Qin Xiangling clutched Fang Yi tightly, trembling with excitement. Why are you shaking? Fang Yi inquired. I am just overwhelmed. The way you wielded that kitchen knife earlier was rather charming. How irritating. After a moment, Qin Xiangling asked, is Sweki really gone? Yes, she has work obligations and must return. Will she come back? Fang Yi shook his head and sighed. I do not know. Qin Xiangling remarked. You should have persuaded her to stay. If you had spoken up, I believe she would have remained. But her fiancé is a troublesome matter. He may come looking for her. At that moment, a beeping sound echoed in the room. Fang Yi paused. What is that sound? Qin Xiangling replied. It seems to be coming from Sweki's room. As they approached the room, the noise suddenly ceased. Upon entering, Fang Yi quickly discovered a beeper on the bedside, with an envelope pressed beneath it. Having used a beeper before, he recognized it immediately, yet he found it curious that Sir Sweki had left it behind intentionally. Qin Xiangling inquired curiously, what is this? You do not know? This is a beeper, used for communication. Fang Yi casually pressed a button. The black and white screen displayed a line of Chinese characters, revealing a costly Chinese display beeper. Darling, I have successfully transferred to Jiangzhou. I haven't even reached Shunshi, and I already miss you. Yours, Qi. Qin Xiangling read the message and softly said, see, she misses you. Why not keep her here? Fang Yi remained silent for a moment before replying. It is not possible. Why not? She cares for you. Qin Xiangling insisted. After all, she has not married her fiancé yet. Fang Yi responded. She is not merely the daughter of an ordinary family. She is the daughter of the mayor of Shunshi. Qin Xiangling's eyes widened in shock, rendering her momentarily speechless. The mayor of Shunshi, what an esteemed position. Chapter 35. The curse of the Qi family. Qin Xiangling pondered for quite some time, unable to fathom the magnitude of such an official position. The village chief of their ancient fishing village created quite a commotion during elections, with fervent campaigning and gifts exchanged. It was as festive as the new year when the women's director from the township came to promote their agenda. The mayor of Shin City, a special economic zone. My goodness. Such thoughts were beyond imagination. Fang Yi gently tapped her on the head, saying, enough, Do not overthink it. Racking your brain will only lead to great loss. Qin Xiangling pouted, letting out a soft huff. She realized how ridiculous her earlier musings had been. For a woman from such a family, even Fang Yi managing to spend a single night with her would be akin to a stroke of fate. The idea of her remaining in this remote village was utterly implausible. With a sigh, Qin Xiangling remarked, "Forget it, don't dwell on it. Just consider this. Sweki is someone else's wife, the daughter of a mayor, and yet you have been with her. Isn't that thrilling? When the time comes, I will help you find a beautiful wife." Fang Yi replied, "Aren't you quite beautiful yourself?" Qin Xiangling twisted her waist, saying, "I am not suitable. I do not wish to be your wife." Fang Yi playfully pinched her, exclaiming, "Just you wait." At that moment, in another realm of perception, a different scene unfolded before him. It was through the eyes of a bird he controlled, witnessing the arrival at a 3-story self-built rural villa. A black Santana slowly drove through the large iron gate. 3 individuals emerged from the vehicle, Qi Yulin and his parents. Qi Yulin's head was still wrapped in bandages. His eyes had been pecked blind, but aside from that, he had suffered no other injuries. After spending 2 days in the hospital, he was discharged and returned home. It was unfortunate that their family had decorated the courtyard with such extravagance, with cobblestones and winding paths. As Qi Yulin was supported by his mother, he stumbled and fell to the ground. This minor misstep magnified infinitely in his mind, piercing his already sensitive nerves. He struck the ground with force and, with a contorted face, roared, "I am blind, blind. I can no longer see. What is the point of my existence?" His father, Qi Guoyang, shouted angrily, "Be quiet. Are you not embarrassed enough?" Qi Yulin retorted, "Embarrassed? I am blind, and you think I am embarrassed? Are you truly my father?" Qi Guoyang declared, "The village is buzzing with rumors that you were blinded by birds as divine punishment. They say you have been bullying and mistreating others, causing havoc. They claim you were entangled with that Wang Yun, destroying someone else's family. That wretched eunuch. He has become a eunuch. I was merely helping him take care of his wife." Qi Yulin spat defiantly. "If you want grandchildren, fine. I have someone I like, that woman beside Fang Yi." Qi Guoyang fumed. "Are you out of your mind? Do you think she would agree?" Qi Yulin sneered. "I will throw money at her. She cannot refuse. If that fails, I will take her by force. There is a basement, after all. A little confinement will surely tame her." Such things are not unheard of. There are several women in the village who were brought in from outside, and now they are all obediently managing their households. And that wretched eunuch. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be blind. You need to find someone to blind him as well. Qi Guoyang was about to protest further, but his wife interjected. "Enough. Let him have his way. Yulin, do not speak too loudly. Be cautious of others overhearing." The couple then ushered their son into a room and proceeded to whisper about their plans. "That Wang family's son-in-law blinded my son. He must be dealt with severely. Blinding him is not enough. He has already crippled one leg. So let us break the other. I heard Yulin mention seeking Sang Biao to handle that wretched eunuch, but it was unsuccessful. Sang Biao is utterly useless. We need someone formidable from Qingshi town, those Huang Mazi people. I will seek them out tonight. As long as the money is sufficient, they will not refuse. First, we must clear the basement, confine a woman, and ensure it is soundproof." Just as Sang Biao had speculated, they indeed planned to seek out Huang Mazi. The bird controlled by Fang Yi listened intently, absorbing every word. Such a family, producing such offspring. Fang Yi chuckled coldly to himself. Since that was the case, he would present them with an extravagant surprise. The bird left the Qi residence, circled around outside, and upon its return, it brought with it over 30 additional birds. They settled in the courtyard of the Qi villa. A few minutes later, Qi Yulin's mother emerged. This woman, plump and with a waist thicker than her hips, had a heart as venomous as a scorpion. The discussions she had just had with her husband were primarily her decisions. Unable to bear children herself, she had pinned all her hopes on her son producing grandchildren. She did not want Qi Guoyang to seek a younger, more beautiful woman outside, so she unconditionally indulged her son's every outrageous demand. "Why are there so many birds? You wretched creatures, it is your fault my son is blind. Begone, begone." Seeing the birds filled her with hatred, and she grabbed a broom, rushing to chase the flock away. At that moment, dozens of birds took flight, one in particular darting towards her face with lightning speed. Thud! One of her left eyes was pecked out. The next second, her right eye was simultaneously attacked by 2 other birds. "Ow!" The woman screamed in agony, akin to a pig being slaughtered. Hearing the commotion, Qi Guoyang rushed out. only to find all the birds had taken refuge at the entrance of the villa. He saw his wife sitting on the ground, clutching her face in torment, trembling all over. "Wife, what has happened? What is going on?" "Birds. There are birds. Where did they come from?" Suddenly, the flock of birds took flight. Thud. Thud. 2 more of his wife's eyeballs were pecked out, and even his neck and arms bore numerous bloody wounds from the relentless assault. "Enough. Depart, birds." Fang Yi commanded the flock, and in an instant, over 30 birds of varying sizes soared into the sky, completing their mission and retreating without leaving a trace. Fang Yi, through the perspective of a bird, observed individuals hastening toward the source of the anguished cries emanating from the Qi family. Initially hesitant to enter, they gathered in numbers, emboldened by a collective courage before daring to rush into the Qi household. Upon arrival, they were met with a harrowing sight. Both Qi Guoyang and his wife were covering their eyes. Alas, their eyes had also been rendered blind. One villager, seemingly encountering a specter, exclaimed in horror, retreating several steps. "How could this be? Guoyang, how have you lost your sight?" "Birds, many birds, quickly. Take us to the hospital." Yet, several villagers recoiled in fear. Could it be birds once more? Birds pecking at human eyes. The Qi family, a trio, had all been blinded by these avian assailants. What is this? This is divine retribution, divine retribution. The heavens are enraged, unleashing their wrath through birds. The Qi family has invoked celestial ire. An elderly woman, her face etched with terror, stumbled backward, casting a fearful glance at the Qi residents before shuffling away with great haste, as if remaining would invite the wrath of the heavens upon her as well. The remaining villagers felt a chill creeping up from their very souls, inexplicably shivering in the oppressive heat. "Flee, run swiftly. The Qi family has been punished by the heavens, cursed by divine forces. O heavens, spare me your wrath. I am but a passerby." Chapter 36, Divine Retribution. Harvest. Having just returned to his room, Qi Yuan lay down, his mind conjuring grotesque images of Fang Yi, blinded and rendered crippled, condemned to a life confined to a wheelchair. He envisioned the exquisite life that awaited him, wherein he had captured Fang Ye's woman, imprisoned her in a basement, and toyed with her while she bore his children. A flicker of hope for the future ignited within him. Yet, at that moment, he was jolted by the chilling screams of his mother from downstairs, followed by his father's cries and the terrified shouts of villagers. He was struck dumb. Divine retribution? Could it truly be divine retribution? Even his parents' eyes had been plucked out by birds. This was no mere coincidence. Such events do not occur by chance. Who could orchestrate this? Fang Yi? Impossible, unless he were a deity. But how could a god endure such misery? Reduced to a son-in-law, unable to manage his own wife, and his daughter rendered mute. If he were a god, he must surely be a god of misfortune. What now? I have become blind, and my parents too. Who will care for us? No matter, my family is wealthy. We own a factory, we have money, and surely, people will come to curry favor with us. Fang Yi, it is all your fault. And Wang Yun, you seduced me. You have brought ruin upon my entire family. Now that we face such calamity, do not expect to fare well yourselves. In his room, Qi Yuan raged and howled, consumed by madness. In his frenzy, he accidentally tumbled from the bed, striking his head against the corner of the table. That evening, at the Wang family village screw factory, a security guard observed a vast, dark mass hovering above, obscuring the stars and moon, leaving him bewildered. He shone his flashlight upon the anomaly, and his scalp prickled with fear. It was a multitude of birds, dropping debris from the sky. Curiosity mixed with dread compelled him to approach, only to witness the birds casting dry branches and hay into the factory. He could not fathom their purpose until he spotted a colossal black bird descending from the heavens, clutching a torch in its beak. Divine retribution. It is divine retribution. Run, run. The old guard's mind threatened to explode under the weight of terror. He scrambled out of the factory, and when he dared to look back, he saw the factory engulfed in flames, with several oil drums exploding in a fiery spectacle. Meanwhile, Fang Yi lay leisurely upon a small fishing boat upon Taihu Lake, the bright moon hanging high in the sky, reminiscent of a grand plaque in an ancient court, save for a single character. Wicked individuals face divine retribution. Is it not the way of heaven? Fang Yi whistled, feeling no remorse for his actions. Such individuals cannot be allowed to go unpunished. Should he wait for the Qi family to seek vengeance from Huang Matzi? For Huang Matzi to stealthily invade their home at midnight? To find a knife poised at his and his daughter's throats? Fang Yi was not foolish enough to entertain such thoughts. With a splash, Fang Yi shed his clothes and dove into the lake. The warmth of the evening made the water invitingly comfortable. That night, rumors of the Qi family's divine punishment spread throughout Wang family village. Qi Yulin, the first to be blinded, had ordered an attack on Fang Yi and Ye, only to be struck blind in return. The vast screw factory had met a bizarre and fiery demise. A local shaman set up an altar to appease the spirits, and a sense of dread washed over the villagers, fearful that divine wrath might descend upon all of Wang family village. Some even gathered outside Wang Yun's home, hurling stones at her windows. The villagers knew that Qi Yulin had instigated the attack on Fang Yi, and thus believed that the divine was avenging Fang Ye's plight. But why would the divine intervene on Fang Ye's behalf? This thought sent shivers down their spines. Was Fang Yi perhaps a representative of the divine? The villagers' imaginations began to twist the narrative in peculiar directions. That night was destined to be sleepless for many, such as the Qi family, the upper echelons of the screw factory, while ordinary workers were less concerned, knowing they could simply seek employment elsewhere. Wang Yun and her family, however, were restless, too frightened to speak, hiding away with the lights turned off. Lu Weilan's face paled. What are we to do? Is the Qi family truly finished? Just days ago, they were the richest in Wang family village, with cars coming and going, and now, it has all crumbled in an instant. Little Yun, could it be that Fang Yi is genuinely a representative of the divine? We have wronged him so gravely. Are we next? Perhaps we should plead with him tomorrow to return home? Wang Bingrong replied. Will he even come back? Though he has lost his position, he is surrounded by 2 women, both more beautiful than our daughter. Besides, little Yun has already been sullied by Qi Yulin. He would surely disdain her. Wang Yun retorted. Father, how can you speak so? He himself has women on the side. What right does he have to judge me? Moreover, this can be washed away. It is not as if I am tainted. We shall seek him out tomorrow. After all, Ye is little Yun's own child. Simultaneously, Sang Biao and his associates received word of the events. They gathered, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Fat Tiger, unable to contain himself, whispered, Brother Biao, do you think this is connected to Fang Yi? Brother Biao replied, I do not know, do not ask me. All I can say is, this is truly impressive. A Feng chimed in. I believe it must be Fang Yi's doing. I cannot conceive of anyone else capable of this. Could it really be divine retribution? Do you truly believe that? If there were divine retribution, why would we need the police? Just as we discussed how the Qi family would seek retribution against Fang Yi, they were uprooted entirely. Such coincidences do not exist. But how could he have achieved this? I can only say, it is indeed impressive. Brother Biao has foresight. The 50,000 was well spent, or we would not know how we might perish. While others trembled with apprehension, Fang Yi remained unconcerned. Today he had reaped a bountiful harvest, capturing over 10 large taihu turtles and gathering a dozen giant river clams, yielding 30-odd pearls. The boat was filled with fish once again. Although the pearls were not as large or of as high quality as the last batch, they should still fetch a decent price. This time, due to the duration of his endeavor, all the fish were of superior quality. He estimated that this catch would yield at least 4,000 to 5,000. The fishing boat was still too small. Over the past few days, he had taken the opportunity to look at larger fishing vessels. Even renting one would suffice. Upon returning home, he found that Ye had long since fallen asleep. Qin Xiangling waited for him at the door. Upon seeing him return with a bountiful harvest, carrying buckets of fish, especially a dozen large soft-shelled turtles, she was still astonished despite having grown accustomed to his fishing prowess. How did you catch these? Did you poke around the turtle nest? Luck. Ever since I met you, my fortune has been exceptional. Me? That's impossible. My fate is quite the opposite. Qin Xiangling shook her head. Fang Yi replied, You are merely scaring yourself. I tell you, you possess a fortune-bringing destiny. Although Qin Xiangling was skeptical, she felt a surge of joy. After a busy night, you must be hungry, right? I still have some dishes warming in the pot. Braised pork, fried fish, and I can pour you a little wine. She turned to head to the kitchen. However, Fang Yi pulled her back, saying, The wine and meat are delightful, but at this moment, I crave something else. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle echoed from outside, followed by a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Open the door. It was a woman's voice, youthful yet with an icy tone. The interruption of their good fortune left both feeling displeased. Immediately after, a man's voice followed. We are from the Qingshi police station. Please open the door. We heard movement inside just now. Hurry up. Qin Xiangling was startled to learn that it was the police. Fang Yi gently caressed her delicate face and whispered, "It's all right. You go inside first." He then spoke aloud, "Coming." Chapter 37. Middle school classmate by Rushue. The door opened. Standing before him were a man and a woman, both dressed in police uniforms. They appeared to be around the same age, roughly 25 or 26. Fang Yi glanced briefly at the male officer, but his attention was almost entirely captured by the female officer. Why? Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her figure was particularly eye-catching. Her chest was so full and prominent it seemed almost inflated, astonishingly ample. It was truly remarkable. There was another point. He recognized this female officer. They had been classmates in middle school. Even back then, her development had been notably advanced, earning her the playful nickname Big Bear. Unexpectedly, after not seeing her for several years, she had grown even more statuesque and beautiful. Her name was also quite distinctive, by Rushue. True to her name, her skin was exceptionally fair, a milky, creamy white. Big Bear's sister. When did you become a police officer? Fang Yi blurted out, nearly calling her Big Bear outright. The male officer glanced at Bai Rushue before turning away. Bai Rushue's expression, already icy, grew even colder in her eyes. Don't try to get familiar. We knocked for a long time before you answered. What were you doing? Fang Yi studied her again. Becoming a police officer had clearly changed her. He remembered this girl as quite shy and reserved. Not one to speak much. Yet now, with this cold and distant demeanor, it seemed she held no nostalgia for their past acquaintance. Fang Yi shrugged. It's late at night. It's not like I was waiting by the door. What brings you here in the middle of the night? That depends on what you've been up to, Bai Rushue retorted, her eyes fixed on Fang Yi. Oh, so you're here to interrogate me? Do you have a warrant? The male officer interjected. We are conducting a routine visit and inquiry in accordance with regulations. Please cooperate with the investigation. Fang Yi replied coolly, fine. Ask away. I'll answer whatever you ask. Bai Rushue inquired, what were you doing 2 hours ago? Out on a boat, fishing. Fishing at night? Big Bear. Well, asking that shows you're not familiar with the trade. Night fishing yields the best catches. If you don't believe me, smell my hands. They still carry the scent of fish. I just returned. If you had come a little earlier, I wouldn't have been back yet. Did anyone see you fishing? Probably. When I set out, a few of the older women saw me. I also encountered a few others on Taihu Lake. Can you remember who? Aching saw Aunt Li. On Taihu Lake, I saw Lao Li Ting. And the fish? Over there. Still in the bucket. The male officer walked over to look and was immediately astonished, his eyes widening. This? You caught all of this just now? Fang Yi nodded. That's right. So much. Even the soft-shelled turtles? Heh. Tonight's luck was particularly good. The fish are of excellent quality too. With this many fish and soft-shelled turtles, you could sell them for over 1,000 yuan, couldn't you? Not bad. Around 2 or 3,000. I'd say. At this, not only the male officer, but also Bai Rushue went over to take a look, their expressions filled with surprise. In these times, the average laborer earned only about 10 yuan a day. Yet this fellow managed to make 2 or 3,000 in a single night, equivalent to a year's income for others. How is that possible? Moreover, he claimed to have caught it all alone, with no need to share the profits. The two officers finally collected their thoughts. Bai Rushue continued her questioning. Does the fire at the screw factory in Wangjia village have anything to do with you? Fang Yi blinked. What factory? Is there a screw factory in Wangjia village? Playing dumb? You used to live in Wangjia village. The screw factory is owned by Qi Yulin's family. Qi Yulin had an affair with your wife. Are you telling me you didn't know about the screw factory? Bai Rushue's voice rose sharply. Fang Yi shrugged. I really didn't know. I stayed in Wangjia village for only half a year before joining the army. I served for 7 years and rarely returned. I just retired a few days ago. Isn't it normal not to know? Let me correct you. That's not my wife. She's my ex-wife. Oh, so you suspect the screw factory fire was my doing? Was it arson? The two officers exchanged a glance. Naturally, they had received information. A security guard claimed to have witnessed it as a divine punishment by birds, a flock setting the fire. But the idea seemed so bizarre they could hardly believe it. Bai Rushue brought up another matter. When Qi Yulin's eyes were pecked out by birds, were you present? I was. What are your thoughts on that? What can I think? I thank heaven. If those birds hadn't pecked out his eyes, his boat would have crashed into me and my daughter. Fang Yi replied. By the way, you're not here because you've taken bribes from the Qi family to frame me, are you? Nonsense. Do you want me to charge you with defamation and take you back to the station? I didn't say anything. But since you're here, I'd like to file a report. What report? The day before yesterday, Qi Yulin, Wu Xiaolong, and Wang Yun steered a boat directly toward mine. They intended to kill me and my daughter. Wang Yun steered a boat to crash into you? Isn't that her own daughter? She wanted to kill her own child? Exactly. Originally, the two officers had only come for a routine visit, which should have concluded here. However, with Fang Yi filing a report, they now had to return to Wangjia village. Take care. I want to see you out. Fang Yi escorted the two to the door while simultaneously activating the Beast Soul Seal, intending to discreetly follow them with a bat to eavesdrop on their conversation. Yet, upon sensing the information relayed by the Beast Soul Seal, he froze. Within the range of his perception, all birds and animals were marked in red, but among them was one golden marker. This was extraordinary. He had never seen a golden marker before. Even more astonishing was that this golden-marked creature was a human. Could the Beast Soul Seal also attach to a person? Judging by the distance and direction, it was clearly one of the two officers who had just left. The male officer? Or by Rushua? Fang Yi was intensely curious. Why could this person enter the Beast Soul Seal's perception range when others could not? As the individual moved nearly 50 meters away, Fang Yi couldn't resist any longer and focused his intent. The attachment succeeded. Shared vision activated. He found himself seated in the sidecar of a motorcycle. Looking down, he saw the magnificent, full curves. Turning his head, he observed the male officer driving the motorcycle. So, the special individual was Rushua. But what was unusual about Rushua? He focused on the sensation, and had only one impression: top-heavy. The burden was truly immense. Breathing felt somewhat labored. Most notably, there was a dull, swollen pain around the Donzhong acupoint, quite abnormal. Could Rushua be suffering from some serious illness? At that moment, he heard the male officer speak. Captain Bai, did you know this Fang Yi from before? Upon hearing this, Fang Yi immediately withdrew from the Soul Seal's control. Captain Bai, the male officer, noticing Rushua's lack of response, called out twice more. Rushua snapped back to attention. What is it? How strange. What had just happened? It was as if she had suddenly become dazed. Had she fallen asleep? Chapter 38. The Great Might of Tianlong Bodhi Transformation. What happened? Rushua inquired after regaining her composure. The male officer asked, do you know that Fang Yi from earlier? Rushua replied, we were classmates in high school. In truth, she was also a classmate of Wang Yun, with whom she shared a closer bond, while her familiarity with Fang Yi was rather superficial. His wife, ex-wife, attempted to ram a boat into her own daughter. What is your opinion on this matter? Rushua questioned. I've only heard that their daughter has some disabilities and is mute. Let us first locate Wang Yun. The two of them rode a tricycle and soon arrived at the Wang residence. At that moment, all three members of the Wang family were huddled in a room, trembling with fear. Rumors of divine retribution had spread throughout Wangjiakan, causing families to move their 8 immortals tables into their courtyards, offering tributes and lighting candles. When Rushua and her colleague knocked on the door, the Wang family initially feared it was villagers coming to vandalize their home, too terrified to breathe. Only when they heard it was the police did they hurriedly open the door. Officers, your arrival is a relief. It is terrifying. Those unruly mobs are lawless. Look, they have shattered our windows. Upon recognizing Rushua, Wang Yun grasped her hand, pleading, Rushua, you must help us identify these ruffians. They are cowards, frightened by a few birds, yet they come to wreak havoc in our home. They must all be apprehended. Rushua withdrew her hand and asked, Wang Yun, we received a report stating that 2 days ago, you conspired with Qi Yulin and Wu Xiaolong to ram a boat into your ex-husband Fang Yi and your daughter's fishing boat, intending to murder them. Is this true? Wang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Are you not here to assist me? Wang Yun, I am a police officer. Please answer my question. I did not do it. It was not me. The male officer, Lu Erniu, pressed on. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Do not attempt to fabricate lies. The village is already buzzing with rumors. Wang Yun, already anxious, quickly threw Qi Yulin under the bus. It was Qi Yulin. I had nothing to do with it. Lu Erniu retorted. Were you not also on the boat? Why did you not intervene? Your own daughter was aboard. I didn't have time. Relate the events as they occurred. After Wang Yun recounted her story, she was taken away. Lu Weilon watched helplessly as her daughter was led off by the police, and she cried out in despair, cursed Fang Yi. How could this useless man call the police on our daughter? We gave him a daughter. Does he have no conscience? Wang Bingrong quickly covered her mouth. Stop shouting. The Qi family has gone blind. Do you wish to share their fate? Lu Weilon questioned. Is it truly related to Fang Yi? Wang Bingrong replied. You ask me, But who shall I inquire of? Regardless, we cannot afford to offend this man. I did not dare mention the incident with Sang Biao earlier. If he is taken by the police, it will be his own misfortune. Fang Yi's report was merely a casual remark, and the current plight of the Qi family was entirely self-inflicted. Having all gone blind, their suffering was likely more unbearable than death itself. As for how the police would handle the matter thereafter, he could hardly be bothered to contemplate it. With the soul seal of 10,000 beasts upon him, the notion of vengeance was considerably more gratifying when undertaken personally. Fang Yi, what business do the police have coming here at this hour? Qin Xiangling emerged after the officers departed, her face etched with concern. Fang Yi chuckled lightly. It's nothing serious. The screw factory in Wangjiakan caught fire and was utterly consumed. The screw factory in Wangjiakan? Isn't it owned by Qi Guoyang, Qi Yulin's father? Could it be that you? Do not jump to conclusions. It has no bearing on me. They say it was divine retribution. The entire Qi family has been blinded by birds, and their factory has been reduced to ashes. What? Qin Xiangling was utterly astonished. Such rumors were beyond belief. Akin to a tale that would not dare to be penned in a martial arts novel. As she gazed at Fang Yi, numerous details resurfaced in her mind. Birds, dogs, now that she thought about it. But she dared not voice her thoughts. Instead, she said, I will fetch some vegetables and wine. Fang Yi replied, let us drink together. The dishes were exquisite, and the wine was of fine quality. Having just avenged his adversaries, Fang Yi felt quite elated. Qin Xiangling, burdened with worries, sought solace in drink. An hour later, she had indulged a bit too much. Fang Yi observed her tipsy demeanor, a delightful blend of maturity and innocence, truly a feast for the eyes. Unable to resist, he drew her onto his lap. Qin Xiangling let out a soft gasp, but felt no resistance within her, merely a twinge of hesitation. Just as Fang Yi leaned in to kiss her, she gently pressed her finger against his lips. Xiao Yi, some matters, once the first step is taken, leave no room for regret. Fang Yi laughed. I never indulge in regret. There is none to be had. With that, he sought her lips once more, and indeed found them. Minutes later, Qin Xiangling was increasingly conflicted. Reflecting on her own body, which lacked certain qualities compared to others, she hesitated to venture forth. Sensing her internal struggle, Fang Yi understood it stemmed from her insecurities, fearing a recurrence of past misfortunes. Thus, he shifted his approach. Xiangling, let me be candid with you. My constitution is quite unique. During my time in the military, I learned a certain martial art from a master, which not only shields me from harm, but also possesses the ability to bring fortune. Qin Xiangling was taken aback. Such a martial art exists? What is it called? Fang Yi fabricated. The great might of Tianlong Bodhi transformation. Qin Xiangling was momentarily speechless. I have never heard of it. Fang Yi continued. That is precisely the point. It is a secret esoteric teaching, not to be shared with outsiders. Isn't that Buddhist practice? You are not a monk. How could you know? Do lay disciples comprehend it? Oh, and then what? Fang Yi elaborated. Your so-called fate of misfortune holds no power over me. What white tiger calamity could possibly prevail against my great might of Tianlong? They would only find themselves in disarray. And then, it can also transform your misfortune into blessings. Is it truly that miraculous? Absolutely. You have witnessed how those dogs obey my command. That is the brilliance of the great might of Tianlong. Qin Xiangling was taken aback, realizing it was indeed the reason. Gradually, she began to believe. For the sight of the dogs lined up was undeniably extraordinary. Are there any other wonders? She inquired, her body softening as she leaned against him, her tone gentle. And there is more? Furthermore, once you become my wife, you will understand. Do you truly wish to marry me? Indeed. I am a widow, you know. I have always had a fondness for widows. Very well, I accept your proposal. Upon hearing her finally relent, Fang Yi swiftly lifted her into his arms and rushed into her room. Moments later, as Fang Yi gazed upon the alluring woman before him, poised to assist her in turning her fortunes, she suddenly clutched her body and rose, hastily retrieving a piece of white cloth from the drawer to place beneath her. Fang Yi was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Chapter 39. Oh, how delightful. While I was asleep, my home was stolen. How could Fang Yi not be taken aback? Qin Xiangling is a widow. What is she doing with a piece of white cloth? He certainly understands its significance. In ancient royal courts, this was known as the purity cloth. After a woman spends her first night with the emperor, this cloth must be presented to the eunuchs in the respect room for documentation, serving as proof of her previous chastity. Xiangling, you fool, do you not comprehend? Qin Xiangling's eyes brimmed with embarrassment. Upon meeting his piercing gaze, she wished to extinguish the light. However, Fang Yi thwarted her attempt, smilingly remarking, "Isn't it wasteful to turn off the light? Besides, you wouldn't still be a virgin, would you?" Qin Xiangling turned her head away, shyly nodding. "On the night of our wedding, he was utterly intoxicated, not even lifting my red veil, and he simply fell asleep like a pig. The next day, he and my father-in-law rode off on a motorcycle to the county and never returned." Fang Yi was momentarily stunned. Fang Xing, Qin Xiangling's late husband, had such a tragic fate? The wife he had toiled to marry had not even been touched? This was indeed a tremendous surprise. Fang Yi gently embraced her, saying, "My dear Xiangling, rest assured. I will take care of you from now on." Under the light, their shadows intertwined. The next day, the rooster crowed 5 times, and the sun was high. Yeya rubbed her eyes and groggily pushed open the door to Qin Xiangling's room, only to find her father and Aunt Qin indeed sleeping together. Immediately, she pouted and climbed up, lying between the two. Fang Yi swiftly scooped her into the bed, continuing to embrace Qin Xiangling and sleep. "Yeya, are you really my biological father?" She climbed over again, settling in the middle. With her tiny hands, she grasped a handkerchief adorned with plum blossoms. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiangling quickly snatched it away. "All right, a little pest has arrived. It seems this gentle haven is no longer tenable. Time to rise." The 3 of them brushed their teeth and washed their faces beneath the fragrant tree. Qin Xiangling occasionally glanced at Fang Yi, her eyes filled with tenderness. Today, she looked particularly radiant. However, after brushing her teeth, she sensed something amiss. Sniffing at her collar, she detected a foul odor. Looking down, she noticed a layer of dark substance on her body. Startled, she exclaimed, Xiao Yi, look at what this is." Fang Yi examined her closely, contemplatively smiling. "Do not panic. It is a good omen. Dalwei Tianlong is helping you change your fortune by purging your body of impurities, cleansing the marrow, and refining the bones." A rebirth? Indeed, the terminology was apartment. Qin Xiangling immediately brightened, being well-versed in martial arts. Her imagination conjured many related thoughts. She then found a heavy object and attempted to lift it, bursting into laughter the next moment. "Incredible! I have mastered the divine skill. I am invincible upon descending the mountain." With that, she ran over and kissed Fang Yi. "I am going to take a bath." Yeya watched with wide eyes. "Aunt Qin, are you now my mother?" "Oh, how delightful. While I was asleep, my home was stolen. But Aunt Qin is a wonderful mother." Observing Qin Xiangling's retreating figure, Fang Yi fell into contemplation. Last night, as they engaged in their intimate rites, he felt the Wan Shouhan Yin slowly rotating within his consciousness. Uncertain of its purpose, now it appeared to indeed be aiding Qin Xiangling's fortune. The casually mentioned Dawei Tianlong proved remarkably effective. This is probably what is referred to as the balance of opposites. All things bear the yin while embracing the yang, harmonizing to create equilibrium. Remarkable. This is certainly a good thing, fulfilling Xiangling's dream of being a heroine. Reflecting on last night's scene, the white tiger's malevolence. Oh, how beautiful. Fang Yi activated the Wan Shouhan Yin, sensing a significant enhancement in its range. Previously, it extended roughly 100 meters. Now it astonishingly doubled to a radius of 200 meters. My goodness, such unexpected benefits. Clearly, more fortune is to be sought. When Qin Xiangling emerged from her bath, she was like a lotus flower in bloom, radiant yet demure, her entire being glowing with vitality, and her demeanor elevated. Clad in a white embroidered gown, she appeared as if she had stepped out from the pages of a book. A delicate fragrance wafted from her, reminiscent of a certain flower. Noticing Fang Ye's unwavering gaze, Qin Xiangling's beautiful eyes sparkled with shyness as she playfully chided, "You deceiver." Fang Yi retorted, "How have I become a deceiver again? You know it yourself. The villagers say you are a eunuch, injured in an explosion." When Qin Xiangling fell from the ladder that day, she had sensed something but could not confirm it. After all, without experience, one cannot know. However, last night, she was utterly convinced that these were mere rumors. Why would you, a perfectly fine person, want to bear the reputation of a eunuch? Deceiving others, you must have sinister intentions. Fang Yi pondered, "I am not deceiving. I was indeed injured in an explosion. However, I possess the Dalwei Tianlong skills, so recovery is quicker. Furthermore, I retired due to my injury. If the higher-ups discover my full recovery, they might summon me back. I do not wish to return." Upon hearing that the military might take him away, Qin Xiangling understood the severe implications. She froze momentarily, then nodded earnestly. That certainly cannot be disclosed. Our matters must remain secret. It is a rare blessing from heaven to have such a good man. We cannot let him fly away at once. The following day, just as the sun began to rise, a knock sounded at the courtyard door. Fang Fu's voice called out, "Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi." Fang Yi, still ensconced in his tender reverie, was reluctant to rise. For years he had been in the military, always on high alert, let alone sleeping with a woman. Even indulging in a leisurely slumber had been impossible. Now, cradling a fragrant beauty in his arms, with their legs entangled, he felt an unparalleled comfort. After a prolonged period of shouting from outside, Qin Xiangling, fearing that Yi would awaken and burst in, urged Fang Yi to meet his elder brother outside. Oh, what could he possibly want so early in the morning? Fang Yi mumbled a few words before finally begrudgingly rising, hastily donning a piece of clothing as he stepped out of the room. Upon entering, he beheld a sleepy Ye, clad in tiny shorts, rubbing her eyes as she gazed at her father, who had just emerged from Aunt Qin's room. Could it be that last night, Daddy did not sleep with me, but with Aunt Qin? Poor Yaya, perhaps still unaware of her circumstances. Ever since she moved into Aunt Qin's home, her father has yet to share a night with her. He is either sleeping with Mama Sher or Aunt Qin. Yaya, have you awakened? It is all your uncle's fault. Making such a racket so early in the morning. Yaya blinked her large eyes and pointed a finger at Fang Yi, then at the room of Qin Xiangling. Fang Yi remarked, "There are mice in Aunt Qin's room. Father was just catching them. Come, let us go and open the door together." He lifted Yaya and opened the courtyard gate. Upon stepping outside, they found not only Fang Fu but also the old lady standing there. Fang Fu instructed Yaya to play inside the house first before pulling Fang Yi aside. Fang Yi assumed there was an important matter at hand, only to discover that Fang Fu had overheard villagers discussing how Widow Qin and Fang Yi were involved, and that Fang Yi had openly acknowledged before Sun Shangqin and others that Widow Qin was his woman. Upon sharing this with the old lady, she became increasingly suspicious. The conversation merely suggested that Widow Qin brings misfortune to men, a calamity of sorts, and that residing in her inn was a last resort. Thus one must tread carefully. Fang Yi let the words go in one ear and out the other. "I understand, mother. I know how to handle it." At that moment, he felt a pressing need to relieve himself and hurried behind a large tree. Unexpectedly, Fang Fu approached and unzipped his pants. The two brothers urinated together. Suddenly, Fang Fu leaned in for a closer look, his mouth agape. "You. Haven't you lost it?" Fang Yi, speechless, glanced at him. "Elder brother, I am injured, not lost." "So, it truly cannot be used?" He had wanted to ask this for days, but feared touching a sore spot, thus hesitated to voice it. Fang Yi shrugged. "For now, yes, but perhaps with a little stimulation from women. It may gradually improve." Fang Fu replied. "Then you should stimulate it more. Miss Sher and Widow Qin, can they coexist together without issue?" This was one aspect Fang Fu admired about his younger brother. Even in his current state, he managed to have two women around him, living in harmony. Moreover, Miss Sher's status is quite remarkable. Sweki has already gone back. She was merely here for a few days. How could she possibly stay? But as for Widow Qin, elder brother, are you also superstitious? Rest assured, I have had her fortune told. She is destined to bring prosperity to her man. Whether I can regain my manhood depends on her. With a few words, he dismissed his elder brother and the old lady, and even obtained a basket of breakfast prepared by the old lady, sparing him the need to prepare his own meal. An hour later, Fang Yi drove his tricycle, holding the jade ring, heading towards Qingshe town. He intended to seek out the plump girl to see how much he could sell the jade ring for. Chapter 40. A Life for a Finger. As Fang Yi navigated his three-wheeled vehicle towards Taihu restaurant, the BB machine affixed to his waist chimed. The envelope left for him by Sweki made it clear that this BB machine was a gift she had purchased in advance specifically for him. Presently, she was the sole individual aware of this BB machine's number, and thus, any messages would undoubtedly originate from her. "Husband, I have arrived in Shenzhen. Please return my call. Waiting for you. Number." The troubles of a girl in love. Fang Yi continued his drive to Qingshe town, where he found a tobacco shop at the intersection that could facilitate phone calls. He parked and dialed the number. The call connected swiftly, and he heard Sweki's delighted voice. "Husband?" In the background, the sound of a train whistle indicated she had just disembarked. Fang Yi chuckled. "Have you arrived? Are you tired?" Sweki replied. "Not at all. Isn't it strange? It indicates that you are in good health." She continued with something even more peculiar. Do you remember the knife wound I sustained while escaping from Myanmar? It was quite long, and although it healed, the unsightly scar remained. The doctor said it would never heal, but now, it has vanished. Fang Yi raised an eyebrow, connecting the dots. The Wan Shou Huanin. As for scars, he bore far more than Shirsueki, numerous knife and gun wounds, easily over a dozen. The most significant was the lengthy scar on his right leg from surgery, which resulted in a limp and other complications. Yet now, all his scars had disappeared, and his leg had healed, along with the ailments he endured. This transformation was something he anticipated for himself, so if such severe injuries could mend, surely scars were a trivial matter. However, the fact that Shirsueki's wound had also healed was intriguing. Thus, the Wan Shou Huanin was indeed formidable. If it could erase Shirsueki's scar, could it also cure any ailments she might have? With this thought, Fang Yi felt a rush of excitement. His daughter Yiya's muteness. No. Yiya is his own flesh and blood. What was he thinking? Fang Yi pondered whether the miraculous capabilities of the Wan Shou Huanin could extend to healing others. Husband, are you still there? Came Shirsueki's voice through the phone. Yes, I am here. Never mind, I won't press you further. I know that all of this is thanks to you. Shirsueki had witnessed Fang Yi sustain grave injuries, but now, his leg showed no signs of harm, not even a scar, which spoke volumes. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and she feared that too many questions might irritate him. Fang Yi urged, don't overthink it. While you are in Shenzhen, please prioritize your safety. I will. I miss you so much. So much. She replied, after exchanging a few affectionate words, satisfying the emotional cravings of a proud newlywed. The call concluded. 10 minutes later, Fang Yi arrived at Taihu restaurant. Unfortunately, the manager, Chao Su, was absent that day, but his daughter, Chao Bauer, was present. This petite girl, standing under 1.60 meters, had received her father's guidance and recognized the significance of the women in Fang Ye's life, so she did not create any obstacles for him. Instead, she watched in astonishment as buckets of fish were unloaded. Upon seeing the numerous wild turtles, she could no longer contain her excitement. Brother, does your family run a breeding farm? A nearby waiter interjected, Bauer, they are all wild. You can tell the difference between farmed and wild at a glance. Chao Bauer placed her hands on her hips. Do you think I can't distinguish? I'm just curious how he managed to catch so many at once. Fang Yi smiled and replied, luck. Chao Bauer waved her hand grandly. All right, I'll take them all. Weigh them. Fang Yi began unloading the buckets of fish from his vehicle. At that moment, a young man on a motorcycle abruptly stopped nearby and called out to Chao Bauer, Bauer, let's go ice skating together. Chao Bauer glanced at the youth and scoffed. No time. Can't you see I'm busy? I'm not as idle as you. You're just a mere server. What is so great about that? Come with me, and I'll help you find a better job, the young man insisted, stepping closer to pull Chao Bauer along. However, Fang Yi's buckets of fish obstructed his path, and he stood in the way. You filthy fishmonger, what are you blocking for? Get lost. The youth kicked one of the buckets with force, sending it tumbling, and the fish flopped out, splattering water everywhere. He even shoved Fang Yi roughly. Chao Bauer fumed. He Yiming, are you out of your mind? Why are you causing chaos here? The youth, He Yiming, grinned and was about to respond when he abruptly realized that his carefully styled hair had been seized by the fishmonger, gripped tightly and painfully. Fang Yi glared at him coldly. I'll give you one chance. Pick up all the fish. If one dies, I will take one of your fingers. He Yiming felt a sharp pain at his scalp and erupted in fury. You dare speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? With a swift motion, Fang Yi grasped his hair and pushed his head into the bucket of fish. The youth struggled violently, but could not rise. Chao Bauer and another male waiter stood in shock. Fang Yi, who typically was polite when selling fish, exhibited a frightening side when provoked. Chao Bauer quickly exclaimed, Big brother, take it easy. He*s one of Huang Mazi's people. Huang Mazi. Fang Yi paused, having heard the name mentioned several times before. Just yesterday, he overheard the Qi couple whispering about looking for Huang Mazi, only to have Fang Yi preemptively thwart them. They were now left blind, their factory gone, likely lacking the motivation to pursue him any further. Yet, he did not expect to confront one of Huang Mazi's associates so soon. But so what? Was Fang Yi afraid of a local thug? That would be laughable. With a slight release of his grip, He Yiming's head shot up, water spraying from his mouth as he cursed, Chow and I ma, you son of a, and was promptly shoved back into the bucket once more. This time, he pressed for a full half-minute. Chao Bauer was growing anxious, repeatedly exclaiming, Brother, please do not cause any harm. Are you truly unafraid of Huang Mazi? Fang Yi inquired, Could this fellow possibly be your boyfriend? Chow Bauer replied. How could that be? However, he was once my classmate and resides in the same community. Fang Yi chuckled. Ah, childhood sweethearts. As he spoke, he pulled the young man out of the water bucket. To their astonishment, they found that a considerable amount of water had been consumed by him. He let out a hearty belch, his face flushed, appearing as though he were intoxicated. Fang Yi gave his face a firm pat and said, Hey, are you going to pick it up or not? I lack patience. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Hey, stop. What are you doing? Fang Yi felt an inexplicable familiarity with the voice. Turning around, he exclaimed, Oh, is that not the younger sister? They had crossed paths once again. Chapter 41. A woman covered in blood by Rushua, dressed in a police uniform, rode a bicycle. It was unclear where she was headed. Upon noticing the commotion at the entrance of Taihu restaurant, she immediately dismounted and rushed over. The sight of her running was rather conspicuous. Fang Yi, however, thought to himself that if he were selecting personnel in his former military unit, someone like her would be eliminated outright, panting after just a short run. What use could she be? She certainly couldn't be deployed to blow up tanks. As for crawling forward, that would be even less feasible. Her natural physique made her a larger target, and she might struggle to navigate obstacles. Nevertheless, she would be quite advantageous as an undercover agent or a formidable matriarch. Noticing Fang Yi's gaze, Rushua scowled and snapped, What are you looking at? She hadn't expected this person to be Fang Yi. Fang Yi chuckled, Officer Bai, what a coincidence. I'm asking you, what are you doing? Let go of him. Oh, you've arrived just in time. I've caught a member of a criminal gang. I'll hand him over to you. He Yiming loudly declared, Officer, I want to report a crime. He assaulted me in public, shoved my head into a bucket, and tried to drown me. Rushua frowned and turned to Fang Yi. Is that true? Fang Yi replied, Of course not. This guy is Huang Mazi's subordinate. He came over and kicked over my fish bucket. Look, if this bucket of fish dies, I'll lose hundreds. He bumped into me, and his head ended up in the bucket. If I hadn't pulled him out, he would have drowned. He Yiming hastily interjected, When did I bump into you? I just accidentally kicked over the bucket. But he nearly drowned me. Bauer, isn't that right? Chow Bauer looked conflicted, unsure of whom to support. Rushua said, If it's unclear, both of you come with me to the police station. Upon hearing this, he Yiming immediately backtracked. Forget it. I want to report it. He had no desire to go to the police station. After saying this, he tried to leave. However, Fang Yi roughly dragged him back. What did I just say? Pick up the fish for me. He Yiming glared at him fiercely before gritting his teeth and picking up the fish one by one, returning them to the bucket. He then mounted his motorcycle and threw a threatening remark at Fang Yi. I remember you. Just you wait. Fang Yi turned to Rushua. Why aren't you arresting him? Rushua rolled her eyes. Arrest him? Should I arrest you too? She grabbed his sleeve and pulled him aside, whispering, You know he is Huang Mazi's man, yet you still provoke him? Did you hear what he said? Be careful. Huang Mazi's gang is ruthless. Are you concerned about me? Fang Yi smiled. Only a fool would be concerned about you. I just pity you, as a former classmate. Wait, why do you pity me? Aren't you? Rushua pointed at his crotch. Injured there? And your leg is crippled too. How did that happen? Just bad luck. Fang Yi replied casually. But, Dabai, from the way you speak, it sounds like even the police are afraid of Huang Mazi. Does that make him the local tyrant of Qingshu town? What is the point of having police then? Nonsense. Who said we're afraid of him? Then why is he still running rampant? It's because we lack evidence. If you provide evidence, I'll arrest him immediately. After a pause, she added, Last night, Qi Yulin, Wu Xiaolong, and Wang Yun were arrested, but due to insufficient evidence and no actual consequences, they were released this morning. However, you can still sue them. You really arrested Wang Yun? Aren't you two close friends? I am a police officer first, and she is not my close friend. Impressive. You've surprised me. Yesterday, I thought you'd been bribed. But since the Qi family has been punished by heaven and they've all gone blind, forget it. I want to sue them. I wouldn't want heaven to punish me for it. Rushua wore a strange expression before finally saying, All right, I have matters to attend to. Be careful these next few days. If anything happens, you can page me. She handed Fang Yi a pager number. Fang Yi accepted it with a smile and kindly reminded her before parting, Dabai, it seems there is something wrong with your health. Shouldn't you get it checked? What's wrong? Here. Fang Yi pointed at her chest. Infuriated, Rushua raised her leg as if to kick him. If you call me Dabai again, I'll beat you up. She mounted her bicycle and left, glancing back at Fang Yi with a fierce look. She sighed inwardly. After questioning and investigating last night, she had learned most of Fang Yi's apparent circumstances, becoming a live-in son-in-law, being unwelcome in the Wang family, getting injured and discharged from the military, being betrayed by his wife, and raising his mute daughter alone. As a police officer, she felt a natural affinity for Fang Yi, who had served in the military for 7 years, coupled with their shared history as classmates. She couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. As for her female classmate Wang Yun, she felt nothing but contempt. Someone suspected of conspiring with a lover to run over her own daughter was unworthy of being her friend. Fang Yi scratched his head. He had genuinely meant to offer a kind reminder. Wasn't she in pain? Couldn't she feel it? 10 minutes later, the fish and soft-shelled turtles Fang Yi brought were all weighed. After calculating, he had earned a total of 4,800 yuan. The soft-shelled turtles alone sold for over 2,000 yuan. Even Xiao Bao was envious. However, she said, "Brother, the amount of fish you brought today is quite substantial. To be honest, our restaurant can't handle it all at once. If you come again tomorrow, you'll really need to bring less." Fang Yi nodded. "I was wondering how much customer traffic your Taihu restaurant actually has. I originally planned to take some to the fish market today." Xiao Bao provided Fang Yi with the approximate daily quantity they could handle. She also gave him a business card. The name on the card read, Fengshui Aquatic Products. As she saw Fang Yi off, Xiao Bao said somewhat apologetically that he yimming earlier was really out of line. "I'll call him later." "Don't worry, he definitely won't cause trouble for you." Fang Yi looked at her. "What if he makes demands of you?" "Well, no need to trouble yourself. If he is looking for death, let him come." After leaving Taihu restaurant, Fang Yi headed straight for Old Jean's antique shop. However, along the way, he noticed someone following him. It wasn't hard to guess who it was. Recalling that the eastern part of Qingshi town was Huang Mazi's territory, he casually possessed a yellow dog to observe from behind. He discovered 2 people following him. One was he Yiming, and the other was a long-haired, yellow-haired individual. Fang Yi pondered for a moment. At the intersection, he abruptly changed direction and headed towards the northern part of Qingshi town. Beyond the town lies a desolate expanse of mountains, sparsely populated and convenient for dealings. Since he had entangled himself with Huang Mazi, it would be prudent to resolve the matter today to prevent him from returning home. The 3-wheeled vehicle, though not moving swiftly, bounced along, occasionally pausing to wait for the 2 laggards, a source of great concern for the old man. A yellow dog trailed behind them at a distance. He noticed Chang Mao using a public phone to summon assistance. That fellow had money, having just sold a truckload of fish. Aiming observed that there were over a dozen wild soft-shelled turtles, easily worth several thousand yuan. The more people he gathered, the more formidable their resolve might become. Fang Yi, feeling rather bored, ambled forward. It had been quite a while since he had truly engaged in any physical confrontation, and he felt as though his bones were rusting. Today he sought to stretch his limbs. Just then, a bloodied woman suddenly stumbled into view, her steps unsteady. Upon spotting Fang Yi's vehicle, she quickened her pace, leaped onto his cart, and exclaimed, "Hurry up." Chapter 42. A deal must be made. "What is wrong with you, big butt girl?" Fang Yi exclaimed, suddenly recognizing the woman resembling a blood gourd, the very one he intended to seek at Lao Jin's antique shop. The window of the 3-wheeled vehicle was open, allowing the woman who had leaped into the truck bed to hear his words. Her initial reaction was one of shock. How dare he call her big butt girl? Who did he think he was? "Hurry, hurry," she urged, patting the vehicle anxiously. Fang Yi pressed the accelerator, but ahead lay a mountain road that his 3-wheeler could not conquer, forcing him to turn around. Just then, a dozen individuals charged down the mountain path, each brandishing weapons, gleaming machetes stained with blood. However, most of these assailants bore wounds themselves, with 2 appearing in worse condition than the hefty woman. As soon as Fang Yi completed the turn, one of the aggressors rushed forward, brandishing a machete and demanding, "Stop the vehicle, or I will kill you." Fang Yi smiled at him and twisted the throttle, unleashing a roar from the diesel engine. The 3-wheeler barreled toward the man, who hastily jumped aside. Some others leaped onto the truck bed, preparing to climb aboard. Fang Yi poked his head out and witnessed Big Butt Girl delivering a powerful kick to one of the assailants' faces, sending him tumbling down. Nevertheless, several individuals clung to the vehicle, and one managed to successfully mount it, raising his machete to strike at Big Butt Girl's back. "Be careful," Fang Yi cautioned. She swiftly ducked, seizing the enemy's weapon and retaliating with a strike to the shoulder of the man who had just ascended. Unfortunately, her strength was waning, and her blow was not lethal, instead inciting the assailant's aggression. As the enemy aimed to thrust the blade into her abdomen, Fang Yi executed a sharp turn and sudden stop, causing the three-wheeler to tilt dangerously and lose balance. The would-be attacker stumbled, and the blade that could have pierced her was deflected, merely grazing her waist and tearing her clothing, leaving a trace of blood. With a loud crash, the three-wheeler overturned, pinning two of the assailants beneath it. In that instant, Fang Yi sprang from the driver's seat like a tiger unleashed. "Are you okay?" he asked, kicking the machete from someone's hand and hoisting the woman from the ground, scanning her for severe injuries. Once he confirmed she was unharmed, he felt a wave of relief. With her safe in his grasp, the situation would be manageable. Had he remained in the driver's seat while she was killed, he would have been powerless. Fortunately, the woman proved resilient. However, Fang Yi stole a glance at the overturned vehicle, feeling a twinge of regret. He had purchased it only a few days prior, and this damage was painful to witness. Big But Girl had recognized his face earlier, which was why she had chosen to board his vehicle. Yet now, with their attackers encircling them, escape seemed impossible. She sighed helplessly, stating, "I'll go with you. But please do not harm him. He is just an innocent bystander." "Is that even feasible?" A long-haired man, bearing a scar from a previous altercation, retorted coldly. "Is this guy not your accomplice? He has already subdued 2 of my brothers, and still wishes to leave? Jin Wudong, you should have complied from the start. We might have treated you with respect, but now that we've lost several brothers, this debt cannot be overlooked." A cruel-looking man with yellow hair hissed, "The likes of Ji Mao and Tu Zi have been taken down by this wretched woman. Brother Hua Zi, first, let's cut off her legs to avenge Ji Mao and Tu Zi. Just leave her with enough breath to suffer." It was then that Fang Yi learned her name was Jin Wudong. He turned to her and inquired, "Who are they?" "They are kidnappers," she replied apologetically. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Fang Yi grinned. "Your life must be quite valuable then?" "What do you mean?" she asked, puzzled. "You could hire me to rescue you," he proposed. "Are you serious?" Jin Wudong was taken aback by his audacity, faced with a dozen assassins, far more formidable than mere thugs. 100,000. "What do you say?" Fang Yi offered. Jin Wudong felt a surreal sense of disbelief. Was he genuinely negotiating a price on her life? 100,000? Is that all my life is worth? "Fine. I accept your terms," she replied, exhausted and devoid of hope. Even if Fang Yi were to confront them alone, survival would be uncertain, especially with her as a burden. She weakly added, "If you have any skills, focus on your own escape. Just reach the police station, and you'll be safe." Fang Yi chuckled, "I prefer to earn money. With that 100,000, along with my savings, I could afford my daughter's surgery. An opportunity like this should not be missed. Sister Xiangling truly brings fortune. Celebrating a wedding yesterday, and today, I find wealth." The gang members were momentarily stunned by his confidence. The lead assassin barked an order, "Kill this fool first." Before he could finish, Fang Yi delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling far away, unable to rise. "Charge!" The assassins roared in unison. Converging on him, Fang Yi hoisted Jin Wudong onto his shoulder and swiftly broke through the encirclement, sprinting up the mountain. His strength was astonishing, and his speed left observers dumbfounded. Carrying a living person, he outpaced even the fastest sprinter. After him, they shouted, but they could only watch as the distance between them widened. Frustrated, they exclaimed, "We've never encountered someone who can run like that. Split up and pursue. We must capture Jin Wudong." 3 minutes later, they discovered that Fang Yi and Jin Wudong had vanished. Meanwhile, Fang Yi, cradling Jin Wudong, hid in a thicket along the mountain path. He murmured to himself, "This 100,000 is far too easy to earn. It requires no skill whatsoever." Jin Wudong felt a surge of frustration at his flippant remark. Indeed, the money had come easily, simply by him running while carrying her. Yet, she pondered, would anyone else have the audacity to remain so composed in the face of such bloody threats, all while jokingly negotiating for money? "It seems you were frightened to the point of trembling. Who exactly are you?" Jin Wudong inquired. "Regardless of my identity, you cannot deny the debt of 100,000. Fang Yi replied. "Rest assured, I, Jin Wudong, am a person of my word. 100,000 is merely a trifle." At that moment, footsteps echoed above, accompanied by voices of discontent. "Damn it, where the hell did that bastard run off to? Is he a dog? He's vanished without a trace. Search for him. He must be hiding nearby." The 2 individuals concealed in the bushes held their breath, too afraid to make a sound. Fang Yi spoke up. "Why do they want to bind you?" Jin Wudong cautioned. "Be careful not to be overheard. It's all right, they've all gone up above. Not far above. There's a bird keeping watch. Jin Wudong continued. I do not know why they wish to bind me. They lured me out with a photograph of an ancient painting, only to have ulterior motives. Did you come alone? I brought 2 bodyguards, but they are all dead. Would you like to capture a few alive for questioning? You want me to capture them? Is that feasible? It is possible, but it will require additional payment. Chapter 43. Capture 1. Earn 10,000. Jin Wudong lifted her chin and glanced at him. This individual was truly inscrutable to her. How much? Not much, significantly cheaper than you. Capture 1. Earn 10,000. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Jin Wudong nodded in agreement. Fang Yi patted her shoulder. Stay here, don't make a sound, my chubby girl. Jin Wudong's cheeks flushed. She was utterly exhausted. Having been held by him just moments ago, the spot where he had patted her, she wondered if it was intentional, was precisely at her rear. What did you call me? Chubby girl? Where am I fat? Right here. You're infuriating. Be careful, don't die on me. Thank you for your concern. Fang Yi shifted her position and crawled out from the thicket, standing directly on the mountain path. He shouted, Ah, there's a snake. His voice was crisp and resounding, immediately attracting the attention of those ahead. Someone shouted, Over there, come quickly. Jin Wudong, hidden in the thicket, was genuinely startled and broke into a cold sweat, believing there was truly a snake. She crawled out from the bushes. Fang Yi hushed her, it's fake. Jin Wudong shot him an angry glare and retreated back into the thicket, her heart racing. Did this guy intend to stay here and capture people? Was he not afraid of being besieged? Fang Yi indeed had that intention. If this group were merely ordinary thugs, it would be one thing, but they appeared to be vicious criminals, murderers, which changed the scenario entirely. This was not during his military days when no one knew his identity while executing missions. However, in Qingshi town, it was his territory, and with his daughter, Xiangling, and his older brother's family, all potential targets for his enemies. Revealing himself meant risking everything. Wait, let me disguise myself. He smeared mud on his face, albeit ineffectively. Soon, 2 knife-wielding thugs charged in. Fang Yi remained motionless, and the 2 exchanged glances. Why is it just this fool? Where's Jin Wudong? She must be nearby. Why isn't he moving? Is he bitten by a pit viper? He can't move, or he'll die in 5 steps. Then what are we waiting for? Let us kill him. The 2 laughed maniacally as they rushed forward, swinging their knives with fervor. In an instant, they were upon him. One slashed, the other thrust, each more vicious than the last. Suddenly, a flash, and the target vanished. When they regained their senses, their heads were gripped from behind, and they collided forcefully. Bang! They were knocked unconscious, their skulls seemingly caving in, likely suffering severe concussions. Fang Yi frowned, feeling he had been too forceful. After acquiring the 10,000 Beast Soul Seal, his strength had significantly increased, making it a bit difficult to control during fights. With 20,000 secured, he tossed the 2 into a corner of the mountain, awaiting the next wave. The second wave consisted of 4 more. No, 4 in total. This time, Fang Yi took the initiative. Bang, 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 bang. Within half a minute, all 4 were dealt with, dragged back, and discarded together. Unexpectedly, one of the bald men, surprisingly resilient, suddenly opened his eyes and leaped up, throwing a punch at Fang Yi's temple. Fang Yi slightly tilted his head, narrowly dodging the punch, simultaneously seizing his arm and twisting it until the joint snapped. The assassin screamed in agony, and with his other hand, he attempted to retaliate. Fang Yi remained silent, again breaking his hand, and casually crushed his legs, leaving him to wail like a pig in pain. Down the slope, Jin Wudong watched through the gaps in the leaves, her heart profoundly shaken. In such a short time, 6 assassins had been eliminated, 60,000 gone just like that. Yet, her concern was not primarily the money. 60,000 was insignificant to her. What truly astonished her was Fang Yi's demeanor while executing this task. He was silent, like a hunter awaiting his prey. Once he struck, his movements were decisive and swift, yet utterly silent, breaking a person's limbs without even furrowing his brow, as if he were merely snapping a few chopsticks. Who on earth was this man? The man with severed limbs writhed in excruciating pain, his cries echoing through the mountains, attracting the attention of the other assassins. But he suddenly shouted, "Don't come over." He wanted to warn them not to approach because he realized that Fang Yi was extraordinarily formidable, though he had not killed anyone. He resembled a relentless killing machine, his calmness sending chills down one's spine. How could someone like him appear beside Jin Wudong? It was utterly incongruent with the intelligence they had received. However, before he could utter more than 3 words, Fang Yi kicked him in the mouth, knocking out all his teeth, leaving him to whimper, trembling, and unable to articulate a single coherent word. So ruthless. Jin Wudong trembled in shock. No wonder Sang Biao had suffered at his hands. They were simply not on the same level. The man continued to whimper, shouting something, but it became inaudible. Fang Yi paid him no mind, focusing instead on surrounding the enemy and waiting for them to fall into his trap. Meanwhile, mountain birds circled overhead, keeping a keen eye on the assassin's movements. Not a single one would escape. Something felt off. That had been Lao Lu's voice. He too had fallen. That man was quite sinister. They shouldn't go one by one to their demise, but wait for reinforcements. Soon, they gathered 9 individuals. The presence of 9 comrades bolstered their confidence and courage. After all, they were merely confronting one person. Could 9 of them not handle him? Kill. The deafening roar was filled with brutality and ferocity. Hiding in the thicket, Jin Wudong's heart raced, her nerves taut. She fixed her gaze on the scene above, feeling both anxious and exhilarated. She witnessed Fang Yi face the 9 assassins assaulting him, charging back unarmed like a fierce tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. The image was one she would never forget. 2 words floated in her mind: machine. Yes, this man resembled a precise killing machine, weaving through the crowd, each strike targeting the enemy's vital points, unfailingly incapacitating them. Even though he refrained from killing, deliberately leaving some alive, she understood all too well that if he had chosen to kill, none of them would have survived. Calm, efficient, and merciless, the 9 were utterly defeated in no time. Fang Yi counted the heads, 15 in total, not one more, not one less. Adding the 100,000 commission for saving the chubby girl, 250,000 was now in his hands. This was much faster than fishing and selling fish. He then went through some effort to tie up these 15 individuals one by one using their own belts, gathering them into a pile that, at a glance, looked like some sort of performance art. Fang Yi also found a mobile phone in one of their pockets. This was a valuable item. Just this one alone must be worth tens of thousands. After finishing up, Fang Yi clapped his hands. At that moment, a killer with 3 broken ribs glared fiercely at Fang Yi and asked, "Who exactly are you? The Jin family shouldn't be able to afford someone of your skill." Fang Yi clicked his tongue and shook his head. "You're not that old, but your hearing isn't great." "Huh? Didn't you all hear earlier? The chubby girl hired me for 100,000. Jin Wudong gritted her teeth upon hearing this. He called her chubby girl again. The man said, "Are you really just passing by? How about this? I'm willing to offer 3 times the price, 300,000. You let us go, and you pretend you never saw anything here. What do you say?" Fang Yi looked at him and asked, "Do you have 300,000 right now?" As soon as these words were spoken, Jin Wudong, hidden in the bushes, felt her heart nearly leap out of her chest. This scoundrel wouldn't really switch sides for 300,000, would he? Can you all see the image at the end of Chapter 3 now? Chapter 44. Laozi is targeting you, you fool. Jin Wudong felt a surge of anxiety. Fang Yi's earlier display had clearly inscribed the words money upon his forehead. The two were not well acquainted, having only conducted business once, and on that occasion, when Sang Biao had set his sights on her, she had not offered a warning. It was entirely reasonable for her to expect that he would prioritize his own interests and forsake her for the sake of 300,000. Clenching her fists tightly, she awaited his response. If Fang Yi truly betrayed her for 30,000, she would have no choice but to engage in a bidding war. They offered 300,000. She would counter with 500,000. However, where could that assassin possibly procure 300,000? Who would abduct someone while carrying such a sum in cash? He spoke up. "Brother, I truly cannot present 30,000 at this moment, but once I return." Fang Yi abruptly cut him off, declaring, "You will not be returning." "No, brother, I genuinely lack the 30,000 right now, but it is at my home. Look at the jade pendant I am wearing. It is a family heirloom, of considerable value, certainly exceeding 30,000. Fang Yi was taken aback. Indeed, a cord dangled from his neck. He casually pulled it forth, revealing a piece of dark green jade. It felt weighty in his hand. In the next moment, the myriad beast soul imprint within his consciousness seemed to react to the jade, beginning to rotate slowly in his mind, while a mysterious energy extended from the imprint through his limbs, enveloping the jade pendant. Fang Yi was astonished. Since acquiring the myriad beast soul imprint, he had never experienced anything like this. What was so special about this jade? However, his curiosity had barely formed when the jade pendant suddenly cracked with a sharp sound, shattering into several pieces. Startled, he examined it closely. It had lost its luster entirely. Meanwhile, the myriad beast's soul imprint appeared to have feasted well, its color transforming to a deep purple. What on earth was happening? Was it about to explode? It spun rapidly, as if consuming energy, as though it were gestating something. After observing for a while without any further anomalies, he dismissed his concern for the myriad beast's soul imprint and scoffed. What family heirloom? Just this? What a worthless trinket to demand 30,000. Does he truly think me a fool? The man was momentarily stunned. No, truly, it is my family's heirloom, passed down through several generations. How could it have shattered? Impossible, it is unbreakable. Fang Yi, irritated by his incessant chatter, delivered a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. He patted the large mobile phone in his hand and called out towards the nearby thicket. You can come out now. Jin Wudong stirred slightly, letting out a muffled groan. Fang Yi had no choice but to approach and lift her into his arms. Embarrassed and angry, she protested, I can walk on my own. Why didn't you say so earlier? He replied, releasing her. Consequently, she fell unceremoniously into the muddy ground, her injury bleeding anew. Ouch! You! Jin Wudong was livid. In the next instant, Fang Yi scooped her up once more. What else with the stubbornness? You can't even stand. Don't worry, this is free of charge. Jin Wudong, indeed, felt drained. She had only managed to hold on by sheer will, and now that the danger had passed, with Fang Yi's formidable support, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, her eyelids growing heavy. I thought you would accept his terms and sell me out for 30,000, she remarked. Not a chance. I pride myself on my integrity. What if he had genuinely produced 30,000? Fang Yi smiled at her. Surely you could offer a higher bid? Jin Wudong turned her head away in silence, but soon felt dizzy and leaned against his chest, asking, how many captives did you secure? 15, all right here. All alive. Of course, they are valuable. Jin Wudong genuinely wished to laugh, but lacked the strength, simply stating, let us head to the mountain. My mobile phone is missing. Help me retrieve it. Looking for a mobile phone? I will pay. No need. I'll lend you mine for now. Jin Wudong opened her eyes, nearly choking on her indignation. This was originally hers. She took the brick-like mobile phone, dialed a number, and quickly spoke. Grandfather, I was attacked at Beishan. Uncle Zhong and Ah Ming are gone. The voice of the elder came through, filled with shock and anger. What? How are you now? Are you hurt? I'm fine. A friend rescued me and captured 15 alive. Hurry. Upon hearing the number 15, the old man on the other end trembled, then said, I'll be there immediately. At that moment, He Yiming and Huang Mao remained at the foot of the mountain. They spotted Fang Yi's overturned tricycle by the roadside, but could not locate him. Damn it, where has that fish seller run off to? He Yiming muttered. The vehicle is here. Does he think he can hide in the mountains now that we are calling for help? He Yiming inspected the tricycle and remarked, this tricycle is worth several thousand. If we take it, it will serve as his apology. Huang Mao chuckled. That would be quite a loss for him. The two of them struggled to right the tricycle. He Yiming even scraped his calf, a long gash bleeding on his leg. Damn it, this is a huge loss. He Yiming exploded in frustration, his forehead veins bulging. Just then, a van came barreling down the road. Huang Mao exclaimed, our brothers are here. He Yiming frowned. The fish seller is missing. If they arrive, he'll just get scolded. The vehicle didn't stop, driving straight to the foot of the mountain. A bald man leaned out of the passenger side. You two, follow us quickly. What is going on? He Yiming and Huang Mao exchanged glances, but dared not defy. The bald man was their leader, Huang Matzi. He Yiming felt uneasy. He had not expected their leader to personally intervene. If the fish seller was gone, their leader would be left empty-handed, and that would be disastrous. The vehicle halted, and a throng of people surged out, rushing up the mountain without a word to He Yiming. Huang Mao sensed something was amiss and grabbed a comrade. Weren't we here to take revenge for Yiming? Where are we going? Miss Wudong has been attacked. The man whispered. What? Miss Wudong? Who has the audacity? No time for questions, follow. A group of individuals thundered up the mountainside, soon catching sight of Fang Yi and Jin Wudong. At that moment, Jin Wudong was leaning against the mountain, while Fang Yi squatted beside her, one hand resting on her shoulder, his head bowed. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though Fang Yi was inappropriately advancing upon Jin Wudong. Huang Matzi quickened his pace, ready to speak out. Unexpectedly, a younger associate rushed ahead of him, pointing at Fang Yi and shouting, Ah, you despicable fishmonger. So it is you. How dare you harm Miss Wudong and lay hands upon her? You are as good as dead. He Yiming was overjoyed. Initially, he had feared they had lost the pursuit, but it became apparent that this scoundrel was right here, having inflicted such harm upon Miss Wudong. He was doomed, for no one could rescue him, and he would soon find himself at the bottom of Taihu Lake. However, Huang Matsi spotted assassins bound like bales of hemp behind the mountain. His heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Fang Yi and then, raising his hand, delivered a resounding slap across He Yiming's face. The sound was sharp and clear. He Yiming was taken aback, exclaiming, "Boss, why did you hit me?" Huang Matsi retaliated with a kick that sent him sprawling, fuming. "I am striking you, you foolish idiot." Chapter 45. Why are you so fond of money in Qingshi Town? Many are aware of Huang Matsi, a street bully even more formidable than Sang Biao, who would divert his path upon encountering him. However, few know that Huang Matsi is, in fact, the godson of Lao Jin, the proprietor of the antique shop, Jin Lao Yi. Jin Lao Yi is the grandfather of Jin Wudong, whose full name is Jin Santai. Upon receiving a call from Jin Wudong, Jin Santai promptly contacted Huang Matsi, instructing him to gather his men and head to Beishan, providing him with a brief overview of the situation. Consequently, Huang Matsi was already aware that someone had rescued Jin Wudong, a friend of hers. Given the current circumstances, it became evident to Huang Matsi that the individual who saved Jin Wudong was the young man before him. This was indeed the savior of Miss Wudong. Moreover, Miss Wudong had never shown any warmth towards men and had never been seen close to any male companion. With the current intimate posture shared with the young man, he could not help but speculate, could this be the future suitor she secretly admired? Damn it! How could his subordinate summon him to deal with such a person? Were it not for his godfather's call, he might have found himself in a dire predicament. After finishing his call with He Yiming, Huang Matsi approached with a smile, saying, "Sir, I apologize. My subordinate was unaware of the rules and has offended you." He quickly turned to Jin Wudong, asking, "Miss Wudong, how are you?" Huang Matsi, around 40 years of age, though he was Jin Santai's godson and Jin Wudong's goduncle, always addressed her as Miss Wudong out of respect. Jin Wudong gently shook her head, saying, "It's not a big deal. Did my grandfather send you?" Huang Matsi nodded affirmatively. Jin Wudong glanced at He Yiming, inquiring about his condition. Huang Matsi replied, "That fellow just offended you, and I am prepared to cut off one of his hands to atone." Upon hearing this, He Yiming nearly panicked, instantly kneeling and exclaiming, "Big brother, please don't. Miss Wudong, I didn't mean it. Sir, I am truly sorry. Could you spare me this once for the sake of Bao? I will serve you like a beast. Just don't chop off my hand." Fang Yi's eyes flickered as he looked at Huang Matsi. "So you are Huang Matsi?" Lowering his posture, Huang Matsi replied, "Yes, sir." Fang Yi pressed his lips together. "Forget the hand. My three-wheeled vehicle is damaged. Have him compensate me with a new one. What use is a severed hand? Besides, Bao'er's childhood friend deserves some consideration. Her father, Chao Su, is quite decent." Huang Matsi promptly responded, "Thank you, sir." Fang Yi regarded him with curiosity. Although it was said that Huang Matsi was quite wild, he appeared more like a sycophant. He Yiming hastily expressed his gratitude as well. Fang Yi turned to Jin Wudong, realizing that she still owed him money and could not allow her to leave so easily. Thus, he lifted her into his arms, declaring, "I shall escort you to the hospital. As for those people, you can handle it yourselves." In full view of everyone, Fang Yi carried Jin Wudong, causing her face to flush as she gently struggled. "I can walk on my own. You can't even stand," Fang Yi retorted, striding down the mountain with her in his embrace. Concerning the 15 assassins, Fang Yi had no desire to tie up loose ends. It was not his concern. He was not a police officer, and should law enforcement become involved, complications would arise. Who knew whether these assassins were connected to a larger organization? However, based on Jin Wudong's words, it was likely. He preferred to remain a mere bystander. "Could you refrain from carrying me?" Jin Wudong requested after they had traversed a stretch of mountain path. Fang Yi paused. "Do you wish to be carried on my back?" After contemplating, she realized that being on his back would mean being pressed against him, and given his somewhat lecherous demeanor, she decided against it. "Never mind, just carry me," she finally conceded. On the hillside, Huang Matsi observed Fang Yi swiftly descending with Jin Wudong in his arms, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Upon reaching the bottom, Fang Yi was astonished to find that his three-wheeled vehicle had been righted. He approached to inspect it. Aside from the shattered glass and a slightly deformed driver's compartment, it was still operational. He promptly placed Jin Wudong in the cargo area and revved the engine, heading towards Qingshi Town People's Hospital. Jin Wudong sustained primarily superficial injuries, the most serious being a gash on her thigh. Fortunately, it had not severed an artery. After registering, paying, and tending to her wounds, Fang Yi presented the bill to Jin Wudong. Big fat girl. You will reimburse me later. Could you refrain from calling me big fat girl? She retorted, feeling as though her beauty had been reduced to that of a rustic girl. What kind of aesthetic did he possess? All right, big fatty. What a rogue he was, doing this on purpose. Jin Wudong contemplated kicking him, but found that any movement tugged at her wound, causing her to grimace. She looked at Fang Yi, her curiosity deepening. With such formidable skills, earning money should be effortless. He could easily find a powerful patron and would undoubtedly be valued. Yet, he chose to be a fisherman, selling fish from a three-wheeled vehicle while harboring a love for money. What a paradoxical character he was. Fang Yi observed her. You seem to be in good spirits. How about settling the bill first, and then we can engage in a transaction? Jin Wudong replied, exasperated. Why are you so obsessed with money? Fang Yi retorted, because I am poor. Fine. Fine. I will keep my word and take you to the bank right now. Fang Yi smiled in delight and promptly carried her out the door. Unexpectedly, at the hospital entrance, they encountered Wang Yun, whose snakebite had yet to heal. After a sleepless night, her immune system was compromised, and upon inspecting her inflamed injury, she rushed to the hospital. She never anticipated walking in to see Fang Yi carrying a beautiful woman. This rascal, after his divorce, seemed to attract beauties one after another. Was his condition not supposed to limit him? Had Zhang Dabo been deceiving her? Fuming, she marched over. Fang Yi, you scoundrel, you actually called the police to apprehend me? Chapter 46. Wang Yun's unbalanced mindset. Fang Yi curled his lip in disdain, wondering how this venomous woman could appear everywhere he went. He had no desire to even spare her a glance, and continued on his path. However, Jin Wudong, intrigued, inquired, who is this person? Fang Yi replied indifferently, I don't know her, perhaps she's just insane. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun sprang forward, blocking their way, and exclaimed, Fang Yi, you worthless fool. Who are you calling insane? Fang Yi coldly commanded, step aside. Wang Yun's expression contorted as she retorted, I will not. Fang Yi, clarify your intentions. Have you already taken up with another woman, spreading false rumors that you are crippled and castrated just to divorce me? Look at you now, are you limping? Have you become a eunuch? Show me. To her audacity, she reached out to grab him. Fang Yi swiftly sidestepped, gazing at her with icy disdain. Are you out of your mind? Do you think the official notification from the army could deceive you? Besides, you know very well when you got involved with Qi Yuan. Jin Wudong's eyes sparkled with surprise. This was a lot to process. He was a veteran? Crippled? Castrated? Impossible. She vividly recalled how swiftly he had carried her earlier. Could a cripple run that fast? And when he had charged into a crowd, he had appeared so dashing. There was no way he could be a cripple. As for his other condition, that seemed dubious as well. When she had hidden in the bushes, she had been lying on him, and she distinctly remembered adjusting her position. Surely she couldn't have misjudged that. Instinctively, she drew in her abdomen, shifting her body slightly downward. This man must be deceiving her. Wang Yun found herself at a loss for words. Redirecting her ire towards Jin Wudong. Hey, he's a castrate, divorced, with a mute daughter. What do you see in him? Jin Wudong narrowed her eyes. A mute daughter? Isn't she your own flesh and blood? How can you speak so ill of your own daughter? You truly are despicable. Wang Yun, infuriated, shot back. You wretch, what about you? You're willing to settle for a eunuch. How lowly can you be? Before she could finish, a woman rushed over and slapped Wang Yun across the face. Wretch, how dare you insult Miss Wudong? The newcomer was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a vintage qipao, her oval face still exuding charm. It was evident that, had she been a few years younger, she would have been a stunning beauty. From Fang Ye's experience, he sensed that this woman was formidable. Her movements bore the unmistakable air of someone trained in martial arts. Accompanying her was an elderly man with white hair, who had been observing Fang Yi intently since his arrival. Jin Wudong struggled slightly and whispered, let me down. Yet before Fang Yi could comply, the elder approached. Wudong, are you all right? With a blush, Jin Wudong lowered her head. Grandfather, I'm fine. Wang Yun, now on the ground, felt her pupils constrict and her lips tighten. This woman was none other than Miss Wudong of the Jin family. In Qingshi town, there were two prominent wealthy families, and one of them was the Jin family. It was rumored that old Jin had been quite renowned in his youth, a treasure hunter of notable repute, with a moniker known as Big Golden Tooth. He later ventured into the antique business, which was of questionable legitimacy, yet he thrived immensely. Presently, the largest antique market in the provincial capital was under the Jin family's control. The other wealthy family was the Feng family, whose main operations were in Shanghai, thriving robustly, albeit with fewer members in Qingshu town, most of whom were women of significant status. What qualified Fang Yi to be associated with Miss Wudong? He had even held her in his arms. Was he to become a son-in-law to the Jin family? Wang Yun's mind was a tempest, a myriad of emotions surging within her. Why was this happening? After their divorce, she faced misfortune at every turn, while this scoundrel thrived. Before old Jin, Fang Yi, feeling the weight of propriety, gently set Jin Wudong down. Steady yourself, don't fall again. Jin Wudong rolled her eyes, letting out a huff. Old Jin smiled and addressed Fang Yi. Thank you, young man, for rescuing my granddaughter. Fang Yi replied with a smile. It was nothing, really. Miss Jin hired me for 250,000. I certainly don't feel cheated. Unexpectedly, old Jin chuckled. Young man, you are at a loss. My precious granddaughter is worth far more than 250,000. Xiaolon, accompany him to the bank and give him an additional 50,000. Moreover, I heard that your vehicle was damaged. Choose one from the Jin family garage to compensate you. The woman nodded respectfully. Understood, old Jin. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun's eyes widened in shock, her mind blank. 300,000. How much wealth was that? A sum one could hardly spend in a lifetime. Old Jin's actions were not without careful consideration. He had recently been to Beishan Slope and noted that the bodyguards accompanying Wudong were not ordinary individuals. Uncle Zhong had trained in martial arts for decades, while Ming was a retired special forces soldier. Both had met tragic ends. His granddaughter, Wutong, was no slouch either. She had studied the skills of the Ban Mountain sect since childhood and had received guidance from a renowned master. Ordinary men would be no match for her, yet she had barely escaped. This indicated the strength of the assassins they faced. Fang Yi, however, had single-handedly captured 15 assassins without sustaining a scratch, showcasing his formidable prowess. If he could be brought under the Jin family's banner, their position would be as solid as a mountain. Young man, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you longer. Another day, I will host a feast to express my gratitude. Fang Yi glanced at old Jin. Thank you, sir. His motto was simple. A fool is one who does not seize an opportunity. If a benefit was offered freely, one should accept it without hesitation. As for obligations to fulfill in return, how naive. As Jin Wutong followed her grandfather out of the hospital, she glanced back at Fang Yi, only to find him scrutinizing Lan Jie with a mischievous glint in his eye, as if assessing her legs. This scoundrel. A lecher, perhaps. She huffed and hurried to catch up with old Jin. Outside, a white Mercedes-Benz awaited, with bodyguards holding the door open for the grandfather and granddaughter. Fang Yi could not help but feel a tinge of envy. A Mercedes-Benz, in today's market, costs nearly 2 million. What does 2 million signify in this era? One could purchase a modest apartment for just 20,000. When would he be able to acquire a small vehicle for himself? May I inquire your name, young man? The vivacious married woman asked, gazing at Fang Yi. Fang Yi, and you, my lady? I am Shengwan Lan. I hardly consider myself a beauty. I am rather past my prime. The married woman chuckled softly. Fang Yi, smiling in return, replied, Sister Lan, you are in the prime of your life, the age when a woman radiates her most captivating charm. How could you possibly be old? Just look around. Who could rival your unparalleled elegance and mature allure? The married woman felt amused yet flattered by his words. Meanwhile, Wang Yun, standing nearby, gritted her teeth in frustration. How could this scoundrel utter such sweet nothings, especially to an older woman? He had never spoken such words to her, and it infuriated her. Chapter 47. Regret to the point of bleeding. Less than 500 meters from the People's Hospital lies the Industrial and Commercial Bank, the very establishment where Fang Ye's card was issued. In fact, this was the sole bank in the entire Qingshu town, accompanied only by a rural cooperative. Fang Yi and Shengwan Lan entered the bank, where they were immediately greeted by a manager who approached Shengwan Lan with enthusiasm. The Jin family was a significant client, and Shengwan Lan, being a favored associate of the elder Jin, was naturally treated with utmost respect. Lan Jie, it has been a while. What business brings you here today? The middle-aged manager, dressed in formal attire and wearing a broad smile, inquired warmly. Shengwan Lan replied, I need to make a transfer for Jin Lao's younger brother. Not a problem. How much would you like to transfer? 300,000. Though the manager had anticipated a substantial amount, he was still taken aback. He recalled that just 2 or 3 days prior, This very young man had come to deposit 60,000, causing a commotion that even triggered the alarm. He had learned that Fong Yi had been robbed by his former father-in-law and had once been a son-in-law, a veteran who faced hardship and was unfortunately referred to derogatorily by some. And now, he had become the younger brother of Jean Lao. The swift reversal of circumstances left the manager's heart racing. The manager quickly adjusted his demeanor, lowering himself significantly. "Greetings, Mr. Fong. I recognize you from our recent encounter. Should you have any future banking needs, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. My surname is Zhou. Just call me Xiao Zhou." He personally assisted in processing the transfer, and soon, Fong Ye's account reflected an additional 300,000. As they departed, Manager Zhou sent them off with great enthusiasm, bowing and nodding as if bidding farewell to his own father-in-law. At that moment, a woman in bank attire entered, taken aback by the scene before her, and stared for a moment. In the next instant, she exclaimed, "Fong Yi, is that you?" Manager Zhou, recognizing the bank employee, quickly gestured, "Xiao Yu, do you know Mr. Fong?" The woman smiled and replied, "Of course. We were classmates in middle school. I even delivered a red envelope for your wedding banquet, Fong Yi. You haven't forgotten me, have you? It's me, Yukai. I used to sit in front of you, and you once lit my hair on fire with a match." Upon hearing this, Fong Yi finally remembered. "Ah, it's you. Classmate Yukai, you've changed so much. You've become incredibly beautiful, and I didn't recognize you at first." Yukai covered her mouth with a laugh. "You've become quite the smooth talker yourself. Wang Yun must have taught you well." Clearly, she was unaware of the current situation between Fong Yi and Wang Yun. Fong Ye's expression shifted slightly as he waved his hand. "Let us leave it at that for now. We can chat another time. Goodbye." Manager Zhou quickly extended his hand. "Mr. Fong, Lan Jia, please take care." Shang Wanlan nodded and said to Fong Yi, "Little brother, let us head to Jean Ye's garage. He used to love driving and has quite the collection of cars. You can choose whichever you like. By the way, do you have a driver's license?" Fong Yi paused for a moment. "No, Lan Jia, are you mistaken? I only need a three-wheeled vehicle. How could you suggest a mere three-wheeler for Jean Yi? That would be quite embarrassing for him." Fong Yi responded, "You wouldn't have me select a sedan, would you? That's not appropriate. I only need a three-wheeler for transporting goods, and a sedan would be unnecessary." "Transporting goods? There must be pickups. Let us go have a look," Shang Wanlan insisted, pulling Fong Yi towards Jean Ye's garage. Manager Zhou couldn't help but feel envious, muttering to himself, "Mr. Fong is indeed extraordinary. Able to choose any vehicle from Jean Ye's garage." Beside him, Yukai was somewhat bewildered. Fong Yi is selecting a car from Jean Ye's garage. What is the story here? Isn't he Wang Yun's son-in-law? How did he get connected with Jean Yi? That's Jean Yi. Does this mean Wang Yun is thriving? Manager Zhou turned to Yukai and remarked, "Xiao Yu, since Mr. Fong is your classmate, maintain a good relationship with him." Yukai looked astonished. "Manager, what is he doing at the bank?" Manager Zhou explained, "He is depositing money. Just now, 300,000 was transferred to Mr. Fong from Jean Ye's account." 300,000? This was a sum Yukai could hardly fathom. How fortunate Wang Yun must be. Manager Zhou soon entered the bank's interior. Yukai, on duty in the lobby, remained outside, welcoming and bidding farewell to customers. At that moment, a woman approached. "Yukai?" Yukai turned around and found herself face to face with Wang Yun. She blinked and whispered, "Wang Yun, I just saw your husband Fong Yi. He is doing remarkably well, having established a connection with Jean Yi. I envy you so much. If only my husband were half, no, a third as impressive as Fong Yi, I would wake up smiling from my dreams." However, Wang Yun's expression grew increasingly grim. Yukai's words struck her like a knife to the heart, causing her pain. "Is Fong Yi here to deposit money?" Wang Yun inquired, having secretly followed in hopes of confirming the conversation she had overheard earlier at the hospital, to see if Jean Yi truly transferred 300,000 to Fong Yi. She felt as if she were trapped in a nightmare. Once her closest companion, everything he possessed should have belonged to her, yet now, all of Fong Ye's fortunes were entirely disconnected from her. The absence of comparison means no harm. She was now suffering tremendously. Yukai asked, "You didn't know?" Wang Yun pressed, "He deposited 300,000? Yukai confirmed, "Yes. Were you not together?" As the reality settled in, Wang Yun felt a sharp pang in her chest. It was indeed true. Fong Yi had obtained 300,000. 300,000. Just then, Yukai added, "But that's not all. It seems he also went to Jean Ye's garage, where he can choose any vehicle he desires. I've heard that Jean Ye's garage is filled with luxury cars, each worth over $1 million. Wang Yun suddenly clutched her chest. 2 seconds later, She coughed up blood. This shocked Yukai, who exclaimed, Wang Yun, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Why are you suddenly coughing up blood? In a situation like this at the bank, security quickly arrived, preparing to call for emergency assistance. Even the manager rushed out. Wang Yun, lost in her thoughts, murmured to herself, I am fine. I must remarry. I absolutely must remarry. She pushed Yukai aside and stumbled out, impossible to restrain. Manager Zhou, utterly bewildered, inquired, what is wrong with her? Yukai replied, She is Fang Ye's wife, but why is she insisting on remarrying? Manager Zhou paused, quickly coming to a realization, and waved his hand dismissively. So it is her. That is of no concern now. I have heard that this woman engages in reckless romantic entanglements and nearly harmed her own daughter. Mr. Fang has already divorced her. You were unaware? What? Yukai exclaimed in shock. No wonder she had coughed up blood. Having been divorced, Fang Ye's prowess had no bearing on her life. A divorce seems advantageous. She hardly appears to be suited for the life of a wealthy lady. Should I consider getting a divorce as well? Chapter 48. The first car in the village. Villagers stunned Fang Yi, a man of some worldly experience, found himself momentarily speechless upon witnessing Jean Santai's garage. Just how fervently did this old fellow adore automobiles? Within the expansive garage, there lay an astonishing collection of vehicles, over a dozen in total. Models such as Santana, Audi, Mercedes-Benz, Crown, Jeep, and even Hongqi graced the space. It is worth noting that in 1994, automobiles represented the pinnacle of consumer luxury. Their worth far exceeding that of real estate. Several houses could scarcely equate to a single vehicle. The Jean family had amassed such a plethora of cars, allowing them to languish in the garage, gathering dust. To describe this as wasteful would be an understatement. It could only be said that Jean Santai was undeniably affluent. Shang Wanlan perceived Fang Ye's astonishment and chuckled. Old Jin's passion for cars is well known in the community. Many of his friends delight in gifting him various vehicles, and he has quite the circle of acquaintances. This is merely a fraction of his collection. A fraction? Fang Yi pondered, squeezing his fingers together, unable to restrain his curiosity. Just how wealthy is old Jean? Shang Wanlan shook her head, a smile playing on her lips. I cannot say for certain. However, at old Jin's level, money has become of little consequence. Since you saved Miss Wudong, feel free to select any vehicle here. There is no need for formality. These cars serve little purpose sitting idle. Was this truly a rational way of speaking? Indeed, he was a tycoon. Reflecting on the fact that Huang Matzi was Jean Santai's godson, it became evident that the old man's connections were likely extensive. This was merely Qingshan town. One could only imagine how many godsons he had in the provincial capital and how many hidden influences there were. Fang Yi felt as if he had stumbled into the lair of some nefarious creature. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. Such individuals could only flit about in the shadows of society. If serious crimes were committed, the state apparatus would surely intervene. In truth, the matters at this level were far beneath the military unit Fang Yi had once belonged to. Ultimately, he chose a modified Jeep Cherokee pickup, the only vehicle capable of transporting goods. After a brief test drive, he confirmed that it functioned well. It seemed as though someone had been diligently maintaining these cars. Fang Yi turned to Shangwan Lan and declared, Sister Lan, I'll take this one. I'll drive it away without needing to transfer ownership. Consider it a loan. Suddenly, Shangwan Lan laughed. If you were to develop a relationship with Miss Wudong, all the cars here would be yours. Fang Yi glanced at the vehicles in the garage. The suggestion was indeed tempting. However, he shook his head and replied, Sister Lan, please do not jest. I already have a daughter, and I lack for women. Unless Miss Wudong has lost her senses, she would never consider me. I'm leaving. He waved his hand from inside the vehicle and pressed the gas pedal, driving out of the garage. The sensation of having a car was delightful. Shangwan Lan watched as Fang Yi drove away, her gaze narrowing slightly. Alone, is it? This fellow is rather intriguing. She wasted no time and headed straight to the Jean residence. The main event awaited her there. Little did Fang Yi wish to become embroiled in the troubles of the Jean family. He had no interest in the motivations behind the attempted kidnapping of Jean Wudong. His current thoughts centered solely on enjoying his modest life. With over 300,000 yuan in his bank account, he had ample funds for his daughter Yiya's surgery. The sooner the better. He must not delay, and he would promptly contact experts in the capital to arrange the procedure for Yiya. He could not allow any tardiness to result in permanent repercussions for her. As he passed a shop, Fang Yi halted the vehicle and used the public phone. The shopkeeper glanced at the car outside, then at Fang Yi, his face filled with astonishment. In this day and age, Those who could afford a car were either government officials or wealthy individuals. Fang Ye's vehicle, clearly not a public one, was undeniably luxurious. Beep, beep, beep. Fang Yi dialed a number, the office of a certain specialist in the capital. The expert, named Kai Meiling, was a woman in her 40s, renowned for her expertise in treating deafness and mutism. Fang Ye's acquaintance with her came with an anecdote best left unspoken. After several rings, the call connected, but it was not Kai Meiling's voice that answered. Rather, it was a man. "Who are you looking for?" Fang Yi was taken aback and quickly responded. "May I ask if Dr. Kai is available?" "She isn't here." Click. Fang Ye's expression froze. He had barely spoken 2 sentences. Long-distance calls were exorbitantly priced, with 3 seconds counting as a minute, and he was abruptly cut off. Beep, beep, beep. Fang Yi pressed redial. Once more, the same man answered. "It's me again. I urgently need to speak with Dr. Kai. She's on a business trip." Click. Fang Ye's temper flared. He dialed again, and indeed it was the same individual. This time, the man spoke first. "Are you done yet?" Fang Yi shouted directly. "This is the military district calling. Try hanging up again and see what happens." The shopkeeper nearly spat out his soda. When did this place become a military district? The man on the other end fell silent for a moment before his tone softened significantly. "What seems to be the issue?" Fang Ye's voice remained firm as he replied. "We need Dr. Kai Meiling to arrange a surgery. It was previously agreed upon." "Is she truly on a business trip?" "She is indeed away." "When will she return?" "Approximately half a month to a month." "That long?" She went abroad for an exchange. Didn't she inform you?" "Very well. We will wait for Dr. Kai to return before proceeding." "All right. Is there anything else?" "No." Click. Fang Yi hung up. What a nuisance. Even a phone call could not be conducted without a hassle. After settling the bill, the shopkeeper charged him 8 yuan, 2 yuan per minute. A brick factory worker would labor an entire day to earn that amount, and now it was gone in a flash. Kai Meiling was abroad, and Fang Ye's urgency was of no consequence. He would have to wait patiently. He then made a trip to the farmer's market, purchasing a plethora of vegetables and 2 watermelons. After some thought, he added a variety of fruits to his haul before driving the jeep back to Guyu village. As he passed the village committee entrance, he noticed a group of elderly men and women lounging in the shade of a tree, blocking the majority of the road. Only bicycles could pass. Fang Yi honked the horn, and this time, the villagers finally took notice. "Oh, who is that?" "Fang Yi." "My goodness, has the little car returned, bringing prosperity?" This morning, it was a mere 3-wheeled vehicle, and now it has transformed into a compact car. A throng of villagers not only remained in place, but also gathered around in curiosity. Even the personnel from the village committee emerged to witness this spectacle. This is the very first private vehicle in Guyutsuan. The village secretary, Fang Jinxing, gazed in astonishment at the driver, Fang Ye, and exclaimed, "Xiao Ye, is this your newly purchased car?" "A jeep, I presume. It must cost several tens of thousands." An elderly woman among the onlookers widened her eyes in disbelief. "Several tens of thousands for a single vehicle? How exorbitant! My river god, this is truly astounding." At that moment, another figure emerged from the village committee, the village head, Zhang Youchuan. Clearly possessing a broader perspective, Zhang circled the vehicle and remarked, "Old Fang, you are mistaken. This is a Cherokee pickup version, with a 6-cylinder 4-wheel drive. It cannot be acquired for less than 200,000. The villagers displayed exaggerated expressions, exclaiming, 200,000? "My goodness, Fang Ye, how much did your city wife give you?" Chapter 49. We have come to present gifts to Fang Yi. Fang Yi. Fang Yi, do you have any sisters or female relatives from your wife in the city? Introduce them to me. As long as I can get a car like this, I wouldn't mind becoming a servant in their household. Fang Yi, godfather, I want to be your godson. The young men in the village were practically drooling with envy. In recent years, Hong Kong films had become all the rage. Who wouldn't envy the dashing male lead driving along the coastal roads with a beautiful woman by his side? And if the car was a gift from that very woman, it would be even more thrilling. The youths of Guyu village watched Fang Yi with eyes burning with jealousy, their minds swirling with endless fantasies. Damn it, even Fang Yi, a eunuch, could have beautiful women throwing themselves at him, showering him with money and luxury cars. Why couldn't he? City girls probably haven't seen rugged men from the countryside. I should go to the city and meet wealthy beauties. Staying in Guyu village offers no opportunities. Only by leaving can one encounter such extraordinary fortune. Fang Yi was utterly annoyed by the crowd. The same people who had once gossiped behind his back were now falling over themselves to curry favor with him. Fang Yi said, Don't misunderstand. This car isn't mine, it belongs to a friend. I just borrowed it for a while, and I have no idea how much it costs. As soon as these words were spoken, the dozens of people around him collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The old woman's cerebral infarction seemed to vanish instantly. The old man's high blood pressure dropped back to normal. The youth's dilated pupils contracted once more. Everyone touched the car, their tones now noticeably cooler. I knew it. How could Fang Yi afford such a nice car? City girls aren't fools. Why would they give away a luxury car worth 200,000? By the way, we haven't seen that city girl in a while. Did she run off with someone else? Well, it makes sense. Fang Yi doesn't even have a house of his own. And he's raising a mute daughter while living at Widow Qin's place. What woman would want to stay? Hey, Fang Yi, is Widow Qin really your woman? Aren't you afraid of dying? As they spoke, the crowd finally dispersed, and the stools were moved aside. Watching them, Fang Yi shook his head helplessly. It was truly a case of both pitying the villagers' hardships and resenting their potential prosperity. He stepped on the accelerator, releasing a puff of exhaust, and drove the car along the village road straight to his doorstep. At the entrance of the village committee, young and old alike continued to discuss Fang Yi. Even if the car was borrowed, it still meant that someone wealthy was willing to lend it to him. A car worth 200,000, and they were willing to lend it. How close must their relationship be? Someone asked Fang Jianqing, secretary. Wasn't Fang Yi's city wife originally looking for you? What is her background anyway? Fang Jianqing knew the truth. That day, when Sweki arrived, two men had accompanied her. One was her cousin, and the other was her fiancé. Who could have imagined that Fang Yi would act so recklessly? As soon as the fiancé left, he got involved with Sweki and even kissed her in public. As an old man, he couldn't quite comprehend it. But Fang Yi was his junior, so he had to protect him a little. Thus, he said, that young lady is from the special economic zone. Fang Yi once saved her life, and he was injured because of it. So, it's only natural for her to come and repay the favor. Do you think city girls are all that generous? What? Fang Yi lost his manhood because of her. No wonder. Then I'm not envious anymore. That is too high a price to pay. Losing your manhood and having your wife run off with someone else. I'd rather stay poor. At least I can carry on the family line. Has that girl already left? She only stayed for 2 days and left a bit of money. She is not really a good person. If she truly cared, why didn't she take Fang Yi and his daughter to the city to support them? Just then, someone noticed a large, dark crowd approaching the village entrance. Each person was carrying something, and some were even shouldering poles with loads. Secretary, village chief, look, who are those people at the village entrance? There are so many of them. Could they be refugees? All the villagers turned to look. Refugees? Impossible. There hadn't been any reports of famine nearby. Where would refugees come from? They're not refugees. Look, they're carrying chickens and ducks. Hey, isn't that the old witch from Wangjia village? They were all from Wangjia village. What were they doing in our village? And why were they bringing so many things? Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the village committee. Fang Jianqing and Zhang Yuquan hurried forward to ask what was going on. The leading old witch got straight to the point. We have come to present gifts to Fang Yi. Secretary Fang, village chief Zhang. Where is Fang Yi's home? The villagers of Guyu village were utterly dumbfounded. Present gifts to Fang Yi? What kind of gifts? And the term present gifts wasn't one to be used lightly. Zhang Yuquan looked at the 30 or 40 villagers from Wangjia village before him and felt overwhelmed. All of you are here to give gifts to Fang Yi? Why? What did Fang Yi do? The gifts they carried were astonishing. There were dozens of chickens, ducks, and geese, along with eggs, duck eggs, pumpkins, pig heads, and all sorts of other items. It was as if they were worshipping Fang Yi as a deity. Upon closer inquiry, they were even more stunned. It was actually because of divine punishment. Qi Yulin, the man who had stolen Fang Yi's wife, had his eyes pecked out by birds. Qi Yulin's parents also had their eyes pecked out by birds yesterday. Last night, the Qi family's screw factory was burned down by a heavenly fire set by 100,000 celestial birds. The villagers of Wangjia village exaggerated the story, inflating the number of birds more than tenfold. The villagers of Guyu village listened in stunned silence. Then, they all accompanied the villagers of Wangjia village in a grand procession to Qin Xiangling's home. Meanwhile, Fang Yi had already driven the pickup truck into the courtyard. Qin Xiangling, who was hanging bed sheets to dry, rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Seeing Fang Yi trade his 3-wheeled motorcycle for a pickup truck, she couldn't wrap her head around it. How did the car change? Something happened. This was a gift from someone. Fang Yi replied nonchalantly. What? A gift? Qin Xiangling exclaimed in surprise, running over. But after just a few steps, she nearly stumbled. Fang Yi immediately rushed to her side. What's wrong? Qin Xiangling's face flushed, and she gently hit him. Have you forgotten what you did? Fang Yi's eyes sparkled with amusement as he smiled. You can't blame me entirely. I don't know who was so fierce last night. Is there a martial arts technique like that in wuxia novels? Was it taught by Xiao Longnu or Huang Rong? Stop talking. Qin Xiangling covered her ears. The delicate skin on her neck tinged with a faint blush. Fang Yi found himself increasingly enamored. Just moments ago, Yi, who had been watching television inside the house, heard the commotion and stepped out. Upon seeing her father embracing Aunt Qin, her eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, at her tender age, she could not comprehend the significance of the scene before her. She turned back to watch television, still captivated by the allure of He Mao Jingzhang. Meanwhile, the villagers of the somber Guyu village, along with those from Wangjia village, had gathered at the residence of Qin Xiangling. In the next instant, the villagers stood there, their eyes bulging and mouths agape. This is disastrous. What on earth is happening in broad daylight? It's all over. A festering sore is bound to appear. Chapter 50. The upgrade of the 10,000 beasts soul seal. As they gazed upon the scene before them, everyone was momentarily taken aback, particularly the villagers of Guyu village, whose reactions were the most pronounced. Qin Xiangling was notorious in the village as a widow. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful, yet her fate was ominously fierce. Who could claim to have arrived as a bride only to have her husband's entire family perish the very next day? Coupled with the untimely demise of Qin Xiangling's parents, it served as formidable evidence of her being a Baihu Sha and a Tian Sha Gu Xing. Consequently, even ruffians like Zhang de Beos dared not approach her. Yet now, in broad daylight, Fang Yi was audaciously holding the widow Qin in the courtyard, sharing a meal. Was he truly unafraid? Several young men looked on, transfixed. Setting aside the ominous reputation of the widow, she was undeniably enchanting. One could only wonder what she had consumed to grow so exquisitely. While other women bore skin coarse and sallow, hers was so radiant it seemed to glisten with moisture, surpassing many starlets from the regions of Taiwan and Hong Kong. Gulps were heard, as some could not restrain themselves from swallowing hard. If only they had made their moves earlier. What of her ill-fated reputation? Wasn't Fang Yi thriving splendidly at the moment? Suddenly, a voice broke the spell of the moment. Someone's coming. Fang Yi released Qin Xiangling and whispered a warning. Startled, she turned, nearly petrified. An unexpected throng had gathered, turning it into an impromptu spectacle. In the next heartbeat, she fixed her almond-shaped eyes upon them, glaring fiercely. What are you staring at? Are you afraid of getting needle eyes? Have you nothing better to do? Go home and find your own wives. After feigning calmness by brushing her hair back, she swiftly retreated into the house, slamming the door shut. Leaning against the door, she pressed her hand against her heaving chest, exclaiming, "What a disgrace!" Fang Yi then addressed the crowd. What brings you here? Upon hearing his words, the villagers from Wangjia village seemed to awaken from their stupor, each producing gifts they had brought along. Fang Yi, we are aware of the grievances you faced at Wang Bingrong's house. But this has nothing to do with us in Wangjia village. This is our humble offering, a token of goodwill. Please, do not let divine retribution fall upon our village. Indeed, if blame is to be assigned, let it rest upon the Qi Yulin family and your wife's kin. We are innocent in this matter. Fang Yi found himself bemused. These villagers had come to appease the deities concerning the impending divine punishment. He chuckled. I do not require your offerings. Please take them back. The divine punishment is not my concern. The village's shaman interjected. Even if you are not the architect of this retribution, the river god has already taken you under his wing. You are his earthly representative. We ask for nothing but for you to accept our humble gifts. As she spoke, she placed 2 chickens upon the ground, her hands clasped in prayer. Oh, river god, this has nothing to do with our family. We beseech you, do not bear any malice. And with that, she fled. Seeing the shaman's actions, the others followed suit. In less than 2 minutes, the villagers from Wangjia had departed, leaving an abundance of gifts strewn across the courtyard. Fang Yi's expression was one of incredulity. He never anticipated becoming the river god's representative so inexplicably. He called out to the village secretary, Uncle Qi. There is far too much food here for just a few of us. Please take some back. Wang Jiansheng waved his hands fervently. No. This is for you, the representative of the river god. I dare not take it. The other villagers echoed his sentiment. We must leave. We do not wish to intrude. A childhood friend of Fang Yi shouted, Fang Yi, When will you invite us to your wedding feast? Fang Yi pointed at the 2 jars of Huadiao wine on the ground. Isn't there wine here? Come, take some. Yet the fellow turned and fled. Meanwhile, a group of young men huddled together, discussing the widow's fate. Was Qin Xiangling truly a husband killer? How was it that Fang Yi was untouched by such ill fortune, living more lavishly than they? As for Fang Ye's fortune, they could not ascertain, but Qin Xiangling was indeed thriving. I must return home to my wife, one lamented. What about us? We have no wives. You can help each other out. How can I? Your wife is so dry. Returning home would be unbearable. How do you know? By the heavens, I will end you. As Fang Yi closed the courtyard gate, Qin Xiangling, blushing, emerged from her room. She had witnessed everything that transpired and regarded Fang Yi with a peculiar gaze. River God, what shall we do now? Fang Yi licked his lips, causing her to instinctively retreat a step, whispering, do not cause further chaos. Do not lead the children astray. He gestured towards the pile of gifts. Let us organize this. Keep what can be kept and discard what cannot. As for that pig's head, who knows if it is clean? Qin Xiangling softly replied, I am injured. Very well. You rest. I shall manage. In a swift manner. Fang Yi sorted through the offerings brought by the villagers of Wangjia. The dozens of chickens, ducks, and geese presented a bit of a challenge, especially as there was nowhere to raise them. But his elder brother seemed to have a few ducks. Sending them there would be most fitting. At that moment, he sensed a stirring within the 10,000 beasts' soul seal in his consciousness. It pulsated rhythmically, alternating between light and dark, yet retaining its purple hue. Strangely, it was beyond Fang Ye's control as it autonomously expanded its sensing capabilities. He realized that while the range remained unchanged, the clarity had intensified. He could discern the health of each chicken, identify ailing ducks, and even sense which geese were nearing death. Simultaneously, 2 new pieces of information emerged in his mind, Xiao Yuling Ju and Xiao Hui Chun Shu. Fang Yi was utterly astonished, filled with disbelief. What was this? A spell? After absorbing the heirloom of that assassin, the 10,000 beast soul seal had not only upgraded to a purple state, but had also unveiled 2 minor spells. How many more surprises could this remarkable artifact hold? Would it continue to evolve, revealing even more astonishing wonders? Chapter 51. Your daughter seems to have lost her mind. Fang Yi meticulously reviewed the newfound information in his mind. Xiao Yuling Ju. Utilizing the Wan Shou Hanyin, it allows the casting of group spells on all beasts within the sensing range, with the effect of promoting their growth and development, endowing them with greater spiritual awareness. Xiao Hui Chun Shu. With the aid of the Wan Shou Hanyin, it enables the healing of injured or sick beasts, effective for any ailment, constituting a singular spell. Upon absorbing this information, Fang Yi felt an overwhelming excitement that rendered him restless. It is indeed a spell. Remarkable. He immediately endeavored to experiment with it. He discovered that casting these 2 spells posed no difficulty. He first located the nearly lifeless goose and cast a Xiao Hui Chun Shu directly upon it. Fang Yi observed closely. Before long, he witnessed the once drooping-headed, eye-closed, seemingly lifeless white goose suddenly springing to its feet. It stretched its neck, flapped its wings, and emitted a triumphant honking sound, as if its feathers had regained a certain luster. Fang Yi was utterly astonished. Furthermore, he noticed that casting Xiao Hui Chun Shu did not deplete his own energy. Unlike the adept spellcasters depicted in films who expend vast amounts of magical energy, Fang Yi possessed no such energy within him to begin with, hence there was nothing to deplete. It is truly extraordinary. Xiao Hui Chun Shu is a life-saving spell. It works on all beasts, but what about Yiya? Unfortunately, Yiya is beyond the sensing range of the Wan Shou Hanyin. Moreover, the prerequisite for casting Xiao Hui Chun Shu is to activate the Wan Shou Hanyin's sensing. In essence, when Fang Yi cast the spell, it is akin to pressing a button on the Wan Shou Hanyin, with the true efficacy arising from the Wan Shou Hanyin rather than Fang Ye's intrinsic abilities. Realizing this, Fang Yi sighed inwardly. His daughter's condition necessitated surgery. There was no alternative. Subsequently, he attempted the Xiao Yuling Shu. Although this was a group spell, Fang Yi could manipulate the range at will. He glanced at the large water tank in the corner, which housed 3 soft-shelled turtles, and cast the Xiao Yuling Shu within the confines of the tank, directing it at the 3 turtles. To his astonishment, the turtles, which had been crawling moments ago, suddenly became utterly still. Were they dead? He tried again. Still no response. Fortunately, within the sensing range, he could ascertain whether they were alive or dead. They were not dead. They were quite healthy, just motionless. Unable to discern the reason, he decided to leave them be. Xiangling, Yiya, come eat watermelon. Given the sweltering heat, Fang Yi sliced the watermelon and brought it to the living room. Relaxing under the ceiling fan, watching television while savoring the watermelon was an exquisite pleasure. As he sat down, Fang Yi recalled that he had not yet retrieved the money from selling fish that he had carried in his waist bag. He promptly took out the cash, around 5,000 yuan, and placed it on Qin Xiangling's lap. She looked at the substantial amount, puzzled. What is all this money for? Fang Yi took a bite of watermelon and chuckled. To contribute to household expenses. Qin Xiangling replied, do we really need this much? How much is this? Fang Yi explained. Today as fish sales amounted to 4,800. Although she had long suspected that Fang Ye's fish would yield a considerable profit, the sum of 4,800 still astonished Qin Xiangling. In a single day, it equaled what others might earn in 2 years. Reflecting on her past, when a month without business at the inn left her scraping by, she now enjoyed feasts of fish and meat, and suddenly received such a windfall. I don't want it, you keep it. You are my wife, and wives manage the finances. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiangling felt a surge of joy, playfully rolled her eyes at him, and accepted the money. How delightful it is to live in such a loving relationship. Later, Fang Yi recounted the origins of the jeep, casually mentioning how he fortuitously rescued Jin Ye's granddaughter, earning 30,000 and acquiring this vehicle. His understated narration nearly caused Qin Xiangling to have a heart attack. 30,000. Any normal woman would react as she did. Don't get too excited. Fang Yi pulled her closer, soothing her, though his hands wandered. Qin Xiangling could hardly focus on her watermelon. Leaning into his ear, she whispered, can we tonight? You must be able to tonight, right? To celebrate your big earnings, it must happen. I truly must thank you. Look how fortunate you are. Just after our wedding night, I made a significant profit. Hearing this filled Qin Xiangling with happiness beyond compare. After a moment of intimacy, Fang Yi released her. It was ultimately inappropriate with their daughter present. He remarked, actually, the money I earned is intended to take Yiya to the capital for her surgery. Qin Xiangling gasped, you're going to the capital? You won't not come back, will you? Fang Yi picked up a slice of watermelon. What are you worried about? You are Yiya's mother. If she goes for surgery, you must accompany her. Qin Xiangling smiled coyly. Of course, I must go. After a pause, she playfully said, I want to eat your watermelon. Fang Yi was taken aback. Don't you have your own? What is the difference? Mine isn't sweet. You should try it. All right, let us trade. The little girl suddenly turned and offered her watermelon to Qin Xiangling, indicating, mine is sweet. Qin Xiangling was momentarily stunned and quickly replied, all right, I'll try Yiya's. Yiya, from now on, I will be your mother. Yiya responded, MHM. At that moment, a knock echoed at the gate. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Yi called out, who is it? From outside came the voice of Fang Ye's mother. Xiao Yi, the Wang family is looking for you. There was evident irritation in his mother's tone, though it was directed not at Fang Yi, but at others. Fang Yi furrowed his brow. The Wang family. It could only be Wang Yun or Wang Bingrong. Qin Xiangling, too, realized this and whispered to Fang Yi, what does that venomous woman want? Fang Yi scoffed lightly. She is courting death. Rising to open the door, he found, apart from his mother Li Yuzhen, indeed, Wang Yun and his former mother-in-law Lu Weilan, as well as another person, Lu Weixian, Lu Weilan's sister, and Wang Yun's aunt. Fang Yi had some recollection of Lu Weixian, and she was no better. She had once scrutinized Fang Yi, even demanding his assistance to plant crops on the mountain, offering not even a proper meal in return, just 2 steamed buns. Have these 2 sisters banded together to unleash their wrath upon the streets? Fang Yi first brought his mother into the fray. He cast a fleeting glance at the Wang family, inquiring, what brings you here? Wang Yun peered into the courtyard and was immediately captivated by the jeep parked inside, nearly drooling at the sight. Naturally, she yearned for a ride in such a grand vehicle. Then her gaze fell upon the enchanting Qin Xiangling in the main room, holding her daughter Yiya. She discreetly clenched her fists, forcing a semblance of a smile as she said, Fang Yi, I miss my daughter. I came to see her. Beside her, Lu Weilan promptly echoed. Indeed, Fang Yi, Xiao Yun is Yiya's biological mother. It has been several days since she last saw her, and she misses her dearly. Fang Yi scoffed coldly. Not long ago, you wished to see her dead, and now you claim to miss her? Your daughter must be out of her mind, having lost her senses. Chapter 52. I am here for our daughter. The words of Fang Yi rendered Lu Weilan's expression exceedingly grim. This son-in-law, who once dared not speak to her in such a manner, had now audaciously overstepped his bounds. Lu Weixian interjected, "Fang Yi, do refrain from using such harsh language. Regardless of our differences, we are your elders." The remarks made during the divorce were merely in anger. How could you take them seriously? Does Xiaoyan not care for her daughter? Is it unreasonable for a grandmother to wish to see her granddaughter? Fang Yi coldly regarded her and replied succinctly, "Who are you?" The three simple words nearly provoked Lu Weixian into a fit of rage. She pointed an accusatory finger at Fang Yi and exclaimed, "You ungrateful wretch, pretending not to recognize me? Have you turned your back on those who have cared for you? Did the Wang family not raise you?" "Raised me?" Fang Yi retorted. "You lived in the Wang household, but did you not eat from their table and utilize their resources? Have you lost your mind and forgotten this?" Fang Mu, Li Yuzhen, could no longer contain herself and interjected, "You know nothing. My son spent merely half a year in the Wang family, subsisting on leftovers and enduring the most grueling labor. I truly regret allowing Xiaoya to marry into your family. You Wang family never regarded my son as a human being, and yet you dare to claim you raised him?" Lu Weixian countered, "Even half a year of sustenance counts. Without the Wang family, he would have starved. It's a blessing you are not on your knees thanking us." Fang Yi glared at Lu Weixian, almost unable to restrain himself from delivering a slap. However, arguing with such a shrew was futile, as she was not here to reason. He turned to Wang Yun and asked, "What do you want?" Wang Yun replied, "I simply wish to see Yaya. I am her mother, and our daughter cannot be without her mother. Get lost. A person who wished to harm her is unworthy of the title of mother. Yaya does not wish to see you. She has a mother, but it is not you." Wang Yun shouted back, "Nonsense. I carried her for 10 months. How could I not be her mother? Who else could fill that role?" Fang Yi called out, "Wife, come here." Upon hearing wife, Wang Yun's eyelids twitched. Lu Weilan and Lu Weixian stared intently at the doorway. Qin Xiangling, enduring the pain, trotted over with a radiant smile, affectionately wrapping her arms around Fang Yi's. "Darling, what is the matter?" "I was feeding our daughter watermelon." Wang Yun shouted, "She is not your daughter. She is mine. I am her mother." Qin Xiangling shook her head with a smile. "You are not." Wang Yun hollered, "Yaya, I am your mother. Come here." Yaya stood up, glanced over, and then swiftly shut the door. Fang Yi remarked, "Did you see that? She does not wish to see you. Your presence terrifies her. Do you still believe you are her mother?" Lu Weilan asserted, "Then I shall see her. I am Yaya's grandmother. I raised her from infancy. If anyone is close to Yaya, it is undoubtedly me. I fed her, changed her, took her to the hospital. What have you done for her? You were never home." Fang Yi contemplated for a moment. "Wait here. I will ask Yaya if she wishes to see you." He walked toward the room. Wang Yun and Lu Weilan immediately attempted to follow. Qin Xiangling blocked their path. "Halt. This is my home. Without my permission, none of you shall enter." Wang Yun pushed her forcefully. "Get out of the way." However, Qin Xiangling swiftly seized a sickle, brandishing it threateningly. "I said stop. Advance another step, and you shall regret it." Wang Yun was taken aback, nearly grazing her nose with the blade. Fear caused her to break into a sweat. Was this woman mad? The Lu sisters also hurriedly retreated. Fang Yi inquired Yaya if she wanted to see her grandmother Lu Weilan, but the little girl clung tightly to his neck, shaking her head with tears in her eyes, her small face filled with terror. Children do not lie. Though Lu Weilan had cared for her, the memories were not fond. She likely associated her with scolding and harsh treatment. The frail appearance of Yaya suggested she had not enjoyed the best of nourishment. The watermelon she had just tasted left her in utter astonishment, indicating she had never savored such a fruit before. "Fear not, my dear, we shall not meet. Yaya can stay here and watch cartoons while I chase away the bad people." Yaya nodded in agreement. Fang Yi kissed her on the forehead and closed the door, returning to the confrontation with a cool demeanor. "She does not wish to see you. You must understand why." Lu Weilan maintained a stern expression. Lu Weixian attempted to sneak around the side, wanting to rush in. Qin Xiangling interceded, but unexpectedly, Lu Weixian had acquired a stick and swung it menacingly at Qin Xiangling. Had she been struck, the consequences would have been dire. Fang Yi swiftly stepped forward, catching the stick with his left hand while delivering a slap to Lu Weixian's face with his right. The force was neither too strong nor too light, leaving an immediate mark on her cheek that began to swell. Wang Yun and Lu Weilan were wide-eyed in disbelief. They had not anticipated Fang Yi would dare to strike. Lu Weilan barked, "Fang Yi, how dare you? She is your aunt." Fang Yi scoffed, "Aunt? She is not worthy of such a title." Lu Weixian, touching her face, wore a menacing expression akin to a wild monkey on the verge of madness. When Qin Xiangling interjected, "You old hag, coming to my home to stir trouble? Are you tired of living? Do you not know that Wang Bingrong was beaten to a pulp by Sang Biao? Do you believe I could make a phone call and have Sang Biao come to wipe out your family?" Lu Weixian's fury was abruptly quelled, as she was well aware of Sang Biao and had been intimidated by him before. She suspiciously turned to Lu Weilon. "Was your husband beaten by Sang Biao? Does he know this woman?" Lu Weilon was at a loss for words, but having been close to her sister, she could see Lu Weilon's expression and discern that it was indeed true. In that instant, her arrogance diminished, and she took a step back. Fang Yi stated, "Wang Yun, I know what you are after. You see my newfound wealth and wish to use Yaya to rekindle our marriage, do you not?" Wang Yun, caught off guard, bit her lip and confessed, "Fang Yi, I do wish to remarry you, but it is not for your money, it is for our daughter." Qin Xiangling was astonished, not believing the woman truly harbored such intentions. Fang Yi laughed. "Do you think I would believe that? Begone at once. I no longer wish to see you all." Upon uttering these words, he gestured towards the heap of gifts on the ground, remarking, "Look at these, all sent by the people of Wangjia village. Do you understand why? It is because they fear divine retribution. The Qi family has been rendered blind, and the screw factory has been reduced to a mere shell. Are you not afraid? Oh, and by the way, I heard that just a few days ago a swarm of snakes descended upon you, biting your entire family. Wang Yun, I heard you were bitten dozens of times. Isn't that repulsive? Do you truly believe I would consider remarrying you?" At the mention of that day as serpents, Wang Yun felt a wave of nausea wash over her, her body trembling. How do you know this? Did you orchestrate it?" Fang Yi smiled mysteriously. "The river god revealed it to me in a dream. Haven't the people of Wangjia village heard of it? I am the river god's envoy. Should you wish to harm me, you must tread carefully, lest you meet the same fate as the Qi family." Chapter 53. Come out quickly. Do not frighten my aunt, since you all regard me as the proxy of the river god. I shall play that role. There is no loss in doing so. Free chicken should not be wasted, and if consumed, it is still a boon. By the way, why are there no beautiful maidens offered? I have heard that in the past, sacrifices included lovely virgins. Lu Weixian's countenance changed dramatically, her eyes reflecting profound terror. She too had heard the rumors of the Qi family being pecked blind by birds, but being from Wangjia village, she was not privy to many details. All she knew was that Qi Yulin and Wang Yun had an ambiguous relationship. Her sister, Lu Weilon, even boasted about this matter as a source of pride. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that the Qi family's predicament was a divine punishment. The Lu Weilon household had also been besieged by a swarm of snakes. "Older sister, is what he said true? Is the Qi family's fate a punishment from heaven? Your entire family was bitten by snakes? Xiaoyan, what does it mean that the snakes entered your body?" Moments later, Lu Weixian stumbled back, her back colliding with the wall. "Sister, how can you be so unkind? Aren't you harming our family?" Fang Yi, this matter has nothing to do with me. I'm not involved anymore. I'm leaving." Lu Weixian truly left without hesitation, but after just a few steps, she frantically returned, clutching 50 yuan. Fang Yi, this is my offering. If there are any grievances, direct them to my sister. Do not come to me." She shoved the money into Fang Yi's hands and dashed away like the wind. In matters such as these, even sisters could not confer. Qin Xiangling gestured with a sickle towards Wang Yun and Lu Weilon. "Hey, do you want to leave some offering too? Don't come back to be pecked blind." Wang Yun retorted angrily. "I don't believe he is any river goddess proxy." Qin Xiangling waved her sickle, then hurry and scram. The Wang family mother and daughter departed in a huff, continuing their discussion along the way. "That damned rascal. I will fight him for Yaya's custody," Wang Yun declared. Lu Weilon scoffed. "What good would that do? Who will raise her? If you take her, make him pay child support." "Right. How did I not think of that? But wait, how did he know all three of us were bitten by snakes?" Lu Weilon felt a chill run down her spine. It must be those wretched neighbors who told him. But how could he know about the many bites he received? Wang Yun's hair stood on end. "Oh dear, don't say that. It gives me the creeps." But wait, how could he know? Even the neighbors don't know. Could it be that the river god truly sent him a dream? Is he really the river goddess proxy? Meanwhile, Fang Yi pointed at the chickens and ducks in the yard. "Mother, they have sent too many things. How about we send some to your place? You can slaughter one whenever you wish until they are all consumed." Qin Xiangling added, "Let us go inside and sit for a while, eat some watermelon." "Aunt Li, you're not afraid my home is unlucky, are you?" Li Yuzhen had never been inside Qin Xiangling's living room before. She cautiously examined the large vehicle in the yard, gently touching it, as if afraid it might be damaged. Fang Yi suddenly said, "Mother, I remember your stomach hasn't been well. Now that you're older, it's necessary to get a checkup. Tomorrow, I will drive you to the county for a thorough examination." Li Yuzhen quickly waved her hands. No need. I'm fine. There's no need for any checkups. It's a waste of money." Fang Yi insisted. "I have no shortage of money now. It's settled. Xiangling, you and Yaya should come along. We'll go to the city for a stroll." Qin Xiangling immediately smiled. "Great." Later, after sitting in the living room for a while, eating watermelon and watching television, Li Yuzhen soon stood up, saying she must return to cook. Fang Yi held her back. "Mother, stay here for dinner. When elder brother returns, he will join us." Li Yuzhen immediately shook her head. "This is Xiangling's home. How can I impose?" Fang Yi took Qin Xiangling's hand, smiling. "We're all family." Qin Xiangling blushed deeply. Li Yuzhen stared in surprise. "You too? Xiangling, do you really intend to live with our Xiaoya?" Qin Xiangling's face turned crimson. "Aunt Li, as long as I can be with Fang Yi, I am willing to do anything. But Xiaoya, he is injured down there, isn't he? It's fine. He is capable in other aspects." Li Yuzhen felt her cheeks flush, hurriedly saying, "You two decide for yourselves. When you hold the banquet, I will give you a red envelope." Qin Xiangling, bashfully, lowered her head. Noticing the time, the two women busied themselves preparing dinner, swiftly dispatching a chicken. While they worked, they exchanged a few scathing remarks about the shameless Wang family, creating a harmonious atmosphere. In Qingshi town, at the Jin family estate, a vast manor once owned by a wealthy landlord, now expanded significantly under Jin Santai's ownership after years of management. At this moment, 15 assassins were confined in a concealed basement. After enduring severe torture, one finally cracked. "Master Jin, someone has spoken." It was a man from Ghost I Zheng Yongchang's faction, blood still on his body. Dressed in a white embroidered qipao, Jin Wudong's demeanor shifted to one of detached elegance as she raised an eyebrow. "Ghost I Zheng Yongchang? The leader of the Chaos Han ship gang. What does he want with me?" Jin Santai snorted. "His target is me." Waving away his subordinates, he turned to his granddaughter. "Old Ghost Zheng is likely coveting a treasure in my possession. The Shui Wechanji too." Jin Wudong was taken aback. "Are you saying he is after that thing beneath Taihu Lake? Why else? Isn't the Chaos Han ship gang in the business of this?" Jin Santai narrowed his eyes. Since Old Ghost has taken action, he will not easily relent. Therefore, Wudong, be exceptionally cautious during this period and arrange for additional bodyguards. Jin Wudong nodded. "Should we take the initiative to strike?" Jin Santai replied. "With all 15 of them here, I am waiting for him to come." At this moment, Shang Wanlan returned. Jin Santai glanced at his granddaughter and smiled at Shang Wanlan. "Xiao Lan, have you found any information on that young man?" Jin Wudong's expression changed. "Grandfather, you had Lan Jie investigate Fang Yi?" Jin Santai chuckled. "He is your friend, so naturally, grandfather wishes to meet him." Shang Wanlan handed a document to Jin Santai, saying, "Jin Yi, the surface information on Fang Yi is quite clear, yet I am unable to retrieve any details regarding his military background. How can that be? Have you sought assistance?" "I consulted Qin Shi. However, he informed me that he cannot access Fang Yi's records. He attempted to investigate, but it seems he may face disciplinary action as a result." Jin Wudong's previously cold expression transformed into one of shock. Jin Santai chuckled softly. "How intriguing. Wudong, you should truly engage more with such an interesting acquaintance." At 4 in the afternoon, the fascinating Fang Yi ventured to Dayu Mountain, located behind the ancient fishing village. He had come in search of someone. Since he could not temporarily travel to Shangjing, he decided to continue earning money. After all, the more wealth, the better. Even after completing his surgery, he would still need to acquire a residence of his own. Additionally, he intended to secure a home for his elder brother and mother as well. With the Beast Soul Seal granting him 2 minor spells, Fang Yi was aware of his next steps. Given that the Zioling technique could facilitate the growth and development of animals, establishing a breeding farm seemed to be an excellent idea. However, whether it involved fish or other livestock, initial capital was essential. He planned to first acquire a larger motorboat to swiftly amass funds. The individual he sought on the mountain was named Zhang Lei, who possessed a boat he wished to sell. Yet, before he could locate Zhang Lei, he encountered a woman anxiously searching for someone. How. Come out quickly, don't frighten your aunt." Fong Yi glanced twice and recognized her as the third young lady who had previously purchased his old turtle. Chapter 54. The bird chases the kidnappers. Third Miss arrives. Fong Jia's third young lady was dressed quite differently today compared to the last time. When I saw her previously, she was wearing flesh-colored stockings and high heels, dressed in a mature, sophisticated style. This time, however, she was in a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, with her wavy hair flowing freely, resembling a university student out for a spring outing. Yet, at this moment, she appeared hurried and anxious. Before Fong Yi could approach to ask her anything, she rushed over first. "Young man, have you seen a 5-year-old boy wearing a white shirt, black shorts, and carrying a small water bottle?" Fong Yi inquired. "Miss Fong, has a child gone missing?" "You know me? Miss Fong, you bought my soft-shelled turtle last time." "Ah, it's you. Can you help me look for him? That's my sister's son. I'm almost frantic with worry." Miss Fong was indeed extremely anxious. That was her second sister's only son. If he were lost under her care, she wouldn't know how to face her sister. All right, Miss Fong, don't panic. Finding people is my specialty. Tell me, where did he go missing?" As Fong Yi asked, he quietly activated the 10,000 Beast Soul Seal. Coincidentally, he discovered a black-eared kite with exceptionally sharp vision, also known as the black-eared hawk. It can spot field mice as small as a dozen centimeters from 500 meters in the air. It was undoubtedly the best choice for searching for a person. Just as Miss Fong pointed in a direction, Fong Yi had already attached his consciousness to the black-eared kite, swiftly soaring into the sky. Through shared vision, he diligently searched for the target. Meanwhile, Miss Fong explained anxiously that her little nephew had insisted on playing hide-and-seek with her. During the second round, she couldn't find him anymore. She had searched all around the mountainous area until her throat was hoarse from shouting, but he was still nowhere to be found. The vegetation on the main peak of Dayu Mountain was not dense, consisting mainly of low shrubs. Controlling the black-eared kite from 500 meters above, Fong Yi left no corner unchecked. Soon, he spotted a suspicious target and hurriedly flew toward it. "Miss Fong, does your nephew have a mushroom haircut and wear blue shoes?" "Ah, yes. You saw him? Where is he?" Overjoyed, Miss Fong immediately began searching around, but there was no trace of him. Fong Yi said, "He's not here. He's been taken." "What?" Miss Fong was shocked, staring blankly at Fong Yi. "How do you know?" Fong Yi replied, "It's hard to explain quickly. Someone took him toward Piaomiao Peak. Wait here for me. I'll go rescue him." He wasn't lying. In the black-eared kite's vision, he saw the little boy being taken away by a middle-aged man and woman. The boy appeared to have already fainted. Kidnapping? Child traffickers? What a coincidence. Just this morning, he had encountered Jin Wudong nearly being kidnapped, and now in the afternoon, he came across the Fong family child being abducted. Fong Yi ran swiftly toward the direction where the boy was taken. How could Miss Fong calmly wait where she was? She hurriedly chased after him. However, the more she chased, the farther he got. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them exceeded 100 meters, and soon he was out of sight. She felt uncertain, unsure if what Fong Yi said was true, but she continued to press forward. Through the black-eared kite he was attached to, Fong Yi saw the two middle-aged individuals taking the child to a river at the foot of the mountain, seemingly intending to board a boat. He couldn't let them get on that boat. The black-eared kite immediately let out a sharp cry, folded its wings, and dove rapidly downward. In the sky, it resembled an arrow shot from a bow, swift as lightning. The man and woman heard the sound but paid little mind, merely glancing upward. What they saw terrified them to the core. The feathered creature was swooping straight down at them. The man carrying the boy made a move, actually lifting the child to use as a shield. However, the black-eared kite, controlled by Fong Yi, aimed for the woman's neck and pecked fiercely into it. The woman screamed, clutching her neck as she fell to the ground. But Fong Yi had no intention of killing. The bird's beak did not pierce her throat, only leaving a bloody wound on her shoulder and neck. Combined with the immense impact, it knocked her down. Afterward, the black-eared kite pecked viciously at her thigh. Due to her evasive movement, it struck a sensitive spot, creating a bloody gash on the inner side of her thigh. The pain drove her to frantically swat at the bird. The man finally dropped the boy and went to help the woman. After all, the black-eared kite was no divine bird. While it was dealing with the woman, the man grabbed its wing and slammed it hard onto the ground, shouting, "You beast, go to hell." After a couple of strikes, the black-eared kite was severely injured, with one wing broken. However, soon a flock of birds swarmed in, launching a group attack on the man. Fear of the unknown gripped the man. He had never heard of such a situation. Using his arm to shield his face, he attempted to forcefully take the little boy and the woman onto the boat. But the delay provided enough time for Fang Yi to rush to the scene at top speed. With a single punch, Fang Yi knocked the middle-aged man to the ground. At that moment, the flock of birds dispersed, leaving only the injured black-eared kite struggling in pain on the ground. Left to natural course, its only outcome would be death. Fortunately, Fang Yi had just awakened 2 spells. He immediately cast 2 minor revitalization spells on it, and, feeling guilty, added 2 minor nurturing spells. Only then did he deal with the 2 middle-aged individuals. Which village are you from? You have quite the nerve, kidnapping a child in broad daylight. The man secretly picked up a stone from the ground and suddenly lunged at Fang Yi, ready to fight for his life. Fang Yi kicked him, sending him flying 3 or 4 meters away, tumbling twice before stopping. The woman ran to help him up, shouting, "You damned scoundrel! Who are you?" "This is our grandson." Fang Yi kicked her down as well. "You're the damned scoundrel, still trying to lie? You can explain to the police later." He dragged the 2 together, using belts and trouser straps to bind their hands and feet. At this point, the pair began to plead for mercy. But Fang Yi paid them no mind. Having a daughter himself, he put himself in their shoes. Such child traffickers deserve the worst. He quickly picked up the little boy from the ground to check on him. Indeed, he was unconscious, knocked out. And no, he was given sleeping pills, the man said. "How many?" "2. Damn you to hell." Fang Yi couldn't help but slap both of them several times across the face. At this moment, Miss Feng finally arrived. Observing her gait, it was evident that she limped, and her garments were splattered with large patches of mud, likely a result of a fall along the way. How? What has happened to him?" Miss Feng hurried over and embraced the boy. Fang Yi remarked, "He was administered a sedative and has lost consciousness. It may take some time for him to awaken." Miss Feng, filled with both urgency and anger, exclaimed, "These 2 wretched scoundrels." She gently set the boy down and rushed to confront the 2 culprits. But as she took a step forward, her ankle emitted a painful crack, compounding her injuries. She lost her balance and began to topple sideways. Fang Yi swiftly extended his arms and caught her just before she fell to the ground. However, the sensation in his hands felt peculiar. Instinctively, he tightened his grip, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Meng Lang, I truly did not mean to," he stammered. Chapter 55. The Wealthiest Miss Feng Cece. The garment adorning Miss Feng is remarkably soft, almost impossible to grasp with one hand. In a moment of panic, Fang Yi fumbled and shifted his position. Miss Feng let out a soft whimper, turning her head to gaze at Fang Yi with a look of astonishment. A blush soon crept across her cheeks, revealing her embarrassment. Fang Yi hastily apologized. "I am truly sorry, it was unintentional." Miss Feng bit her rosy lip, retorting, "I suspect you did it on purpose." Fang Yi insisted, "By heaven's conscience, it was not." "Then why haven't you released me?" she inquired. In a moment of quick wit, Fang Yi replied, "I feared you might lose your balance and fall again." The 2 individuals bound together were momentarily taken aback, thinking to themselves, "These 2 are quite eager, openly flirting before them." This brief interlude dulled Miss Feng's initial desire to confront them. She glanced at her feet, attempting to take a step, but upon landing, a sharp pain shot through her, and her complexion paled. "Oh no, I might have fractured something." Fang Yi quickly supported her, saying, "Do not move, sit slowly, let me examine you." Miss Feng, with a sorrowful expression, asked, "Do you have any medical knowledge?" "A little," he replied, recalling his training for treating external injuries during his time in the military. While a fracture would be beyond his capabilities, basic treatment was certainly manageable. With Fang Yi's assistance, Miss Feng seated herself on the ground, disregarding any concerns about cleanliness. Fang Yi gently lifted her injured foot, carefully removing her shoe and sock. She instinctively recoiled, feeling a bit shy. Having climbed for hours in sneakers, there was bound to be some odor. She looked to Fang Yi, gauging whether he would find her repugnant, only to discover his expression remained calm, as if he were examining a rare artifact. "Is it serious?" she asked softly. "Wait, I need to feel around a bit more," he replied. Miss Feng's face flushed. "Well, feel away." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes darted elsewhere. Fang Yi explored her ankle for some time, and even the 2 kidnappers began to feel uncomfortable, thinking this was rather inappropriate. Finally, Fang Yi spoke. "Fortunately, it is not a fracture, merely a dislocation." Miss Feng's face brightened, and she inquired shyly, "Can you reset it?" "I can," he affirmed, proceeding to manipulate her foot, gripping her delicate sole. Miss Feng felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. In an effort to shift the conversation, she remarked, "I still do not know your name. I truly appreciate your help today." Fong Yi glanced at the two kidnappers before leaning in to whisper his name into her ear. I am Fong Yi. And you? The warm breath brushing against Miss Fang's ear caused her to blush deeply. She found Fong Yi quite appealing, handsome, exuding a manly charm, and having rendered her such significant assistance today, her impression of him soared. She leaned closer to his ear to share her name. I am Fong Cici. Perhaps due to her unsteady position, she inadvertently brushed against Fong Ye's ear while speaking. At the same time, Fong Yi, holding her petite foot, maneuvered her ankle back into place with a decisive crack. Ah! Fong Cici gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around Fong Yi. He continued to massage her foot for a moment, saying, all done. It has been reset, but the muscles and ligaments are slightly strained. It would be best to avoid walking for the next few days. Thank you. Fong Cici exclaimed, quickly releasing Fong Yi, smoothing her hair in a feigned attempt at nonchalance. While internally, she chastised herself. Fong Cici, are you losing your senses? You have known this person for such a short time, yet you are behaving so intimately. An inner voice protested. It was not intentional. It was merely a coincidence. Fong Yi then picked up a pair of white stockings, gently helping her to put them on while advising, when exercising outdoors. It is wise to wear cotton socks. While these look lovely, they are slippery and do not absorb sweat. Fong Cici blushed deeply. I do not have foot odor. Would you like to check for yourself? Seeing her cheeks flush like an apple, Fong Yi handed her the shoes. You can put these on yourself. Fong Cici bit her lip, pondering why he only handed her the stockings. She cautiously slipped on her shoes, but found walking still challenging. What should we do now? She asked. Fong Yi surveyed the boat by the river and remarked, follow this river eastward, around a mountain, and you will reach Tiaoxijiang. From there, it is a short distance to our ancient fishing village, and everything will be manageable. Miss Fong glanced at her little nephew with concern. I worry about his well-being. Fong Yi reassured her, fortunately. He has only ingested 2 sleeping pills. They are absorbed quickly, and inducing vomiting is no longer effective. We can only wait for him to wake up gradually. You need not be afraid. With Fong Ye's comforting words, she felt a sense of relief. Soon after, Fong Yi dragged the kidnappers onto the boat, a motorized vessel measuring over 10 meters in length and 3 meters in width, perfectly suited for their needs. Which village are you from? Fong Yi inquired. The man, intimidated by Fong Yi, trembled as he replied, Xia village. Fong Yi frowned. Xia village is quite far. What are you doing here? The man explained, we heard there were wild ginseng in the area, so we came to see if we could find any. We did not locate the ginseng, but we saw a lovely child. He got lost, and we merely wished to take him back. Slap. Fong Yi struck him again. What a load of nonsense. Who in their right mind carries sleeping pills when going out? You must have done this before. After inspecting the bonds on the 2 men and confirming everything was secure, he went to bring Fong Cici and the child aboard. He carried the child while Fong Cici leaned on his shoulder, bouncing with each step. However, when it came time to board the vessel, she struggled to jump up. Could you assist me up? Fong Cici's voice was melodious, a blend of grace, allure, shyness, and an undercurrent of desire. Fong Yi suppressed the rising tide of temptation within him, grasping her waist to lift her onto the boat. The motorboat roared to life, producing a loud noise compared to the quiet of handcrafted vessels. To their surprise, barely 30 meters into their journey, a dark shadow swooped overhead. The severely injured black-eared kite had returned, landing on Fong Ye's shoulder, its head drooping to nuzzle against his ear. Fong Yi was taken aback, sensing a flicker of emotion emanating from the black-eared kite. Chapter 56. Is there ginseng in Shishan? Is it expressing gratitude towards me? Is it due to the influence of the Shao Huichun technique? Or could it be that the Shao Yuling technique enables communication with all beasts? Fong Yi felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that I can train it as a pet? The woman trafficker, witnessing this scene, clutched her throat and exclaimed, Is this eagle yours? Did you command it to attack me? Fong Yi paid her no mind. The woman continued to shout, And all those birds earlier, were they under your command too? Who are you truly? Are you human or a ghost? Hearing this, Fong Cici recalled what she had just witnessed. Indeed, she had seen an eagle swooping down from the sky and a large flock of birds soaring away, yet she did not witness the precise moment of the attack. Thus, could it be that Fong Yi is truly a master? Not only knowledgeable in feng shui, but also possessing some mysterious abilities? Contemplating this, Fong Cici's gaze towards Fong Yi became fervently enthusiastic. It is no wonder that these people overthink, as superstition is rampant in remote villages. Moreover, at this time, The popularity of feng shui masters and qigong practitioners is at its peak, publicly promoted in newspapers and broadcasts. High-level officials even fantasize about leveraging the unique qigong of Huaxia to surpass international technology, with the Qigong Scientific Research Institute emerging in the capital city. The nation is swept up in a fervor for qigong. Feng Yi glanced at the two traffickers and remarked nonchalantly, "Only those who have committed wrongdoings fear the knock of a ghost. This land is protected by the river god. Reflect upon yourselves." After a moment, he inquired, "Are you truly here to dig for wild ginseng?" The man replied, "Yes, indeed. Someone has found some in the valley west of Dayu Mountain, and we came hoping to try our luck." Feng Sisi interjected, "That is a lie. West of Dayu Mountain is Wujian Valley, with steep cliffs making it impossible for anyone to pass." She continued, "You should consider going to the prison instead. Miss, we truly dare not. We beg you, spare us." Silence. Feng Sisi was still shaken. Had it not been for encountering Feng Yi, this remarkable young master with astonishing methods, Hao would surely have been captured, leading to her sister's wrath. Whether for herself or her sister, the pain of losing Hao would be unbearable. The thought of such consequences was too dreadful. With this in mind, her gratitude towards Feng Yi deepened. Meanwhile, Feng Yi, while piloting the motorboat, found his thoughts drifting elsewhere. He was indeed aware of Wujian Valley, and there was a local legend. It was said that within Wujian Valley lies an ancient temple that suppresses a malevolent dragon, and on full moon nights, one can hear the chanting of Buddhist scriptures emanating from the valley. Legends such as these are unprovable. However, the terrain there is indeed perilous, with dense vegetation and intertwining streams, shrouded in perpetual mist, and inhabited by venomous creatures. The remnants of the Ming dynasty's Shishan Ji even mentioned, the western foothills of Diu have a hidden area, shrouded in fog, and when woodcutters enter, it is as if they have fallen into an abyss. Yet, while others cannot enter, Feng Yi could utilize the Wanshou Hun Yin to achieve this. If he were truly able to unearth any wild ginseng, wouldn't that lead to fortune? With this thought, he took action. He directly infused his soul imprint into a black-eared kite, which flapped its wings and soared into the sky, heading towards Wujian Valley. From the perspective of the black-eared kite, the view was indeed magnificent. Regrettably, the summer clouds obscured the view below. The vegetation was too dense. He attempted to guide the kite down, but it was thwarted by the thick foliage. The kite's size proved too cumbersome. Ultimately, he had to abandon the endeavor. Feng Yi resolved to ascend the mountain the following day and try with other animals. Who knows, there might truly be an ancient temple down there. After more than an hour, the boat finally docked at the ancient fishing village, coincidentally encountering his elder brother Feng Fu. He held fishing gear, presumably intending to set out to catch fish. Upon seeing Feng Yi piloting the motorboat to shore, he was even more astonished by the sight of a stunning beauty seated at Feng Yi's feet, dressed in a manner reminiscent of a modern heroine from a Hong Kong Taiwanese drama. The two appeared quite close. "Xiao Yi," Feng Fu called out. Feng Yi, focused on docking the boat, did not initially notice. Upon looking up and seeing Feng Fu, he quickly hopped onto the shore and whispered a few words in his ear. Feng Fu was taken aback, realizing that Feng Yi had captured two traffickers, and hurriedly put down his gear to rush towards the village committee. Feng Yi instructed him to call the committee. Shortly after, the village head, Zhang Yuquan, arrived with a group of people. "Feng Yi, have you caught the traffickers?" Quickly inquire if they were responsible for abducting the daughter of the Huajin family. "And what about the young son Guan who disappeared from the Denyo family 2 years ago?" The villagers were agitated, realizing that they too had lost children. The two traffickers were swiftly dragged ashore by the enraged crowd, and relatives of the abducted children immediately began to strike them with fists and kicks, causing the two to wail. By Ru Xue was bustling about, yet she did not forget to greet Feng Yi, saying, "You have apprehended 2 human traffickers, directly resolving 2 cases. When the time comes, I will report this, and you shall receive a reward." Feng Yi chuckled and replied, "Thank you, Dabai. I owe you my gratitude, and the families of the 2 children thank you as well." Suddenly, Bai Ruxue seized his collar, lowering her voice fiercely as she warned, "If you call me Dabai again, I shall stomp you to the ground." Chapter 57. Exquisite Delicacies of the Soft-Shelled Turtle. Alas, this woman changes her demeanor quicker than one can turn the pages of a book. She has trampled on me several times. Is there truly no self-awareness? Does she not realize the burden she bears? The police escorted the traffickers away, and Qian Daxing hastily rode his bicycle to follow them. Just moments ago, The female trafficker divulged that his daughter had been sold to a household in the neighboring Sanchi town, and he followed in hopes of identifying her. "Hey, to buy that boat," Fang Yi called out. The traffickers had been taken, yet the boat remained here. Given the circumstances, it seemed likely that the two rascals had dealt with more than just one or two children. There could be more to uncover. Once the case is adjudicated, it would entail at least 10 years of imprisonment. Unfortunately, Dabai did not hear him and hurried away. "Never mind. I shall bear the burden and safeguard it for you." At that moment, Yang Huajin unexpectedly approached, kneeling and clinging to Fang Ye's leg, tears streaming down her face. "Fang Yi, I am truly grateful to you. Ever since my daughter disappeared, it has felt as though the sky has fallen upon me. Once we rescue her, I shall have her bow to you and acknowledge you as her godfather. The villagers of Wangjia village claim you are the proxy of the river god. I once scoffed at them, but now I genuinely believe it." Fang Yi felt somewhat awkward, being clung to like that, and quickly pulled her to her feet. The villagers were refreshingly sincere, and this incident had significantly enhanced their perception of him, especially the relatives of his daughter, who came to express their gratitude. "It's but a trivial matter, no need for formality. The most important thing is that your daughter is found. Miss Feng, I shall fetch my vehicle to take you to the hospital." Half an hour later, Fang Yi brought Feng Sisi and her little nephew to the hospital. After she contacted her family, he decided not to linger, seizing the opportunity to slip away. He was aware that the Feng family was not in want of money. Lingering might give the impression of soliciting favors. Such a debt of gratitude is most valuable when needed, and asking for benefits now would be foolish. Before long, Feng Sisi's nephew, Su Hao, awakened, which brought her immense relief. However, when she turned around, she discovered that Fang Yi had vanished. Fang Yi, she called out, but received no response. Instead, a woman who bore a resemblance to Feng Sisi burst into the temporary ward, her face etched with anxiety. "Sisi, how is Xiao Hao? Has he awakened?" This woman was Feng Sisi's second sister, Feng Panpan, the child's mother, only slightly older than Feng Sisi. "He has awakened. The doctor said there is no serious issue." Feng Sisi quickly replied. Feng Panpan embraced her son, showering him with affection, before inquiring, "What on earth happened? Your call terrified me. I almost fainted, and the car crashed into a wall." Feng Sisi recounted the events, and Feng Panpan's expression hardened. "I need to call Director Yan. Such traffickers must face severe punishment for attempting to abduct children from our Feng family. Is Qingshi town truly so complacent?" After a pause, she added, "Moreover, we must not let the person who saved Xiao Hao go unrewarded." "Where is he?" Feng Sisi replied, "He was just here." "He wouldn't have slipped away without a word, would he?" "You mean the Fang Yi you just mentioned?" "Yes. Tell me about him, so I can prepare a gift," Feng Panpan stated decisively, her demeanor indicating a woman of action. "Well," Feng Sisi recalled Fang Ye's appearance, her heart racing as she thought of the moment he had held her foot. "Sisi, why are you blushing? I asked you to tell me about this Fang Yi. What is going on? Are you smitten? Is he handsome?" Feng Sisi looked down at her toes. "Sister, please don't jest. I am not. Shouldn't you take a look in the mirror? This is a good thing. I shall assist you." Fang Yi returned to Guyu village, where Qin Xiangling was busy in the kitchen. To his surprise, Yi was helping, happily adding wood to the fire. As Qin Xiangling cooked, she animatedly recounted Anderson's fairy tales to the little girl, captivating her with the story. Fang Yi smiled faintly, envisioning the domestic bliss he had always longed for. This was the essence of home. "Hello, my two lovely ladies. Would you care for some ice cream?" He magically produced a bag containing 3 boxes of creamy ice bricks, regrettably not having bought more due to the absence of a refrigerator at home. He contemplated visiting the county soon to explore the department store and purchase a refrigerator. Such an appliance had long been a staple in coastal cities, being one of the 3 essentials for newlyweds: television, refrigerator, and washing machine. Yet, in Guyu village, very few households possessed all 3. Yeya immediately leaped from her small stool behind the stove, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she drooled. Fang Yi opened the ice brick package and handed it to her, smiling indulgently. "Go sit under the fragrant pomelo tree to enjoy it. It's cooler there." The little girl eagerly took it, licking it with delight, her eyes squinting in joy, and she bounced outside. As for Sister Xiangling, she naturally required his assistance in feeding her. She hastily took a bite, mumbling, "You can go out. I can manage here alone. It will be ready shortly." Yet Fang Yi embraced her from behind and said, "I shall accompany you. Come, take another bite." Qin Xiangling lightly bit her lip, her heart racing at the closeness. She squirmed slightly, hesitant to let him continue this intimate exchange. You should check on the soft-shelled turtle simmering on the coal stove. By the way, when I butchered the turtle earlier, it seemed considerably larger than before. Is it freshly caught? It was quite lively. I nearly got bitten. Fang Yi blinked, recalling the several soft-shelled turtles in the water tank. Had he employed his minor nurturing techniques on them? And had they already begun to show signs of change? After all, just moments ago, the black kite had remarkably recovered from severe injuries after undergoing 2 minor rejuvenation spells and 2 nurturing spells in rapid succession, indicating that both spells were effective under the influence of the myriad beast soul seal. Reluctantly, he released Qin Xiangling and turned to check the pot on the coal stove. Upon opening it, a delightful aroma wafted forth, heightening his appetite. Xiangling, your culinary skills are truly impressive. Where did you learn to cook like this? Qin Xiangling proudly replied, of course. My grandfather was a master chef specializing in banquets for weddings and funerals. I've been learning from him since childhood. Fang Yi chuckled. No wonder it is so remarkable. He gazed at the stewed turtle, which emanated an enticing aroma. After poking it with his chopsticks, he deemed it sufficiently cooked, swiftly picked up a piece, blew on it gently, and placed it in his mouth. 3 seconds later, Fang Yi's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. It was quite different from what he had tasted a few days prior. There was a sensation as if his tongue was yearning to swallow it whole. Why not give it a try? He picked up a piece and offered it to Qin Xiangling. What's wrong? Is it too salty? You'll know once you taste it. As Qin Xiangling took a bite and chewed a few times, her expression instantly transformed into one of adorable bewilderment. What is this sensation? Is this turtle meat? It's absolutely delicious. Sweet and fragrant, devoid of any earthy taste. The texture is delicate and springy. My goodness, I have never had such turtle before. Where on earth did you catch this? Chapter 58. Fang Yi, what do you think of me? Fang Yi observed the astonished expression on Qin Xiangling's face and couldn't help but chuckle. He had a premonition that fortune was indeed smiling upon him. The 300,000 he managed to acquire from the Jin family that morning was an unexpected windfall. However, the 2 minor spells of Wanshou Han Yin he had employed to cultivate the soft-shelled turtle would undoubtedly triumph in flavor. He was confident that anyone who had savored his soft-shelled turtle would, upon tasting a regular one, find it lacking and inevitably reminisce about the exquisite taste of his creation. If this is true for the soft-shelled turtle, what about other fish species? Would the Chaozue, Daoyu, and Guiyu also benefit from a touch of his nurturing techniques, enhancing their palatability? Beyond taste, what of their nutritional value? Delving deeper, he realized he had only employed the minor nurturing technique on the soft-shelled turtles twice. What if he were to apply it several more times? He pondered the black-eared kite, whose emotions he could faintly sense. What transformations might occur with 10, 20, or even 100 applications? Would it ascend to a higher form of existence? Moreover, what of the large white creature that fell within his sensing range? Was it not human? Was it a spirit that had taken on human form? You start cooking, I shall step outside to check on the living soft-shelled turtles. Fang Yi swiftly exited the kitchen and approached the water tank in the corner of the yard. Inside, 2 soft-shelled turtles were energetically attempting to escape, and he reached in to grasp one for a closer examination. The size appeared relatively unchanged. It likely weighed more. The shell exhibited a significant color transformation, possessing a somewhat jade-like quality, and its eyes gleamed with a hint of amber. It bore the essence of a creature that had undergone a minor evolution. It is worth noting that only a few hours had elapsed since he had performed the nurturing technique on them. If he were to wait a month, would the changes be even more profound? At that moment, Yiya scampered over, calling out for cream ice bricks, craning her neck to peer into the water tank. Beside her, a yellow dog wagged its tail as it sat on the ground. Fang Yi felt a spark of inspiration and activated the Wanshou Han Yin, casting the minor nurturing technique on the yellow dog. He followed up with a second and a third application. Soon, the young dog lay down and fell into a slumber. Fang Yi decided to halt his attempts for the moment. Curious about the outcome, his intention was to see if he could cultivate a dog spirit to guard his home and protect its owner. A few minutes later, Qin Xiangling emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of dishes that she set down on the Sihing table beneath the xiangpao tree. Dinner is served. This meal included an array of dishes, vegetables, meat, soft-shelled turtle, and wine. Qin Xiangling poured wine for herself and Fang Yi. And water for Yiya. She raised her glass, exclaiming, Yiya, let us celebrate how much money Daddy earned today, cheers. Yiya lifted her water bowl, babbling, a ba. Qin Xiangling gently caressed her face. Daddy says in a few days he will take you to the city for treatment, and then you will be able to speak. Will you call Daddy first or Mommy? The meal lasted over an hour, and they finished the entire soft-shelled turtle. However, given Yi's young age, she could not indulge in too much of this nourishing dish. That evening, Fang Yi set out again, utilizing the motorboat left behind by the human traffickers. This vessel was significantly larger, its fish hold many times greater than that of the previous small fishing boat. If he were to cast his nets freely, earning several thousand in a single night would pose no challenge. This was the remarkable advantage of the Wan Shou Hanin. While others might struggle to catch 10 or 20 pounds of fish in a day, often landing only inexpensive varieties, he exclusively targeted the more costly catches, reeling in hundreds of pounds at a time. If he were not to prosper, who would? The motorboat sped swiftly across Taihu Lake. He began his work, channeling his essence into a Chaozue, using the soul imprint to call the fish. Before long, a large group of fish congregated around him. Initially, he had hoped for the fish to leap into the hold of the boat on their own, but alas, the height of the motorboat proved a barrier. Few managed to jump in and instead collided with the hull, disoriented. Thus, he resorted to using a scoop net. Simultaneously, he noticed that the soft-shelled turtles in this vicinity had seemingly vanished since his last heavy harvest. Had they relocated in fear? Once he had caught a sufficient number of fish, Fang Yi resumed his journey, navigating for quite a distance before activating the Wan Shou Hanin again. This time, he successfully caught several soft-shelled turtles, yet it underscored a troubling reality. The population of turtles in the lake was limited. Overfishing in recent years had led to a decline in their numbers. Tomorrow, he would consult his Uncle Qi on how to lease a space in Taihu for turtle farming. With the minor nurturing technique at his disposal, why not engage in aquaculture? With a resolution in mind, Fang Yi headed directly home. This time, his larger boat yielded an impressive catch of 700 or 800 pounds of fish. As he approached the shore, several young people were night fishing, accompanied by some women chatting nearby. Upon seeing Fang Yi hauling buckets of fish onto the shore, the women rushed over to take a look. Their initial curiosity quickly turned to astonishment. One woman in her 30s exclaimed, "My goodness, Fang Yi, how did you catch so many fish? There must be over 100 pounds here. Oh, you are amazing." With the light from a flashlight, Fang Yi recognized her as his sister-in-law, the daughter-in-law of Uncle Qi. At that moment, another woman from the village shone her flashlight into the motorboat and gasped even louder, "Oh my goodness, Fang Yi, how much is in there? Did you catch all of this by yourself? Am I dreaming?" At her outcry, the men fishing nearby rushed over. Among them was indeed Fang Ye's cousin, Fang Xiaojing, a relative thrice removed. As they jumped onto the boat to inspect the hull, their eyes widened in disbelief. So many Chaozue. And look at all this Daoyu. And soft-shelled turtles. My goodness, this must weigh 500 or 600 pounds. You could easily sell this for 10,000, maybe even 20,000. Upon hearing the figure of 20,000, the women were left speechless. They gazed at Fang Yi as if he were a treasure, a man capable of generating such wealth. Even if he were to perform the most outrageous acts, would still be cherished. It is no wonder that Qin Guofu is so persistently attached to Fang Yi. 20,000. What an astonishing figure. This amount represents several years' worth of income for an ordinary household. Fang Yi could not have anticipated encountering such a multitude of people upon his late return. Now, maintaining a low profile is utterly impossible. This evening, inexplicably, luck seems to be exceptionally in his favor. The fish in Taihu are congregating in abundance. Fang Xiaojing immediately exclaimed, "Is that true? I must hasten to take the boat out. My dear wife, let us set sail." Another night angler, unable to resist the allure, also wished to find someone to join him in this venture. Fang Yi shrugged, not wanting to impede their enthusiasm. However, a woman in her 30s remained behind, offering to assist Fang Yi by carrying the fish bucket home. To Fang Ye's utter astonishment, this woman boldly inquired, "Fang Yi, what do you think of me?" Chapter 59. The River Goddess special favor. Upon hearing the woman's words, Fang Yi was utterly dumbfounded. Was her mind playing tricks on her? "No, sister, I don't comprehend your meaning." Fang Yi could only feign ignorance, hoping to return to the Yu Lion soon. The woman chuckled teasingly. "Oh, pretending, are we? Fang Yi, look at me. I still possess charm, far more capable of caring for a man than Qin Guofu." Abruptly, she set down her water bucket and leaned against Fang Yi, her voice sultry. "What Qin Guofu can do, I can too. What I can do, Qin Guofu might not be able to." She blew a warm breath into Fang Ye's ear, whispering, I can help you. This was too outrageous. He glanced at the woman's face, managing to suppress the tumult of emotions within him. Having encountered many beauties, he found no interest in her. Not to mention, she paled in comparison to the enchanting Qin Xiangling. Even her sister-in-law from earlier was more attractive. Sister, please, no more jokes. What do you want? Fang Yi shook his head. Seeing Fang Ye's refusal, the woman spoke with a pitiful tone. Fang Yi, you don't understand. My husband went off to work and hasn't returned for half a year, nor has he sent any money back. I have a child in elementary school at home. If this continues, we will starve. I have no demands. Just give me 300 a month, and I will do whatever you ask. Fang Yi was taken aback. You have ancestral skills? He couldn't help but ask. The woman replied, my mother. I heard my great-grandmother was a wet nurse in the Qing Palace, specializing in this. She insisted, you'll see shortly. No need. Fang Yi hurriedly interrupted. Is your family truly that impoverished? How about this? You take all the fish I caught today back with you, and I will lend you 300. In the near future, I plan to start a breeding farm. If you're interested, you can come help me, and I will pay you. You want to start a breeding farm? What will you raise? Fish, or maybe chickens? How much will you pay me? The basic salary is 300, with bonuses for good work. The woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. 300 a month was more than many men earned. Even with a bonus of 5 or 10, it was still extra income. All right, I will work with you. After a pause, she added, Fang Yi, are you sure you don't want to try? Really, no need. The woman sighed. Fine, whenever you change your mind, come find me, and I guarantee you will feel like an emperor. After the first trip home, Qin Xiangling joined to help. The three of them made several trips, finally transferring all the fish from the boat. It was then that Fang Yi learned the true name of the wet nurse's descendant, Xia Xiaoyan, 36 years old, 10 years his senior. Goodness, I'm exhausted. I can't believe there are so many fish. Xia Xiaoyan rubbed her arms, astonished as she looked at Qin Xiangling. Qin Xiangling, I never imagined your waist was so slender and that you had such strength. Aren't you tired at all? Qin Xiangling smiled, I'm all right. Afterward, Fang Yi handed 300 to Xia Xiaoyan and sent her on her way. At that moment, Qin Xiangling expressed her astonishment. How could you catch so many fish in such a short time? You know when I usually see you leave. Even if you were at the fish pond, you couldn't possibly catch this many at once, and they are all good fish. Fang Yi wrapped his arm around her waist and grinned. The river god is particularly favoring me. Qin Xiangling seemed half convinced. Could it be that you truly are the river goddess envoy? It must be because you bring me good fortune. Perhaps the river god was touched when he saw me jump into the river to save someone. If that is the case, I hope I can always bring fortune to my husband. With so many fish, putting them all in one barrel would lead to their demise. The two of them nearly emptied every container they had at home, even using several water tanks. To prevent mortality, Fang Yi performed a group nurturing technique. Before long, the next morning arrived. After the rooster crowed 3 times, Qin Xiangling awoke and stretched lazily. With a snap, she accidentally struck Fang Yi on the nose. She still hadn't grown accustomed to having someone beside her while sleeping. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Fang Yi rubbed his nose. A true heroine strikes even before getting out of bed. Qin Xiangling reached to touch his nose. Does it hurt? Fang Yi replied, why don't you try hitting me again? Then I would be in trouble. How could I bear to let you? After some playful banter, Fang Yi asked, how do you feel physically now? Qin Xiangling hurriedly replied, we can't talk about that now. Yaya needs to get up. I was merely inquiring if you have recovered. I didn't imply anything else. Yes, I feel rejuvenated. By the way, I think my strength has increased, and my reflexes are quicker. Is this the miraculous effect of Dao Wei Tianlong's transformation? Could I become a martial arts master? This woman's dreams of heroism were unyielding. Fang Yi recalled how she had almost been struck on the head by Lu Weixian's stick yesterday. Thus, he said, if you wish to learn martial arts, I can teach you. I can show you combat techniques, self-defense for women, and I even know a set of Bagua Palm. Which would you like to learn? Chapter 60. The legendary green jade turtle Qin Xiangling's fair arms rested upon Fang Yi's chest, her voice laced with a playful tone. Is it possible to learn everything? Do you wish to learn it all? Mastering martial arts requires perseverance. One cannot simply languish in bed. Rise up. With a light slap, Fang Yi playfully struck her supple skin, which yielded astonishingly. Qin Xiangling let out a soft gasp. Strike me again. Such a request. Consider it fulfilled. How dare you? I shall bite. I am aware. The two engaged in playful antics for a while before finally mustering the will to rise. However, time had slipped away, and upon stepping into the courtyard, They could already see the wisps of smoke rising from neighboring homes. The opportunity for training was lost. Fang Yi remembered he needed to accompany his mother to the county for a medical examination. With no time to spare, he rushed to his elder brother's house without even brushing his teeth. Upon arrival, he found his sister-in-law, Chen Yihong, brushing her teeth in the yard. At the sight of Fang Yi, she jumped slightly, as if inclined to retreat into the house. Ultimately, she managed to force a stiff smile. "Xiao Yi, good morning." Fang Yi acknowledged her with a grunt, refraining from addressing her as sister-in-law, and inquired, "Where is mother?" Chen Yihong replied, "She left for the fields early this morning. Are you looking for her? Has she eaten breakfast?" "She should have." Fang Yi sighed, for the examination required fasting, and consuming a meal would render the examination futile. He could understand his mother's reasoning. Why spend money on an examination when it seemed unnecessary? Alas, he would have to reschedule for another day. "All right, I shall take my leave." "Wait," Chen Yihong called out. "We have boiled corn at home. Take some with you." Fang Yi remarked, "You're not going to suggest I move back, are you?" Chen Yihong shook her head, but her expression betrayed a hint of discomfort at her response. She had become increasingly wary of Fang Yi, having dreamt of him bullying her for 2 consecutive nights. She hastily went to the kitchen and returned with a bag of corn. Fang Yi accepted it with a nod, saying, "As for the chickens and ducks delivered yesterday, feel free to slaughter them if you wish. No need to consult me." He had conversed with his mother about the matter. Chen Yihong's recent behavior had improved significantly, and her willingness to adapt was commendable. It appeared that his guidance had been effective. If it didn't work out, more stringent measures would be necessary. Since his mother was not going to the county, Fang Yi decided to sell fish first. Taking the corn home. Upon entering, he was immediately seized by Qin Xiangling, who wore an expression of astonishment. "Husband, have you ever seen a dog that understands human speech?" Fang Yi was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Our dog is acting strangely. It does exactly what I ask without error. Come see." Qin Xiangling called out to the dog in the yard, "Ado, lie down." Ado, the name she had given the dog, did not comply. Instead, it ran over and rubbed its head against Fang Yi's leg. Fang Yi examined the dog, activating the myriad beast soul imprint. In this state, he could perceive its vitality, which was remarkably robust. To his surprise, Ado exhibited a unique hue under the soul imprint, differing from other animals. While others glowed red, Ado bore a subtle golden tint. Golden? Bida also possessed a golden hue, a rich and vibrant gold. Hope blossomed within him. Another source of comfort was that, following their shared cultivation efforts the previous night, the longevity soul imprint had regained its luster, full of energy, as if recharged. "Ado, sit." Fang Yi commanded. Ado promptly obeyed, sitting with its head held high and tail wagging. "Roll over," he instructed. The dog immediately began to roll on the ground. "Let us try something more challenging." "Ado, climb the tree," Qin Xiangling demanded. Ado ignored her completely. Fang Yi added, "Ado, climb the tree." The dog, with great effort, began to attempt climbing, though it was not a cat and struggled to ascend, leaping in frustration. Qin Xiangling grew irritated. "You wretched dog. After all the care I've given you, how can you not obey me?" Fang Yi chuckled. "Have you forgotten? I am quite skilled at training dogs." At this, Qin Xiangling recalled the day when Sang Biao had caused trouble at their home, and Fang Yi had summoned dozens of dogs, resembling a military formation. It was indeed remarkable. Thus, she exclaimed, "Husband, you are truly amazing." Realizing this, her fears dissipated. "Where's your mother?" she asked. Fang Yi replied, "She didn't come. She went to the mountains. We'll have to wait for another time. Today, I have to sell fish since the catch is abundant." He checked on the fish and noted that they had grown significantly since yesterday. Some barrels were overflowing. Having caught 500 to 600 pounds the previous day, today as haul approached 1,000 pounds, indicating that the small nurturing technique had been fruitful. If they could be raised a bit longer, they might grow even larger. However, space was limited, so they needed to be sold quickly. Yet, selling everything at once felt inappropriate and would result in losses. Therefore, he decided to take a portion with him. "Come, brush your teeth. I've already squeezed the toothpaste for you." Life with a good woman was indeed comfortable. After a simple meal and loading the fish, Fang Yi set off. At Taihu Restaurant, both manager Chao Su and Chao Bauer were present. Fang Yi noticed a brand new 3-wheeled vehicle parked outside, and initially assumed someone else was there to sell fish. To his surprise, he found He Yiming, a young man with a bruised face, squatting by the entrance. "Oh, He Yiming. This is the compensation for my 3-wheeled vehicle." As Fang Yi stepped out of the car, He Yiming eagerly approached, a look of ingratiation on his face. Brother, you finally arrived. I delivered the three-wheeler here yesterday afternoon and have been waiting for you ever since. His heart ached, for he had sold his motorcycle to purchase this vehicle. Who would have thought that a mere fish seller could wield such influence? Even his superior, Huang Matzi, was now seeking to curry favor with this fish merchant. What could he do but submit? Did you wait all night? Feng Yi asked. Yes. Well, that's all right. I excel at staying up late. Chao Su and Chao Bauer were already aware of He Yiming's wait for Feng Yi and were utterly astonished by the turn of events. He Yiming, known for his rebellious nature as a troubled youth, had transformed dramatically. Very well. I will accept your apology. Just unload the fish from my vehicle, and we shall consider this matter settled, Feng Yi stated coolly. He Yiming nodded eagerly, a smile lighting up his face. What is desired is precisely this statement from Feng Yi. Otherwise, Huang Mazai would have no interest in him at all. In no time, He Yiming swiftly unloaded the 3 barrels of fish from the vehicle. Brother, is that sufficient? Yes, that will do. You may leave now. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Thank you, brother. He Yiming nodded respectfully, causing the Chao father and daughter to exchange puzzled glances. Wait a moment. The 3-wheeled vehicle parked at the People's Hospital is yours now. Here are the keys. Consider it a form of resource utilization, as it cannot just remain there indefinitely. As for the 3-wheeled vehicle before us, it can be gifted to the boss. The next segment involves the sale of fish. With a cheerful demeanor, Feng Yi addressed Chao Su. Manager Chao, the quantity of fish I have for sale today is not considerable, but it possesses a certain uniqueness. Please take a look. Chao Su shook off the astonishment he had just experienced and examined the fish closely. Soon, he exclaimed, could this be the legendary Longzhao Gui? And what is this, a Qingyu Gui? So many of them. Where did they come from? Chapter 61. Ah, fate. The fishmonger's wife spoke of the legendary Longzhao Gui and Qingyu Gui, tales that have circulated in the nearby villages. These fish, under the influence of the minor nurturing technique, have not only grown larger, but also developed markings on their bodies resembling claws. The Qingyu Gui, with its shell gleaming in shades of green akin to jade, is equally remarkable. It is no wonder that Chao Su would make such comments. The fish and turtle before them are distinctly different from the ordinary variety. Should the ancestor who created the 10,000 beasts Soul Seal learn that Feng Yi has turned these animals nurtured through the minor technique into culinary ingredients for sale, he might very well rise from his grave in indignation. After all, these creatures are meant for cultivating spirit beasts. Regrettably, Feng Yi remains oblivious to this. He perceives this venture as a lucrative opportunity, a chance to amass wealth. When Chao Su inquired further, Feng Yi smiled and replied, that information falls under trade secrets, and thus cannot be disclosed. However, once you sample this fish and turtle, you will have a clear judgment. Feng Yi had come today, primarily to bring a portion for them to taste. Chao Su scrutinized the other fish, noting their exceptional freshness. He proposed, Brother Feng, I'm uncertain what price to offer for these fish at the moment. How about I have the chef prepare a small portion for tasting? What do you think? Of course, that's no problem at all. Feng Yi initially intended to sell the fish at their original price first, but after they experienced the flavor, he would discuss the pricing thereafter. Chao Su promptly summoned several chefs to begin the preparations. Each type of fish was selected, and soon they were being cooked. At the moment of slaughter, one chef exclaimed, Goodness, this fish is extraordinary. Its strength is remarkable. Other chefs joined in laughter, discussing how the fish bore none of the muddy taste typically associated with freshwater catches. The flesh of this Longzhao Gui is incredibly tender and carries a subtle fragrance. Where did you catch it? I can hardly wait to taste it. As the chefs busied themselves in the kitchen, the enticing aroma of scallion oil fish wafted through the air. Chao Bayer, inhaling deeply, remarked, How delightful. It's not the scent of scallions. It's the fragrance of fried fish, brother. You've already tasted it, haven't you? Please, share what it's like. Feng Yi chuckled. You'll soon find out for yourself. Just wait a moment. Though he had not sampled the fish prepared through the technique, he had enjoyed the turtle meat before, which was indeed delectable. At that moment, a woman entered through the door, clad in a black and white professional outfit, flesh-toned stockings, and high heels. This fashion, quite popular in the regions of Hong Kong and Taiwan, is seldom seen in the remote Qingshi town. Anyone dressed in such a manner must surely come from wealth. What smells so delightful? The woman entered and immediately inhaled the fragrant air. Feng Yi noticed her resemblance to Feng Sisi, whom he had encountered the previous day. They bore a striking similarity, albeit Feng Sisi was slightly younger and possessed a more alluring charm. while this woman exuded a dignified grace. Could they be sisters? Lost in thought, Chao Su spoke up, General Feng, what brings you here today? Feng Yi raised an eyebrow, realizing she was indeed a member of the Feng family, and by sheer coincidence, she was Feng Panpan. Feng Panpan inquired, what are you cooking? The aroma is utterly enticing. I just had breakfast, yet I find myself feeling a bit peckish again. Chao Su replied with a smile, General Feng, timing is everything. Have you heard of Long's Wagwai? Isn't that a myth? Perhaps it is, or perhaps it isn't. Are you saying you're preparing Long's Wagwai? Chao Su pointed to the fish in the water tank. General Feng, as a connoisseur of fish, can you discern any differences between these and the usual ones? Feng Yi looked at Feng Panpan, pondering the implications of her being a fish seller. Indeed, Feng Panpan was involved in the fish trade. The Feng family operates a seafood company in Qingshi town, effectively transporting the catches of local fishermen to the county and city for wholesale business. Feng Panpan quickly recognized the extraordinary quality of Feng Yi's fish, although she could not pinpoint the specifics. She was adept at discerning good fish from bad. Are these fish yours? Where did you catch them? She queried. Feng Yi responded, from Taihu. However, the conditions there are quite unique. The water quality is exceptional. As they spoke, the chefs from the Taihu restaurant began to present the cooked fish. The dishes were visually stunning and aromatic. The chefs at Taihu restaurant are of the highest caliber. Ordinary cooks do not have the privilege of working here. As the first dish was served, everyone around inhaled the aroma with great enthusiasm. You don't understand, this fish is incredibly tender. After years of cooking Long's Wagwai, today is the first time I've encountered such quality. Despite its size, the texture is as delicate as that of a young girl. What an exaggeration, General Feng. Please, do have a taste. Feng Panpan, unable to contain her eagerness, was the first to grasp her chopsticks and pick up a piece of fish. The flesh was as white as snow, tender and smooth, and visibly elastic. She gently placed it in her mouth soon. She emitted a sound of pure enjoyment, an experience of exquisite flavor that was beyond her imagination. The meat of the Long's Wagwai was so fine it nearly melted on her tongue, accompanied by an unexpectedly delightful elasticity. A wave of sweetness burst forth from her taste buds, followed by layers of savory richness. How is this possible? Feng Panpan's chopsticks hovered in midair, her voice trembling slightly. As the leader of Feng's seafood enterprise, she had tasted countless exquisite aquatic delicacies, yet none had ever provided such a profound sensation. In no time, Chao Bayer, disregarding her image, hastily grabbed a piece and popped it into her mouth, scalding herself yet reluctant to spit it out. Delicious, so incredibly delicious. Before long, other fish dishes arrived at the table, and the gathering indulged heartily. One chef remarked, "This fish is truly exceptional. Ordinarily, I lack interest in any dish and nearly suffer from a loss of appetite, but after tasting this fish, I find myself craving more." Chao Bayer exclaimed, "After eating the fish, my stomach no longer hurts." Chao Su chuckled. "Is it possible that eating fish can cure your stomach ailment? One can never say for certain. After all, it's a gift from nature." Upon hearing this, Feng Yi felt a spark of inspiration. The minor nurturing technique, with its reference to spirit, might indeed endow the fish with spiritual energy. Such energy is ethereal and elusive, yet with the existence of the 10,000 beasts soul seal, the presence of spiritual energy would not be beyond reason. Feng Panpan finished a bowl of soup and then fixed her piercing gaze upon Feng Yi. "How much seafood do you have left? The Feng family will take it all." Chao Su quickly interjected, "President Feng, we cannot speak so lightly. These fish were sold to us by Feng Yi, so naturally, our restaurant has priority." Feng Panpan replied, "I am hosting guests today and require the finest ingredients." Chao Su countered, "But do you really need so much? How many people are you entertaining?" Feng Panpan responded, "Entertaining. Wait, what did you just call him?" She pointed at Feng Yi. Chao Su replied, "Brother Feng." Feng Panpan stared at Feng Yi. "Your name is Feng Yi?" Feng Yi nodded. "It is you. You saved my son Hao yesterday? What a coincidence. You are the second sister of Feng Sisi, aren't you? Ah, it truly is you." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Feng Panpan grasped Feng Yi's hand tightly in hers, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. I intended to invite you to my home for dinner today, and unexpectedly, I have purchased your fish. What a delightful fate." Chapter 62. The Proprietress. Feng Yi, save me. Feng Panpan was genuinely grateful. Reflecting on that incident made her feel a wave of dread. She had toiled hard to bear her son, and during the process, she had nearly lost her life due to severe bleeding. Naturally, she held this child in high regard, If he were to be abducted, it would be akin to losing her own life. Chao Su and his daughter Chao Bauer, who were nearby, also grasped the situation's context. They were both astonished to learn of the connection between Feng Yi and Feng Panpan. It turned out that Feng Panpan had purchased fish with the intention of inviting Feng Yi to dinner. After a moment of excitement, Feng Panpan finally released Feng Yi's hand and said, "Mr. Feng, I have heard much praise about you from my younger sister, who claims you are a remarkably talented individual. Today, witnessing such delectable fish has truly won my heart." This statement carried a hint of ambiguity. Were her affections directed towards the fish or the man himself? At that moment, Chao Su interjected, "Brother Feng, how much of this type of fish do you have at home?" Feng Yi replied, "Currently, I have around 600 to 700 jin. However, I plan to venture into aquaculture, specifically raising these fish or turtles." Chao Bauer could not help but ask, "Is it possible to cultivate such fish?" Feng Yi smiled and responded, "How would we know without trying? Nevertheless, I am quite confident." Feng Panpan immediately declared, "Mr. Feng, allow me to assure you that for every fish you cultivate, I will purchase every single one. The price will undoubtedly please you. If they are all like this, I am willing to pay 3 times the market price. What do you think?" Chao Su pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Feng, I can also offer 3 times the price for your fish. However, given the nature of our Taihu restaurant, I truly cannot bear too much. Only a boss like Ms. Feng can afford such a commitment." Feng Yi nodded, "I understand. I am already quite satisfied with the 3-fold price. After all, it is about the ingredients. However, for turtles, I intend to pursue a premium route, with Feng Yi's remaining 500 to 600 jin." Feng Panpan chose not to compete with Chao Su. All the fish on site were sold to Taihu restaurant. As for the turtles, there are not many. "Brother Chao, I will give this batch to you. If anyone wishes for such turtles in the future, they may place an order, but availability is not guaranteed," Feng Yi said with a smile. Chao Su chuckled, understanding Feng Yi's implication. He had never encountered such exquisite Qingyu turtles before. Common families could not afford them. Only the affluent would be the target clientele. Feng Yi was clearly aiming for the high-end market with the Qingyu turtles. Chao Su found Feng Yi increasingly enigmatic. Although He Yiming had not disclosed much, it was clear that Huang Motzi had conceded defeat before Feng Yi. Furthermore, he recalled that the car Feng Yi was currently driving belonged to the eldest daughter of the Jin family, Jin Wudo. Now, that very vehicle was in Feng Yi's possession. In Qingshi town, aligning oneself with either the Jin or Feng families meant ascending rapidly. Yet Feng Yi had managed to connect with both, and the depth of these relationships appeared significant. Merely rescuing Feng Panpan's son was already a considerable leverage. Regrettably, Chao Su discreetly glanced at his daughter, Chao Bauer, who was now of marriageable age. If she could find a husband like Feng Yi, he would wake from his dreams smiling. Unfortunately, Feng Yi already had a girlfriend from a prominent family. He believed that such a genuine dragon as Feng Yi could not be contained in such a small place as Qingshi town. "Rest assured, Brother Feng, I will ensure that this Qingyu turtle meets its rightful end, presented to those in need," Chao Su hinted. Feng Yi smiled, "Thank you, Brother Chao." After departing from Taihu restaurant, Feng Panpan expressed her desire to visit Feng Yi's home to purchase all the fish. She added, "I initially intended to seek you out at Guyu village. You must join us for dinner tonight." Feng Yi replied, "Perhaps we can forego the dinner. Your willingness to purchase my fish at 3 times the price is already my greatest gratitude. Truth be told, I merely dealt with a couple of traffickers. It was nothing significant." Feng Panpan countered, "What may seem trivial to you is my entire world." After a pause, she leaned closer and whispered, "Also, my younger sister wishes to meet you." "Feng Sisi, is her foot feeling better?" Feng Yi inquired. "She said that without your massage, she cannot recover," Feng Panpan said with a teasing glint in her eyes. If her employees had seen her expression, they might have thought they were witnessing a ghost. This was the head of Feng's aquaculture, known for her decisiveness and stern demeanor. Yet now, she exhibited a youthful charm towards Feng Yi. Feng Yi felt a bit awkward. He never anticipated that Feng Sisi would share such personal matters with her elder sister. Was she not embarrassed? Oh, the embarrassment was mine. Surely, Feng Sisi did not express it in that manner. Feng Panpan could not be trying to play matchmaker, could she? Feng Yi rubbed his nose and said, "Sister Feng, please do not jest. I already have a daughter." Unexpectedly, Feng Panpan replied, "Did you not get a divorce?" "How do you know?" Feng Panpan blinked. "Well, I heard it from my sister. She has a penchant for mature men." Feng Yi was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. "In truth, I have a girlfriend, and we are already living together. Feng Panpan blinked again. The two expressions were evidently different. Finally, she shrugged and said, "All right, let us first go to your home to collect the goods. I genuinely adore your fish. My grandmother will undoubtedly sing its praises. By the way, let us discuss your aquaculture plans on the way. How large are you planning to expand? Do you require investment?" Feng Panpan was a true businesswoman. When it came to discussing business, she exhibited remarkable foresight. She had grand ideas for the fish Feng Yi had presented today, confident in opening up the market. Additionally, her insights into the Qingyu turtles clarified Feng Yi's previously vague thoughts about pursuing a premium, custom-oriented route. The Qingyu turtle offered an advantageous gimmick. Do you know what is currently in vogue? Feng Shui. The Qingyu turtle could be crafted into a feng shui treasure, transforming from a mere ingredient into an auspicious symbol of wealth and prosperity for homes, particularly among the wealthy in Hong Kong and Taiwan. This belief held significant sway. Trust me, we can collaborate. Feng Yi felt invigorated by her enthusiasm. He had never engaged in business before, and now he was only familiar with selling fish. When it came to soft-shelled turtles, he thought of pursuing a niche market, yet it still revolved around ingredients and meat. Little did he realize that there were other avenues to explore. Sister Feng, your words have imparted wisdom beyond a decade of study. I am eager to collaborate with you, Sister Feng. Feng Panpan beamed and extended her hand towards Feng Yi. A delightful partnership. Feng Yi halted the vehicle and grasped her delicate hand. A delightful partnership. Just then, Feng Panpan's expression suddenly changed as she clutched her abdomen. My stomach hurts. I need to find a restroom. With that, she awkwardly exited the car, glanced around, and slipped into a small grove. Feng Yi chuckled and waited for her in the vehicle. After approximately a minute, a terrified voice emerged from the grove. Feng Yi, help. Chapter 63. The poison of the silver ring snake. Feng Yi gazed in astonishment, hastily flinging open the car door and rushing out. What's wrong, Feng Jia? Where are you? He presumed she had encountered a villain. After all, this woman, though not very old, maintained an exquisite appearance, her skin fair and delicate, her features refined and graceful, and her figure superb, clad in a professional outfit. Her long, slender legs would tempt any man. What if she were to cross paths with a brutish man in the grove? It would be akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter. However, Feng Panpan had not encountered a nefarious individual, but rather a snake. With a look of distress and terror, she clutched her skirt, exclaiming, "A snake! There's a snake!" Feng Yi chuckled. This is the countryside, and it's summer. It's quite normal to see a snake. I thought something serious had happened. Thus, the young lady remained true to her character. Yet, Feng Panpan's face flushed crimson as she stammered, I was bitten by a snake." Feng Yi's expression froze. Where were you bitten? With a reddened visage, she replied, My leg. My leg. A bite on the leg was manageable. If it were elsewhere, the situation could become dire. Feng Yi immediately activated the Wan Shou Hunin, scanning the vicinity for any snakes. Indeed, he detected a snake, a venomous one, a silver ring snake. Feng Jia, you've been bitten by a silver ring snake. In the next moment, however, he sensed a black entity through the Wan Shou Hunin. What could this be? Previously, Feng Yi had never encountered such a thing. Aside from the ordinary red beasts, there were only the golden by Ru Shui. What could this black entity be? And it was right beside him. Surely it could not be Feng Panpan. Yet its shape and size did not correspond. Nevertheless, there was no time to dwell on this. The venom posed a significant threat. With Feng Panpan having been bitten by a poisonous snake, immediate action was imperative. He swiftly removed his belt. Feng Jia, quickly, which leg was bitten? I will apply a tourniquet and take you to the hospital. Upon hearing it was a silver ring snake, Feng Panpan's face drained of color. The hospital in Qingshi town would certainly lack the antivenom. Even if they reached the county, it might not be available. They would likely need to go to the city for the serum. Yet, the journey to the city would take too long. Previously, someone in Qingshi town had been bitten by a silver ring snake, and the hospital had no antivenom. They resorted to traditional methods, which ultimately led to death. This leg, the domineering female CEO, could also be flustered, her complexion pale, her voice trembling. Feng Yi urged her to sit on the ground. Lifting her skirt slightly revealed her fair calf, where two tiny bite marks were visible on her ankle, accompanied by a trickle of blood. Feng Yi did not dare to delay. He spoke soothingly while tightening the belt around her calf. Feng Jia, the hospital here likely lacks antivenom. I must suck out the poison. Feng Panpan shook her head repeatedly. No, you will be poisoned too. Although I am frightened, I cannot harm you. Rest assured, my constitution is unique. I am immune to all toxins. The Wan Shohan In was formidable enough to command a swarm of snakes. His true energy circulated within him continuously. A small amount of snake venom should pose no threat. Or so he hoped. Yet time was of the essence. He could not bear to witness such a beautiful woman perish. With a determined resolve, Fong Yi began to extract the venom. He coughed up the toxic blood intermittently. Feng Panpan, in a state of anxiety, fixated on his lips, recalling how she had heard that those who sucked out snake venom would soon have their lips turn a dark purple, just as depicted on television. Wasn't he that Hao Wu Santong's wife had met her end? After what felt like an eternity, Fong Yi finally released her. However, Feng Panpan's complexion continued to pale, her lips taking on a slight purplish hue. This was a sign of poisoning, and the venom was progressing rapidly. They had to reach a hospital. Fong Yi scooped her up and dashed back to the car, flooring the accelerator towards Qingshi Town People's Hospital. Upon hearing it was a silver ring snake bite, the doctor's expression turned grave. A silver ring snake? We have no antivenom. We must urgently transfer you to a higher-level hospital. Fong Yi inquired. Is there any other treatment available here? Can we address it in the meantime? The doctor replied, we can only give some snake slices, but efficacy is uncertain. The best course of action is to urgently send you to the county hospital. If they lack it there, we will have to go to the city. Feng Panpan's breathing grew increasingly weak, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. I'm so cold. Her voice was faint as her fingers weakly clutched Fong Yi's sleeve. Fong Yi felt a tightening in his chest, realizing this was a sign of neurotoxin onset. If they delayed further, she would soon succumb to respiratory paralysis. He lifted Feng Panpan and dashed out of the hospital, jumping into the car and heading towards the county. However, before they could reach the county, Feng Panpan began to struggle for breath. What should I do? If Feng Panpan dies in my car, the Feng family will surely tear me apart. How will I conduct my business afterward? Feng Panpan grasped her throat with difficulty, gasping, I cannot breathe. Fong Yi, I don't want to die, save me. Her eyes were wide with terror, pleading with Fong Yi. In that moment, Fong Yi recalled a conversation he had earlier over the phone with Shirsueki. The Dawei Tianlong Bodhi might possess healing properties. Fong Yi gritted his teeth and said, Feng Jia, there is one last method, but I cannot guarantee its effectiveness. Do you wish to try? Hurry, save me. She was filled with a fervent will to survive. Whatever it took, she would attempt it. Fong Yi whispered softly in her ear, and Feng Panpan, taken aback, nodded gently. Fong Yi immediately veered the car off the main road and stopped beneath a tree. In truth, he was uncertain whether this method would work. However, desperate times called for desperate measures. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. Finally, Feng Panpan began to regain consciousness. She gazed at Fong Yi with her beautiful eyes, words lingering on her lips. Chapter 64 We Make a Pact. Feng Jia, can you speak now? Upon hearing Feng Panpan's voice, Fong Yi's heart soared with joy, and the tension that had gripped him began to ease slightly. Earlier, Feng Panpan's breathing had been perilously shallow, almost to the point of asphyxiation. He genuinely feared that she might succumb. Thankfully, he had gambled correctly. The origins of the Wan Shohan In were shrouded in mystery, ever since he acquired it. The information he possessed remained scarce, compelling him to rely on his own exploration and experimentation. Feng Panpan nodded gently, her cheeks flushed as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Fong Yi smiled in response. You're welcome. After a brief pause, he inquired, how do you feel now? She replied, much better, but still a little uncomfortable. Fong Yi nodded. You have just emerged from danger. You need to consolidate your recovery. Is there anything I should do? She asked. You cannot assist. Just observe, he replied. The Wan Shohan In Fong Yi's consciousness was continually at work. He sensed a dark mass within Feng Panpan's body, an ominous presence that he had noticed when she was bitten by the snake. Now, his perception of it was clearer. It resided within her dantian, and the Wan Shohan In seemed to be stirring that entity. What could it be? Fong Yi pondered. Feng Panpan, sensing his gaze, asked, what are you looking at? Fong Yi met her eyes and replied, Feng Jia, you look beautiful. Oh, you're too nice today, she retorted playfully. TSK, 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 feeling quite full of yourself, aren't you? What kind of technique is this? Even the snake venom can be neutralized? Fong Yi chuckled. That's my secret. Only my wife can know. Feng Panpan shot him a playful glare. Fong Yi then delved back into his consciousness. The Wan Shohan In stirred, releasing streams of purple energy that surged into Feng Panpan's body. The purple aura quickly enveloped the dark substance within her dantian, commencing a forceful devouring process. Simultaneously, Fong Pampan sensed something was amiss. Waves of icy energy coursed through her body. Yet, rather than feeling cold, she found it rather pleasant. With a thunderous pulse, the Wan Shohan Yin reverberated as the dark mass split in two. It turned out to be a pool of black essence, with half siphoned away by the Wan Shohan Yin and the other half merging into Fong Pampan's body. The purple energy encased the essence and returned through Fong Ye's meridians to the Wan Shohan Yin. Concurrently, a portion of the essence integrated into Fong Ye's own body. He was taken aback, uncertain of what transpired, but it was evident that something significant had occurred. After a considerable time, Fong Yi finally concluded Fong Pampan's treatment. She felt entirely restored, marveling at the miraculous nature of it all. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Wan Shohan Yin had undergone yet another transformation, expanding its sensing range significantly by an additional 200 meters, now encompassing a radius of 500 meters. How could such an increase be possible? Moreover, the purple aura had thickened, almost like liquid. What amazed him further was his newfound ability to sense Fong Pampan as a presence, not in gold, but in deep green. Had she transformed into an animal? He briefly attempted to merge with her essence, but quickly withdrew. Yet, in this state, Fong Yi could directly perform minor rejuvenation techniques on Fong Pampan. Fong Jia, do you still feel any discomfort? Perhaps numbness or swelling? Fong Pampan shook her head. No, I feel as though I have boundless energy. Fong Yi was inwardly startled. It seemed that the essence was extraordinary. Could it have awakened some latent bloodline ability? And he had absorbed a portion of it. Upon further reflection, he felt invigorated, his physique enhanced, and his strength bolstered. In this sweltering heat, he no longer felt as uncomfortable. Was it a result of a cold-blooded demonic lineage? Unable to comprehend, he chose to set aside his musings. For safety's sake, Fong Jia, let us stick to the original plan and get a checkup at the county hospital. Fong Yi suggested. Fong Pampan nodded in agreement. Having been bitten by the silver-ringed snake without receiving an antivenom, it was indeed prudent to be cautious. The two resumed their journey. On the way, Fong Pampan turned to Fong Yi and said, "Thank you for saving me." Fong Yi smiled. It was nothing. She continued, "Shall we make a pact?" Her voice was gentle. Fong Yi kept his eyes on the road as he drove. "Go ahead. Let us agree that what happened between us today shall never be mentioned again, all right?" "Oh, what happened today?" "We didn't share anything at all. I've long forgotten," he responded easily. Seeing Fong Ye's nonchalance, as if he genuinely had forgotten, Fong Pampan felt a twinge of discomfort within her, biting her lip and casting a sideways glance at him, pouting in silent frustration, unsure of whom she was truly upset with. Chapter 65. The warning from Sweki. The jeep sped along the smooth gravel road. Although Qingshi town was somewhat remote, the road winding along the mountains was exceptionally well maintained. Fong Yi was unaware that this road had been constructed by the Fong family, who were engaged in the aquatic business. If the road were in poor condition, the fish transported by the trucks would be severely damaged. Fong Yi glanced at Fong Pampan. Noticing the silence within the vehicle, he decided to turn on the car radio. The cassette tape inside was one that had been left previously. Upon pressing the play button, a classic song resonated through the speakers. The world is vast, the travelers hurried, the tides rise and fall. Entangled in grievances and affection, few can see through life and death. The bustling world, with deep infatuation, gatherings and partings are inevitable. Fong Yi could sing this song well. In his previous military days, there was a chubby fellow who adored singing it, his voice booming like thunder. This individual had a peculiar habit of greeting every girl he encountered and inquiring about their ages, which often earned him scoldings. He wondered how that person was doing now. Recalling those days filled with passion, he sang along loudly with the music, startling Fong Pampan. This guy was indeed quite wild. However, she too enjoyed the song and, influenced by Fong Ye's enthusiasm, soon joined in, raising the volume even higher. Time unknowingly passes, filled with sorrow. Why not live freely, just this once? Fong Yi was belting out the lyrics while Fong Pampan was venting her emotions. The two of them resembled a pair of lunatics, shouting all the way until they reached the county town, their throats hoarse. In front of a clothing store, Fong Yi halted the vehicle. "I'll buy you a set of clothes. Wait for me a moment." As Fong Pampan watched his retreating figure, she sighed inwardly. Why hadn't she encountered him sooner? Only now did she realize how joyous it could be to be a woman. What was she thinking? Yet, The experiences of the day were etched in her memory forever. The reckless abandon and the cathartic singing were things she would never have dared to do normally. As the daughter of the Feng family, she had been raised in an elite environment, unable to engage in anything out of the ordinary. Yet today, she had done so. On another note, she sensed a change within herself. Something was undoubtedly different. It seemed she was beginning to relish the thrill of this madness. Before long, Feng Yi returned with the clothes and urged Feng Panpan to change before they headed straight to the hospital for a blood test. Initially expecting the results to be swift, they were caught off guard by the delay. Eventually, a department head summoned them to his office. Feng Yi frowned. "Doctor, what is going on? My friend was bitten by a silver-ringed snake. Surely you can determine the situation?" The bespectacled head doctor wore a serious expression. "There are significant issues with your friend's blood test results." Feng Panpan quickly inquired, "What issues?" The doctor replied, "Strangely, it seems as if something foreign has mixed with your blood. I recommend hospitalization for observation." Feng Panpan felt a bit lost, while Feng Yi began to piece together the problem. "Doctor, have you encountered such a situation before?" The doctor shook his head. "Never." Feng Yi declared, "Then we should go to the city hospital. Let us go." He took Feng Panpan by the hand and left. Feng Panpan asked, "Are we really going to the city hospital?" "I feel fine." Feng Yi shook his head. "No, we're going to the city. I need to discuss this matter with you. You know my situation, right?" "Yes, you saved me, so you must be aware." They got back in the car. Feng Yi continued, "Your body has undergone some changes, but do not worry. This is a good thing. The hospital's tests cannot detect it because the current equipment is not advanced enough." Feng Panpan asked, "What changes?" Feng Yi felt that having a high level of education could be a double-edged sword. For instance, Feng Panpan was not as easily deceived as Qin Xiangling, who adored martial arts and easily fell for his words. Sometimes, Feng Yi did not need to elaborate much. She would fill in the blanks herself. However, Feng Panpan had her own worldview, making it difficult for her to shift perspectives quickly. Feng Yi then fabricated a story. "You know about Qigong, right? This is called Da Wei Tian Long Pu Ti Zhuan Yun, a form of Buddhist practice. Anyway, you wouldn't understand, so just pay attention to any changes in your body over the next few days, such as old scars or hidden ailments. Does dysmenorrhea count? You have dysmenorrhea? You've already given birth, and you still have this issue?" Feng Panpan nodded. Feng Yi advised, "Keep an eye on it. If anything arises, contact me immediately." Feng Panpan bit her red lip. "I want to seek you out. That would be walking into a trap." Afterward, the pair sought out a restaurant. Having engaged in a prolonged battle, it was already late, and they were both ravenous. As they walked, they discussed matters related to the aquaculture farm. Although Feng Panpan had never operated a farm, her aquatic company was quite large, nearly monopolizing the external trade of the aquatic industry in Qingshi town, making her well acquainted with breeding. Feng Yi possessed his own aquaculture techniques and did not require consultation. However, navigating the procedures for establishing a farm in Taihu was quite cumbersome. Feng Panpan smiled and proposed, "How about this? Feng Panpan undoubtedly has not trained in martial arts. However, her strength and speed surpass that of the average individual, her physical prowess significantly enhanced. Consequently, the dark essence within her, once activated and integrated, has truly awakened certain latent bloodlines. Quite remarkable indeed." The few ruffians fled in disarray. Feng Panpan even waved her fist at them. It appears that not only has her physical condition improved, but her demeanor has also undergone a transformation. Feng Panpan inquired, "Feng Yi, have I become more formidable?" Feng Yi smiled and nodded. The mere dark essence within her is already so potent. What of the great white essence? It is a whole golden entity. If it could assist in her awakening, the implications would be extraordinary. Just then, Feng Yi's communicator buzzed to life. Upon checking the message, it was, of course, from Sweki. "Darling, Tang Yuqin may pose a threat to you. Be cautious." Chapter 66. Feng Panpan's eccentricity. Upon reading the message, Feng Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Sweki had returned to Shenzhen to call off the engagement, while Tang Yuqin was the son of a wealthy family in Shenzhen. Given the temperament and habits of such a pampered young master, he was unlikely to let the matter rest easily. Due to Sweki's status as the mayor's daughter, he might not dare to act against her for the time being. However, Feng Yi, in his eyes, a discharged soldier with a limp, stripped of protection, would likely face little restraint. Feng Yi had encountered many such scions of affluent families. As for himself, Feng Yi was not overly concerned. Yet, Sweki's safety remained a potential risk. That despicable man had already drugged Sweki once through Xiefeng. Who was to say he wouldn't resort to other means to do so again? Although Fong Yi had essentially taken his fiancée, hadn't the other man brought this upon himself by offering her up? Once a piece of meat is placed in one's mouth, who would willingly spit it out? Sister Fong, please order. I need to make a phone call. Fong Yi gestured to Fong Pampan before walking over to the counter where a public telephone was located. Fong Pampan was still immersed in the delightful surprise of her own transformation. Recalling her school days, physical education classes had been a major challenge. Back then, she had exerted every ounce of effort just to barely pass the fitness tests. Who would have thought that after being poked and prodded by Fong Yi today, she would become so remarkably capable? Those few yellow-haired hooligans earlier were undoubtedly seasoned fighters. Yet she had effortlessly beaten them into a pitiful state, and she hadn't even felt satisfied yet. As soon as Fong Pampan sat down, the middle-aged male proprietor hurried over with an ingratiating smile. Miss, what would you like to eat? His expression was particularly sweet, and why wouldn't it be? He had witnessed the entire scene at the entrance. Those yellow-haired troublemakers were notorious in the area for brawling and skipping out on bills. Whether they paid or not depended entirely on their whims, and the proprietor dared not question them. Yet this stunning, peach-like beauty had effortlessly subdued them with just a few punches and kicks, leaving them utterly defeated. Such a fierce beauty was certainly no ordinary person. Fong Pampan glanced toward Fong Yi and said, "Bring me the menu." Fong Yi dialed the number displayed on his pager. On the other end in Shenzhen, the call came through at a public telephone outside a cafe. Shursweki, dressed in a red and white checkered shirt and fitted jeans, was waiting inside the phone booth. She had expected to wait for a while, but to her surprise, the call came through after just a minute. "Hello?" She answered softly. Beside her, a woman with curly hair, wearing a cream-colored long dress and white high heels, quietly leaned in, pressing her fair and delicate cheek against the back of the receiver. This woman was Shursweki's close friend, Zhou Wanno. "Sweki?" Fong Yi's voice came through. "Yes, it's me," Shursweki replied, turning slightly. She gently pushed her friend's head away, glaring at her and mouthing the words for her to wait outside. Zhou Wanno pouted and let out a soft hum, then suddenly spoke into the receiver. Brother Yi, it's Sweki. I call your name in my dreams every night. You're impossible. Go wait outside, or I won't accompany you shopping," Shursweki scolded. Fine, I won't disturb your long-distance romance. I'll go have some coffee," Zhou Wanno said, opening the phone booth door. But just as she was about to leave, she added, "Brother, my heart feels all fluttery. You flirt. Get out of here." Shursweki even raised her foot as if to kick her. Was this what a best friend was like? Finally, after her friend entered the cafe, Shursweki could speak properly. "Husband." And she called him a flirt? The way she uttered husband was utterly captivating. Fong Yi chuckled. "Who was that just now?" Shursweki explained, "I'm making a call outside. That was my best friend, a journalist. She's always so unserious." Fong Yi laughed. "Look who's talking. You're not exactly serious either." Shursweki retorted, "I'm different. I genuinely miss you." "Do you miss me?" "I do. How's Yaya?" "She's doing well. I plan to take her to Beijing for surgery in a little while." Shursweki was startled but relaxed after hearing Fong Yi's explanation. "When?" "I'll try to arrange my schedule as soon as possible to accompany you." Fong Yi asked, "How are things on your end? What's the situation with Tang Yuchen?" Shursweki composed herself and said, "He might have thought it over and sensed something amiss. After all, he hid under our bed for 2 hours. He must have looked into that drug." Fong Yi remarked, "But he knows I'm injured, doesn't he?" Shursweki pouted, "It's not necessarily about that. Your mouth is quite skilled, isn't it? And your hands too. It's not like you haven't tried them before." Besides, he suspects that something happened between you and me before. That really wasn't the case. Not on your end, but on mine, Shursweki suddenly said. Fong Yi was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Shursweki explained, "I had already fallen for you back then. That day in the tree hollow, when you held me." At this, her face flushed slightly. But as she turned her head, she saw her friend holding a cup of coffee, staring intently at her through the glass window. Shursweki was momentarily stunned. Had this woman overheard everything? Then, Zhou Wanno raised her coffee cup and said, "I bought you a coffee. It's on me." She opened the door, handed the coffee to Shursweki, and walked back with a smile, muttering under her breath, "In a tree hollow, holding me. TSK, quite romantic." Inside the booth, Shursweki whispered, "I learned this information through Shursiefeng. Tang Yuchen does have intentions of harming you. I know you're highly skilled and not afraid for yourself, but there's still Yaya. If Yaya were captured and used to threaten you, it would be an entirely different situation." Fong Yi nodded, I understand. Thank you for telling me. I'm your wife. You haven't called me wife yet. I want to hear it. Fang Yi glanced at the proprietress behind the counter, who was eavesdropping intently. The woman quickly ducked her head and walked away. Wife. Husband. I'll handle things quickly. Wait for me. Will your father agree to you leaving Shenzhen? Don't worry. That's entirely up to me. Be careful of Tang Yuqin yourself. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Shih hung up the phone and took a deep breath. In reality, the situation was not as smooth or effortless as she had described. Although she had informed her father, Shi Xiaoluan, about Tang Yuqin bribing Shi Xiefeng to drug her and had firmly stated her demand to break off the engagement, her father had unexpectedly refused to agree. She also spoke a plethora of justifications for Tang Yuqin, nearly driving herself to the brink of exasperation. This made Shi Xiefeng realize a disheartening truth. She had become a sacrificial pawn in her father's pursuit of political achievements. The wealth of the Tang family was now his target for investment and development, and the engagement would remain unbroken. Deeply saddened, she had resolved long ago to discreetly process her resignation, intending to relocate her career to Qingshi town. In the restaurant, as Fang Yi immersed himself in his meal, he suddenly sensed a movement against his leg. Glancing down, he discovered Feng Pampan had removed her shoes and was playfully rubbing her silk-clad foot against him. Fang Yi was taken aback and whispered, "Sister Feng, what are you doing?" Feng Pampan, momentarily startled, seemed to just realize her actions and quickly withdrew her foot. In her fluster, her knee bumped against the underside of the table. Her expression reflected a slight confusion. What had just transpired? How had she unconsciously engaged in such behavior? Chapter 67. Should we pause for a moment? Feng Pampan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear to mask her embarrassment. After a fleeting glance at him, she softly murmured, my feet itch." Fang Yi. Feng Pampan quickly assumed the demeanor of a CEO. Let us eat. Let us eat. You exerted yourself earlier, so eat more." As she served him a piece of lamb, Fang Yi nudged a bowl of soup closer to her. "Drink more of this. It's hydrating." The two lapsed into silence, busily consuming their meal. Halfway through, a group of unruly individuals barged in. With a clatter, 7 or 8 people arrived. Bang! The leading bald man, sporting a prominent mole on his nose, forcefully kicked the table where Fang Yi and Feng Pampan were dining, causing the dishes to leap into the air, especially the bowl of soup, which splashed onto Feng Ponpon's new outfit. Oblivious to the trouble he had stirred, the bald man glared menacingly at Feng Pampan. "Hey girl, are you the one who hit me?" Not bad looking, quite ample in the chest, and round in the rear. Bang! Fang Yi seized the bowl of soup and placed it atop the bald man's head. The hot soup, barely touched, drenched him from head to toe. The bald man howled in pain, feeling the sting of fish bones piercing his flesh. Truly a miserable sight. Unperturbed, Feng Pampan stood up and delivered a swift kick to his groin, scolding, "Trash, you wasted my soup. Can you compensate for it?" The bald man was stunned by the dual assault. Fang Yi observed Feng Pampan, thinking that after awakening her bloodline, her ferocity surpassed even that of Qin Xiangling. What kind of bloodline could it be? The commotion in the restaurant frightened the other diners into retreating, pondering whether to take the opportunity to escape without paying. However, the establishment was small, and the pathway to the exit was completely blocked. Moreover, the sight of the strikingly handsome man and the stunning woman only made them appear even more formidable. The owner watched nervously, wanting to intervene but lacking the courage. The bald man's lackeys hurriedly supported their leader, who was now trembling and shouting, "Get this bowl off my head, you fools. Ouch, it's burning." In the cramped space, the bald man stood at the forefront. His 6 or 7 lackeys, disregarding Fang Yi and Feng Pampan for the moment, hurried to remove the soup bowl from their leader's head. The next moment, bang! Feng Pampan snatched another plate of braised lamb and placed it atop the bald man's already scalded head. The bald man's eyes darted in confusion. "Oh, I feel dizzy." Feng Pampan pushed him forcefully. "Dizzy my foot. Let us go. Don't you want to fight? Outside. All of you together." The bald man's lackeys seethed with anger. "Fine. If you crave a fight, let us oblige." Fang Yi, somewhat speechless, pulled Feng Pampan aside. "Are you that confident?" Feng Pampan replied, "Let us just do it." Fang Yi was curious to see how much stronger Feng Pampan had become. He followed her outside the restaurant. The owner and his wife were naturally delighted. A brawl inside would lead to significant losses. Feng Pampan exuded a fierce determination, her gaze icy. Fang Yi noticed her overwhelming presence. He deliberately activated the Wan Shou Hanin, observing Feng Panpan under this state, and saw swirling energy beneath her dark green aura. Suddenly, he was struck by an epiphany, with a few words involuntarily surfacing in his mind. Qing Qi Kan Mai. Thin and feeble. Thus, this was the information deciphered from the Wan Shouhanin. Qing Qi, belonging to the dragon family, is known as Qi when it lacks horns. Could it be that her ancestor had once possessed a Qing Qi? Quite absurd and unscientific. However, considering the even more unscientific Wan Shouhanin had manifested in his own being, the emergence of a residual Qing Qi bloodline seemed trivial. Who knows what more extraordinary encounters lay ahead? Perhaps with the likes of Bai Hu, Qing Long, or Deji Ba. Bang bang bang. In this state, Feng Panpan's speed and strength far exceeded those of ordinary individuals, effortlessly sending 3 opponents spinning in place. Regrettably, her flailing strikes lacked any semblance of technique. After a fierce onslaught, she left herself open and was struck twice from behind with a stick. Crack! The wooden stick shattered. Fang Yi chose not to intervene, observing with mild detachment. With the small Hui Chun technique at hand, he was unperturbed by her being beaten. He merely wanted to assess her physical resilience. Minor injuries, Fang Yi concluded. It certainly hurt, but it was not serious. After being struck, Feng Panpan's fury intensified, yet she began to falter, as this group was clearly stronger than the previous few. Surrounded, she struggled to defend herself. After taking a few hits, Feng Panpan calmed down and called out to Fang Yi. Hey, why aren't you helping? Are you waiting for me to be beaten to death? Fang Yi chuckled. Wouldn't he want you to miss out on the fun, would I? He then joined the fray. 2 young men split off to confront him. Fang Yi dispatched them with a couple of swift kicks, sending them crashing against the wall. The remaining few were swiftly overwhelmed by his ferocious blows, including the bald man, who finally understood he had kicked a 10-meter-thick iron plate. One woman appeared particularly terrifying. Little did they know, the men were even more formidable. Big brother, big sister, we didn't recognize the mountain. Please spare us. Fang Yi sneered. Easier said than done. You think I can just let you go? The bald man, enduring a headache, pleaded. Big brother, I understand. He called over a few lackeys, who emptied their pockets, gathering a meager sum of less than 500 yuan. Fang Yi didn't even bother to glance. Damn it, how pitiful can you get? Do you think I need your chump change? I could catch a few knife fish quicker. Feng Panpan looked even more disdainful. How about this? There are several large potholes at the intersection of Chengnan Road and Qingshan Road. You lot seem idle. Go fill those potholes and fix the road, and I'll let you off. The gang was dumbfounded. They were being ordered to repair the road? Should they go? If not, their legs would be broken. Fang Yi bellowed. Go, go, go right away. Remember, do a good job. If you don't, I'll be back for you. Yes, yes. The thugs quickly scurried away. Damn it, what a huge embarrassment. After this unexpected incident, I had no appetite for lunch anymore. I simply paid the bill and left. Fang Yi asked Feng Panpan, does your back still hurt? Feng Panpan replied, feel it yourself. Fang Yi actually reached out and touched it, and the woman let out a comfortable hum, as if enjoying it. Fang Yi looked at her, feeling a strange illusion in his heart. Was it because he had also absorbed a part of the Qing Qi essence blood that originally belonged to her, making her feel like he was a companion of the same kind, a mateable one? How would she face her husband when she returned home? He was quite curious. There was nothing wrong with her back. Fang Yi quietly applied a minor rejuvenation spell to her. He immediately drove back to Qingshan town. Thinking of the warning Shursweki had given him, he felt uneasy about his home and knew he had to make some arrangements. As the jeep drove along the road, they happened to encounter the dejected bald-headed man. Fang Yi honked the horn and said, Hey, remember to repair the road. I'm giving you 3 days, got it? The bald man saw the jeep and his pupils contracted. He hadn't paid attention before, but upon seeing the license plate, he was truly startled. Got it, got it, got it. No need for 3 days. 2 days, we'll definitely fix it. Boss, drive safely. After the car drove away, a subordinate asked, Boss, are we really going to repair the road? If the guys from other streets see us, we'll be laughed at. Smack. The bald man knocked him on the head. Do you know whose car that is? It belongs to Jin Yi from Qingshan town. Damn it. That bastard San Mao actually sent me to deal with Jin Yi's people. Let us go back and teach him a lesson first. Halfway back to Qingshan town, Feng Panpan suddenly pointed to the familiar tree by the side of the road and asked, Should we stop there again for a while? Chapter 68. The turmoil of the Qi family. Fang Yi decelerated, casting a glance at the woman beside him. His right hand slid over the gear shift. Feng Panpan observed his profile, her beautiful eyes curving slightly. Yet, Fang Yi placed his hand back on the gear shift, smiling as he remarked, "Sister Feng, look at the sky. It seems rain is imminent. There will be plenty of time ahead." Feng Panpan let out a soft huff, feeling embarrassed and ashamed. Upon calming her mind, she realized she had changed, no longer resembling her former self from the day before. Fang Yi chuckled and turned on the music, selecting a rather intriguing song, "Should I Quietly Leave," sung by Guofuqing. "Sister Feng, how old are you this year?" Fang Yi initiated, aiming to lighten the atmosphere. "I won't tell you." "Then let me guess. Are you perhaps 19? Stop teasing me. You are the one who's 19. But you do look youthful enough to be just 19. What are you saying?" How annoying, she sighed. "In any case, I have lost all dignity in front of you today, having discarded the grace of all women." "Not at all. Sister Feng, you are a vision of beauty, as radiant as a peach blossom. How could you possibly lack grace?" Feng Ponpon's ears flushed red as she replied, "I do not know what has come over me. It feels as though I have been bewitched by you. I was never like this before, and I could never resort to violence." Fang Yi nodded. "Indeed. Is there something you haven't shared with me? I hope I am not turning into a monster." Feng Panpan expressed her anxiety. Fang Yi chuckled reassuringly. "Relax, it's nothing serious. Your physical constitution differs from others. You inherently possess a unique lineage. Though I cannot articulate it clearly now, upon your return, pay close attention. You may uncover wondrous revelations." Feng Panpan nodded in agreement. Before long, the rain began to pour. Fortunately, they were sheltered within the car, and they drove directly to Guyu village. At that moment, torrential rain fell, enveloping the village in a misty haze. The combination of blue bricks and black tiles, coupled with the rain locking the Tiao Creek, resembled a watercolor painting. Qin Xiangling cradled Yiya under the eaves of their home, both quietly observing the heavy downpour, their atmosphere tinged with contemplation and concern. "Yiya, when do you think Daddy will return?" Hum, Yiya gestured, though her movements were merely random. Qin Xiangling kissed her forehead. "He should be back soon." Yiya pointed outside. Hum, her small face reflected both joy and urgency. Qin Xiangling mused him. Suddenly, Huang Goedo, who had been lying on the ground, stood up and barked towards the outside. "Woof woof." Qin Xiangling blinked. "Is he back? How come I didn't TC?" Half a minute later, the sound of a vehicle echoed at the gate. A jeep slowly rolled in. Qin Xiangling jumped up, quickly grabbing a black umbrella from the side, and rushed over to shield him from the rain. However, she was taken aback to see a woman of exceptional elegance and beauty seated within the vehicle. The second miss of the Feng family, the owner of Feng's aquatic products. She had unexpectedly returned with Fang Yi. Feng Panpan was quite well known in Qingshi town, and Qin Xiangling recognized her because her elder brother, Qin Guoxing, worked at her company, and they had met before. Soon, the group gathered under the eaves. Fang Yi introduced Xiangling. "This is Manager Feng, who came to purchase fish from our family." Feng Panpan looked at Qin Xiangling and offered a slight smile. "Hello." Yet, her heart was anything but tranquil, as Qin Xiangling was Feng Ye's girlfriend, and she felt a twinge of envy. "Manager Feng, please have a seat. I will fetch some tea from the kitchen," Qin Xiangling hurriedly offered. No need. Feng Panpan quickly interjected. "You do not need to be so polite. Just call me Panpan. Yesterday, Feng Yi saved my son, and I would like to invite you both for dinner at my home." "Ah, the little boy from yesterday is Manager Feng's son. How is he doing now?" "Much better." Feng Panpan, being a mother, naturally had a keen interest in children. She glanced at Yiya and felt a pang of regret for not bringing a small gift for their first meeting. She squatted down, wearing a gentle smile. "What is your name, dear?" Although it was only at that moment she realized Yiya could not speak. Meanwhile, in Wangjia village, at the Qi residence, the small villa was bustling with activity. A group of workers clad in raincoats from the screw factory were coming and going, hauling away their belongings, televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, and even gold and silver jewelry, leaving no clothing behind. Some were even fighting over the items. The three members of the Qi family, blinded by despair, stumbled to the door, declaring, "Do not take our things. I will pay your wages, but you cannot take our belongings." "What is this? What are you taking?" "Ah, that is my jewelry box. If you dare take my jewelry, I will fight you." Qi Guiyang's wife had just found her jewelry box and immediately erupted, akin to a tiger whose tail had been stepped on, lunging at the person attempting to take her jewelry, clawing and biting. A tall man seized the woman by her hair and flung her aside. "Get lost. Your Qi family has gone bankrupt. You cannot repay the bank's money, and if we do not leave today, The bank will come to take everything tomorrow. By then, you will get nothing, and your family will be left to fend for themselves." With a thud, the woman crashed against the wall, her head striking it. She cried out in despair, "This is outrageous. This is outrageous." You band of robbers! Wang Yun and Lu Weilon mingled among the crowd. Wang Yun had been entangled with Qi Yulin for quite some time, but had gained nothing. Now, seeing Fang Yi thriving and enjoying life, she was filled with resentment, especially since she could not access any of the benefits. Having no means to confront Fang Yi, she felt utterly powerless. Even Sang Biao listened to his commands. The three of them from the Wang family were no match for him. Hearing that the Qi family was about to be seized by the bank, former workers were frantically taking items, and mother and daughter decided to don raincoats and join in as well. Damn it. Even if we have to sell ourselves, we should at least get a decent sum. The two of them, clutching numerous items, quietly slipped away. At that moment, Wang Yun noticed something hanging from Qi Yulin's mother's chest, resembling a jade Buddha. Greedily, she approached, stealthily reaching in to grasp the jade Buddha. Qi Yulin's mother instinctively seized Wang Yun, and a fierce struggle ensued. "Ah, how dare you seize my belongings? I shall make you pay dearly." She unexpectedly sank her teeth into Wang Yun's flesh, tearing at it with ferocity. Wang Yun writhed in agony, exclaiming, "You wretched creature, release me, release me." Qi Yulin, recognizing Wang Yun's voice, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wang Yun, what are you doing here? What is the meaning of this? You are not even an employee of the factory. How audacious of you to attempt to steal from my family." At that moment, Wang Yun felt as though she might be torn apart. The pain was unbearable, numbing her very nerves. In a desperate act, she seized a nearby weight and, with a resounding crash, struck it against Qi's mother's head. "Oh my goodness! I am immensely grateful for the generous gifts bestowed upon me by the esteemed benefactor. Thank you for your unwavering love. However, I do not possess any prepared drafts. I shall express my gratitude in 3 separate chapters tomorrow. Let me pay homage to the benefactor. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to all those who have offered small gifts, fueling this endeavor with love." Chapter 69. Wang Yun's terror. In an instant, blood splattered forth, staining Wang Yun's face. Qi Mu immediately crumpled to the ground, motionless. The place where Wang Yun had been bitten finally released its grip, revealing that her raincoat had been torn, with blood seeping through her white clothing. She had narrowly escaped a grievous injury. Meanwhile, Lu Weilon watched in horror, quickly pulling Wang Yun away. Mom, what happened to you?" Wang Yun cried out in distress. Qi Yulin roared, "Wang Yun, what have you done to my mother?" Just moments ago, his mother had been howling frantically, and now she was silent. Coupled with the dull sound of something heavy hitting the ground that he had just heard, it was clear that something had gone terribly wrong. His shout drew the attention of the workers who were transporting items, and they turned to see a pool of blood on the ground. A female worker shrieked in terror, "Someone's dead. The wife of Qi Zong has been killed." The situation escalated, and many dropped their burdens in shock. While moving goods for wages was commonplace, a death turned the matter grave. Wang Yun had just been tending to her wound when she finally grasped the severity of the situation upon hearing the cries of others. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. She ran into me," Wang Yun shouted desperately. Lu Weilon swiftly grabbed a weight from the ground and stuffed it into her clothing, dragging Wang Yun away. "Hurry, we must leave." Qi Guoyang, cornered against the wall, clutched his wife and roared, "Call the police. Call for an ambulance. If my wife dies, none of you will escape unscathed." A telephone was readily available on the long table in the living room, and a worker promptly dialed for help. Before long, an ambulance arrived at Wangjia village, accompanied by police officers, led by Rushua. "I am Officer Rushua. What has transpired? Who is dead? Who was responsible?" Qi Yulin shouted. "Wang Yun did it. She came to our house to steal, and when my mother caught her, she attacked her." Rushua's heart sank. The sordid affair between Qi Yulin and Wang Yun was no secret in Wangjia village, and Wang Yun was her former classmate. At that moment, the paramedics declared, "There is still a pulse. We must get her to the hospital immediately." Lu Weilon, dragging Wang Yun, dared not return home. As the reality of having taken a life settled upon her, Wang Yun felt her mind unraveling. "I killed someone. What should I do? I don't want to die. I don't want to be executed. It was that old man who bit me. Look at all this blood. I didn't mean to do it. What do we do now?" Lu Weilon was equally panicked. Having gained nothing from the theft, they now bore the weight of a life lost. "You cannot go home now. This is too serious. They will surely call the police. I have the weight. We need to flee to the mountains. If worse comes to worst, Just run as far as you can. Run? Where can I go? Wang Yun protested. Just go. We will figure something out later. The two, cloaked in raincoats, traversed the deserted paths under the heavy rain. Just as they were leaving the village, the sounds of the ambulance and police cars echoed behind them. They hastened into the mountains. Half an hour later, the torrential rain ceased, yet Wangjiao village was abuzz with unrest. Families emerged from their homes. And many villagers who worked at Chi's screw factory were aware of the news that Chi Zong's wife had been brutally attacked by Wang Yun. The village shaman soon appeared, proclaiming, "This is divine retribution. The river god has unleashed his wrath. Do you not see? Chi Yulin was involved with the river god's agent's wife. How could the river god be pleased?" After the last warning, Wang Yun dared to disturb the agent's home. And now the punishment has come to fruition. A group had already visited Fang Yi with offerings. With past incidents like the bird pecking and the factory fire, even ordinary events were attributed to divine retribution. The police had arrived at Wang Yun's home, but only Wang Bingrong was present. Upon hearing that his daughter had killed Chi Yulin's mother, he nearly fainted. Bai Ruxue inquired, "Have Wang Yun and her mother returned?" Wang Bingrong, wearing a look of despair, replied, "No, they have not returned." Bai Ruxue stated, "Given the heavy rain, they likely haven't gone far without taking anything." She instructed her colleagues to search for Wang Yun. Wang Bingrong, anxious, pleaded, "Ruxue, you and Wang Yun are classmates and friends. You must help her. She must have had her reasons." Bai Ruxue replied, "She needs to turn herself in. Otherwise, there is little I can do to assist her." An hour later, news arrived from the hospital. Chi Guiyang's wife was alive but had sustained severe head injuries and had been transported to the county hospital. Concurrently, officers from the county criminal investigation unit arrived, recognizing the gravity of the situation. By 4:30 p.m., Fang Yi had changed his clothes and was preparing to accompany Qin Xiangling and Ye Ye to a banquet at the Feng family. There was no choice. Feng Pampan had extended a warm invitation, and the Feng matriarch wished to express her gratitude to Fang Yi in person. Failing to attend would surely disappoint her. "Should we send these fish to your company?" Fang Yi asked Feng Pampan. He had inspected them using the Wan Shouhan Yin and confirmed they were all alive. The Xiao Yuling Shu indeed enhanced the fish's survival capabilities, though it was energy-consuming. He wondered if a less energy-intensive version of the Xiao Yuling Shu could be devised. Feng Pampan responded, "That is certainly possible. This place is truly unsuitable for keeping fish. I fear that by morning, many may perish, and it would be a pity to lose even one of these splendid creatures." Very well. Fang Yi proceeded to load all the fish onto the vehicle. At that moment, Bai Ruxue arrived with the police. "Bai, what brings you here? Have you found the girl from our village?" Fang Yi inquired, glancing at Bai Ruxue and then at the officers accompanying her. Bai Ruxue nodded affirmatively. "Yes, we have located her. They are from the county criminal investigation team. We have come to ask you whether your ex-wife Wang Yun has sought you out." Upon hearing this, Fang Ye's good spirits diminished. "You can't be serious. Why would she come to me? What has happened to her?" A male officer from the criminal investigation unit stepped forward and stated, "Robbery, resulting in severe injury. If you are aware of her whereabouts, please do not conceal any information, as failure to disclose could lead to charges of harboring." Chapter 70. Is that something you can look at? Fang Yi wore an odd expression. Robbery, injury? She actually possessed such capabilities. He then inquired, "Who did she rob?" Bai Ruxue replied, "You would never guess. It was Chi Yulin's mother." Huh. Fang Yi couldn't help but laugh. The lead investigator, Su Rue, asked, "What are you laughing at?" Fang Yi glanced at him. "Nothing, just felt like laughing." And then, Wang Yun. At this point, he glanced towards Qin Xiangling, who immediately understood his intention and said, "I'll take Yaya to the room to watch some television." Beside them, Feng Pampan remained silent. In front of outsiders, she maintained the aloof demeanor of a high-ranking female executive, merely observing, listening, and refraining from interjecting. She was quite intrigued by Fang Ye's situation. "Wang Yun has fled?" Fang Yi inquired. Bai Ruxue responded. Chi Yulin's mother sustained a severe head injury and has been sent to the county hospital, but her condition is not optimistic. She recounted the events that had transpired in Wangjia village. After listening, Fang Yi was at a loss for words. He held no genuine feelings for this woman, Wang Yun. They had once shared a decent relationship in middle school and even played together. However, once he became part of her family, he was exposed to her true nature. Bai Ruxue remarked, "The people of Wangjia village say this is yet another punishment from the river god." Fang Yi chuckled. "Who can say for certain?" Su Rue coughed and said, "Ruxue, you are a police officer. You cannot believe in such things. Rushua stuck out her tongue. Yes, Captain Su, I was just speaking casually. Her expression was quite endearing. The arrival of the police was merely a formality. Rushua did not believe that Wang Yun would come here. Eventually, it was Feng Panpan who inquired about the incident with the human trafficker from the previous night. You are? Rushua realized she had never met Feng Panpan. Feng Panpan replied, I am Feng Panpan, the mother of the child who was taken by the traffickers yesterday. Rushua was taken aback. Ah? So you are President Feng. Not only Rushua, but Su Rui's attitude also changed upon learning of Feng Panpan's identity. Even in the county, the Feng family held considerable prestige. In Qingshi town, the Jin family and the Feng family were both subjects of special attention from higher authorities. Rushua stated, the traffickers from last night committed numerous offenses and have already been sent for interrogation. It is likely that they will spend the rest of their lives in prison. Feng Panpan asserted, such traffickers should be dealt with severely. Death is what they deserve. As they spoke, a police officer hurriedly arrived on a bicycle, addressing Rushua and Su Rui. Captain Su, we just received a call. The victim, Li Hongmei, has not yet arrived at the hospital, and she has passed away. Rushua gasped. She truly died? Yes, she has. Wang Yun is now truly finished. Su Rui stated, immediately issue a wanted notice. Notify the Joint Defense Team, and expand the search. We must locate this robber and murderer. Fang Yi listened intently. He felt no compassion for Wang Yun. Her downfall was entirely of her own making. He had refrained from taking her life himself solely for Yaya's sake. Otherwise, one day, when Yaya grows up and learns that her father was the one who killed her mother, it would undoubtedly leave a scar in her heart. Accepting the legal consequences for her self-destructive actions would be a relief. In such circumstances, she would likely face decades of imprisonment. After the police departed, Fang Yi drove with Feng Panpan, Qin Xiangling, and Yaya towards Feng Panpan's aquatic company. Fortunately, this modified jeep had 2 rows of seats, accommodating all 4 of them comfortably. As they left the village, they saw the Joint Defense Team from Guyu Village actively searching for Wang Yun. Each member fervently engaged in the task. Fang Yi could have utilized the Wanshou Han Yin to assist in the search, but he ultimately decided against it. He was too lazy to stop the car, and even if he had avian vision, it might not guarantee success. Dinner time was approaching, and arriving late would not bode well. Qingshi Aquatic Supply and Marketing Company was Feng Panpan's establishment. President Feng. Greetings, President Feng. The employees greeted her with respect and smiles upon her arrival. In a hurry, Feng Panpan called a few staff members to assist with unloading the goods from Feng Ye's vehicle. Normally, Feng Yi would handle such tasks himself, but Feng Panpan insisted that he refrain from doing so, instructing her employees to take care of it. As she put it, we will be strategic partners in the future. You are also a half-owner. So how can I allow the owner to do such menial work? Soon, several workers arrived. Among them was Qin Xiangling's elder brother, Qin Guoxing. Knowing her brother worked here, Qin Xiangling chose to remain in the car to avoid any awkwardness. Due to the rumors surrounding her bringing misfortune to her family, her relatives tended to avoid her company, even blaming her behind her back. It was better to avoid unnecessary discomfort. However, at that moment, Feng Panpan called out to Qin Xiangling, who was seated in the car. Xiangling, come down quickly. I have several new outfits in my office that would suit your figure perfectly. Come, let us go try them on. Aye. Qin Xiangling hesitated to exit the vehicle, but Feng Panpan promptly opened the car door. Just as Qin Xiangling stepped out, she caught the attention of Qin Guoxing, who nearly dropped the bucket he was holding in surprise. Then, he watched as Feng Panpan affectionately took Qin Xiangling's hand, leading her and Yaya towards her executive office. A nearby team leader called out, Old Qin, what are you staring at? Is that something you can look at? Hurry up and get to work. Chapter 71, If I Were My Brother. Qin Guoxing regained his composure and promptly responded, diligently attending to his tasks. The profitability of Boss Feng's seafood company was indeed commendable, and the wages offered were notably higher than those of other establishments. This job was not one to be relinquished. Ahead of them, Qin Xiangling, who had been pulled along by Feng Panpan, paused momentarily upon hearing a voice from behind and glanced back. It was indeed her elder brother. Sigh. She said nothing further and followed Feng Panpan inside. The two spent the afternoon engaged in conversation, having already begun to refer to each other as sisters. This was partly due to Feng Panpan's deliberate efforts to forge a friendship. Not to mention, the fact that Feng Yi had transformed into a water spirit was of little importance. Merely his dual cultivation ability that could save lives was something many affluent individuals yearned for. If he could cure even the fatal snake venom, might he not also remedy commonplace ailments? Could he not perhaps even combat cancer? Coupled with his formidable skills and striking physique, which irresistibly attracted women, these were all compelling reasons for her to cultivate this relationship. Additionally, Qin Xiangling held considerable admiration for the second miss of the Feng family. Thus, it was only natural that they would address each other as sisters. Feng Yi did not enter to observe. After all, he had already seen the two women in various settings. Instead, he scrutinized the seafood company, which was impressively expansive, with the front area alone spanning several acres and multiple transport vehicles parked nearby. He recalled events from 7 years prior, before enlisting. This land had once served as a bustling agricultural market where townsfolk and villagers congregated. But it had undergone a remarkable transformation. The market had relocated, giving rise to this substantial seafood enterprise. It seemed likely that fish caught from dozens of villages surrounding Qingshi town would be delivered here, and should the prices be favorable, fishermen from other towns would also be inclined to sell their catches here. Brother, these fish are rather extraordinary. Where did you catch them? A man clad in the company uniform approached Feng Yi, offering him a cigarette. Feng Yi subtly moved his fingers before shaking his head. Thanks, but I've quit. He used to smoke in the military, but now that he had a daughter and a partner, he abstained. These fish, they are farmed. Farmed. That's incorrect. I can still distinguish between farmed fish and wild ones. The coloration and wildness of these fish could never be cultivated. Feng Yi smiled. My method of fish farming is rather unique. The man intended to inquire about the location of the catch, but upon hearing Feng Yi's response, he realized the latter was unwilling to divulge the truth and was merely toying with him. Thus, he retorted, if they are farmed, then the price must be significantly lower, 10 yuan per pound for the perch, 6 yuan for the white fish. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi felt no anger, he merely smiled at him. Wild perch from Taihu Lake were considered premium fish, typically selling for 20 yuan. This fellow had the audacity to propose half that price. And white fish, which were actually chaozue, were also offered at half. What was his game? Feng Yi inquired with a grin. My friend, what is your role in this company? The man replied, I handle the fish procurement. Your catch is worth this price. Take it or leave it. You should convey that to Feng Panpan. Oh, you even know our boss's name. To be honest, Feng is my sister-in-law, and she has to listen to me. You truly do not know your place. Just as he finished speaking, Feng Panpan emerged from within. Feng Yi, what are you doing? Weighing the fish. Aren't you coming to take a look? If you don't, I won't be responsible for any discrepancies. Her tone was different from usual, laced with a hint of playfulness. Feng Yi was unfazed, but the man beside him watched Feng Panpan with a glint of mischief in his eyes. This sister-in-law was quite lovely. If I were my brother. Feng Yi cast him a glance. As men, they understood certain matters with just a look. This fellow harbored ulterior motives towards his sister-in-law. Feng Yi stepped forward. Sister Feng, it seems this fish cannot be sold. Feng Panpan was taken aback. What happened? Feng Yi gestured towards the man beside him. He claims that I can only sell my fish to your company at half the market price, or else I must take them back. He also said you must obediently heed his words, or this little uncle might just spank your bottom. The man was momentarily stunned, never expecting Feng Yi to report him to Feng Panpan, embellishing the tale with such bluntness. How could one be so wicked? Although he harbored thoughts of spanking his sister-in-law, that was something he dared only to fantasize about at night or relieve through self-inflicted means. In reality, he would never dare. However, Feng Panpan would never heed the words of an outsider. Such folly was unimaginable. What? Are you trying to sow discord? He spat derisively. Sister-in-law, do not listen to him. This scoundrel is clearly unhinged, fabricating lies here. How could I ever say such things? I hold nothing but respect for you. Feng Panpan approached with a stern expression. She looked at Feng Yi. Did he truly say that? Feng Yi shrugged. That is the gist of it. Feng Panpan raised her hand, and with a resounding slap, struck the man across the face. Her azure bloodline awakened, and even in its diminished state, it was not something just anyone could endure. The man was sent sprawling to the ground, 2 teeth flying from his mouth as he opened it. Lu Chong was left in a daze. The surrounding employees were equally stunned. Typically, Feng Panpan was cool and composed, yet everyone knew her heart was warm. She would often allow employees with fevers to leave without docking their wages and reprimanded subordinates with elegance, never resorting to vulgarity, not to mention striking someone. Yet today, for the sake of an outsider, she had erupted in fury. Not only had she physically assaulted him, but she had also knocked out Lu Chong's teeth. Just how fierce was Feng Panpan when roused? Lu Chong spat out a mouthful of blood and teeth, disbelief etched across his face. Sister-in-law, you actually struck me for this scoundrel? He glared at Feng Yi with hostility. Feng Yi returned the gaze, a sly smile curling at his lips, and even winked at him. The disdainful expression was unnoticed by Feng Panpan and unfamiliar to Qin Xiangling. Otherwise, they would surely be astonished. Is this truly the formidable man Feng Yi, known for his robust demeanor? Yet, for those accustomed to his style, his comrades are well aware. Feng Yi, when faced with adversaries, often resorts to such playful mockery, exhibiting a somewhat mischievous attitude. However, the more he toys with them, the more infuriated his opponents become, much like the current Lu Chong, who is itching to retaliate 100-fold. Feng Panpan, with a stern countenance, remarked, "Do you know who this scoundrel? No, this handsome gentleman is? He is our strategic partner from the aquaculture company. That truckload of fish we sell to Taihu restaurant is priced at 3 times the usual rate. Can't you discern the quality of the fish you're receiving? Must I still heed your opinions? Do you truly consider yourself significant? Leave. Depart from the company at once. And do not let me catch sight of you again." Chapter 72. My wife is undoubtedly beautiful. Lu Chong stood up, astonished as he gazed at Feng Panpan. "Sister-in-law, I am my brother." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Feng Panpan. "Lu Chong, do you think I am unaware of your reckless behavior in my company, your corrupt practices? I refrained from reprimanding you before to give you a chance, but the mistake you made this time is far too grave. My small company cannot accommodate you. I will count to 3, and if you do not leave, I will summon the police to investigate you, forcing you to return everything you have taken over the past 2 years. Feng Panpan's words instantly caused Lu Chong's pupils to constrict. The thought of having to return that money was excruciating. But, sister-in-law, I was wrong. Could you grant me another chance? I assure you, I will never err again. I swear, if there is a next time, may I be struck by lightning and meet a terrible fate. 1-2. Feng Panpan's expression was stern as she extended her slender fingers to count. Lu Chong pressed his lips together, choosing silence. He turned to leave. Behind Feng Panpan, Qin Xiangling watched with glistening eyes, her admiration evident. How imposing. She recalled a character from a martial arts film. The character played by Bridget Lin in the East is Red. Feng Panpan's beauty rivaled Lin's, exuding a chilling yet commanding aura that was utterly captivating. However, she was acutely aware of her own demeanor. She was more akin to the character played by Maggie Cheung in The Golden Lotus, lacking the cool detachment and instead possessing a hint of allure. At that moment, she donned a pink chiffon floral blouse paired with a white asymmetrical skirt, an ensemble likely unattainable in Qingshe Town. Once adorned in this attire, she transformed entirely, resembling a stunning heroine straight out of a Taiwanese drama. Feng Ye's gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon her. Qin Xiangling also turned to look, their eyes intertwined as if they could exchange water. She shyly averted her beautiful eyes, gently biting her red lips, then lifted her gaze back, playfully curling her lips in a smile. Heavens! That expression and gesture were irresistibly alluring. She could undoubtedly win a Golden Horse Award for acting. Just wait. Tonight she would have him perform as Pangelian. The resolution of Lu Chong's issue brought immense relief to the employees of the seafood company. They finally understood that Feng Yi was not merely a fish seller, but held significant standing before General Manager Feng and would be their partner in future business endeavors, their second boss. Subsequently, the weighing and settlement ensued. The tripled prices moved the employees profoundly. Yet, being in this industry, they could discern that the fish were genuinely exceptional, resembling the famed Longzhu Gui and Bai Longyu. Although Qin Guoxing was unaware of the final financial settlement, he did catch wind of the tripled prices. When Feng Yi and his sister emerged from the finance office, he was astonished to see Feng Yi directly hand over the money bag to Qin Xiangling. His heart raced with trepidation. What was the nature of their relationship? He hurriedly concealed himself in a nearby storage room, eavesdropping. "Xiangling, this bag of money will be under your management from now on," Feng Yi said with a smile. "Are you not afraid I might run off with the money?" She teased. "Would you dare? I could never bear to part with you." She leaned in and planted a kiss on Feng Yi. With a playful spin, she asked, "What do you think of my outfit? Does it suit me?" Feng Yi wrapped his arm around her waist and replied, "My wife is undoubtedly beautiful." Qin Xiangling cautiously glanced down the corridor. "There are many people here. Let us head back." Qin Guoxing witnessed the two being affectionate in the corridor, passing right before him, and he dared not even breathe. His sister had taken up with such a wealthy man. This man was truly bold. Did he not fear being cursed? In the office, Feng Panpan cradled Yiya in her arms, instructing her assistant, Qin Jia, this shipment is unlike any before. We will let it acclimatize first, and I will decide where to send it tomorrow. Qin Jia, a woman in her 40s and a veteran of the Feng family, whose full name was Wang Yakin, glanced at Yiya and quietly remarked, Second miss. Having chased away Lu Chang today, he will likely seek out the son-in-law to lament. Will this cause us trouble? Feng Panpan absent-mindedly played with Yiya's hair, who appeared quite obedient and seemed to hold genuine affection for her. After a moment, Feng Panpan casually stated, Rest assured, from today onward, I will not allow anyone to extend their hands into this seafood company, not a soul. As for everything else, we shall see. Wang Yakin regarded Feng Panpan, but chose to remain silent. It was common knowledge that the Feng family was wealthy and powerful. However, the issue lay in the fact that there were no male heirs in this generation of the Feng family. Previously, there had been a young master, but alas, he had perished in a tragic car accident. Now, the Feng family had instead produced 2 sons-in-law. It was a complex situation. Qinjia, please keep an eye on Yiya for me. I need to use the restroom. Of course, Second Mississippi. Meanwhile, Qin Xiangling walked ahead of Feng Yi, her white asymmetrical skirt swaying as she strode gracefully, revealing her perfect curves. The most beautiful girl in the ancient fishing village, even without much adornment, had already dazzled the entire town. Now, clad in this outfit, she appeared as though she had stepped out from a Taiwanese idol drama. Feng Yi was utterly captivated by her beauty. Passing by a restroom, Qin Xiangling peeked inside and was instantly astounded. Unable to resist, she stepped in, discovering the restroom was exceedingly luxurious, akin to those found in upscale urban malls. Qin Xiangling gasped in surprise. Heavens, is this really a restroom? It's cleaner than my room. This was no mere coincidence. Feng Panpan had previously lived in Shanghai, accustomed to high-end restrooms, and found the traditional toilets of Qingshi town unacceptable. Thus, when establishing this seafood company, she mandated that the restroom be constructed to the standards of Shanghai malls. Qin Xiangling called out from inside, Xiaoyi, come quickly. Is this truly a restroom? I feel like we could place a bed in here and sleep. Feng Yi, momentarily taken aback, followed her in without much thought. Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed, signaling the approach of another person. Chapter 73. The peculiar Granny Feng Yi was taken aback, swiftly pulling Qin Xiangling into a restroom stall. Just as they concealed themselves, someone rushed in to use the toilet. They exchanged silent smiles, their eyes meeting. However, after experiencing the opulence of the restroom at Feng Panpan's aquatic company, Feng Yi contemplated renovating his own bathroom, as enduring a pit latrine was thoroughly uncomfortable. The sweltering heat accompanied by foul odors, not to mention the abundance of flies and mosquitoes, was unbearable. Moreover, the presence of maggots was intolerable. Renovating the bathroom was imperative. A flushing toilet was a necessity. At 5:30, several individuals departed from the aquatic company, heading towards the Feng residence. Before entering the vehicle, Qin Xiangling searched for Qin Guoxing, but to no avail. Ever since her parents' unfortunate incident, a rift had formed among her siblings. After marrying into Guyu village, encounters became infrequent, with only her youngest sister, Qin Xiangyu, occasionally visiting her. She sighed inwardly. Once in the car, she donned a cheerful expression, embracing Yiya, and exclaimed, Yiya, Aunt Panpan has a young gentleman at her home. You can play with him. Feng Yi, meanwhile, sought directions from Feng Panpan, as he was entirely unfamiliar with the Feng residence's location. Truth be told, he had little desire to attend such a gathering. Had it not been for solidifying the cooperative relationship with the breeding farm alongside Feng Panpan, he would have opted out of visiting the Feng household this evening. By the way, regarding your little uncle Lu Chang, do you think you might encounter trouble after hitting him so hard? Feng Yi inquired as he drove. Feng Panpan replied, He hardly qualifies as my little uncle. He is merely a pawn placed beside me by others. I have long wished to dismiss him, so thank you for providing me the opportunity today. Qin Xiangling asked, as the owner of Feng's aquatic products, who would dare place a pawn beside you? It wouldn't be your husband, would it? Feng Panpan confirmed, Indeed, it is him. Qin Xiangling exclaimed in surprise, Why? Oh, it must be because your wife is too beautiful. He worries you might be lured away by other men. If I were your husband, I would feel the same. Feng Panpan retorted, Does your husband trust you? Me? Ha ha ha. Aside from him, no one would dare pursue me, Qin Xiangling responded. Feng Panpan interpreted this as a compliment to Fang Ye's prowess in deterring others. She refrained from elaborating on why her husband chose to place someone in her vicinity. Before long, they arrived at the Feng residence. It was Fang Ye's first visit. The vehicle traversed a private road before unveiling the true splendor within. A grand European-style villa, beautifully landscaped, complete with an expansive outdoor swimming pool. Goodness, I've only seen such houses in video halls, Qin Xiangling marveled. Her family lacked a television, but she occasionally ventured to the town's video hall to watch films, most of which were pirated, yet still captivating. Entertainment options for adults were scarce, and visiting the video hall was a popular pastime. Fang Yi had visited numerous major cities in the south, and even Hong Kong, witnessing similar grand villas, yet this was a remote town like Qingshi. One could only conclude that the Feng family was extravagantly wealthy. Your family is truly affluent. Fang Yi remarked in agreement. Feng Panpan replied, it has been built through generations of hard work and sacrifice. Much blood has been shed in the process. Fang Yi did not inquire further. The Feng family had operated in Shanghai for many years, experiencing relative tranquility in recent years, but the turmoil of the past was undeniable. Establishing such a vast enterprise, there was no simple feat upon entering. They were greeted by Feng Cece, who stood at the entrance peering out. Feng Panpan blinked in surprise. She had intended to play matchmaker between Fang Yi and Cece, unaware that Fang Yi was already with Qin Xiangling. How troublesome. She wondered if Cece would abandon her aspirations. Upon disembarking, Feng Cece noticed the presence of a woman and child, her smile instantly faltering. Could it be? Master Feng has a wife and child? Feng Panpan introduced, Cece, allow me to present Qin Xiangling, Mr. Fang Ye's girlfriend, and this is Mr. Fang Ye's daughter, Yia? Feng Cece offered a forced greeting, her expression laden with unspoken resentment. They subsequently entered the Feng residence to commence the meal. The current matriarch of the Feng family was Granny Feng, Feng Panpan's grandmother. An elderly lady with a full head of white hair, she was supported by servants as she graciously approached, warmly welcoming Fang Yi. Young man, welcome to my home. Fang Yi gazed at her in astonishment, his heart racing as he felt the essence of countless souls swirling within his mind. Chapter 74. The Ring of Old Lady Feng. Fang Yi gazed at the wrinkled visage of Old Lady Feng, subtly retreating a half step. There was something peculiar about this elderly woman. While such thoughts crossed his mind, his lips remained agile. Good day, Old Lady Feng. You are far too gracious. It was merely a fortuitous encounter yesterday, and I must admit, your lavish treatment leaves me quite embarrassed. The old lady, with a warm demeanor, affectionately grasped Fang Ye's hand. Mr. Feng, you are far too modest. Hao is the sole descendant of our Feng family for 3 generations. By saving him, you have preserved the lifeblood of our kin. It was evident that she held a deep affection for her great-grandson, Su Hao. She beckoned Su Hao, who was hiding behind Feng Panpan, saying, Come, Hao, pay your respects to your benefactor and call him uncle. Fang Yi attempted to intervene, but the old lady insisted on this tradition. Reluctantly, he watched as Su Hao obediently knelt, performing this act of gratitude. Suddenly, Feng Panpan interjected, Grandmother, I wish for Hao to acknowledge Fang Yi as his godfather. What do you think? The old lady, smiling, had a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Oh, my dear child, such haste. Are you not afraid Mr. Feng will find this amusing? Becoming a godfather requires fate, if you desire it. We must first ascertain Mr. Feng's feelings. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yi replied, Well, let us discuss this later. After all, Hao has yet to meet me, and we must ensure that this is something he desires. The old lady nodded in agreement. Mr. Feng speaks wisely. Having lived for decades, I shall refer to you as Xiao Feng, if you do not mind. She continued to hold Fang Ye's hand. Inadvertently, his fingers brushed against the ring adorning her finger, causing the Wan Shou Han Yin within his consciousness to tremble, responding with fervor. A ring, was it ancient jade? Fang Yi recalled a recent incident when the Wan Shou Han Yin had absorbed a jade pendant from a killer's neck. Was this ring on the old lady's hand of a similar nature? He observed the ring's peculiar design. The material was intriguing, but the face was of greater interest. Resembling a ruby, yet shaped like a bagua. Was the Wan Shou Han Yin craving this ring? He hesitated, pondering whether to act. If he touched it, and it were to break, would he be suspected? Yet, the opportunity was rare. The old lady possessed no evidence against him. He decided to take the risk. As she held his hand, he merely brushed against one band of the ring, avoiding the face. At that moment, he executed a subtle maneuver. retracting his hand and enveloping hers within his grasp. Old lady, you are too polite. I certainly do not mind. Oh, might I also call you Feng Nai? You truly possess an enduring charm. What? Old lady Feng paused in surprise. Feng Yi quickly corrected himself. Oh, I misspoke. I meant to say you are spirited and youthful. Caught up in his attempt to steal glances, he neglected his choice of words. However, once his fingers had grazed the face of the ring, he wondered why the Wan Shouhan Yin seemed to have made no attempt to steal. It merely flickered briefly before falling silent. What was this? Was that all? During that moment, the Wan Shouhan Yin emitted a slight ripple, which seemed to affect Feng Yi, as if he had encountered an old friend. What could this mean? Did the Wan Shouhan Yin share some connection with the ring? This was far more significant than merely siphoning energy. Although he had acquired the Wan Shouhan Yin, he felt utterly perplexed, pondering whether the ring concealed instructions regarding it. Ah, Feng Nai, your ring possesses such an intriguing design. It feels somewhat uncomfortable. Feng Yi released her hand, feigning astonishment as he examined the ring. The old lady chuckled, gently stroking the ring's face, and replied, "This has been passed down through generations. Come, take your seats. The feast is about to commence. Mrs. Feng, your esteemed presence graces our humble abode, illuminating it splendidly." "Thank you, Feng Nai." Qin Xiangling, addressed as Mrs. Feng, felt a flush of warmth at the compliment. Feng Panpan directed her son to fetch some toys to share with Yiya. Only Feng Sisi appeared somewhat discontent, her thoughts seemingly adrift. At that moment, the chef of the Feng household presented a large platter of fish. This fish had been delivered to the kitchen earlier by Feng Panpan. It was from that exceptional batch. The aroma was enticing. Old Lady Feng leaned forward, sniffing the air. "Why does today's fish smell so delightful?" Feng Panpan smiled and explained, "Grandmother, this fish was raised by Feng Yi himself. Its flavor is unlike any other." Oh, soon enough, the dish captivated everyone's palate. Delicious. In all my years, I have never tasted such exquisite fish. Feng Yi, you are truly remarkable. The old lady praised, devouring several mouthfuls while speaking, nearly salivating in delight. Fortunately, the Feng dining table was modeled after European styles, rectangular in shape. The old lady sat at the head, unable to reach the dishes herself. However, the wealth of the Feng family afforded them servants who assisted in serving food directly to her. In his mind, Feng Yi pondered the implications of the ring being a family heirloom. Acquiring it would prove somewhat challenging. Perhaps he could wait for her to doze off and send a mouse to pilfer it? Ah, indeed. He could control Feng Panpan to facilitate the theft. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt. It was rather unscrupulous to steal from an elderly woman, especially one with such a treasured heirloom. What if the shock were to frighten her to death? Chapter 75. Was it this foot yesterday? At this moment, the telephone nearby rang with a sharp trill. The maid promptly answered the call and soon approached, stating, "Second miss, it is a call from your second uncle." Feng Panpan's eyes flickered, her expression revealing no trace of joy. The demeanor of old Madame Feng was equally intriguing. She paused her action of sipping soup, raised her brows slightly, yet said nothing and continued to drink. "All right." Feng Panpan walked over to answer the phone. "Hello. Quite well. Just having a meal. Is that you, Lu Chong? I wanted to discuss something with you. Your younger brother is utterly unreasonable. His continued presence at my seafood company is driving it to the brink of bankruptcy. He lacks any insight, and his hands are not clean. It is already commendable that I haven't reported him." "What? You are assigning someone to me? No need for that. It makes me appear utterly incapable. I might as well close the seafood company and come to Shanghai to assist you instead." "Understood. Where's my father?" After a while, the line clicked dead. Old Madame Feng chuckled. "Let us enjoy our meal." Feng Yi glanced at the ring on her finger, still pondering how to acquire it. Primarily, he remained uncertain about its true value. As the meal concluded, Yi had long been captivated by various intriguing toys and had followed Su how to play. Qin Xiangling observed nearby. The opulence of the Feng family left her feeling quite constrained. She had never witnessed such grandeur and was concerned that her inappropriate words or actions might cause trouble for Feng Yi. Thus she refrained from speaking and accompanied the child instead. At this moment, Feng Sisi suddenly spoke. "Feng Yi, my foot is still a bit uncomfortable today. I am hesitant to walk. You assisted me with my bones yesterday. Could you take a look again?" As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward Qin Xiangling. "Madame Feng, would you be jealous if I asked Feng Yi to examine my foot?" Qin Xiangling replied with a smile. "What are you saying? Why would I be jealous over a mere foot examination?" Immediately, Feng Sisi grasped Feng Ye's hand and led him to a nearby lounge. Closing the door behind them, the Feng family's lounge was lavishly decorated, even featuring a massage table. Wealthy individuals truly know how to indulge. Miss Feng, does it still hurt today? Feng Sisi nodded slightly, a bit. Feng Yi frowned. Perhaps we should visit the hospital for a checkup. An X-ray would provide peace of mind. Feng Sisi shook her head vigorously. No, I dislike the smell of disinfectant in hospitals. She then inquired, didn't T.U. just get divorced? How is there another wife now? Feng Yi paused for a moment. I recently found someone. Feng Sisi sighed softly, her reasons for the sigh unknown. Feng Yi recalled Feng Panpan possessing the bloodline of the Qing Qi. He wondered if this sister shared the same lineage. He activated the Wan Shouhan Yin and examined her closely. Indeed, Feng Sisi also bore the mark. If he were to administer a small rejuvenation spell now, her foot injury would likely improve immediately. However, recalling Feng Panpan's call of master, he refrained from acting hastily. It was best to exercise caution in such matters, akin to the binding of certain contracts. A single use could seal an agreement, which seemed rather absurd. Miss Feng, extend your foot. Allow me to take a look. Feng Yi instructed her to sit on the massage table while he fetched a small stool for himself. The massage table stood at around 60 to 70 centimeters high, whereas the stool barely reached 30. This arrangement positioned Feng Sisi above him, creating a sense of superiority. Do you have any Huanghua oil? I will apply it and massage your foot. Just as he finished speaking, it struck him. Was it this foot yesterday? Feng Sisi paused. Wasn't he at this one? Oh, I must have made a mistake. Subsequently, Feng Yi procured the Huanghua oil and began to massage Feng Sisi's foot. The tranquility of the lounge was soon interrupted when the door swung open. Feng Panpan entered. Are you done? She was taken aback to see Feng Yi genuinely massaging her sister's foot. All done, all done, Feng Sisi said, retracting her foot, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of her second sister. Feng Panpan laughed. Feng Yi, go wash your hands. I need to discuss some serious matters with you. Aren't you planning to take over the Taihu aquaculture farm? We need to finalize the area, sectors, types of cultivation, and so forth. Let us go to my study. Chapter 76. Laozi is saving you. Is this sufficient? Not quite. I need more, and larger. Still insufficient? How much do you desire? The larger, the better. Feng Yi and Feng Panpan were in the study. Feng Panpan leaned over the desk, sketching a rectangular area on a sheet of paper, which represented the required size for the breeding farm. Initially, her drawing was quite large, but Feng Yi demanded an even greater size. Feng Panpan adjusted her drawing accordingly. How about this? This should be about right. Feng Yi nodded in approval this time. Feng Panpan set down her pen and closed her eyes. After a considerable pause, she spoke. Such a vast area requires substantial investment, not to mention the manpower. How many people will be needed? Do you have enough funds? Feng Yi gently supported her waist and reassured her. You needn't worry about that. I am well prepared. He possessed the Wan Shouhan Yin and the Xiao Yuling Shu. By repeatedly applying Xiao Yuling Shu to specific beast species, he could imbue them with intelligence, providing valuable assistance when the time came. Furthermore, it wasn't necessary to construct everything immediately upon approval. We could proceed gradually. There is no rush. All right, then it's settled. Tomorrow, we shall head to the county to handle the procedures for the Taihu breeding wholesale. Humph. Feng Panpan turned her alluring gaze back to him, fixing her eyes on his face. And don't forget your identification. Be sure to bring it for me. Here you go. Now that business is concluded, can you agree to my request? As you wish. Meanwhile, Lu Chong was seething with anger, feeling deeply resentful. Firstly, he despised Feng Panpan for her ruthless actions. He couldn't fathom how a woman who usually appeared so weak and easy to bully could suddenly exhibit such audacity and strength. A single slap had knocked out 2 of his molars. Even a man like him would find that difficult to achieve. Secondly, his ire was directed towards Feng Yi. Had it not been for Feng Ye's instigation, how could Feng Panpan have acted against him? How could she have driven him away? Thus, he summoned a group of people to assist him. Being a relative of the Feng family, he had numerous acquaintances in Qingshi town, and he shared a good rapport with Huang Matzi. Enlisting Huang Matzi's help to deal with Feng Yi was undoubtedly a wise choice. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chong was accompanied by 8 men sent by Huang Matzi. He had even prepared the finest cigarettes, 1 for each person. This was merely a small expense. The major costs lay ahead, treating them to dinner, handing out red envelopes, and ensuring Huang Matzi's share could not be overlooked. Only with a long-standing relationship could one expect favors in return. Otherwise, who would assist you in unlawful endeavors without compensation? Lu Chang had previously embezzled a considerable amount from Feng Ponpon's aquaculture company, yet this time he would need to part with 1/5 of it. However, how could he vent his frustrations without dealing with Feng Yi? Brothers, when that brat shows up, make sure to hit him hard, break both his legs, and I'll treat you to a seafood feast later. Lu Chang reminded Huang Mozi's younger subordinates. One of them was He Yiming. He Yiming, puffing on a cigarette, replied, "Don't worry, Changgu, you provide the funds, we'll provide the muscle. It's a fair deal." Lu Chang smiled. "Thank you, brother." A younger man with yellow hair interjected, "Why hasn't he arrived yet? I've been waiting forever. I've got a date to watch a video." Lu Chang assured him, "He should be here soon." "Oh, a car is coming. That must be the bastard." Upon hearing Lu Chang's words, Huang Mozi's subordinates swiftly retrieved stockings from their pockets, flesh-colored, white, pink, all sorts, without revealing where they had procured them, and promptly donned them over their heads. Lu Chang was left dumbfounded. "Hey, guys, do you have any extras?" A scruffy, overweight man tugged at his own stocking, saying, "Where would I find extras? This stuff is in short supply." "Oh, here, take this one." The man, wearing slippers and a pair of black stockings, casually removed one and tossed it onto Lu Chang's head. Meanwhile, Feng Yi was driving, accompanied by Qin Xiangling and Yi. The car played music, and he felt in high spirits, invigorated. Feng Pampan was indeed a charming woman, possessing remarkable capabilities. Collaborating with her should mark a splendid beginning. "Feng Yi, are you truly planning to establish the breeding farm so soon? That will require a considerable sum of money, won't it?" Although Qin Xiangling had remained mostly silent during her time with the Feng family, she had been listening intently. Primarily, Feng Yi intended to take Yi to Beijing for surgery. Once the breeding farm was operational, someone would need to oversee it. Feng Yi replied, "We'll first handle the approval procedures. Once we receive the green light, we can proceed gradually. This matter cannot be rushed. Actual breeding will certainly have to wait until we return." Oh, Qin Xiangling pondered whether she should mention her brother's involvement in the aquaculture company. Just then, they unexpectedly encountered a crowd ahead. Each person had a stocking on their head, in various colors, appearing ghostly under the car's headlights. They were dragging a large wooden structure, blocking the entire road. Screech! The jeep came to a sudden halt. Qin Xiangling's face turned tense. "They are robbers. What should we do? There are so many of them, and they even have knives." She tightly embraced Yi. Feng Yi patted her reassuringly. "It's all right. They are merely petty thieves." He made an intriguing observation. Although the night was dark and the car lights illuminated only a limited area ahead, his eyesight seemed significantly improved. Was it a newfound ability for night vision? If any opportunity had granted him this capability, it could only have been through Feng Pampan. Previously, when sailing at night without illumination, he had been completely blind. But now, in the same darkness, he could see relatively clearly, akin to the lingering light of the setting sun. Simultaneously, He Yiming and his group successfully intercepted the jeep. They brandished their pre-prepared sticks and knives, ready to drag the occupants from the vehicle. However, in the next moment, He Yiming glanced at Feng Ye's car, and his mind nearly exploded. He recognized that vehicle. Wasn't it the one belonging to the esteemed Feng Yi? Previously, it had been driven by Miss Wu Tong before being gifted to Feng Yi by Master Jing. "Lu Chang, that bastard, has sent us to confront Feng Yi?" "Halt!" He Yiming bellowed, urgently restraining one of his comrades who was about to charge forward. Moreover, it is not solely he who recognizes this vehicle. The stout man clad in slippers is also familiar with it. He hastily shouted for a stop, and without hesitation, he swung his stick at the reckless underling charging ahead. The fellow, clutching his head, turned around and exclaimed, "Fat brother, why are you hitting me?" The stout man retorted, "Damn it, I am saving you." Behind them, Lu Chang, wearing foul socks, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, incessantly urging from the rear, "Get to it, get to it. What are you all dawdling for?" Suddenly, with a resounding thud, He Yiming struck Lu Chang squarely in the face. With a painful grunt, Lu Chang spat out 2 teeth along with a mouthful of blood. Chapter 77. Help me take the blame. Lu Chang's face was contorted in pain. Just a few hours earlier, 2 of his left teeth had been extracted, and now he had lost another 2 on the right. "What sins have I committed? Are you insane? Why are you hitting me?" Lu Chang bellowed. In response, He Yiming struck him again on the leg, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Damn it, it's you old men I'm targeting. Why provoke the formidable Feng Lauda?" At that moment, Feng Yi had just exited his vehicle. He had prepared himself for a post-meal exercise to stretch his muscles, only to discover that several bandits had turned on each other. He remained unperturbed, leaning against the car door and observing. Eventually, He Yiming dragged Lu Chong over and tossed him at Feng Ye's feet. Feng Ye glanced at him and nodded. Who are you? What is happening here? He Yiming quickly removed the stocking from his head, revealing a face adorned with a flattering smile. Feng Ye, it's me, He Yiming. This fellow here is Lu Chong. The old fool thought he could take on Feng Ye, so we brought him to you. As he spoke, he also removed the stocking from Lu Chong's head. Lu Chong, battered and bruised with swollen cheeks, struggled to see clearly under the car's headlights. He slurred loudly. You bunch of bastards. I'm your boss's friend. You dare to help an outsider instead of me? Aren't you afraid of being killed by your own boss? Shut your mouth. He Yiming slapped him hard. At that moment, several of Huang Mozi's subordinates also removed their hoods. Some of them had encountered Feng Ye and Beishan before and were now drenched in cold sweat. This man had single-handedly dealt with 15 assassins and was also the savior of Miss Wudo. Even Jin Yi treated him with utmost respect. How could they, mere subordinates, dare challenge him? It was sheer folly. Yet, it was not their fault. They were merely following Huang Mozi's orders. Their resentment lay solely with Lu Chong for not clarifying the situation from the start. Inside the car, Qin Xiangling was dumbfounded yet exhilarated. Her man was indeed a hero, the center of attention wherever he went. Even these fierce individuals bowed before him. How impressive! Her body trembled with excitement as she gazed at Feng Ye, her eyes filled with sparkling admiration. A hero unmatched, who could rival him? Yet, his brilliance also stirred a tinge of insecurity within her. She recalled the gaze of Feng Sisi from earlier, which was unmistakable. Even Feng Panpan looked at Feng Ye with affection. It was often said that the more exceptional a man, the more he attracted romantic entanglements. Wasn't Yang was such a man? She remembered Guo Xiang's lamentation from the novels. At Fengling Ferry, our first encounter. A glance at Yang Guo changed my life forever. Wasn't he Feng Ye just like that now? A mere ancient tomb could not contain Yang Guo. How could a small Qing stone town confine Feng Ye? All she wished for was to linger by his side a little longer, to witness him, caring little for anything else. Surely, it was better than some, who, for the sake of status, engaged in jealousy and suffered their entire lives, causing others to suffer as well. Just like that Macho. Feng Ye, unaware of the myriad thoughts racing through Qin Xiangling's mind in that fleeting moment, turned his attention back to Lu Chong and smiled. Lu Chong. After Feng Zong slapped you, why haven't you come to your senses yet? Do you intend to present the other cheek as well? Finally, Lu Chong recognized Feng Ye's face. Overwhelmed by pain and fear, he stammered. Who are you exactly? Feng Ye replied nonchalantly, just an ordinary person. He found no interest in such characters. Turning to He Yiming, he remarked, from the way you were acting earlier. It seems you were not here to deliver someone to me, but rather to escort me away. With a thud, He Yiming, devoid of dignity, suddenly knelt before Feng Ye. Feng Ye, it's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. This old bastard didn't say anything and just ordered us to handle one person. Brother Mozi was kept in the dark. Had he known, he would have surely killed him first. Feng Ye looked at him and asked, why are you kneeling to speak? He Yiming, with a mournful expression, replied, I dare not stand. I fear Jin Yi might sink me in Taihu. Thud, thud. He Yiming's words seemed to have a terrifying effect, causing the other subordinates of Huang Mozi to kneel as well. Lu Chong, who had knelt first, was now genuinely frightened, nearly losing control of himself. Feng Ye inquired, what did he instruct you to do? He Yiming answered, Feng Ye. He said, to break your legs. Feng Ye, this was what he said, not me. Feng Ye said, oh, so do you now understand what you should do? He Yiming pondered for a moment and nodded. He quickly stood up. Brothers, hold this old bastard down. Lu Chong trembled in fear, shouting for help, only to be silenced by a blow to the mouth from He Yiming. He was then pinned to the ground by several men. Feng Ye waved his hand, frowning, stop. He Yiming quickly ceased his actions. Feng Ye, please give your orders. Feng Ye said, if you're going to fight, don't do it in front of me. My daughter is timid and might be frightened. Can you afford to compensate for that? Oh, yes, Feng Ye, you are right. Bring me the wooden frame. I need to get home. Feng Ye resumed his seat in the car, started the engine, and with a press of the accelerator, drove away. Soon, the anguished howls of Lu Chong echoed from behind. Feng Ye paused the vehicle and shouted back, hey, once you're done, return him to Huang Mozi. In the car, Qin Xiangling asked, Xiao Yi, you know Huang Matzi? Fang Yi replied. Huang Matzi is not a significant figure. Qin Xiangling inquired. Then who is the most important person you know? You. Fang Yi chuckled, reaching out his hand. But upon seeing his daughter Yi looking at him, he withdrew it. Qin Xiangling said, How annoying. I was asking you something serious. Fang Yi chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. He recalled the esteemed individuals he had encountered during his service. It had been some time since his discharge, and he wondered if directives would soon be issued from above. After all, for someone of his rank who had been demobilized due to injury, arrangements for work were typically made alongside his disability compensation. However, for various reasons, he had chosen to postpone these arrangements. Surely, engaging in aquaculture at home to earn some income would be far more liberating. He was never one to relish the idea of holding an official position. Upon returning home, the three of them tended to their evening routines. That night, Qin Xiangling agreed to let Yi sleep beside her. Fang Yi lingered in the yard for a while, and after ensuring Yi had drifted off, he entered the room and lay down beside Qin Xiangling. Unlike the comfort of holding a beautiful woman while sleeping, that night, Wang Yun and Lu Weilon were hidden in the underbrush on the western side of Daiyu Mountain. They were filled with trepidation, shivering from the cold, their stomachs growling in hunger. Mom, I'm so hungry. Mom, I can't take it anymore. How about you take the blame for me? Chapter 78. The Death of Wang Yun. What are you saying? Lu Weilon, upon hearing her daughter Wang Yun's words, nearly lost her composure and struck her. After all the hardships of raising her own flesh and blood, was this all there was? How could she speak such words so casually? However, Wang Yun remained oblivious to Lu Weilon's astonishment, continuing to assert, Mom, I am still young, and I do not wish to go to prison. You are so much older than I am. It would be most advantageous for you to take the blame. I am your own daughter. A wave of desolation washed over Lu Weilon. What sort of child had she nurtured? I am your biological mother. I have cared for you for decades, and this is how you repay me? You have taken a life, and you want me to bear the consequences? What if I receive a death sentence? The mere mention of the death penalty sent a wave of terror through Wang Yun. Mom, I do not want to die. I cannot bear the thought of being executed. Other mothers rush to their daughter's aid in times of trouble. Why can't you do the same? If you take the blame, the likelihood of your death is slim. Just say it was a case of accidental manslaughter, that Qi Yulin's mother went mad and attacked me. And in your effort to protect me, you unintentionally killed her. This could be deemed self-defense, and perhaps you would even be acquitted. Lu Weilon retorted angrily. Do you think you can deceive me, an illiterate? You believe one can commit murder and still escape punishment? What is wrong with your conscience? Your life matters, but mine does not. Finally, unable to contain her anger, she struck Wang Yun across the face. Wang Yun exploded with fury, shoving Lu Weilon forcefully. How dare you hit me? You are the one responsible for all of this. If you had not brought that scoundrel Qi Yulin into our home, I would not be in this predicament. It is all your fault. And by the way, I saw Qi Yulin touching you. How did that feel? Was it pleasurable? All of this is because of you. You are the real culprit who must bear the consequences. Wang Yun's accusations were shrill and frantic. Since returning from Fang Ye's place, what kind of life had she been living? The thought of Fang Ye's newfound wealth and comfort gnawed at her, while she had nothing and was subjected to such torment. Regret washed over her, but there is no remedy for regret. The hope of rekindling her relationship with Fang Yi seemed utterly impossible. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she felt as though her head might explode. She glared at Lu Weilon, her pupils betraying a brewing storm. Just then, light shone in their direction, accompanied by voices. There are sounds over here. They might be hiding in this forest. Let's go investigate. Wang Yun's voice attracted the attention of the joint defense team, who approached in a group. Wang Yun's expression shifted to one of alarm. We must flee. They are coming after us. Lu Weilon, equally panicked, abandoned their argument, and together they hurried deeper into the thicket as voices echoed behind them. Wang Yun, Lu Weilon, I see you. Do not run. It is futile. Do you wish to spend the rest of your lives in hiding? Surrender now. Confession will lead to leniency. Wang Yun shouted, What happened to Li Hongmei? The pursuers responded, She is alive, but you did injure her. You will certainly have to compensate her, depending on how much she demands. Upon hearing this, the tension in both mother and daughter's hearts eased slightly. If the woman was not dead, it was not murder. They both were reluctant to live a life on the run, and they gradually came to a halt. Before long, they were surrounded by the joint defense team. Bind them, the leader commanded. Wang Yun protested. On what grounds? It was merely an injury. She also bit me. I deserve compensation as well. Now that they were cornered, the joint defense team no longer held back. Li Hongmei is dead. Do you still think your injuries are worse than hers? Robbery, murder. Wang Yun, your life is over. The word struck Wang Yun like a blow. She could not bear the thought of death. Find her. Just then, Lu Weilon suddenly seized two men, shouting to Wang Yun, run. Go. Without hesitation, Wang Yun seized the opportunity and dashed away. Catch her. We must not let her escape. There were 4 individuals in total. 2 were held by Lu Weilon, while the other 2 charged after Wang Yun. Wang Yun ran wildly, her heart pounding, panic overwhelming her. She had no idea where to flee or how she would survive in the days to come. With no money to her name, was she to become a vagabond or a beggar? In the darkness, she ran blindly, increasing her speed. Suddenly, she stumbled. Ah! Wang Yun shrieked as she plummeted. In her haste, she had inadvertently run off a precipice, falling into a bottomless abyss. Behind her, the 2 pursuers skidded to a halt, shining their flashlights down into the terrifying chasm, their faces turning pale. We must return. She cannot survive this. What? My daughter has fallen off a cliff into the abyss. Upon hearing the news from the joint defense team, Lu Weilon collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. My daughter. It is all your fault. You have killed my daughter. You must pay for this. Lu Weilon screamed like a banshee, grasping at them desperately. One officer kicked her away, stating, Lu Weilon, you can only blame yourself for this. If you had not held us back, allowing Wang Yun to escape, she would not have fallen. This is your fault. Find her and take her away. The news reached Feng Yi the following day. The village had knocked on his door early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking around 5 o'clock. He had been soundly asleep beside Qin Xiangling. When the knock on the door came, Feng Yi genuinely wished to ignore it. Damn it, it's still dark. Who is disturbing my dreams? Wife, go answer it. I won't. You go. This is your family. Now it feels like someone else has taken over your territory. Use idioms appropriately. Will you? But let us play rock, paper, scissors. Before he could even get up, the voice of the old village head rang out. Feng Yi, come out quickly. Something has happened. Upon hearing that something was amiss, both Feng Yi and Qin Xiangling sprang from their beds. Feng Yi rushed to open the door. 7th uncle, it is still dark. What has happened? The old village head lowered his voice. Your wife, your ex-wife, is gone. Feng Yi was taken aback and asked, what do you mean, gone? She fell into the abyss. Have they found the body? Chapter 79. The Elder Feng's curiosity. Elder Feng raised his eyebrows, his aged eyes wide as he gazed at Feng Yi. Why are you so composed? After all, she is Yaya's mother. Feng Yi yawned and replied, 7th uncle, hasn't he the village already spread the news about my situation with her? What expression do you expect me to wear? Should I weep or should I laugh? To be honest, he harbored no feelings for Wang Yun. Their divorce had only further extinguished any remnants of emotion. Now, as the chaos ensued, it seemed she had brought about her own demise, leaving him feeling rather unencumbered. The old party secretary, placing himself in Feng Yi's shoes, nodded in understanding, his expression one of concern. Indeed, for a woman like that, her demise seems deserved. I came merely to inform you. I shall take my leave now. Wait a moment, 7th uncle, let me fetch something. Feng Yi said as he hurried into the main room. He emerged moments later with 2 large red gift boxes, presenting them to the old secretary. The secretary's expression shifted. I merely came to notify you. Why are you giving me gifts? No, please take them. Others gifted them to me, and I cannot consume them all. It's merely a favor. One box contained 3 bottles of oral solution, while the other housed capsules of Qingshanbao. Both trendy health supplements widely advertised on television, to the point where regular viewers could recite the commercials by heart. These were gifts from the elderly matriarch of the Feng family, insistent upon bestowing them upon his departure last night. There were plenty of gifts, including health products, clothing, toys, jewelry, and more. The old secretary, noticing the jeep parked in the yard, chuckled. All right, I will assist you with this. Should you need help in the future, don't hesitate to come to my home. After bidding farewell to the old secretary, Feng Yi closed the door, only to find Qin Xiangling standing behind it. He playfully flicked her forehead with his finger. Eavesdropping, are we? Qin Xiangling pouted, covering her forehead. That hurt. Feng Yi swept her into his arms. Does it still hurt? Yes. Feng Yi began to tickle her, causing her to squirm and laugh in his embrace. All right, it no longer hurts. Spare me. Then, she clung to him. Are you sad about her passing? Feng Yi caressed her lower back and replied, sad? Not in the slightest. She was merely a venomous woman. Her demise is a fitting end, truly a relief for her. Qin Xiangling considered his words. True. She came here only because she saw your success and regretted her choices, wanting to remarry. Her own discontent with life, paired with your flourishing fortune, must have tormented her to no end. After a brief pause, she continued, what do you think of the Qi family now? Fang Yi chuckled lightly. The Qi family has become a trifecta of misfortune. Their factory has gone bankrupt, and now they have lost their mother. Truly a lamentable fate. Qin Xiangling looked at him and smiled, her lips curving into a playful grin. Suddenly, a cry from the sky interrupted them. They looked up to see a black-eared kite soaring above, only to dive sharply downward. Watch out! That eagle has gone mad. Qin Xiangling exclaimed, astonished. This is my yard. There are no chicks here, and there are 2 living people present. However, Fang Yi raised his arm, and the kite abruptly halted mid-air, gracefully landing on his arm. This kite was familiar. It was the one he had previously commanded to chase down a trafficker. Now, it bore wounds and was clearly injured, with blood marking its feathers. Strangely, it clutched something in its beak. Qin Xiangling stared in disbelief, realizing the eagle seemed to recognize Fang Yi, almost as if it were his pet. What is that? Ginseng. Fang Yi removed the object from the kite's beak, momentarily taken aback. Qin Xiangling gasped. What? It brought a ginseng root? Such a large root. Is it wild ginseng? Fang Yi offered the ginseng to Qin Xiangling. Let me examine this bird. It is injured, and I shall tend to it. The black-eared kite's wound was located on its abdomen, resembling claw marks from some creature, with feathers missing and flesh exposed. The term treating the wound was merely a euphemism, as it involved a simple rejuvenation technique. You are quite clever. Even injured, you know to seek me out, and you brought a consultation fee. Fang Yi remarked with a smile. He activated the Wanshan seal to communicate with the spirit energy, infusing it with a rejuvenation technique. To be cautious, he infused it twice. The kite seemed somewhat sentient, and Fang Yi found himself quite fond of it, hoping to nurture it into a guardian of the skies. Having activated the spirit seal, he decided to administer a nurturing spell as well. Soon, the kite's body relaxed, its eyes closing as it fell into a deep slumber. Adieu, the yellow dog, watched with keen eyes, seemingly envious of the black-eared kite. Fang Yi instructed, Adieu, this is Little Black, a friend. You must not bully it, guard over it. He placed the kite beneath a tree. Adieu appeared to understand, retracting its long tongue and sitting on the ground, fixated on the kite, while occasionally glancing at Fang Yi. Before long, the tongue re-emerged, sniffing at the kite, though it ultimately refrained from making a move. Qin Xiangling had already washed the ginseng clean, holding it in her hands, admiring its robust form and fresh leaves. Observing the dog and bird beneath the tree, her admiration for Fang Yi deepened. Even the birds sought him out for healing. How could such a man not inspire affection in women? The agent of the river god was indeed no mere boast. Birds pecking at eyes. Birds burning factories. Qin Xiangling's eyes sparkled. She was no fool and possessed considerable intelligence. There were things she refrained from asking, simply because she chose not to pry. Men generally dislike overly inquisitive women, a lesson imparted by Gulong. She also recalled another saying by Gulong. Often, the most devoted men are the most heartless. Little Yi, look, what a magnificent ginseng, she exclaimed, approaching him with a smile sweeter than blossoms. Fang Yi remarked, if it's wild ginseng, it should fetch a good price, but alas, its appearance is marred. Many roots are broken. What do we need to sell it for? Qin Xiangling replied. I'll use it to stew an old hen later, to replenish your vitality. Fang Yi chuckled. But the one enduring the hardship will be you. Qin Xiangling pondered for a moment, her expression changing as she swiftly thrust the ginseng into his hands. Then you should sell it. Fang Yi laughed softly. Let us stew it. We'll prepare it separately to nourish you. You've worked hard these past few days. Qin Xiangling cast an annoyed glance at him, her eyes landing on the black-eared kite upon the ground. Is it still alive? She inquired. Fang Yi nodded in affirmation. Yes, it is alive, but needs to rest. Then I shall prepare breakfast first. You should wash your face and brush your teeth. What would you like to eat? I would relish whatever you choose to make. Is your mouth sweetened with honey? Let me have a taste. The awakening of the black-eared kite was swifter than that of a doe. Just as Fang Yi finished washing his face by the well, he observed it shake its head and rise to its feet, startling a doe momentarily. Fang Yi recalled that after undergoing the minor nurturing spirit technique, a doe had required a lengthy period of slumber, yet this black-eared kite had only slept for a few minutes. It had been the same last time. He activated the Wanshou Hanyin, sensing for any changes, but found none. The kite's coloration remained a striking red, unlike a doue's pale golden hue. Fang Yi promptly possessed the kite, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it soared skyward, heading towards Wangjia village. Chapter 80. Witnessing the moment of divine retribution, the speed of the black-eared kite was remarkable, feeling swifter than the last time Fang Yi possessed it, seemingly by half. Before long, they reached the skies above Wangjia village. Fang Ye's intention was not to gaze upon anyone in particular, but rather to experience the velocity of the black-eared kite and discern any changes after several uses of the nurturing spirit technique. However, a glance at the tragic state of the Qi family proved to be quite enlightening. Approaching the Qi residence, he noticed a considerable gathering at Wang Yun's home, where many relatives had assembled, along with curious villagers and onlookers. The fall into the Wujian Valley had certainly sealed their fate. None could return, not even those who attempted to descend with ropes. Wang Yun had indeed plummeted. Such misfortune, with Li Hongmei gone and Wang Yun lost. The Qi father and son were now blind. The wrath of the river deity was truly formidable. Cease your talk, lest you provoke the river deity's ire. The old sorceress suggested that everyone contribute to perform a ritual beneath the village's sacred tree, lest they face dire consequences. The black-eared kite, under Fang Ye's control, lingered momentarily atop the roof of Wang's home before soaring toward the Qi family. In stark contrast to the commotion surrounding the Wang family, the Qi residence lay desolate. Li Hongmei's body had been returned, encased in a coffin. The Qi father and son, both blind, were rendered helpless, struggling even to prepare a meal. The rice cooker had been taken away. Last night, in an attempt to use the stove, they nearly set the kitchen ablaze. Fortunately, Qi Yulin's close friend, Wu Xiaolong, rushed over to assist. As Fang Yi possessed the black-eared kite, he observed Qi Guoyang vehemently cursing, "Is the heavens blind? What sins have we committed? Did we disturb your rest? Must you treat us thus? Those so-called relatives, who once came to our home to inquire about our well-being, now that Hongmei is gone, not a single one has shown up. Are you all devoid of conscience? What nonsense is this river deity? It is all a deceitful sham. If there truly is a river deity, then let it come and kill me. Come and end us both. I fear you not, you wretched creature." Qi Guoyang's voice echoed with madness. With the situation as it stood, what was the point of living? Neighbors nearby, overhearing the commotion, hurriedly retreated into their homes, shutting doors and windows. Qi Yulin stood beside the coffin, eyes tightly shut, his face contorted in rage. "I refuse to accept this. The river deity's punishment, the so-called agent of the river deity, it is all a fabrication, a lie conjured by that deceased eunuch. I shall expose his deceit. He is the one orchestrating our downfall. It must be him. Father, believe in me, you must assist me. If we devise a way to eliminate that vile eunuch, the misfortune plaguing our family shall cease. Find someone. Let us end him. Father, I know you are acquainted with many people." Now that Wang Yun had perished, Qi Yulin directed all his hatred towards Fang Yi, teetering on the brink of insanity. Qi Guoyang too was spiraling into madness. "Very well, we shall find a way to end this lie, to eliminate him." Suddenly, Qi Guoyang exclaimed, "I know someone far more formidable than Huang Matzi. Xiaolong, come here." The black-eared kite perched atop the coffin, silently observing and listening. Yet, the two blind men remained oblivious. Fang Yi was taken aback by their determination to seek his demise, even in their dire straits. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Qi Yulin's instincts were remarkably accurate. All of this indeed stemmed from Fang Ye's vengeance. Upon hearing Qi Guoyang's voice, Wu Xiaolong emerged from the villa, his gaze immediately drawn to the dark figure of an eagle atop the coffin. He was taken aback. The tragedy of the Qi family had begun with a bird, and now, as they mourned a death, an eagle had appeared, perched ominously above the coffin, an ill omen indeed. He cautiously grasped a broom from the wall, attempting to shoo away the black-eared kite. Yet, it merely flapped its wings and flew nearby, observing Wu Xiaolong with an air of indifference. Qi Yulin, hearing the commotion, urgently inquired, "Xiaolong, what is that sound? Do I hear a bird? A bird? Another bird? Where is it? Get rid of it." The Qi father and son, in their frenzy, endeavored to capture the black-eared kite, which immediately took flight. In the early morning, when birds were most abundant, the black-eared kite sped into the forest. Before long, a vast multitude of birds emerged, dark as locusts, an even larger swarm than during the fire at the screw factory. Back at the Qi residence, Qi Guoyang was conversing with Wu Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, I must ask a favor of you. Please help me find someone named Niu Lao Lu, who is currently in the South Street of the county." Before he could finish, Qi Yuan suddenly shouted, "What sound is that? What is that noise?" Qi Guoyang too cried out, "It is the sound of birds, many, many birds." The two, blinded by their past encounters with avian assaults that had cost them their sight and their factory, harbored an innate fear and hatred of birds, instinctively gazing towards the sky, despite their inability to see. However, Wu Xiaolong could see clearly. His expression shifted dramatically, his jaw trembling. A dark mass loomed overhead, blotting out the sun like a dense cloud. So many birds. It is over. The river deity truly has set its sights on your family. Yulin, it is not that I wish to abandon you, but I too am afraid. He dared not linger. It was imperative to flee from this cursed place, lest he too fall victim to the river deity's wrath. Yet, as he stood to leave, a sudden downpour began. Large clumps of bird droppings fell like rain. The chief father and son, mouths agape in their cries, were instantly bombarded by the excrement. Qi Yuan tasted it, bewildered. What is this? The flavor is so peculiar. Wu Xiaolong shouted in horror, "It is bird droppings." Ugh, ugh. He spat vehemently, but it was all in vain. The onslaught was relentless, far more terrifying than hail, utterly disgusting. Bird droppings coated their faces, bodies, and even filled the coffin. Each step caused them to slip and fall. In a panic, Qi Yuan stumbled, crashing into his mother's coffin, sending both him and the coffin tumbling off the stool, while Li Hongmei's corpse tumbled forth. The people of Wangjia village looked on. Many witnesses were astounded by this incredible spectacle. Initially, they observed large flocks of birds soaring overhead, a sight that was undeniably abnormal due to their overwhelming numbers, causing a chilling sensation to wash over them. Soon after, they beheld the scene above Qijiab Yeshu, where the birds swirled like ominous clouds, accompanied by a cacophony of chirps and an incessant rain of droppings. This imagery was profoundly shocking, eerily bizarre, and deeply terrifying. If this were not a divine retribution, what else could it possibly signify? Previously, only the security guard had witnessed the inferno engulfing the factory, and the incident where birds pecked the eyes of the Qijia family had been seen by but a handful. Yet now, hundreds of eyes bore witness to this occurrence. Suddenly, with a splash, an unknown villager was the first to kneel. "Lord River God, spare us," echoed the plea, and soon thereafter, countless villagers followed suit, kneeling in unison. Chapter 81. The shocked Su Rue Fong Yi reclined in the wicker chair of his own courtyard, indulging in the gentle massage service provided by Sister Xiangling. Yet, his attention remained fixated on Wangjia village. Previously, he had merely inflicted blindness upon the 3 members of the Qi family and decimated their wealth, but he had spared their lives. Regrettably, they failed to appreciate this mercy, and now sought the assistance of someone named Niu Lao Lu. Rather than await their inevitable attack, it was prudent to strike first. Should they dare to harm his family, it would be too late for regrets. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. In Wangjia village, a multitude of villagers knelt before the Qi family villa, oblivious to the additional unwelcome arrivals that descended alongside the bird droppings. Snakes. This time, they were indeed venomous serpents, merely a dozen or so. Silver-ringed snakes, 5-step snakes, and bamboo leaf-green snakes, all delivered by larger birds. Indeed, they were airdropped. With the recent upgrade of the myriad beast soul imprint, the radius now exceeded 500 meters, casting a fan-shaped area that could easily cover every corner of Wangjia village, reaching even the distant Diyu Mountain. Thus, bringing in a few venomous snakes was hardly a challenge. The Qi family took refuge beneath the eaves, their bodies reeking of bird droppings, their fury spiraling out of control. On the brink of madness, they were akin to rabid dogs, oblivious even to the venom coursing through their veins. Wu Xiaolong was not spared either. This fellow, who had previously rammed a boat and then willingly served as a pawn for Qi Yuan, had remained despite the Qi family's misfortune. If he did not perish, who would? The 3 of them bore numerous bites from various species of snakes. There was no hope for them now. The farce was over. Retreat. The black-eared kite let out a cry. In the next moment, upon hearing the signal, the flock of birds swiftly withdrew. Some even remembered to retrieve the airdropped snakes and return them to their original location. The sky fell silent. The morning sun streamed from afar, illuminating the chaotic scene at the Qi family villa. Help! Help! Wu Xiaolong realized he had been bitten by the snakes, for he had witnessed the terrifying sight of the serpents raining down. Previously, he had dismissed the notion of divine retribution as mere superstition. However, he now believed wholeheartedly. Regret consumed him. Clutching the bank card Qi Yulin had given him, with tens of thousands still inside, he mused that with Qi Yulin blinded, the money would rightfully belong to him. He could then offer assistance, prepare meals, and perhaps earn their gratitude, making it easy to request some funds in return. Yet, it was this very thought that led him to face his demise today. How he regretted it. Among the crowd outside the villa, some villagers heard Wu Xiaolong's cries for help. Yet, none dared to approach. Firstly, it was far too disgusting, covered in bird droppings. Secondly, who could say if the river god was still present? At the Qingshi town police station, the phone rang. A subordinate of Bai Rushua answered, and within 10 seconds, his face turned pale with shock as he gazed at Bai Rushua. Captain Bai, something grave has happened in Wangjia village. Divine retribution. Several criminal investigation officers in the county also perked up at the mention. Team leader Su Rue, with slightly red eyes from lack of sleep, chuckled derisively. What divine retribution? In this day and age, who believes such nonsense? Have you wasted your education? What does atheism say? Divine retribution, huh? Bai Rushua inquired. What is the situation in Wangjia village? The officer replied. The village committee called, but did not elaborate, only stating it was divine retribution. The Qi family has perished. The entire office was taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. What did it mean that they had perished? Did it mean lives were lost, or merely property? Bai Rushua commanded, let us go to Wangjia village. The police officers promptly rose to follow. However, the few team members brought by Su Rue remained seated until he remarked, I'm feeling lightheaded. Perfect time to get some fresh air. Let us see what this so-called divine retribution is all about. A group of them set off in a Santana and a tricycle, arriving at the Qi family residence in Wangjia village. On the way, Su Rue had remarked that the villagers were excessively superstitious and that it was essential to educate them on atheism to prevent future calamities. Yet, upon arriving at the Qi household, confronted with the indescribable devastation inside, Su Rue was rendered speechless. What was this? He racked his brain, unable to fathom the scene before him. The village head, a short and stout middle-aged man named Wang Dao, stammered, divine retribution, the river god's divine retribution. We all saw it. Countless birds darkening the sky. We witnessed it, it's true. The ground is covered in bird droppings. Su Rue approached, dipped his finger into the droppings, and sniffed. Could this truly be bird droppings? All of it in their yard? Su Rue still found it hard to believe. It was unscientific. At that moment, an ambulance arrived, the driver cursing his luck, recalling how he had transported Chun Hongmei to the county the previous day, only to have her die en route. Now, it was this family again. As the medical personnel arrived, they scrunched their noses in disgust. A female doctor exclaimed, "Oh my, what is this?" She began to question her life choices. Could this house even be entered? The droppings piled high, resembling a heavy snowfall. Stepping on it caused one to sink in. Where are the patients? The injured? Someone asked. Over there, came the response, indicating one by the coffin and two beneath the eaves. Those who had been begging for help were now silent. The female doctor urged, "Why haven't you rescued them?" A villager replied, "Divine retribution. Who dares to intervene?" The expressions of the accompanying doctors reflected their trepidation. The female doctor clenched her jaw. "Come with me to rescue them." "What is the issue?" "It's just bird droppings." With determination, she stepped forward. She donned a pair of white canvas shoes, devoid of any substantial heel. As she stepped down, her entire foot became ensconced in bird droppings, damp and slippery, seeping into her shoes. Someone brought forth several bags, instructing the doctor to bind them around her feet. The female doctor cast a glance, her brow furrowing in agitation. Why hadn't she retrieved the bag sooner? Now that the situation had escalated, she might as well embrace the absurdity of it all. With a squelch, the sensation of stepping in excrement proved to be exceedingly exhilarating. Was she on the verge of losing her foot? She first inspected Wu Xiaolong by the coffin, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the bird droppings from his face. His countenance was a deep shade of black and purple, swollen, indicative of poisoning. The toxicity was severe. He had succumbed. She hurried over to the Qi family, only to discover the same grim outcome. She shook her head at her colleagues. "He is dead," Su Rue exclaimed in disbelief. No, could this truly be divine retribution? The work of birds? His worldview was on the brink of upheaval. Chapter 82. Are you a monkey transformed? Suyu widened her eyes, staring for quite some time. Finally, she pointed at one of her subordinates and said, "A phone. You will write the report for this case when we return. Fong looked dumbfounded and exclaimed, "What? Captain Su, I can't. I don't know how to write. With such a bizarre heavenly punishment, even if my head were struck open, I could not produce anything." The Qi family, along with Wu Xiaolong, were all carried out. The female doctor conducted a thorough examination and remarked, "Preliminary estimates suggest they were struck by snake venom, possibly from multiple types of snakes." At that moment, a villager recalled that on that day, the Wang Yun family had also been attacked by a swarm of snakes. However, the snakes that invaded their home were non-venomous water snakes. Fong glanced at the gruesome corpses and whispered, "This is a massacre. Not a single member of the family remains. Is this truly an act of revenge, or is it genuine heavenly punishment?" Su Rui interjected, "Heavenly punishment? We must trust in science. I believe that everything has a cause. There were so many birds, thousands upon thousands. It is impossible for them to come without reason, especially accompanied by venomous snakes. Aren't snakes and birds natural enemies? Unless they have all transformed." His own words began to sound increasingly implausible, causing his voice to weaken. My goodness, the more he spoke, the more it resembled a myth. Noticing that several subordinates were gazing at him, Su Rui declared, "What are you looking at me for? Seal off the scene, preserve evidence, and investigate for any clues." Criminal investigation naturally follows its own procedures. Seeing that Su Rui did not believe in heavenly punishment, the villagers gradually dispersed, convinced that it was indeed divine retribution. Su Rui questioned several villagers about the events of that day. After a thorough inquiry, one neighbor of the Qi family mentioned, "I heard Qi Guoliang shouting and cursing at the river god, daring him to come and annihilate him and his son, and then that swarm of birds appeared. So mystical? The river god, of course, is divine." Upon further contemplation, the neighbor added, "Also, Qi Yuan was incessantly cursing, berating his relatives, Wang Yun and Fong Yi, claiming he would go and kill Fong Yi. Ever since he lost his sight, he has been acting erratically, shouting at home every day, nearly setting the house ablaze yesterday." Su Rui's eyes brightened, and he promptly turned to Bai Rushua, saying, "Bai team, let us go find this Fong Yi." Bai Rushua inquired, "Do you suspect him?" Su Rui replied, "It's just a casual visit. Wang Yun fell off a cliff, and we have yet to locate her. The Qi family has perished. It is only proper to formally inform him. Wouldn't you agree?" "All right then." The two set off on a tricycle towards Guyu village. Before leaving, they observed several officers bowing towards their surroundings. No matter how strange, they cautiously stepped into the area. In Guyu village, Fong Yi was instructing Qin Xiangling in a set of Baguazhang. The transformative effects of the Dawei Tianlong Bodhi were gradually altering her physique, the benefits becoming increasingly evident. Qin Xiangling felt this deeply. Ever since she took that step with Fong Yi, she felt as if she had been reborn. Each day she gazed into the mirror. It was a perfect day, full of vitality and radiance. Not only had her mental anguish dissipated, but her strength had also increased. Yet, Fong Yi was exceedingly powerful, making her feel somewhat overwhelmed. When Bai Rushue and Su Rui arrived, they saw Qin Xiangling in a horse stance, momentarily taken aback, as few practice this nowadays. Fong Yi greeted them, "Old classmate, you're here so early. Have you eaten?" Su Rui initiated the conversation. "Did you hear about your ex-wife last night?" Fong Yi nodded. "Early this morning. The village's former secretary came to inform me. What's the situation now? Has anyone been found?" Su Rui shook his head. "No, they are still searching, but the rescue team mentioned that the difficulty is immense and the chances of survival are very slim. You should prepare yourself mentally." Fong Yi shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. Bai Rushua then recounted the recent events concerning the Qi family's heavenly punishment. Fong Yi feigned surprise. "Heavenly punishment again? And they're all dead? What sins has the Qi family committed? In just a few days, their entire clan is gone." Su Rui fixed his gaze upon Fong Yi. "Mr. Fong, what are your thoughts on this heavenly punishment?" He sought to discern something from Fong Yi's micro-expressions, but regrettably, he had misjudged the man. What sort of person is Fong Yi? Each individual in that special unit underwent rigorous training, and passing a lie detector test was a necessity. It was futile for Su Rui to hope for any revelations. Fong Yi responded, "As for heavenly punishment, I am not a believer. However, what you describe is so extraordinary that it cannot be explained by any other means. As for the Qi family, I am not familiar with them at all. You know, I just returned home after my service, but it is said that they were overbearing, leveraging their wealth and power to commit many immoral acts." Su Rui remarked, but everyone says you are the river god's proxy. Moreover, Qi Yuan had significant grievances against you. Just now, someone mentioned that before Qi Yuan died, he spoke of dealing with you. Fang Yi looked at him. Captain Su, you aren't suspecting me, are you? Do you think I can command 1,000 birds? Su Rui chuckled. It's all part of the investigation. Bold assumptions. Fang Yi queried. Captain Su, are you a DY? Yes. Then why are you dabbling in superstitions? That simply won't do. Today the villagers claim I am the river god, and tomorrow someone might say you, Captain Su, are a monkey transformed. How can I continue my work under such circumstances? Bai Ruxue couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 83. I saw nothing at all. Su Rui pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had just made a bold assumption, and Fang Yi had directly likened him to a monkey. However, the general populace would typically regard him, the captain of the criminal investigation team, with trepidation, yet this fellow seemed utterly dismissive of him. I was just joking. Captain Su won't be upset, will he? Fang Yi chuckled. Su Rui sensed that Fang Yi was indeed quite enigmatic. He managed a dry laugh. How could I? I'm not that petty. By the way, you mentioned you just retired from the military. I was in the army too, in Fuan 31. Which unit were you with? Fang Yi gently shook his head, smiling but remaining silent. Su Rui teased. You're quite sly, aren't you? Fang Yi replied, it's classified. The cold smirk on Su Rui's face abruptly froze, his lips twitching. He was well aware that certain military units operated under strict confidentiality, and those who could enter such units were generally extraordinary. They certainly outshone him. It was no wonder he felt a sense of oppression, as if he were somehow diminished in stature before Fang Yi. Especially in the presence of a beautiful woman, it felt somewhat humiliating. To alleviate the awkwardness, he glanced at Qin Xiangling inside and remarked, practicing the horse stance? Qin Xiangling nodded, standing with impeccable posture. Su Rui felt that lingering here served little purpose, so he took his leave, stating he would send someone to notify them once news about Wang Yun arrived. However, Bai Ruxue chose to stay behind, mentioning she had some matters to discuss privately with Fang Yi. Fang Yi inquired, what is it? Bai Ruxue glanced at Qin Xiangling in the courtyard and said, let's talk outside. Fang Yi followed her for a short distance, his mind preoccupied with other thoughts, and he failed to notice when she suddenly halted. He bumped into her, almost causing Bai Ruxue to stumble into a ditch. What was that for? Can you blame me? You stopped without warning. What's the matter? Hurry up and tell me. Bai Ruxue looked at his leg. How did you injure your leg? Fang Yi was taken aback. She was actually concerned about his leg. It was from an explosion. She bent down and reached out to touch his leg. Hey, what are you doing? We're old classmates. I'm just checking on you. Then I thank you. As long as you don't suspect I'm the son-in-law of the river god, I'll be eternally grateful. Bai Ruxue pouted. Do you want me to introduce you to a job? No need. They will arrange something for you. Are you bored? You should be more concerned about yourself. If your chest hurts, go see a doctor. Don't let it drag on. How do you know my chest hurts? As the river god's proxy, don't I know everything? It was uncertain whether it was good or bad, but upon saying this, Bai Ruxue indeed began to feel pain. She clutched her chest, unable to stand straight, and suddenly collapsed into Fang Yi's arms. What is going on? Meanwhile, Su Rui waited for a while, realizing Bai Ruxue had not returned, so he took a few steps in that direction. To his astonishment, he found Bai Ruxue leaning against Fang Yi, the two of them resembling a couple lost in affection. Buzz. Su Rui felt as if his mind had exploded. His heart ached. He was still single, and since he met Bai Ruxue over half a year ago, he had taken quite an interest in the fair maiden. Originally, the case in Qijiao was to be handled by someone else, but upon learning it was a case from Qingshi town, Su Rui had eagerly seized it, hoping to draw closer to Bai Ruxue, perhaps even develop a relationship. Little did he know that Bai Ruxue had feelings for Fang Yi, this divorced man. So, they had feelings for each other back in middle school? He was unaware of the rumors surrounding Fang Yi regarding his past. No one had ever mentioned it to him. Alas, he had yet to confess his feelings and had already faced heartbreak. How tragic. Su Rui shook his head and departed. The thought that there was still a stunning beauty, Qin Xiangling, in Fang Yi's courtyard only deepened his heartache. However, just because of this, it didn't mean there were no opportunities, right? As long as one wields the hoe well, there's no need to fear that the wall won't be dug down. He could not help but glance back once more. Damn, that scoundrel. Where is he touching? I saw nothing at all. Little Bai remains pure. Hey, what's wrong with you? Fang Yi was slightly anxious. Are you trying to pull a fast one? In the next moment, He quickly activated the 10,000 Beast Soul Seal to check on her condition. Fortunately, he still had this trick up his sleeve. Through the Soul Seal, he could ascertain her condition. Nine-tailed golden fox, 3 in absolute pulse. A vixen. Fang Yi was momentarily stunned by this revelation. But what should he do now? With Feng Pampan, Fang Yi had some experience. He could use a minor rejuvenation technique to heal their injuries. But the side effects of that technique made him hesitant to act rashly. Let me possess her momentarily to assess the situation. The next instant, he successfully possessed her, but was immediately met with immense pain. The source of the torment was at the Zhongfu point. No wonder she fainted. This level of pain was nearly unparalleled. Without further hesitation, Fang Yi cast a minor rejuvenation technique. However, to his astonishment, the spell did not heal her. Instead, it intensified the pain, as if her chest were about to explode. What the hell is going on? He had not anticipated that the minor rejuvenation technique would yield no results. Would Bai Ruxue be on the brink of death? What on earth was hidden within her Zhongfu point? Chapter 84. Are you being sent to officialdom? Fang Yi directly dispelled the possession state. Although the pain he shared was somewhat mitigated, it was still excruciating. The sensation felt as if a furnace was igniting within her Zhongzhuan point, threatening to explode at any moment. It seemed to be a surge of energy, the bloodline power of the Jiwei Jinhu, residing within her. The unbearable agony was likely due to the body's incapacity to channel this excess energy. Fang Yi felt he had uncovered the answer. Even if it was not entirely accurate, it was close enough. However, what should he do now? The minor rejuvenation technique would only exacerbate the suffering. To put it plainly, this was not an illness, but rather an overflow of bodily energy. With his left hand supporting Bai Ruxue, he pressed his right hand against her Zhongzhuan point. A miraculous event occurred. The Wan Shouhan inactivated automatically. Fang Yi immediately sensed his internal vital energy surging rapidly. Under the influence of Wan Shouhan, a golden energy reservoir accumulated within Bai Ruxue, clearly revealing the key to her extraordinary nature. Just then, Fang Yi felt a disturbance in the Wan Shouhan. An energy burst forth, entering Bai Ruxue's body, as if establishing a conduit, causing a terrifying amount of energy to flow from her Zhongzhuan point into Fang Yi's body. With a cry of pain, Bai Ruxue awakened, startling Fang Yi, who feared something was amiss. However, her voice soon subsided. As the surging golden energy in her Zhongzhuan point diminished, her bodily pain also lessened. Fang Yi was delighted to find that the Wan Shouhan seemed indifferent to the golden energy. After extracting it from Bai Ruxue, it flowed directly into his dantian and the 8 extraordinary meridians, continuing its course. What could this phenomenon be? At that moment, Su Rue rushed over, having heard Bai Ruxue's cry. Upon approaching, he nearly fell into a state of shock. How outrageous! In broad daylight, this couple dared to engage in such scandalous behavior? Sensing someone nearby, Fang Yi released Bai Ruxue and withdrew the Wan Shouhan. This small gesture left both Fang Yi and Bai Ruxue feeling somewhat displeased. Fang Yi perceived the energy entering his body as exceptionally pure. Reminiscent of the first time he acquired the Wan Shouhan, when a surge of energy circulated endlessly within him. This time, though only a trickle and not as fervently heating his body, it still brought him great comfort. He recalled a term frequently encountered in films, innate essence. Could it be that this was Bai Ruxue's innate essence? Had it just been drawn out by the soul seal and then ingested by himself? Bai Ruxue felt an unusual lightness, as if the blood vessels that were on the verge of bursting, which had caused her immense pain, were now relieved by an external force, significantly alleviating her discomfort. This was her first glimpse of hope. In that moment, she wished time could stand still. How had he achieved this? What had just transpired? It's all right now, little fox. Fang Yi chuckled, patting his backside as he prepared to leave. Bai Ruxue was tempted to rush over and give him a couple of punches for calling her little fox. Captain Su, what brings you here? Bai Ruxue glanced at Su Rue, her expression turning sour. His timing was utterly inconvenient. Su Rue felt a mix of embarrassment and sorrow, nervously shaking his legs and stammering, "My feet, they've gone numb. I was just getting some exercise." "Oh, they're really numb. By the way, what just happened?" "I didn't see anything inappropriate." Bai Ruxue's face flushed with embarrassment, and she hurried away. "What did I just say?" Su Rue slapped himself lightly, reprimanding his own loose tongue, before quickly pursuing her. Xiao Bai, you're going the wrong way." Fang Yi returned to the courtyard, spotting Qin Xiangling still squatting in a horse stance. He chuckled, "Impressive. You've managed to hold that position for so long." Trying to put on an act with me, are you? Qin Xiangling immediately protested. I can't hold it any longer, my legs are numb. You said the same thing last night. Last night was for real. Oh, so now it's fake? Now it's real too. Stand for another half hour. I'm starving. Just wait, you can eat while standing. Heartless scoundrel. Half an hour later, Fang Yi sat beneath a tree in the courtyard, enjoying breakfast. Qin Xiangling exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. Fang Yi, help me. I'm about to fall. Fang Yi positioned a stool behind her and sat down. Qin Xiangling collapsed into his embrace. My legs are so sore. Let me massage them for you, he said. Just then someone burst in. Oh dear, you too. It's so early and you haven't even closed the door. The visitor was Fang Yi's cousin-in-law, the daughter-in-law of his seventh uncle, petite and charming, standing at less than 5 feet tall, around 30 years old, clad in a bright red floral blouse. Her name was Wang Fang. Despite her seemingly shy demeanor, her bright eyes scrutinized the scene with curiosity, as if she wished to pry into how an unremarkable man like Fang Yi managed to cater to Qin Guafu so obediently. Qin Xiangling quickly jumped out of Fang Yi's arms. Wang Fang, how could you come in without knocking? Her face flushed with embarrassment as she stomped her foot and retreated into the house. Wang Fang giggled. What are you running for? It's just a matter between men and women. Fang Yi remained seated, hesitant to rise for fear of revealing anything. He looked at Wang Fang and inquired, Cousin-in-law, is there something you need? Wang Fang suddenly recalled. Oh dear, I almost forgot. You have a phone call. It seems to be from some bigwig in an organization, perhaps a significant official. From what I gathered from my father-in-law, are they sending you to officialdom? Chapter 85. The other side of Wang Fang. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi's expression shifted slightly. He thought to himself, they're here quite quickly. He then called out to Qin Xiangling inside the room. Xiangling, I'm going to the village committee to make a phone call. Wake Yaya up. It's not good for such a young child to get into the habit of sleeping in. Finally, he turned to the yellow dog and instructed, Ado, guard the house. Don't let anyone in. Ado energetically dashed over, barking, woof, woof. Wang Fang was startled. I remember your dog wasn't this big before. Fang Yi smiled, but didn't respond. He had been intentionally training Ado, occasionally casting a minor nurturing spell on him. Recently, Ado had indeed grown quite rapidly, and not only that, his intelligence far surpassed that of an ordinary dog. If the intelligence of an average dog is comparable to that of a 2- or 3-year-old child, Ado's current intelligence was akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old. This was a qualitative leap. Moreover, Ado obeyed Fang Yi's every word without question. Qin Xiangling appeared at the doorway of the main room and acknowledged his words. On the way to the village committee, Wang Fang couldn't help but ask all sorts of questions. Her father-in-law had told her that it was the county's organization department head, a position even higher than the town mayor, who had personally called the village looking for Fang Yi. What kind of official position was Fang Yi going to take? If only her own husband could get one too. Fang Yi, Fang Yi. Wang Fang suddenly grabbed Fang Yi and pulled him behind the pigsty of a nearby household. Fang Yi was taken aback. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Wang Fang said, I heard the organization department head is the one who assigns official positions. Do you know him? Could you talk to him later and see if he can get my husband even a tiny little position? You won't be shortchanged. Fang Yi shook his head. I don't know the organization department head. Wang Fang insisted. Fang Yi, don't be so stingy. Sister-in-law has something fun for you. She took Fang Yi's hand and, to his surprise, shoved it inside her own clothes. In a coquettish tone, she said, if you're willing to help, I'll do anything you ask. Fang Yi was startled and quickly pulled his hand back. Not to mention that Wang Fang was as flat as a pancake, asking the county organization department head for an official position? How could she even think of such a thing? Getting an official position isn't like begging for food. It's not that easy. Unless someone had lost their mind and was willing to ruin their own career, they wouldn't just hand out positions to anyone. Wang Fang said, it doesn't have to be a high position. Something like a clerk or an assistant would do. Hey, don't walk away. Fang Yi ignored her and headed straight for the village committee. He had truly underestimated this woman before. She actually dared to propose such a transaction to him. Something fun? What nonsense. Well, if you were as stunning as sister-in-law Xiangling, maybe I'd consider it. When he arrived at the village committee, the call had naturally already ended. Fang Jinxing was nearby and said with a smile, Xiao Yi, it was a call from the county organization department. They're waiting on the other end. So hurry up and call back. I've written down the number for you. He looked excited. Wang Fang was an uneducated village woman who understood nothing, but as the village party secretary, Fang Jianqing knew exactly what was going on. An ordinary soldier wouldn't receive such treatment. For the organization department head to personally call and show concern, Fang Yi must have military merits, made special contributions, or been an officer in the army. The job assigned to him would definitely be no small matter. The thought of someone from the Fang family becoming an official filled Fang Jianqing with uncontrollable excitement. He was even considering choosing an auspicious day to hold a grand feast at the Fang family ancestral hall and invite the entire village. Fang Yi didn't overthink it and immediately made the call. "Hello, this is Fang Yi. Xiao Fang, it really is you." A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end, filled with surprise. Fang Yi felt like he had heard the voice somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it. Among the people he knew, there was no one who was the organization department head of Taicang County. "Who is this?" "It's me, Old Song," Song went on. "Old Song?" Fang Yi was astonished. "How is it you? I heard the organization department head was looking for me. How did it turn out to be you, old buddy?" Fang Yi spoke without any formality. Fang Jiansheng, who was eavesdropping nearby, was so frightened he tightened his legs. At his age, his sphincter wasn't what it used to be, and he couldn't handle such shocks. How could Fang Yi call someone old buddy so casually? But the person on the other end wasn't angry at all. Instead, he chuckled and said, "That's right, the organization department head is me. I've been in this position for half a year now." "Wait, Xiao Fang, what is going on? I only got your file today, and it really surprised me." Fang Yi said, "It's just a medical discharge. Didn't you know after seeing the file?" Song Wentong replied, "I really didn't know. The files from your unit are cleaner than my backside." Song Wentong was nearly 10 years older than Fang Yi. They had met 3 years ago during a dockside arms case. At the time, Song Wentong was the local official responsible for assisting with the case. That case 3 years ago was even more complicated than the rescue of Shirsweki, involving more factions and greater complexity. Fang Yi and his team had spent a full 3 months solving it. During that time, Fang Yi and Song Wentong had even shared a room, forming a deep bond. After a few exchanges, they got down to business, the matter of arranging a job for Fang Yi. Fang Yi outright refused. "There's no need for the organization to arrange anything. I've decided to go into business." Song Wentong was stunned. "Are you crazy? You're giving up an iron rice bowl. With your qualifications, you'd start at least at." Fang Yi cut him off. "Don't try to persuade me. My mind is made up. I'm not suited for office work." Song Wentong frowned. "How about this? Let us meet up sometime and talk over a drink. I'll come find you." Fang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I actually have to go to the county today. If you have time, I'll come find you." "That is perfect. Take down my pager number. And about the job assignment, think it over carefully. You really shouldn't give up just like that. This is what you deserve. I've already thought it through for you. If you really don't want to do it, you could take a leave of absence without pay." They chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Fang Jiansheng, who had been standing nearby, was growing anxious. He hadn't dared to speak earlier. But as soon as the call ended, he hurriedly said, "Xiao Yi, how could you refuse such an opportunity? This is a fantastic chance. Many people would fight tooth and nail for it. Don't do anything foolish." Fang Yi smiled and said, "Uncle Seven, I know my own situation best. I don't want to be an official." Fang Jianqing asked, "If not an official, then what do you want to be?" Fang Yi replied with a smile, "A tycoon. He possesses the soul seal of 10,000 beasts, rendering this mountainous fishing village his domain. Coupled with his profound self-awareness, he is far from a compliant individual. Navigating the bureaucratic corridors among a cadre of masked figures is a task he cannot undertake. Moreover, the constraints of such a path are manifold. Even finding a lover would attract unwelcome scrutiny. Seventh uncle, let us depart." At 9 o'clock in the morning, Fang Yi, accompanied by Qin Xiangling and Yi, drove to Feng Ponpon's aquatic enterprise. As agreed upon yesterday, they were to journey to the county city to complete the necessary formalities. Fang Yi, mindful of Shirsweki's cautionary call, feared that in his absence, Qin Xiangling and Yi might face danger. Thus he deemed it safer to keep them close. To his surprise, upon arriving at the aquatic company, he encountered Chao Su from Taihu Restaurant. "Chao, my friend. What brings you here?" Fang Yi inquired, leaning out of the car window. Beside him, Feng Panpan, clad in a pleated skirt, remarked, "He has come to see you." Upon spotting Fang Yi, Chao Su's face brightened, and he hurried over, exclaiming, Brother Fang, I bring good news, splendid news." Chapter 86. Daiju Lui. Zhuasan Yoqi, what delightful news is this? Fang Yi disembarked from the vehicle. Qin Xiangling and Yaya also emerged from the car. Cao Xiu, with a smile, remarked, Yesterday, a businessman from Hong Kong visited the Taihu restaurant accompanied by a feng shui master. During their meal, they happened to spot your exquisite jade turtle and expressed an immediate desire to purchase it. I was astute enough to mention that it was on consignment with me, and I cannot decide on the selling price. Feng Ye chuckled. Ah, my dear brother Cao, you truly think of me. That turtle, he has already gifted it to Cao Shu yesterday. Had it been someone else, they would have sold it off by now without a second thought. Cao Shu replied, I was considering that those Hong Kong merchants place great emphasis on feng shui. Brother Feng, you are somewhat knowledgeable in this area, aren't you? If you converse with them, it would surely yield positive results. Last time, Feng Ye sold an old turtle to the Feng family for an impressive 5,000. This time, with the jade turtle, the price should be even higher. Selling the jade turtle to wealthy merchants from Hong Kong and Taiwan was suggested by Feng Panpan just yesterday. I never expected that Cao Shu would encounter one directly. Feng Ye inquired. Excellent. Where is the individual? Cao Shu responded. I have their phone number. I will inquire now. Feng Panpan added. Use the phone in my office to call. Feng Ye asked her. Will it affect the paperwork time? Feng Panpan laughed. If we drive over, we certainly won't make it in the morning. Let us leave a bit earlier, have lunch in the county, and then handle the paperwork. It will be just about right. Cao Shu made the call, and they agreed to meet in 20 minutes at the Taihu restaurant. Feng Ye instructed Qin Xiangling and Yaya to accompany Feng Panpan at the aquatic company. Bringing a child along would be quite inconvenient. At 9:30, Feng Ye met the Hong Kong businessman and the feng shui master Cao Shu had mentioned. The businessman was a rotund fellow, around 50 years old, and it was unclear what business had brought him to this Qingshi town. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, a golden chain adorned with a Buddha pendant around his neck, and sported a jade ring and a gold watch on his hand. His entire demeanor exuded one word: opulence. Yet, what intrigued Feng Ye was the feng shui master beside him. Clad in a black training outfit and sporting a small mustache, his eyes, though not large, radiated sharpness. With Feng Ye's keen eye, he could tell this individual had some skill. It was no surprise. Feng Ye had previously encountered feng shui masters from Hong Kong and knew that if they had a lineage, they often possessed some martial prowess. Young man, is this the turtle you caught? The portly businessman, removing his sunglasses, inquired with a smile. His eyes squinted into slits as he spoke, his Mandarin heavily accented with a Hong Kong dialect. Feng Ye also smiled. Indeed, esteemed sir, behold the legendary jade turtle. Look at its luster and the shell's patterns. Is it not exquisite and translucent, embodying the principles of Daiju Lu Yi Zhuasanyo Qi? This is a wealth-attracting turtle, unattainable elsewhere. Upon hearing the phrase Daiju Lu Yi Zhuasanyo, the feng shui master's expression shifted slightly, mistaking Feng Ye for an expert. However, when he heard the term wealth-attracting turtle, he could not help but chuckle. He asked, Brother, where did you catch this turtle? Feng Ye replied earnestly, from the depths of Taihu. Let me tell you, capturing this creature is no easy feat. It hides in a very deep hole. I exerted tremendous effort to bring it out. It is quite agile, and this fellow is already spiritually aware. As he spoke, he leaned toward the jade turtle, deliberately performing several peculiar movements, which left the wealthy Hong Kong businessman in awe, exclaiming, Impressive, impressive. This jade turtle can even do somersaults. Look, it's gazing at me. Its eyes are blinking. Is it not indicating that I am about to come into great fortune? Feng Ye remarked. It is said that jade turtles possess spiritual awareness, and fortune will gravitate towards those who are destined for wealth. Esteemed sir, you radiate prosperity and have the countenance of a fortunate individual. The feng shui master interjected. How much do you wish to sell it for? This question momentarily stumped Feng Ye. Encountering a potential big spender, he was uncertain of the individual's psychological price point. The previous large turtle he sold was considerably bigger and fetched 5,000. However, this one was different. Typically, fish are sold at 3 times the price, so this one should not be undervalued. He then raised 2 fingers. This figure. The wealthy businessman's jaw quivered. 200,000? Isn't that a bit steep, brother? Feng Ye had actually quoted 20,000. But upon hearing the businessman's response, he seized the opportunity. Sir, look at this jade turtle. Tell me, have you ever seen one like it in Hong Kong? In the entire Dragon Kingdom, you might not find another. 200,000 is nothing. It wouldn't even buy a car. Yet it could bring you immense wealth. Perhaps this year, your fortune could double. Wouldn't you agree? The businessman glanced at the feng shui master, who smiled faintly. 5,000. Any more, and I'm out. Feng Ye quickly stated. All right, 5,000 it is. I can see both of you carry a wealth aura. Selling it to you will also bring me some good fortune. The businessman paused, realizing that Feng Ye had inflated the price. He quickly replied, 5,000 is still too much. Feng Ye shot him a glare. 5,000 is too high? Then forget it. I happen to be heading to the county to see if anyone else is interested. The feng shui master remarked, 5,000, just take it. The wealthy man seemed to trust his words and promptly agreed to the deal. Through their conversation, Feng Ye learned that the wealthy man's surname was Li, while the feng shui master was surnamed Hu. Feng Ye assumed they would need to go to the bank for a transfer. However, to his surprise, the feng shui master pulled out 5 bundles of $100 bills from his bag. The transaction concluded seamlessly. With the money in hand, Feng Ye could not resist asking the feng shui master, "Are you purchasing this jade turtle for the purpose of protecting your home?" The feng shui master chuckled, "Young brother, it seems you have quite an interest in feng shui. However, that is all I can say." With no further inquiries yielding fruit, Feng Ye decided to let it go, as he had other matters to attend to. Yet, he could not help but ask, "Esteemed sir, if I find more jade turtles like this in the future, would you be interested?" Before the wealthy man could respond, the feng shui master answered, "If you can catch another one like this, I will take as many as you can provide, still at 5,000. He then handed Feng Ye a business card, which bore the name Hu Bai. What a peculiar name. While he was named White Clothes, he was dressed in black attire. Nevertheless, 5,000 for a jade turtle indicates true wealth. Feng Ye contemplated immediately purchasing several turtles from the market, employing his minor nurturing technique. In just a few attempts, he could resell them at exorbitant prices. It would be swifter than printing money. The duo departed with the jade turtle, with the feng shui master carefully carrying it in a bucket. Feng Ye, having procured 50,000, generously offered half to Chao Su. Taken aback, Chao Su hastily attempted to decline the gesture. However, Feng Ye, with a jovial smile, reassured him, "Brother Chao, this soft-shelled turtle was promised to you yesterday. I feel quite embarrassed taking half. Please do not refuse. There will be further opportunities for collaboration." With this, Chao Su graciously accepted the gift. In return, he presented Feng Ye with 2 beautifully packaged boxes of mountain walnuts. Feng Ye, not one to refuse, accepted the gifts and drove to the aquatic products company. Upon entering Feng Panpan's office, he noticed the absence of Qin Xiangling and Yi Ya. Finding only Feng Panpan seated in the executive chair, her eyes brightened upon his arrival, and she promptly rose to close the door behind him. Chapter 87. Qing Qi. Is it transformed from a snake? Feng Ye was taken aback for a few seconds. He gazed at Feng Panpan, whose demeanor seemed subtly altered from the previous day, and asked, "Sister Feng, why did you close the door?" Feng Panpan looked at him with a dreamy expression, slowly inching closer, reminiscent of a serpent as she sniffed around him. This left Feng Ye feeling somewhat unnerved. Feng Panpan, being of the Qing Qi bloodline, could she indeed be transformed from a snake? Feng Ye, may I? No. Feng Ye promptly declined. She was a married woman, and such behavior, if witnessed by others, would lead to an embarrassing situation. How to dissolve this contractual relationship? Yet, Feng Panpan persisted, "Sit down, let me massage your legs." Feng Ye regarded her, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. After all, she was a beautiful CEO. Her humble offer for a massage granted him a sense of superiority. However, he inquired about the whereabouts of Qin Xiangling and Yi Ya. Feng Panpan replied, "There is a room in the company specifically for children to play. Xiangling took Yi Ya there and won't be back for a while." Feng Ye remarked, "We still have matters to attend to in the county. Let us postpone the massage for now." "All right, Feng Ye." Feng Panpan acquiesced. A quarter of an hour later, the car headed towards the county. Feng Panpan sat in the back seat alongside Qin Xiangling and Yi Ya, the 2 women chattering animatedly about women's gossip. "By the way, Feng Ye, has the soft-shelled turtle we placed at Taihu Hotel been sold?" Feng Panpan suddenly recalled this matter. Feng Ye responded, "It has been sold." "Guess how much?" Qin Xiangling guessed it was 6,000, having guessed on the higher side. Knowing that Feng Ye had sold the last soft-shelled turtle for a hefty 5,000 yuan. Although the current turtle seemed to possess a better flavor, it was not as large as the previous one. Feng Panpan, however, made an outrageous guess. "I say it sold for 300,000. Qin Xiangling exclaimed, 300,000 for a soft-shelled turtle? How is that possible? I was just guessing. Aren't they from Hong Kong? Those merchants have plenty of money and are quite gullible when it comes to feng shui." Feng Ye has a way with words. Who knows, he might just sell it for an astronomical price. Yet, she still believed it could not possibly reach 300,000. The money from Hong Kong merchants did not simply fall from the sky. Feng Panpan turned to Fang Yi. What is the answer? Fang Yi chuckled. Certainly not 300,000. The merchant had a feng shui master with him, quite astute, only willing to pay 50,000. 50,000. Feng Panpan shook her head. That's too low. Qin Xiangling expressed her astonishment. 50,000 is low? It's just a soft-shelled turtle. Feng Panpan smiled. Value is determined by rarity. Manager Chow made a call, and they rushed over, indicating their genuine interest in the Qin Yugui. Once something is imbued with a mysterious background, its price can soar. If there are multiple bidders, the price will escalate even further. Fang Yi asked, Ms. Feng, according to your perspective, how should we sell our Qin Yugui in the future? Feng Panpan replied, naturally, we must first establish a reputation, create topics of discussion, and associate the Qin Yugui with feng shui and wealth attraction, selling it in limited quantities. Furthermore, the origin of the Qin Yugui must remain shrouded in mystery. No one should know that you are the one raising them. There are still many wealthy individuals, especially in the southern regions, and a significant portion believes in feng shui. The market should be promising. Although Qin Xiangling did not fully grasp Feng Panpan's business acumen, it sounded quite impressive. In truth, Fang Yi also struggled to keep pace with Feng Panpan's commercial insights. However, it was of little concern. He could leave the market sales to her. His responsibility was merely to establish the breeding farm. In fact, the funds for Ye Ye's treatment were sufficient now, and Fang Yi no longer felt the same urgency to earn money as before. As the vehicle approached the intersection into the county, Fang Yi and Feng Panpan noticed that the previous large potholes had been filled and even covered with concrete. A few workers were diligently repairing the road, even addressing the adjacent roadbed. As they passed by, Fang Yi pressed the horn. Oh, it's that gentleman from yesterday. What nonsense. If you know it's a gentleman, how dare you speak like that? What if he hears and comes down to reprimand us? Stand straight, bow? Although Fang Yi did not stop the car and merely observe their actions in the rearview mirror, he did not take it to heart. Later, they dined at a relatively upscale restaurant in the county. It was nearly 1 in the afternoon when they finally headed to the Fisheries Bureau. This was where the approval for the Taihu aquaculture contract was to be obtained. The group entered together, with Qin Xiangling taking a seat on a bench outside the hall with Ye Ye. Although Ye Ye appeared curious, glancing around, she had rarely encountered strangers and sat obediently beside Qin Xiangling, not wandering off. Feng Panpan mentioned having acquaintances here and led Fang Yi to a certain office. However, upon inquiry, they discovered that the person she knew had been transferred. They were left with no choice but to approach another window. Eventually, they were directed to another office, where a director surnamed Huang awaited. Regarding the Taihu aquaculture application, Director Huang, in his 40s, with a protruding belly and an early receding hairline, casually glanced over the materials filled out by Feng Panpan. The approval process was quite stringent now. He remarked to set it aside and return in a month. What? A month? Feng Panpan exclaimed. Isn't it just an approval? The entire aquaculture process involves several departments. If each step takes a month, the paperwork could take a year to complete. Director Huang, I am Feng Panpan from Qingshi Town, the general manager of Qingshi Aquaculture Company, Limited. Is there any way to expedite this process? We really cannot wait. Feng Panpan had to leverage her identity and added, I was quite familiar with your predecessor, Old Lu. Director Huang smiled. So, it's General Manager Feng from the Feng family. However, I cannot bypass the established processes. As he spoke, he subtly rubbed his fingers together. He was implying a monetary exchange. Feng Panpan curled her lips. Retrieving an envelope from her bag and placing it on the table, Director Huang casually pinched it before sweeping it into his drawer. She thought this would suffice for the matter to be resolved. Yet, unexpectedly, Director Huang glanced at Feng Panpan, his gaze lingering on her legs, and said, General Feng, to accelerate this matter, I would need to assist you in establishing connections. This amount is insufficient. Director Huang, how much do you require? Huang then looked at Fang Yi. What is your relationship with him? Chapter 88. Not a significant figure. Feng Panpan was quite taken aback. This old man was exceedingly greedy. In the red envelope she had just given, there were 2,000 yuan. Some residents of Qingshi Town earned less than that in an entire year, yet this old fellow still expressed dissatisfaction. Moreover, why was he inquiring about Fang Ye's purpose? What was the matter, friend? Feng Panpan, a true heiress, could hardly tolerate the bald man's insolence. and she spoke with a steely tone. The Feng family had connections in Taicang County that extended far beyond the Fisheries Bureau. She was determined to find someone who could assist her. To her surprise, Director Huang smiled broadly and said, "Ms. Feng, I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Perhaps you could have your friend wait outside for a moment." Feng Ponpon's irritation boiled within her, but after years in business, she understood the importance of patience. "Very well. Fengyi, please wait outside for a moment." She was eager to hear how this old man would audaciously ask for more. Fengyi nodded and stepped out. With Feng Ponpon's awakened Qingqi bloodline, few ordinary individuals could pose a threat to her. The bald man had little chance of coercing her. Nevertheless, she found it surprising that a mere Fisheries Bureau director would be so blatant in his demands for bribes. If he behaved this way with someone of modest means, wouldn't he risk depleting his own resources? The political arena truly defied comprehension. It was right not to desire a career in politics. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, an enraged voice rang out from within. "You old dog, go die." The sharp sound of slapping echoed. Was Feng Pampan striking that man? Feng Ye's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly opened the door, only to witness Director Huang being forcefully kicked out by Feng Pampan. Feng Yi sidestepped, and the rotund Director Huang landed heavily on the ground, akin to a fallen frog. "Help! Help! The ruffian is attacking!" Director Huang shouted from the ground. Soon, numerous individuals rushed out from various offices. "Director Huang, what happened? How could you let this comrade strike our director? Do you realize that assaulting someone is a crime?" The onlookers evidently believed that Feng Yi was the assailant, each pointing at him with accusatory glares. "It was I who struck him." Feng Pampan emerged from the office with a frosty demeanor. "This old man demands bribes. 2,000 was insufficient, and he audaciously asked for 20,000. Do you have the face to ask for that much? Do you have the life to spend it?" She strode out in her high heels, exuding an imposing presence, reminiscent of a queen. Feng Yi couldn't help but smirk at her, finding amusement in her regal demeanor, especially since moments ago, she had been anxiously clinging to him. The expressions of those around varied. Some were astonished, others enchanted, while many relished in the unfolding drama. With assistance, Director Huang rose and pointed an accusing finger at Feng Pampan, exclaiming, "You slanderer! This is blatant defamation. How could I ever demand money from her? My reputation in this office is well known, and I swear I did not ask her for a single penny. It was she who complained about the slow process, and when I attempted to explain, she resorted to violence. Just look at what she has done to me." Feng Pampan sneered. "Ah, so your name is Huang Buren. No wonder you lack decency. If you haven't taken a single cent, then what about the red envelope in your drawer? Care to explain that?" Huang Buren looked astonished. "What red envelope? How could there be a red envelope in my drawer? Are you trying to frame me? How malicious can you be? I do not even know you. What have I done to offend you? I will call the police. I will call the police." This man was remarkably adept at deflecting blame, and someone indeed went to make the call. Feng Yi glanced at Feng Pampan, who cheekily winked at him. She was truly one to stir trouble. Assaulting someone in a government office could lead to significant complications. However, this old fellow's greed had led him to his own demise. Feng Yi strode back into the office. Huang Buren shouted, "Hey, what are you doing entering my office? You are not allowed in there. Are you trying to frame me again? Someone, detain that accomplice." Feng Yi replied, "I am merely making a phone call." Huang Buren protested, "Do you think you can use the phone here at your whim? Stop him. What if he uses the office phone to deceive someone?" He rushed forward, attempting to enter the office, but was blocked by Feng Pampan. "Old man, it's just a police report. Why are you so agitated? You are demanding an exorbitant bribe and behaving like a rogue. You are finished." Huang Buren's face flushed with anger. "Nonsense. When have I ever acted like a rogue? This is slander." Feng Yi was not calling the police. He had called Song Wentong instead. Since old Song was the organization minister in the county seat, it was wise to utilize his position. As for the local police, their loyalty in such matters was often questionable. The first to arrive were the police officers from the precinct. After a brief overview of the situation, the lead officer promptly declared, "Take them back to the station for further discussion." The individuals he referred to were Feng Yi and Feng Pampan. As for Feng Ponpon's accusations against the old man regarding bribery and misconduct, he seemed to dismiss them entirely. Feng Yi smirked in disdain. He had observed everything. The middle-aged officer had exchanged glances with Huang Buren upon entering. If there was no collusion, that would be surprising. Wait. Just as two officers were about to forcibly escort them away, Feng Yi intervened. The white-faced officer glared. "What are you waiting for? Do you think this is a social visit? Assaulting someone in broad daylight at an official department and framing others. Who gave you the audacity? Take them away. Fong Pampan, irate, retorted, so your ears are merely decorative? Where is your integrity? I will file a complaint against you. Madam, I can sue you for defamation. The white-faced officer said with a menacing glare, brazenly eyeing Fong Pampan. What do you think is unfair? I will ensure a fair hearing when you arrive at the precinct. Fong Pampan narrowed her beautiful eyes. I need to make a phone call. She sought assistance as these individuals were far too corrupt. She feared that entering the police station would lead to dire consequences. The pale-faced officer retorted, I refuse. Fong Yi replied calmly, please wait a moment. Song Wentong will arrive shortly. Who is Song Wentong? The pale-faced officer scoffed. So you're seeking a protector? Let me tell you, it won't matter who you plead with today. Assaulting a public servant is a serious offense. Meanwhile, Huang Buren muttered to himself, Song Wentong? That name sounds familiar. Who might that be? Just then, a low, resonant voice emerged from behind. He's no eminent figure, merely a busybody. Upon hearing this, Huang Buren felt a wave of relief wash over him and turned to the speaker. However, upon seeing the man's face, he suddenly recalled, Song. Minister Song, you are indeed Song. Song Wentong, indeed. It's me. Director Huang still remembers me. Chapter 89. Feng Sisi is to marry the Feng Shui master? Huang Buren gazed at the unexpected arrival of Song Wentong, licking his slightly parched lips, his mind momentarily bewildered. So, the Minister Song was summoned by that man-ass phone call? What a background. Damn it, is this not a trap? With such connections, if Minister Song had just conveyed a message, I would have immediately revered you as my elder. Why all this fuss? What should I do now? Huang Buren clenched his fist, resolutely deciding, I absolutely cannot admit to any wrongdoing. Even if he has a powerful patron, Song Wentong's connections are undoubtedly more formidable. He is merely here for a gilded position. The prominent figures in the county avoid him. If his benefactor encounters Song Wentong, he would surely turn and leave. He might even blame Huang Buren for treating him poorly. Damn, this is truly unfortunate. The pale-faced officer felt a twitch in his brow. Who is this person? What minister? Though he had never met Song Wentong, Huang Buren's expression suggested that the situation was deteriorating. What a mess. He had originally come to assist Huang Buren, who had some influence in the Fisheries Bureau, intending to secure a position for his sister there. Yet, unexpectedly, he had offended some minister. What is happening? Song Wentong approached, surveying his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on Fong Yi and Fong Pampan in the office. His eyes lit up. At least Fong Yi appeared intact. The file indicated a withdrawal due to injury, although it did not specify further. He had long worried, fearing he might encounter a version of Fong Yi confined to a wheelchair, missing limbs. Is this his wife? She is even more enchanting than my sister. No wonder this fellow would not choose my sister. Huang Buren had already spoken. Minister Song, I am truly wronged. I have done nothing. Yet this woman assaulted me, and she even attempted to ensnare me with a red envelope. The pale-faced officer interjected. According to the situation at the scene, this is indeed the case, but our police station has yet to reach a conclusion. We are about to take you back for thorough questioning. Fong Pampan scoffed. You did not say that just a moment ago. Then she smiled at Huang Buren and said, let me show you something. She retrieved a silver portable cassette recorder from her bag. Do you know what this is? Everything you just said has been recorded. Are you still going to argue? Upon hearing this, Huang Buren's complexion paled instantly, nearly causing him to collapse onto the floor. Minister Song, click. Fong Pampan pressed the play button on the recorder, and a voice filled the room. Fong Pampan. Director Huang. This breeding farm has been in operation for quite some time. We will need to liaise with your Fisheries Bureau in the future, so please expedite the procedures for us. Huang Buren. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that there are indeed difficulties. A month is already quite fast, as we need to conduct on-site measurements and various evaluations, right? If I were to facilitate this for you, it would also incur costs, correct? Fong Pampan. Name your price. Huang Buren. 20,000. Moreover, let me tell you, this breeding farm will be subject to regular inspections, and there will be many more matters to handle later. Miss Fong, I can take care of everything for you, but... Fong Pampan. Is 20,000 not enough? Huang Buren. This is not merely a matter of money, Miss Fong. I see you take good care of yourself. Look at that waist, that ample backside. If my wife had even half of your looks, I would be in bliss. Then he was struck. After listening to the tape, Song Wentong looked at Huang Buren. Director Huang, TSK, how should I put this? He reached for the recorder, but Feng Panpan evaded him, not handing it over. She was unfamiliar with Song Wentong and instead glanced at Feng Yi. Feng Yi said, "Give it to him." Song Wentong took the recorder from Feng Panpan's hand and assured her, "Do not worry. I detest those who harm the collective." Following this, he made 2 phone calls. The procedures for the breeding farm were completed the same day. The remaining task was for the Fisheries Bureau personnel to conduct on-site measurements and compilation of materials. Having someone influential in the bureaucracy certainly facilitates matters. It is not mere talk. Song Wentong's intervention effectively opened the green light for Feng Yi, while Huang Buring was taken away, awaiting an outcome that would not be favorable. As for the pale-faced officer, although he appeared unscathed, the political landscape of Taicang County was small. News of these events would undoubtedly reach the ears of some. He had effectively been branded with an indelible mark of unreliability, making it exceedingly difficult for him to ascend again. "Xiaofeng, have you made your decision?" Song Wentong held a document in his hand, but hesitated to present it to Feng Yi. "Perhaps you should reconsider. What if your breeding farm does not succeed?" Feng Yi laughed. "Are you cursing me?" Song Wentong replied, "I am looking out for your best interests. The political science department is an excellent opportunity, one that many would vie for. You did not even blink before declining?" Feng Yi said, "I could manage with a knife or a gun. But wielding a pen is not my forte. Besides, how much can one earn with a fixed salary? Once I earn substantial wealth, I can also contribute to the nation." All right. Song Wentong handed him the document. Signing this document was tantamount to voluntarily relinquishing a position as a veteran officer. However, Song Wentong added, "I can grant you 6 months' time. Within this period, should you change your mind, there will be no issue with the political science department." Feng Yi chuckled, letting it be. Finally, Song Wentong observed him. "Where are you injured?" "I did not notice anything." Feng Yi replied, "My leg." "You are not a doctor. How could you possibly see that?" Song Wentong retorted, "I am not a doctor, but I have eyes. Can you discern that my leg hurts?" "That is impossible. Isn't it evident? I can still walk, but running and jumping are beyond me. Thus, I cannot work in that capacity." "That is true." Feng Yi laughed. "Come, let me show you my daughter." However, Song Wentong interjected. "Wait a moment. I saw in your file that you divorced a few days ago. What happened?" Feng Yi responded, "What could happen? After being away for so many years, how many women can withstand the loneliness? Is this not a common issue?" Song Wentong nodded in agreement. This phenomenon is indeed pervasive and represents a complex societal issue. Around him were several individuals who had divorced after returning from military service, and to his surprise, Feng Yi was among them. He had also come across a statistic indicating that the divorce rate among veterans was 1.5 times that of civilians. In pursuit of convenient communication, Feng Yi purchased a rather expensive BB machine, specifically the Chinese display version capable of directly showcasing Hanzi messages. Subsequently, Feng Yi dined with Qin Xiangling, Ye, and Feng Panpan, accompanied by Song Wentong. Since he needed to drive back to Qingshi town that evening, the desire to indulge in alcohol was dashed. However, as they resided in the same county, future opportunities for gatherings were plentiful. By 8 o'clock that night, Feng Yi returned to Qingshi town. At the intersection where he was to drop off Feng Panpan, he was obstructed by a crown vehicle. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the driver was none other than Feng Cece. It appeared that Feng Cece had intentionally positioned herself there. Upon their encounter, Feng Cece exclaimed, "Second sister, save me." Feng Panpan, taken aback, inquired, "What's wrong? What happened?" Feng Cece replied, "Today, 2 individuals came to our home from Hong Kong. One is a feng shui master, and my grandmother, in her confusion, insisted that I marry that feng shui master. I am going out of my mind." Chapter 90. How about arranging a marriage for CC's elder sister? 2 individuals, arriving from Xiangang, the feng shui master. Upon hearing these details from Feng Cece, Feng Yi could almost ascertain that the feng shui master she mentioned was none other than Hubai, the one who purchased the jade turtle earlier that morning. "Is the feng shui master you referred to named Hubai?" Feng Yi inquired. Feng Cece turned to Feng Yi and nodded vigorously. "Yes, that's his name." "Absolutely revolting. Why call him Bai? Why not Bai Wuchang?" Feng Panpan interjected. "Do you know him?" "Oh, could he be the one who bought that jade turtle?" Feng Yi nodded. "Indeed. I never expected their visit to Qingshi town was to seek out your family. Given that the old matriarch has proposed your sister's marriage to him, there must be some underlying reason." At the mention of this, Feng Cece's anger intensified. Grandmother actually claimed this was a betrothal set by our ancestors. I don't even know who the ancestors are. How could they possibly decide my marriage? I suspect that Feng Shui master possesses some nefarious skills that have bewitched Grandma. Moreover, she mentioned that she would be giving her lifelong ring as my dowry. Feng Cixi was genuinely furious as she spoke at length. Feng Yi was momentarily taken aback by her final statement. The ring on Grandma Feng's hand resonated with his Wanshou Hanyin, indicating a connection between them. How could it be allowed to fall into someone else's possession? Wait a moment. Why would the matriarch offer the ring as a dowry? What is the nature of their connection? This was indeed intriguing. At that juncture, Feng Cixi suddenly grasped Feng Ye's hand. Feng Yi, you are the only one who can save me now. Feng Yi was taken aback. How can I save you? Feng Cixi replied, hesitantly glancing at Qin Xiangling. You, marry me. Before Feng Yi could respond, Feng Pampan exclaimed, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiangling is right here. Isn't that ridiculous? Feng Cixi pouted, but we aren't officially married yet. My, is not real, it's just a pretense. Help me get through this. Feng Yi, you saved Hao Hao. Grandma won't do anything to you. Xiangling, can you assist me? Qin Xiangling felt somewhat awkward, unsure how to respond. Feng Yi remarked, you truly possess a knack for devising odd ideas. The most pressing issue is the relationship between Hu Baiyi and your grandmother. That is the crux of the matter. Feng Pampan added, yes, Grandma has always doted on you. She wouldn't casually betroth you to a stranger. Feng Cixi replied, but she has decided so. Feng Pampan questioned, she must have said something to you? Feng Cixi frowned. Grandma said our ancestors were always slaves of the Hu family, speaking in a nonsensical manner, claiming the Hu family are tomb guardians. I felt uncomfortable just hearing it. I would rather die than marry that man. Feng Yi, how about I stay at your house tonight? Feng Yi did not respond to her proposition, but turned to Feng Pampan. What does it mean to be a tomb guardian? Feng Pampan shook her head. I have never heard of that. Let us return home first. I will have a thorough discussion with Grandma to uncover the truth. If any issues arise, I will seek your help. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Feng Yi replied, of course. Who asked you to be my boss? Feng Pampan smiled, clearly quite interested in being a boss's wife. At that moment, Feng Cixi added, those two fellows are still at home. Feng Pampan remarked, that is perfect. I want to see what kind of person my brother-in-law is. Nonsense, brother-in-law? Let him go to the netherworld. The two sisters from the Feng family returned home. Feng Yi sat in his car, pondering. Before opening Wanshou Hanyin and locating a nocturnal bat, immediately possessing it to follow the sisters closely. Although the information obtained was scant, it was evident that there was something suspicious between Hu Baiyi and Grandma Feng. The Jade Face 8 trigrams ring as a dowry was undoubtedly not a simple matter. Could it be that Hu Baiyi's true intention was this ring? Since the ring could cause Wanshou Hanyin to resonate, Feng Yi was unwilling to allow it to fall into another's hands. Inside the car, Yi had already fallen asleep. Qin Xiangling chuckled softly. Feng Cixi is quite beautiful. She seems interested in you. Why not accept this wonderful opportunity? Feng Yi laughed at her words. What? Are you trying to find yourself a sister? Qin Xiangling pouted. I genuinely had that thought. Otherwise, I worry I won't be able to cope. The books say her constitution is formidable. Yet, in front of the mighty Feng Yi, it's utterly insignificant. Ironically, this fellow seems to enjoy her type. Men truly are strange creatures. Feng Yi smiled, yet remained focused, the bat persistently trailing behind. It quietly landed on Feng Cixi's lustrous hair. He turned to Qin Xiangling and said, I like you just the way you are. Qin Xiangling shot him a glance. If you truly have feelings for Cixi, I have no objections. Your Wei Tianlong Bodhi is indeed overwhelming. I'm beginning to feel a bit frightened. Her words were sincere. It was truly overwhelming. Furthermore, she harbored a hint of selfishness. Feng Yi was exceptionally outstanding, like a dragon soaring through the skies. How could a mere widow like her hold on to him? But if there were more sisters in Qingshi Town, perhaps he would linger a bit longer? After all, no matter how beautiful a woman is, a man can grow weary of her eventually. Feng Yi started the car, saying, stop with the nonsense. Matters concerning the Feng family are far from simple. The two sisters from the Feng family arrived at their villa. The luxury car parked beside the grand courtyard. The lights inside were bright, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the silhouettes of people could still be seen. Feng Cixi stated, look, those two are still here. Feng Pampan clenched her fists. I hope they aren't planning to stay overnight. Feng Cixi replied, if they do, I will leave immediately. We know nothing about them. Whether they are friend or foe remains unclear. Our Feng family is currently filled with women. If they harbor any ill intentions, it would be disastrous. Feng Pampan nodded. That makes sense. Let us go? The sisters entered the house and indeed found Grandma entertaining the two men, wearing a cheerful smile. Upon seeing her granddaughters enter, she waved and said, "Pampan has returned too. Cece, where did you run off to? Sit down and get to know Mr. Hu better. He is quite an amusing person." Then she introduced, "Mr. Hu, Mr. Li, this is Pampan, Cece's elder sister." Through the bat's eyes, Feng Yi could not see very clearly. However, it can be confirmed that it was indeed the two from the morning. At this moment, Hu Bai turned to gaze at the two sisters, yet he was instantly captivated by Feng Pampan. He could not take his eyes off her. Feng Pampan slightly furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, "Mr. Hu, your unwavering gaze upon me seems a tad impolite, does it not?" Without delay, Feng Cece interjected, "Indeed. To gawk at a beauty in such a manner is rather unrefined. Grandmother, I absolutely refuse to marry him. If you wish to wed, then do so yourself, for I have someone I truly adore." The elderly lady shot a stern glance. "In this household, the decision rests with me, the matriarch." Unexpectedly, Hu Bai chuckled softly and said, "As the saying goes, a forcibly plucked fruit is never sweet. Since Miss Cece has a beloved, I would not wish to impose. How about this? Feng Lao, would you consider bestowing your elder daughter upon me?" Chapter 91 The Curse of the Feng Family Bloodline. Grandma Feng sat on a stool, her expression vacant, questioning whether her ears had deceived her. The wealthy Mr. Li stared in disbelief at Hu Bai. Previously, Grandma Feng had mentioned that Feng Cece's sister was already married with a 5-year-old child, and he had never known she possessed such peculiar inclinations, preferring a married woman over an untouched maiden. Feng Cece, momentarily taken aback, could not suppress her laughter, exclaiming, "Are you joking? My sister has been married for a long time, and she has a 5-year-old child." Feng Pampan also expressed her displeasure, stating, "Please do not make such ridiculous jokes." However, Hu Bai, gazing at Feng Pampan with a grin, replied, "I am not jesting. What does it matter if she is married with children? A divorce can easily be arranged. Old Feng, I have made my decision. I will marry her." Excitement radiated from Hu Bai, for he discerned the profound strength of Feng Pampan's bloodline. According to the ancestral records of his family, her current state indicated the manifestation of an innate bloodline. Remarkably potent, even before being activated by their family's secret techniques, it was already rich and robust. Once he established a connection with her and utilized the secret techniques to seize her bloodline, his own cultivation could ascend rapidly. At that time, he would have the opportunity to enter the legendary burial grounds and obtain the coveted treasures he sought. Gratitude surged within him for his ancestors. Everything was indeed true. The Feng family was crucial. Thus, it mattered not that Feng Pampan had been married or had children. Even if she were an elderly woman, he would not care. Moreover, despite being slightly older than Feng Cece, the woman before him possessed delicate skin, a captivating figure, and exquisite features. More beautiful than some prominent stars in Hong Kong. A married woman was the epitome of femininity. Hu Bai's thoughts raced, yet none could fathom his intentions. Feng Pampan's face turned pale with anger, declaring, "Who is this lewd fellow, coming to our home to spout such nonsensical words? Get out. Leave at once." As her fury surged, the power of her azure dragon bloodline surged within her. While others could not sense it, Hu Bai felt it keenly, which only fueled his satisfaction and excitement. "Excellent. You are truly remarkable. I am immensely pleased. Old Feng, she is the one." Just as Hu Bai finished his declaration, the nearby Mr. Li whispered, "Who? Should you reconsider? If you proceed like this, I fear you may find it difficult to leave Qingshi town. This is too shocking. Asking someone to divorce and marry you is something no one could accept." Grandma Feng's gaze flickered, her lips curling into an enigmatic smile. However, Feng Pampan could no longer contain herself. After several training sessions with Feng Yi, her bloodline had clearly activated, enhancing her strength and aggression. She charged forward and delivered a kick aimed directly at Hu Bai. "How dare you?" Hu Bai crossed his arms over his chest, forcibly blocking her kick, causing the stool behind him to crash back 2 meters. Yet he remained firmly rooted in place. With a rip, Hu Bai's sleeve was torn by the force. Shaking his hand, he grinned with even more excitement. "Not bad, quite impressive. Let me see just how strong someone with an awakened bloodline can be." Stepping forward, he prepared to retaliate against Feng Pampan. "Stop!" Grandma Feng's sharp voice rang out. Upon hearing her command, Hu Bai refrained from moving. Nevertheless, Feng Pampan struck again, delivering a swift kick that landed squarely in Hu Bai's abdomen. taken by surprise. He staggered backward and fell to the ground. You dared to sneak attack. Hu Bai's expression darkened. Feng Pampan scoffed. What sneak attack? Do you think I need to adhere to any sense of morality with someone as shameless as you? This is not your Hong Kong. Believe me, with a single phone call, the police will arrive and arrest you for being a rogue. Mr. Li, concerned, quickly helped Hu Bai to his feet, speaking in Cantonese. Who? The laws on the mainland are indeed different from those in Hong Kong. Please don't create a scene. She has a husband and children. This is too excessive. Even Mr. Li could no longer tolerate the situation. Despite Hu Bai's wealth, he could not justify forcibly taking someone else's wife. Hu Bai shrugged off Mr. Li's hand, asserting, you do not understand. He then addressed Grandma Feng, old Feng, as an elder of the Feng family. You should be aware of the circumstances. The Feng family's bloodline harbors a curse. Only by marrying a male from the Hu family, the guardians of the tomb, can the curse within the bloodline be resolved. Especially for someone like the second miss, whose bloodline power is immense, the curse's potential for eruption is even greater and more intractable. What curse? Stop spouting nonsense. The members of the Feng family are perfectly fine. Where does this curse come from? Feng Pampan glared at Hu Bai. At that moment, Feng Yi, while slowly driving, absorbed the unfolding events in the Feng villa. Hu Bai's words only deepened his sense of the bizarre. However, the existence of the Wan Shouhan Yin was already extraordinarily strange. In that light, the Feng family's curse seemed trivial. In truth, during his time in the military, he had encountered two equally peculiar incidents, one involving the southern sorcery and the other concerning the Miao people's poison. Both were extraordinary and defied scientific explanation. Yet, those cases had ultimately been resolved by a fortune-telling blind man known as Chun. At this moment, Grandma Feng regarded Feng Pampan with astonishment. She was quite familiar with her granddaughter. Although she usually favored Feng Cici, her heart secretly held a deeper affection for Feng Pampan. The power behind Ponpon's earlier kick was no trivial matter. She touched the ring on her finger and said, Mr. Hu, regarding the past matters of the Feng family, my two granddaughters are still unaware. Therefore, let us leave it at this for today. I will discuss the bloodline curse with them later. Additionally, since Pampan is married, you will need to handle matters with her husband. Hu Bai grinned, of course. Feng Pampan stomped her foot, exclaiming, Grandma. What is this all about? Grandma Feng replied, I will speak with you later. At this moment, Hu Bai smiled and said, we shall not intrude any further today. However, I must caution you that Miss Ponpon's bloodline appears exceedingly potent, and the curse could erupt at any moment. Thus, it is imperative that this matter is resolved promptly. With that, Hu Bai and Li Chunggui departed. Once the two had left and the door was shut, the Feng sisters immediately gathered around Grandmother Feng. Grandmother, what is going on? What is a bloodline curse? I have never heard of such a thing. Grandmother Feng looked at her two granddaughters and replied, Follow me. She grasped her cane and ascended the stairs. The sisters exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed her. Chapter 92. Let him marry me. He actually hesitates. Old Lady Feng led her two granddaughters into the study on the second floor. She closed the door and retrieved a yellowed book from a hidden compartment. The two sisters were taken aback. They frequented this study and had never suspected the existence of such a secret compartment. This is the Feng family genealogy. Old Lady Feng declared as she carefully placed the ancestral record on the desk. Opening the first page, it revealed an illustration of a blue-scaled Qi dragon entwined around an ancient tomb. My ancestors in the Feng family were not mere fishermen. They bore the name Qi Nu, she stated. Feng Cici was stunned. What new? A foolish woman? A lovesick lady? Old Lady Feng cast her a glance. Qi, as in Qing Qi, the women of the Feng lineage have inherited a bloodline known as Qing Qi for generations. It is a responsibility, a blessing, and a curse of fate. The sisters furrowed their brows, remaining silent. Old Lady Feng flipped through the genealogy, revealing a series of names. The ancestors, Feng Nishang, followed by Feng Yaojia, Feng Bing, Feng Zishuan. Feng Pampan, glancing at the names, inquired curiously, why are there only female names? Are there no males? Old Lady Feng replied, the males of the Feng family cannot be recorded in this genealogy, for they cannot possess the Qing Qi bloodline. Feng Cici questioned, so, if our father does not possess it, how can we? Old Lady Feng smiled gently. That is the wondrous nature of the Feng bloodline. Feng Pampan asked, Grandmother, does that mean what the man named Hu said is true? Is my bloodline truly Qing Qi, and is it reaching a critical point? Am I about to trigger the curse? What is this curse? What happens if it is triggered? Feng Cici pressed. Old Lady Feng, her fingers tracing the genealogy, appeared to drift into a distant memory filled with horror and sorrow. Eventually, she turned to the last page with writing. There, inscribed in a relatively recent hand, was the name Feng Xiaoman, aunt's name. Could it be that aunt? Both sisters were astonished, recalling that their aunt had passed away long ago. Their grandmother had given birth to 3 children. The first was Aunt Feng Xiaoman, followed by 2 sons, Feng Jingyao and Feng Jingyuan. The eldest son, Feng Jingyao, had been killed by enemies nearly 20 years ago while struggling in Shanghai. The second son was the father of Feng Panpan and Feng Sisi, who now resided in Shanghai. Old Lady Feng nodded, saying, "Your aunt did not merely succumb to illness, she perished due to the curse." The sisters gasped in shock, especially Feng Panpan, who glanced at her own body, feeling a wave of concern wash over her. Subsequently, Old Lady Feng recounted a tale from the past, one she had heard from the sisters' grandfather, as she did not carry the Feng surname. The women of the Feng family, once known as Qi Nu, were actually vassals of the tomb guarding Hu family, referred to as slaves. The Hu family, guardians of the tomb, and the Feng family, known for the Qi Nu lineage, had for generations protected an ancient tomb, the Qi Yuan tomb. It was rumored to contain a suppressed Qing Qi. After hearing this, the sisters exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Even Feng Yi felt a jolt of astonishment. Qing Qi, is that akin to a dragon? Do dragons truly exist in this world? Feng Sisi inquired. Old Lady Feng shrugged. Who knows? None of us have seen one. Not even your grandfather. Yet, the tales have been passed down through the Feng lineage for generations. Feng Panpan asked, Grandmother, where is this Qi Yuan tomb you speak of? Old Lady Feng replied, it is said to lie beneath Taihu Lake. However, due to the passage of time and the numerous conflicts from the late Qing dynasty to the present, the Hu family has fled to Hong Kong for refuge. Though we, the Feng family, are of the Qi Nu lineage, we are but subordinates. It is likely that only the Hu family knows the location now. As they absorbed their grandmother's words, the sisters exchanged bewildered looks, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the information that required digestion. Finally, Old Lady Feng said, now that the Hu family has resurfaced, although his demands seem absurd, they may represent a lifeline for the women of the Feng family. Feng Sisi exclaimed, no way. Grandmother, are you suggesting that my sister and I must ultimately rely on this Hu Bai for salvation? How could he possibly help us? Old Lady Feng pursed her lips and responded slowly. The Hu family possesses a secret art that allows them to regard the women of the Feng family as a furnace. During the wedding night, he can use this secret technique to alleviate the curse of the Qing Qi bloodline within you. And half of his essence will be absorbed by your bodies, granting you extraordinary abilities. Feng Sisi touched her abdomen, pondering. Extraordinary abilities. Would that mean she might transform into a dragon? Feng Panpan wore a look of dismay. Are you saying we must sleep with someone from the Hu family? How can that be? Moreover, I feel that my powers have already surged after my dual cultivation with Feng Yi. Does that mean the curse of my Qing Qi bloodline has been lifted by him? Yet, in the presence of her grandmother and sister, she was too embarrassed to voice this thought. Old Lady Feng stated, I witnessed your aunt's fate firsthand. The memory lingers vividly. If there are no alternatives, we must resort to this. Additionally, the arrival of Hu Bai offers us the Feng family a chance for resurgence. Our family business is currently controlled by several outsiders. That wretched girl, Jiao Jiao, has turned her heart outward, showing me, her grandmother, no basic respect. At this rate, the Feng family may well change its surname. Feng Panpan asked, Grandmother, what do you plan to do? Old Lady Feng declared, the women of the Feng family cannot be separated from the Hu family. Likewise, the men of the Hu family must rely on the women of the Feng family. Both are indispensable, since fate has decreed it so. The hard-won assets of the Feng family cannot be surrendered to your brother-in-law's family. Did that mean she would usurp her elder sister's authority? Old Lady Feng slammed her hand on the table. Precisely. And your husband? He has several women outside. You know that very well. Feng Panpan pursed her lips and replied, Grandmother, regarding the curse, I believe there are other solutions. There are no other solutions. The curse within the Feng bloodline is, in essence, a seed planted by the ancestors of the Hu family. It cannot be resolved by anyone other than them. Feng Sisi thumped her thigh in frustration. How infuriating. What is the meaning of this? I would rather perish than allow the Hu family to benefit from my demise. Feng Panpan glanced at her sister, contemplating that Feng Ye's dual cultivation technique should have lifted the curse upon her. Oh dear, that would inadvertently favor that fellow. At this moment, Feng Yi had returned home, only to discover Feng Sisi disrobing in preparation for a bath. She muttered to herself, "Why should I offer myself to someone with the surname Hu? On what grounds? I feel no curse at all. That scoundrel Feng Yi, despite having touched my foot and my bosom, refuses to take responsibility. Tomorrow, I shall compel him." Chapter 93. A dark and windy night of murder. Qingqi? A curse? What is the connection? Could it be that Grandma has been hypnotized by that fellow with the surname Hu? Feng Sisi disrobed and stood before the enormous mirror in the bathroom. Her figure was alluring, with graceful curves and long, shapely legs. The small bat possessed by Feng Yi hung silently from the ceiling in the corner of the bathroom, although the view was not crystal clear. The general outline was discernible. It was not until Feng Sisi lifted her leg and stepped into the vast bathtub, closing her eyes in sheer enjoyment, that the bat, under Feng Yi's control, quietly descended and slipped through the crack in the door. This bat had indeed played its part. If Feng Yi had abruptly severed the possession, it would have likely flailed in panic, frightening Feng Sisi in the process. After the bat departed from the Feng family villa, Feng Yi was about to grant it freedom. However, he suddenly noticed someone stealthily climbing over the courtyard wall, moving like a raccoon towards the villa's side. To his astonishment, this figure pressed against the wall and began to scale it like a gecko. What the heck? Feng Yi could not help but curse under his breath, judging by the figure's actions and considering the events of the day at the Feng residence. He could easily deduce that the wall climber was none other than Hu Bai, the feng shui master from the Hu family. What was he doing here at such an hour? Damn! This scoundrel, unable to wait to marry Feng Panpan, was attempting to forcibly seize the bloodline energy within her. Having just returned home, Feng Yi quickly jumped back into his car. Atop the wall of the Feng family villa, Hu Bai donned a black ghost mask and a full black outfit, blending seamlessly into the darkness of the night, resembling a specter. His skill in scaling walls was indeed commendable. However, the place he climbed into was not Feng Panpan's room, but that of the elderly matriarch. A pair of double doors were only secured by a sheer screen. Hu Bai cautiously produced a small knife and cut a small opening in the screen, then retrieved a tube and began to blow into it. Sleep-inducing smoke? Feng Yi cursed inwardly, realizing that Hu Bai was indeed a despicable character. He had expected a formidable practitioner of the mystical arts, but here he was resorting to such base tactics. Was this the lineage of tomb guardians? More like grave robbers. In no time, Hu Bai opened the screen and climbed inside. The elderly matriarch had long been rendered unconscious by the smoke. Though she appeared astute, she was ultimately just an ordinary old woman, completely unprepared for the truth that the Hu family, once held in high esteem by her husband, had descended to such depths. Hu Bai quickly threw aside the blanket covering her and was taken aback to find that the matriarch slept in the nude. He spat disdainfully at her, muttering something under his breath about bad luck. He then swiftly found the bagua ring on her hand and yanked it off. Done. What a revolting old hag, Hu Bai scoffed, casting a glance at her body before covering her back up with the blanket. Hu Bai proceeded with remarkable caution, carrying a substantial amount of the Hu family's homemade sleep-inducing smoke. As he moved through the villa, he blew the smoke from room to room, rendering all the occupants unconscious. Ah, success. Finally, the moment to reap the rewards had arrived. Feng Panpan, here I come. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Since childhood, stories of the Hu family's legendary past had been recounted to him by his grandfather. The ancestors of the Hu family were renowned tomb raiders, and none were more legendary than the Hu ancestor who, during the Qing dynasty, discovered a royal tomb beneath Taihu Lake. Curiously, it was named Qi Yuan, where the ancestor encountered a Qing Qi and struck a deal, acquiring a secret feng shui technique that elevated the Hu family to prominence in the realm of geomancy. Of course, whether the Qing Qi truly existed was anyone's guess. Unbeknownst to him, this secret technique had been lost to the Hu family. Today, the Hu family in Hong Kong was neither here nor there, long past its former glory. The Hu family had long sought to re-enter the Qi Yuan tomb, but had found no means. After years of searching, Hu Bai finally discovered a lead concerning the existence of the Feng family's Qi Nu. Securing the key would also grant him the bloodline energy of the Qi Nu. What a boon. Once I enter the Qi Yuan tomb, the Hu family shall regain its former glory, Hu Bai declared with fervor, with everyone in the villa unconscious. He was unconcerned about being overheard. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Mr. Hu, what a coincidence. Startled, Hu Bai nearly lost his composure. Turning, he beheld a tall man standing behind him, wearing an unsightly mask that appeared to be hastily fashioned from cardboard. Who are you? He had only recently arrived in Qingshi town. How could anyone recognize him? He quickly reached up to touch his mask. It was still there. How strange that he could be recognized. But what he was doing today was extremely clandestine, and he could not allow anyone to discover it, especially the key to the Qi Yuan tomb, which must not be revealed. In the next moment, he drew a dagger and lunged fiercely at Fang Yi. The strike was swift and ferocious. Fang Yi was taken aback. His combat experience was extensive, and he had encountered numerous skilled martial artists. Yet none had executed a strike with such speed. Fang Yi hurriedly sidestepped, swiftly aiming for Hu Baiyi's wrist. Hu Baiyi reversed the blade, aiming directly for Fang Yi's palm. With a swish, the blade missed its target. Fang Yi attempted a sweeping kick, only for Hu Baiyi to block it with his leg. Unfortunately, the disparity in their strength was evident. Fang Yi remained unyielding while Hu Baiyi was forced to retreat. Clutching his leg and feeling as though his bones had been jolted from the impact. This man is incredibly powerful, Hu Baiyi mused. In the field of feng shui, he considered himself to be among the elite, yet the individual before him was exceptionally formidable. I must retreat, Hu Baiyi decided at once. Yet, he realized he could not escape Fang Yi's interception. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Friend, let us leave a path for future encounters. Fang Yi calmly replied, hand over the ring. Hu Baiyi's pupils instantly contracted. Damn it all. Coming for the ring, huh? Then there's nothing more to say. Fine. Here you go. He reached into his trouser pocket, and when he withdrew his hand, he flung a cloud of blue powder toward Fang Yi. Damn, poison powder. Fang Yi immediately crouched low, dodging the densest part of the cloud, while simultaneously closing the distance, his killing intent boiling. He knew he must have been contaminated by the poison. At this moment, there could be no trace of mercy. Boom. He slammed into Hu Baiyi. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Baiyi thrust a dagger toward his heart, but Fang Yi instantly caught it, reversed the grip, and plunged the blade into Hu Baiyi's throat. Thud, thud, thud. Hu Baiyi staggered backward, clutching his neck as he slumped against the wall, his face a mask of terror and despair. After all his elaborate schemes, having just glimpsed hope, he never imagined he would lose his life so easily here. Who are you? He stared wide-eyed, struggling to speak. Chapter 94, what are you looking at? Don't touch me. Fang Yi cast a cold glance at him, offering no response. He continued to gaze at him until his last breath escaped. Thud. Hu Baiyi's lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. Fang Yi furrowed his brow slightly. He had taken many lives, having just dispatched the Qi family and Wu Xiaolong. However, their demise was entirely detached from him, while this one was a personal act of murder. Now he had to deal with the body, which was quite troublesome. The poison powder from earlier. Fang Yi immediately assessed his physical condition and discovered that he had indeed come into contact with a small amount of it. The areas where it touched his skin were tinged with pain and redness, and his respiratory tract felt quite sore. These were unmistakable signs of poisoning. He was uncertain of the toxin's nature. Fortunately, he noticed that the Wanshou Han Yin in his mind was autonomously rotating, facilitating the circulation of energy within his body, which eased the pain in his throat. He could sense the situation improving. He breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, succumbing to his own poison would have been a significant loss. He surveyed the doors of the villa's various rooms, uncertain of how long the unconscious individuals inside would remain so. He began to search Hu Baiyi's body, swiftly retrieving the jade-faced Bagua ring. Moments ago, he had overheard Hu Baiyi muttering, seemingly indicating that this ring was a key. However, what he could never have anticipated occurred next. Whether it was due to his hand being cut by the dagger, causing blood to stain the ring, or the influence of his poisoning, the Wanshou Han Yin was guiding the energy within him. In any case, the ring resonated with the Wanshou Han Yin. The purple Wanshou Han Yin emitted energy threads that entangled the ring. In an instant, a crisp crack sounded. The ring shattered. This Fang Yi was dumbfounded. The ring he had painstakingly acquired had disintegrated in his hand within less than half a minute. The Bagua jade surface reduced to mere ash. He had heard numerous tales about the Feng family and the ancient tomb that evening. Initially filled with hope to play the role of a treasure seeker and excavate some relics. With his ability to control myriad beasts, he believed that if he could locate the tomb, the treasures within could be effortlessly retrieved. But how had it shattered? Old Wan, you must be joking. Spit it out, you owe me. Just then, the Wanshou Han Yin spun rapidly, suddenly vibrating. It transmitted two messages to him. Similar to the previous upgrade of the Wanshou Han Yin, this time, There was no change in color or shape, yet an additional space had manifested beneath the Wan Shou Hanin, a soul imprint space. The other message was Spirit Language Technique. The Spirit Language Technique enables communication with high-level spiritual beasts beneath the soul imprint. As the name suggests, it requires animals to possess spirituality, belonging to the category of spiritual beasts, with certain level prerequisites for the technique to function. As for the soul imprint space, it utterly astonished Feng Yi. While he could accept the notion of spell upgrades, a soul imprint space, Mamma Mia. Very well, you are indeed my father, treating me far too generously. This soul imprint space, though not vast, approximately 10 meters in length, width, and height, boasts immense practicality. For instance, he was currently troubled by how to dispose of the body. This was akin to a timely arrival of a pillow when one needed to sleep. The body could be concealed inside, eluding any police investigation. Moreover, it could accommodate animals. Feng Yi quickly tested it. Upon touching Hu Baiyi's corpse, he effortlessly sent it within. Remarkable. An unparalleled artifact for concealing murder. He hastily grabbed a cloth to wipe away the scant bloodstains on the ground, which he also discarded into the soul imprint space. Soon, he entered Feng Panpan's room. Feng Panpan lay on the bed in her pajamas, appearing as if she had simply fallen asleep, which posed no significant concern. He then discovered Feng Cici in the bathroom. Remarkably, she was still soaking in the bathtub. The tap was running freely, causing the bathtub to overflow. He had no time to admire her appearance and quickly retrieved her from the tub. Fortunately, her head had not submerged. Otherwise, it would have been a tragic loss to drown. Feng Yi exerted tremendous restraint, returning her to her room and drying her off. Just then, he heard Feng Panpan's voice outside. Grandma, Grandma. Feng Yi was startled. With the power of the Qing Qi bloodline, Feng Panpan was the first to awaken. He dared not let her see him alongside the unconscious Feng Cici. Explaining such a situation would be quite difficult. It was undoubtedly safest for no one to know about his killing of Hu Baiyi. Taking advantage of Feng Panpan's departure to the grandmother's room, Feng Yi swiftly abandoned Feng Cici, opened the window, and leapt from the second floor, vanishing into the night. Cici, Cici, why are you lying there completely naked? Feng Panpan had just checked on her grandmother, who was sleeping soundly, and had come to find her sister. To her surprise, she found her sister lying motionless on the bed, devoid of any clothing. She approached and pinched her several times, finally rousing her. Ah, sister, you have it too. Why are you pinching me? Feng Cici exclaimed. She had just experienced a beautiful dream. It was truly enchanting. Just as she was relishing it, Feng Panpan arrived and awakened her from the dream. Cici, don't you find it strange? What is strange? You are the one being strange. Why did you take off my clothes? I saw you like this when I came in. Huh. Oh right. I remember I was still soaking in the bathroom. When did I return? Feng Panpan said. I suspect someone has entered our home and knocked us out. Feng Cici jumped up in fright. Knocked us out? Does that mean I was seen naked? Sister, check if this is also where you pinched me. Feng Panpan shook her head. I didn't pinch your bottom. Ah, it's over, sister, have I been defiled? Am I no longer pure? Will I get pregnant? Let me check. Hey, what are you looking at? Ah, don't touch me, Daya Mountain. In the depths of the dense forest to the west, it was pitch dark, devoid of any light. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. Villains ought to be buried early. I personally dug this pit for you, so you may rest in peace. Feng Yi interred Hu Baiyi in this desolate place. Typically, no one would venture here. Decades ago, when the invaders ravaged this land, it served as a mass grave. Even if his remains were unearthed in the future, there would be no evidence to confirm his demise. Initially, Feng Yi had no intention of taking his life, as he intended to utilize him to discover the location of the Qiyuan tomb. However, with his death, the secret has now become eternal. Once everything was settled, he returned home. Woof woof. A doe, upon noticing his master's return, joyfully dashed over. Feng Yi recalled the newly acquired spirit communication technique and promptly activated the Wan Shou Hanin, attempting to converse with a doe, curious if he could be considered a high-level spirit beast. A doe, the leader of the bipedal beasts. Chapter 95. I still hope you can be Yaya's mother. After a series of experimental studies, Feng Yi gained a general understanding. A doe, though possessing commendable intelligence comparable to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, was still merely a dog, lacking systematic education. The road to achieving human-like communication remained a long one, yet his progress was remarkable. The Wan Shou Hanin had grown increasingly potent, resembling a divine technique. Fang Yi felt a surge of anticipation, wondering what abilities might emerge should it continue to evolve. The ability to communicate with his canine companion and grasp its thoughts was indeed captivating. For instance, Ado was currently hungry and yearned for copious amounts of meat. Upon returning to the vehicle, Fang Yi retrieved the leftover braised meat he had taken home after dining with Song Wentong. Originally intended for Ado, he opened the container, and the aroma of the meat provoked an incessant barking from Ado. "Quiet. Your little master is sleeping. Remember, from now on, you may only bark if you sense danger while the bipedal leaders are resting. Otherwise, no barking." Ado obediently nodded, its expression docile. However, the quantity of meat was insufficient for its growing appetite. After multiple uses of the minor nurturing technique, Ado had gained weight, and its appetite had surged. The previous amount of food was no longer adequate. "I understand. I will add more to your meals tomorrow," Fang Yi declared. Just then, Qin Xiangling emerged from the room, holding a basin. She had just finished bathing Yaya. The little girl had returned and fallen asleep, and it would be uncomfortable for her to sleep without a proper wash. "What were you in such a rush for earlier?" Qin Xiangling inquired, pouring another basin of water. This time, she intended to wash Yaya's feet. "Nothing much, just a matter concerning the breeding farm. I thought of mentioning it to Feng Panpan," Fang Yi replied, not disclosing the full truth, following closely behind her into the room. He observed her meticulously washing Yaya's tiny feet, and a warm sensation welled up in his heart. Meeting her was indeed his greatest fortune. With a wife like this, what more could one desire? During his previous visits to the Wang family, he had never seen Wang Yun treat her daughter with such affection. Sister Xiangling is truly a wonderful mother. Once Qin Xiangling had finished caring for Yaya, Fang Yi pulled her over and seated her in a chair in the main room. "What is it?" she asked curiously. "What do you think?" he replied. Qin Xiangling playfully rolled her eyes at him. Fang Yi then brought a basin of water and placed it beside her feet. "Dip your feet in. Today, I will serve you by washing your feet." Qin Xiangling opened her mouth in surprise, her heart melting instantly. In the ancient fishing village, it was likely that no man would wash his wife's feet. The fact that such a capable man like Fang Yi was willing to do this for her made her feel as though she could die contentedly at that moment. I can do it myself," she protested. "Don't move. You washed Yaya's feet, and now I will wash yours. This is the reward for a good mother." Qin Xiangling bit her lip, gazing at Fang Yi with eyes full of affection. She had once lamented her fate, burdened by the white tiger and the celestial loneliness star, but now it seemed different. All her past hardships had been in wait for this person who now stood before her. She was entranced by him, unable to extricate herself. Feeling the warmth from his touch on her feet, she felt a pang of shyness. He was simply too wonderful. Time passed, and the water grew cold, yet Fang Yi continued, even massaging her feet. She felt he was overly indulgent, fearing that such pampering would spoil her, and she attempted to retract her feet, but he would not relent. It seemed he truly enjoyed this task. Many nerves reside in the feet. Massaging them can enhance beauty and strengthen one's essence, Fang Yi remarked. "Don't come so close. I fear you might bite me. Your eyes resemble those of a wolf," Qin Xiangling teased. Fang Yi chuckled lightly, continuing his gentle ministrations, then suggested, "Shall we acquire land in the village and build a grand house?" Having seen the Feng family's villa, he felt a yearning in comparison to their current living conditions. Moreover, it was inappropriate to remain in the home of Qin Xiangling's deceased husband. However, upon hearing this, Qin Xiangling's heart sank, fearing he might leave. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Why do you look so troubled?" he asked, playfully pinching her toe. "Are you worried about the expenses? You mean to say that once the house is built, you will move there?" she queried. "Isn't building a house meant to facilitate moving in? Of course, you will accompany me," he replied. "I am counting on you to be Yaya's mother. Are you willing?" Without hesitation, Qin Xiangling nodded fervently. "Yes, yes." She climbed onto Fang Yi, embracing him and asking for a kiss. "Darling, I love you to bits," she exclaimed, tightly holding on to him. Just as they were warming up to each other, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Fang Yi, Xiangling. Both were momentarily taken aback. Damn it! Who is disturbing our moment at such an hour? However, the lights were on, so ignoring the visitor was not an option. Fang Yi gently set Qin Xiangling down. "You go inside, I will check who it is." "It seems to be Sister Huazhan," Qin Xiangling remarked. "Yang Huazhan, the one your daughter found?" "Yes." Upon hearing this, Fang Yi immediately understood. They had come to express their gratitude. When he opened the door, He indeed found Yang Huazhen and Qian Daxing at the threshold, accompanied by a small girl of 6 or 7 years, holding several items of appreciation. The family appeared genuinely moved, expressing their heartfelt thanks. Seeing you all back is wonderful. We are all from the same hometown, so there's no need for such formality, Feng Yi said, accepting their gifts after a round of polite exchanges. He even embraced the little girl named Nan Nan. Oh, I remember buying a variety of snacks that children love today. Let me get some for her, he said, hurrying to fetch them. Brother Qian, if I recall correctly, you are in construction? Feng Yi inquired. Qian Daxing nodded. Yes, I previously managed a construction team, mainly building houses and repairing roads. Is there a need for renovations at your place? I am considering constructing a new house. Brother Qian, would you be available to assist? I assure you the remuneration will be generous. However, I have one requirement. It must be sturdy and comfortable to live in. Qian Daxing chuckled. That is certainly feasible. Are you planning to build a 2-story house? I intend to construct a villa, Feng Yi replied. Qian Daxing was taken aback. A villa? That will require quite a bit of money. Feng Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Let us keep it under 100,000. Do you think that's doable? Qian Daxing's throat quivered in disbelief. How much? 100,000? Chapter 96. Can you help me like yesterday? The following day, news spread throughout Guyu village that Feng Yi intended to construct a villa costing 100,000 yuan. It was impossible to blame Qian Daxing for his loose lips. The sheer sum was astonishing. In such a remote, underdeveloped fishing village as Guyu, a household earning 10,000 yuan was a rarity. Yet, Feng Yi was prepared to spend 100,000. And that was not even his entire fortune. How much wealth does he truly possess? Where has his money come from? Can a mere disability allowance truly amount to such riches? Have you not noticed? That vehicle, the GG car, has always been driven by Feng Yi. It does not appear to be borrowed at all. It must be his own. How fortunate is Qin Guafu? Has she struck gold? Had I known earlier, I would have approached him as well. If there is no fortune below, then wealth is the ultimate truth. The villagers were abuzz with speculation, with opinions flying in every direction. Some with ulterior motives even began to devise cunning plans. For instance, there was a man named Zhang from the northern part of the village. Wife, this Feng Yi is indeed wealthy, yet he is entangled with Qin Guafu. I suspect he has no other woman vying for his attention. Why don't you attempt to seduce him? If you share his bed, I could then demand money from him. After all, he is impaired below. At most, it would be a fleeting indulgence for you, with no loss on your part. His wife may not be bad-looking either. She was indeed tempted. She took a bath early in the morning, applied some floral cologne, and set off to Qin Xiangling's home, with her excuse prepared, to inquire when Feng Yi would be heading to the county town and if he could give her a ride. However, before she could even step into the courtyard, she was chased away by a doe. A doe had recently bulked up significantly, and with his enhanced intelligence, he had become quite fearsome. His bared teeth frightened the woman so much that she nearly fell into the latrine. Since he had resolved to build a house, making money could not cease. He had not sold fish the day before, but had managed to sell a green jade turtle, netting an additional 25,000 yuan. The Fisheries Bureau personnel had promised to conduct an on-site inspection that day. Once that was completed, construction would officially commence. This would require a substantial investment. Currently, he had around 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. But after setting aside funds for Yaya's medical treatment, there was not much left for other expenses. After having breakfast, Feng Yi set out to fish. He did not venture far with his boat, as he possessed the skills to make fishing in the river as effortless as scooping from a barrel. The entire Tiaoxi River was like his backyard. Oh, but more than that, the radius of his Wanshou Han Yi now exceeded 500 meters, with the fan-shaped radiation area extending all the way to Taihu Lake. Moments later, schools of fish from Taihu Lake swam upstream towards Tiaoxi River. Villagers fishing on the river had the good fortune of encountering this school of fish, which swam right into their nets, leaving them overjoyed, for they may have never experienced such a bounty before, with several 100 pounds of fish caught in one haul. They exclaimed, "We struck it rich. The river god blesses us." Feng Yi paid little attention to this. The expanse of Taihu Lake was vast, and fish remained plentiful. If he did not specifically target high-value species, he could catch them endlessly. Within half an hour, he returned to shore. Moreover, he had devised something new. The Hanin space appeared to have been specifically created to complement the Wanshou. He had placed some fish inside the space the previous night. And after a night had passed, the fish were lively and seemed even more vigorous than before, surpassing the efficacy of an oxygen pump. He wondered if it could sustain a living human. In any case, he had tried it himself and found he could not enter. He dared not attempt it with Xiangling and Ye, fearing the consequences of an unfortunate mishap. Next time he encountered an enemy, like Hubai, it might be worth a try. As soon as Fang Ye's boat docked, he spotted a police motorcycle parked at the water's edge. Sitting atop, it was the poised and dashing Captain Bai, today sporting a pair of sunglasses, observing Fang Yi from the boat. "Did you catch anything?" she inquired with a smile, radiating warmth and innocence, though one could sense she had a request to make. Fang Yi scrutinized her, thinking, no good deed goes unpunished. Her intentions are likely dubious. Bai Rushua felt slightly flustered by the remark. Her expression faltered under the weight of her effort. "Come up here. I have something to discuss with you," she commanded. "I am not hard of hearing. You can just speak directly," Fang Yi replied calmly, certain it was not due to his actions from the previous day. However, with Hubai missing, Li Fuhao would surely be anxious to locate him. Bai Rushua dismounted from her motorcycle and exclaimed, "I told you to come up." There were several women washing clothes by the riverside who turned their heads in curiosity at the police officer's sharp command. "Is that Captain Bai from the police station? Did Fang Yi do something wrong?" One speculated. "With so much money and a villa in the works, could it be stolen?" Another whispered, "Sure, don't speak nonsense. Qi Jia just faced divine retribution. They say Fang Yi is protected by the river god." A woman with insider knowledge leaned in and whispered, "I have a secret to share. Yesterday, I secretly saw this strong female captain appear to have a fondness for Fang Yi. Just yesterday morning, she even embraced him in a manly manner." "What? Why did she embrace Fang Yi? Tell us, what happened?" Another woman chimed in. "Isn't he impaired below? How could that be?" As the group of women chattered excitedly, they failed to notice that Bai Rushua was already standing beside them. With a thud, she hurled a large stone into the river, splashing water everywhere and soaking their clothes. "Do you find washing clothes so easy? Shall I send you all to the police station for laundry?" Bai Rushua barked, and the women fell silent, quickly gathering their clothes and scurrying away to another part of the riverbank. At that moment, Fang Yi stepped ashore, carrying 2 buckets while the rest were placed into the honeyed space. "Big Bai, I'm leaving. There's nothing to discuss," he called out. "Hey, you stop right there. Who said you could leave?" Bai Rushua called, rushing back. Fang Yi had previously favored women with more curves, believing that the more ample, the better. However, upon seeing Bai Rushua now, he truly felt that excess was not desirable. It was Xiangling who was the most suitable, just right for his needs. Fang Yi set down the buckets. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Bai Rushua pressed her lips together and said, "Regarding your ex-wife, the search and rescue team cannot descend into Wujiangu, and they may cease their efforts today. It is highly probable that she is gone." "Oh, is that all?" he replied. "Understood." Fang Yi had refrained from utilizing the Wan Shouhan Yin to command the birds to Wujiangu, as he was apprehensive. If he were to encounter the living Wang Yun, would he save her or not? Thus, it was better not to see. One must reap the bitter fruits of their own sowing. After all, there is one more thing. Bai Rushua appeared somewhat hesitant. Suddenly, she grasped Fang Ye's arm and darted into a nearby pig pen. Fang Yi exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing?" "My fish. If you lose them, you shall be held accountable." Bai Rushua replied, "I will take responsibility." Fang Yi pressed, "What on earth are you attempting to do?" Bai Rushua gazed at him, gritted her teeth, and said, "Could you assist me like you did yesterday?" Chapter 97. Fang Yi, the deceiver, has bewitched everyone. Fang Yi turned his gaze towards Bai Rushua and inquired, "Didn't I just treat you yesterday? Has it proven ineffective?" In truth, he was quite eager to assist her with her ailment. The energy derived from the bloodline of the Jiuwei Jinheili he received from her had immensely benefited him. Bai Rushua nodded yes. "After your treatment yesterday, I felt significantly better. I was pain-free for an entire day. However, after a night's rest, the pain has returned." She spoke somewhat bashfully, her cheeks flushed, as the location of her discomfort was rather awkward. Fang Yi deduced that the Tanzhong point, where the vital energy converges, facilitates the flow of qi and blood through the heart meridian. Unbeknownst to Bai Rushua, perhaps due to her peculiar San Yin Ju Mai, her essence had accumulated in the Tanzhong, unable to circulate throughout her body, resulting in chest pain from an excess of vital energy. Furthermore, her large bear might also be related to this phenomenon. It was indeed curious, whence came her abundant innate vitality. He activated the Wan Shouhan Yin. Under the influence of the soul seal, Bai Rushua's condition was immediately revealed before him. Yesterday, he had sensed a significant reduction in the golden energy mass at her Tanzhong. Yet now, it It appeared to have reverted to its original state. How perplexing. It was akin to a water well in the countryside. Having drawn out all the water today, it inexplicably fills itself again by tomorrow. Such a continuous flow. Feng Yi mused whether he had stumbled upon some treasure. If I treat you daily, my powers may also experience exponential growth. His heart swelled with joy, yet he feigned nonchalance, stating, I can assist you, but what's in it for me? Bairushua pouted, we're old classmates. Why would you still ask for something in return? Feng Yi chuckled. Even old classmates must keep accounts clear. You have reaped some benefits, have you not? She mumbled, rummaging through her pocket to produce 5 coins. How about I give you 2? But this is 5. Feng Yi protested. Change me 3. I need to save some for meals, she replied. Feng Yi shook his head. Forget it, I'm not short on 2 coins. Just consider it. A favor owed to me. How does that sound? Bairushua agreed. All right, let us begin. Feng Yi promptly sought to control the Wan Shouhan Yin to draw upon her golden energy. However, the soul seal remained unresponsive, disregarding his commands. Noticing his stillness, Bairushua urged, why aren't you making a move? I'm pressed for time. Feng Yi scratched his head. I'm just gathering my thoughts. Gathering thoughts. Enough of that. I have a case to handle later. Bairushua, in her impatience, grasped Feng Yi's hand and placed it directly over her tanjong. To their astonishment, the Wan Shouhan Yin stirred, its energy quickly siphoning her golden energy mass. Thus, their hands became the conduit. Yet, at that moment, they heard footsteps approaching. Someone was coming. It was the owner of the pigsty, an elderly man named Ma Jianzhong from Guyu village, carrying pig feed and humming a tune. Both were startled. Spotting a haystack within the pigsty, they quickly concealed themselves, albeit in a rather cramped position. They had no choice but to huddle together awkwardly, Feng Yi behind Bairushua, giving the impression that he was embracing her from behind. In order to avoid being seen, Bairushua had to press herself tightly against him. Otherwise, upon Ma Jianzhong's entry, a mere glance would reveal their presence behind the haystack. With a clatter, Ma Jianzhong poured the feed into the trough for the pigs. However, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he called to his pigs to hasten their meal. Come and eat quickly. The more you eat, the faster you grow, plump and ready for sale. Bairushua nearly burst into laughter, finding the old man amusing, and quickly covered her mouth. Yet at that moment, she sensed something amiss. Feng Yi felt different. Suddenly, Bairushua's mouth fell agape. Wasn't he injured? What was happening now? Just then, Ma Jianzhong took a step closer to the haystack. While Feng Yi was oblivious, Bairushua could see Ma Jianzhong's feet clad in slippers. What to do? She could only desperately shuffle back, nearly flattening Feng Yi in the process. However, in such a situation, she could not resist or struggle for fear of making a sound. If the pigsty owner discovered them, even jumping into the Yellow River would not suffice to explain their presence. Ultimately, Feng Yi was merely treating her ailment, and if anyone bore responsibility, it was she. Now, she regretted not hiding in the haystack earlier. That would have spared them this embarrassment. At least she could have fabricated an excuse for their presence in someone else's pigsty. But hiding in the haystack left little room for explanation. What could she say? We were merely playing hide and seek in your haystack? Or your pigsty is so charming, I simply couldn't bear to leave? She tightly shut her eyes, her face flushed, her heart racing like a startled deer. Internally, she cursed, damn Feng Yi, the great deceiver. He has fooled everyone. Clearly, he was perfectly fine, yet he allowed others to believe he was injured without offering an explanation. Why isn't this guy finished feeding the pigs? Hurry up and leave. Yet, another voice in her head urged, stay a little longer, just a little longer. Time slipped away unnoticed. Both were so engrossed in their own thoughts that they failed to notice Ma Jianzhong's departure. It was only when Bairushua felt a sudden shiver from Feng Yi's body that she realized the gravity of the situation. Deceiver, Bairushua exclaimed. Stepping on Feng Yi's foot, though her strength was so feeble it barely felt like a mosquito bite. Blushing fiercely, she fled. Feng Yi watched her retreating figure, murmuring softly, what a backstabber. I want to assist you next time. Regaining his composure, he recalled the fish he had caught and hastened out of the pigsty. Fortunately, the bucket remained, and the fish were still alive. He quickly carried the bucket home, relieved not to have missed out on a great opportunity. Meanwhile, at the Feng residence, Grandma Feng finally discovered something amiss. Her ring, which she had worn for decades, had mysteriously vanished. This discovery left her drenched in cold sweat. This was a precious heirloom passed down from the Feng family, intricately tied to the safety of the women of the Feng lineage. After much anticipation, the Hu family had finally made an appearance, offering a glimmer of hope. Yet, now the ring was gone. Without the ring, could Hu Bai still assist the women of the Feng family in breaking the curse? In a state of urgency, she instructed everyone to search the house thoroughly. However, the ring, typically worn on her finger and seldom removed, how could it have vanished so suddenly? Before long, Feng Pampan exclaimed, "Grandmother, something is amiss. Look at the window screen here. It has been sliced open, and it appears quite new. Moreover, I can't shake the feeling that something happened last night. Could someone have entered and stolen your ring?" Chapter 98. Hu Bai's tomb rating notes has someone really been inside? Hearing her sister's voice, Feng Sisi felt her whole body go numb. Although Feng Pampan had carefully examined her the night before, checking inside and out to confirm she hadn't been violated, her memory told her that she had clearly been in the bathroom, soaking in the tub, and had unknowingly fallen asleep. After that, she remembered nothing. When she woke up, it was because her sister had shaken her awake. At that moment, she found herself in her room, completely naked. Additionally, she felt a slight pain on her buttocks, as if someone had pinched her, but she wasn't entirely sure. Now, with her grandmother's ring missing and the window screen cut open, it proved that someone had indeed broken in and drugged them all unconscious. The thought of what might have happened to her body was terrifying, making her tremble all over. Could it be Hu Bai? Only Hu Bai knew the purpose of the ring. Feng Pampan suspected that he was the most likely suspect. The family also carefully checked their other belongings. Cash, jewelry, gems, everything was still there, not a single item missing. Only the ring from Old Lady Feng's hand was gone. The old lady was so furious she nearly spat blood. What does this Hu Bai mean? Sneaking into our Feng family in the dead of night to steal the Qiyuan ring. Does he think I would deceive him and refuse to give him the Qiyuan ring as a dowry? Pampan, call him. He left a number last night. It's their hotel room. Feng Pampan picked up the phone without hesitation. However, she dialed another number first. At the hotel, Li Qingwei was restless. Hu Bai hadn't returned all night. Where had he gone? Could he have been caught while trying to steal the ring from the Feng family? That Feng Pampan seemed to have some martial skills. Outwardly, everyone believed Li Qingwei was a wealthy Hong Kong businessman with immense fortune, and Hu Bai was the feng shui master accompanying him, helping him with feng shui and seeking prosperity. But in reality, that wasn't the case. Li Qingwei's true identity was the Hu family's butler. He was merely cooperating with Hu Bai to find the Feng family here. Thus, Hu Bai didn't hide certain matters from him, except for core secrets. After leaving the Feng family last night, Hu Bai had turned around and gone back, instructing Li Qingwei to return to the hotel first. Once he succeeded, he would immediately reunite with him, and they would leave Qingshi town overnight. But Li Qingwei waited and waited. He even packed their luggage. Yet Hu Bai never showed up. Could he have settled down at the Feng family after dealing with the two sisters, too content to leave? Were the Feng women really that easy to handle? Just then, the phone rang. Li Qingwei thought it was Hu Bai calling. Instead, it was a woman, Feng Pampan. Is Hu Bai there? Who is this? I'm Feng Pampan. You're Bosley, right? Put Hu Bai on the phone. Now. Li Qingwei's heart skipped a beat. Miss Feng, what? What do you need from Master Hu? Don't play dumb. Feng Pampan's tone was sharp. What Hu Bai did last night? Don't tell me you don't know. Put him on the phone immediately. My people are already blocking the entrance of your hotel. You can't leave. Li Qingwei immediately felt that Master Hu must have succeeded and likely slept with this young woman as well. But after finishing, he had simply left. This was very much in line with Master Hu's style back in Hong Kong. Thinking this, he chuckled. Miss Feng, Master Hu isn't at the hotel right now. Where did he go? Where Master Hu goes, I really don't know. At that moment, the door to his room was kicked open. A group of people rushed in, searching the room thoroughly. These were people Feng Pampan had sent, employees from the aquatic products company. Leading them was Feng Pampan's trusted subordinate, Wang Yakin. Wang Yakin took the phone from Li Qingwei's hand. Second miss, there's only a bald man in the room. No one else. Feng Pampan said, good. Then take him directly to the police station. Li Qingwei was stunned. Why take him to the police station? He began to feel nervous. Having grown up in Hong Kong, Li Qingwei had an innate fear of mainland police stations, always feeling that entering one was like stepping into an ancient yamen. Easy to get in, hard to get out. Miss Feng, let's talk this over. Where's Hu Bai? I really don't know. Take him to the police station. No, Miss Feng. Master Hu helped you break the curse. You don't need to be so heartless, do you? Won't your Feng family still need to rely on the Hu family to resolve that so-called bloodline curse? Feng Pampin shouted. Nonsense. What damn curse? There's no such thing. Oh. So you knew Hu Bai sneaked back into our Feng family, didn't you? Then you must know he stole my grandmother's ring. If you don't talk, we'll send you straight to the police station and make sure you rot in jail. I really don't know. Sister Qin, take him to the police station. No need to waste words on him. The group directly took Li Chengui to the police station. Meanwhile, Feng Pampin quickly arrived at the hotel, where Wang Yakin was still waiting. In the room, there was packed luggage. The two opened it and searched. They didn't find the ring, but inside a leather bag, they discovered a thread-bound notebook filled with densely written information and drawings. Feng Pampin saw the characters Qi Yuan among the notes. Clearly, this belonged to Hu Bai, documenting a series of information about the Qi Yuan tomb. She immediately took the notebook. Hu Bai had stolen the ring, so she would take this notebook. If he wanted it back, he would have to exchange it for the ring. An hour later, Li Chengui spoke up at the police station. First, because seeing the police officers in their uniforms made him deeply afraid. Second, because he sensed that something might have happened to Master Hu. If Hu Bai had succeeded and obtained the ring, he would have definitely reunited with him. But now he wasn't at the Feng family, nor had he returned to the hotel. Where could he have gone all night? Afterward, the Qingshi town police station officers and the local militia immediately began searching for him. Moreover, because the person in question was from Hong Kong and considered an overseas compatriot, the police station chief took the matter especially seriously. But after searching for a long time, in life, one sees neither the living nor the dead. Could it be that after stealing the ring, he abandoned Li Chengui, forsaking even his belongings and fled? Feng Pampin, clutching Hu Bai's notes, drove to Guyuzuan in search of Feng Yi. She recounted the entire sequence of events, omitting the incident where Feng Sisi was unceremoniously carried to bed. Feng Yi, of course, was aware of Hu Bai's whereabouts. He was currently at the chaotic burial site of Dayu Mountain, engaging in a game of make-believe with a host of restless spirits. However, he could not voice this revelation. He reassured Feng Pampin, stating that if he has fled, then so be it. After all, it was merely a ring. Can you genuinely believe that beneath Taihu lies the Qi Yuan tomb, where the Azure Dragon is interred? Yet, grandmother's words were so vivid and compelling. And furthermore, our Feng family's bloodline, did you not previously assert that I possess a unique bloodline? If so, has this curse been alleviated by your hand? This matter is rather ambiguous. Curses are beyond his comprehension. However, upon activating the 10,000 Beast Soul Seal, he could perceive that her condition was entirely normal. Noticing her face etched with worry and anxiety, Feng Yi declared, "Indeed, it has been resolved." Feng Pampin immediately responded. "Then what about my sisters?" Feng Yi interjected. "That shall be addressed in due course. Breaking a curse also requires an opportunity, such as being bitten by a snake, necessitating a particular circumstance. Do you understand?" Feng Pampin nodded, her relief palpable. Otherwise, all the women of the Feng family would have to marry into the Hu family, a notion she could hardly accept. At that moment, as Feng Yi casually flipped through the notes, he stumbled upon information that left him utterly astonished.